RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Hopefully everyone had a fantastic weekend. We are live with the entire morning family back together again. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Bell.
Monday.
We've got Peyton and Aiden holding down the fan cam, Twitch, YouTube, and the Odyssey app. And it is the return of the, I would imagine, very sore, kind of tan RJ Choppy off the golf links in Gaylord, Michigan.
Man, very sore. A lot of golf. Golf will do that to you. I know people don't think it is, but you're playing every day. The low back, the elbows.
Hands.
The hands, the wrists. You know, I was doing...
Bobby's left hand is blistered up from that all the time.
Yeah.
It's not, I mean, it sounds like you've just got a form problem there. We can go over it during the break.
And, you know, because you're so good, you take fewer shots than I do.
Yeah, exactly. So you're out there a long time, repetitive motion.
Fewer strokes.
Yeah, fewer strokes. I was sitting here on the steering wheel, like, pressing my fingers and thumbs to get, like... to stretch out whatever that is between your thumb and your index finger, whatever that meaty
little fat thing is.
Nice it gets crampy. I'm sitting here stretching it out, making, you know, like your old diamond there, Bobby, or whatever.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah. I'm just doing that on the steering wheel, and I just find myself still, because it hurts. I'm in pain. I'm sore.
How many holes a day? 36?
Yeah, sometimes we would do at least 18. Some days we did 36. Some days we did 18. It just depends on what we had. We did have 2 days off. Yeah, we did take 2 days off. We took off Sunday and Friday, and just kind of toured the town.
And then you were back in 5 minutes.
And then no, we because we went up to up to Lake Michigan, and a couple of towns there, Charlevoix and Petoskey and Harbor Spring, just great little quaint towns. Rented some e-bikes. It was fun.
It's the nation's longest serving mayor right now is up there in Mackinac Island. It's been 50 straight years.
He should have gotten his day of declaration there.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, maybe that's what the hookup was for.
They only have like 500 residents, Mackinac Island, like permanent. Like everybody else just comes up for the summer because this is impossible.
Tourist town.
It's a land bridge in the wintertime. You can walk across the water.
What was the weather?
A little chilly. It was like 46 one day in the morning. We had a lot of days we had a couple days. 68 was the high. Would have liked another degree. And then a couple days it was warm. It was like in the 80s.
109 here yesterday, breaking the August 23rd record.
Unbelievable. The
109.
The heat when we got out of that airport. The heat was so oppressive. It was. I don't know what. Like people kept texting me like, "Hey, welcome back to the sauna."
Yeah.
And I didn't know what they were meaning. I noticed that. I knew the temperature was high.
You didn't get the reference?
I did. I was like, I knew it was high. I was like, did we get some humidity here too? I knew it was high. I was not prepared for that. That was absurd.
Laura keeps complaining. She's like, I don't think there's been a single day yet since they went back to school they've been allowed out for recess. They've had to be inside the entire time because the school standards this year, I guess, have changed and they won't let them outside now.
Apparently, they have some kind of formula. Like if the humidity and the dew point and the temperature reach this, they've got to stay inside. Like for sports, so my kids have practiced indoors or in the morning.
Oh, they have?
Yeah. So my oldest is like they can't do anything outdoors. It's all indoors. My youngest, for football practice, he's practicing at 5 a.m.
Yeah.
Did he get football practice changed, though? Did you talk to the counselor?
No, he didn't. Stop it. I got in trouble for that one.
Yeah, I thought disclosing it and letting maybe the school or the guidance counselor know may have been a bad move. I tried to say that to you on air, but
yeah, he got in trouble.
Oh
yeah.
They heard?
Apparently they heard.
We have reach, man.
Oh yeah.
The school heard.
So
what is the schedule? His way?
Well,
they're not going to switch it back.
The schedule is what it is because it is true. Like there was an academic element to it, but no,
there really was.
Those are the worst kind of lies, the ones with a little bit of truth in them.
Yeah.
He's. I think he got in trouble. I felt bad. He had to run.
You should be like, he had to run?
Oh, he had to run.
What do you mean run? I think you had to run.
No, he had to run at practice.
Oh. Yeah, but that was for the coach. That's for the team. This was for the classes.
Yeah, I know, but...
Tied together?
Tied together. When I got suspended in high school, I had to run.
I'd be like, hey, that shows how popular I am. That shows the reach of your father.
That's right.
That even
That's
your
right.
guidance
He has
counselor
no idea what I do. I'm probably in trouble for talking about it now.
Okay. So there you go. Lesson learned, possibly. Thanks for joining us. Being a total that stands for turn it on, leave it on, star up, star down, as Cowboy fans are feeling themselves after the preseason game the other night. We have a Luke Combs ticket giveaway all week long in the 720 commercial-free expressway. But my gosh, the Rangers are right here back in it.
1-2 the count to Diaz. Here comes Kikuchi, and the pitch is hit high and deep to left center field. Back goes Campero. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Off the facade of the second deck for Elias Diaz. His 4th home run as a Ranger, and he makes it 4-0 Texas in the 5th.
He tagged that. That hit the second deck in the 5th inning here on your home for Rangers baseball. The Hall of Famer Eric Nadel with the call. 4:21 for Diaz. Nimmo with a sac fly, driving in Seager. That makes it 5-0 in the 5th, and the Rangers kind of didn't feel like it, but they ended up taking 2 of 3 against the Angels, and you are in a smack dab tie with the armpit at the top of the American League West at 65 and 66. The Astros had a 6-0 lead and blew it, and ended up losing to drop them into a tie with us, and we are tied for the 3rd wild card spot with Cleveland.
Oh. Just all kinds of opportunities to make the playoffs right now. And it didn't feel like they won. They took 2 or 3. It didn't feel like they won the homestand either. But it's at the end of the day, you go 4-2 over 162 games. It's 100 wins.
What a way to look at it.
I know, right?
You extrapolate that out over 100.
It doesn't take a lot. I mean, it takes a lot. Like going 4-2 every 6 games.
It doesn't take a lot in the AL worst.
In the AL worst. But it does. Like winning 100 games seems like, oh my God, you're winning 6 in a row all the time. And it's like, really, you just go 2-1 every game, and you're gonna wind up winning 100 games.
Yeah, look, the biggest thing for them right now is that pitching's actually showing up. This is August 15th was the last time they had a starter allow more than 2 runs. And it's been, I think, Rocker and Bradford have each allowed 2 runs in a start over the last 9 days. But otherwise, it's been 0 runs allowed from the starting staff. So Mackenzie Gore pitched well over the weekend. We obviously had DeGrom at the end of last week.
And Bobby said it last week, and I chuckled. I had to get Pepe to go back and get the clip from Chris Young on the G-Bag Nation, how Cal Quantrill may end up right now being this team's best pitcher.
Cal's start was phenomenal, and he's really been great for us all season long in a number of different roles. And I'm really grateful for really the way he's pitched and the way he's handled bouncing back and forth between the rotation and the bullpen. It's not an easy thing to do, and I say that from experience. I had to do very similar in the sort of tail end of my career. And so for Cal, he's been just an absolute savior for us at times, coming in and giving us that start yesterday bullpen. And we're set up to really, to have our fresh arms tonight and tomorrow, in part because of what Cal did. So I can't say enough about how big that is for our club.
Now, that was last week, and then yesterday he goes out and throws 6 shutout innings. Cal freaking Quantrill.
He's been a machine out there. So with that 6 shutout innings, and that was coming on the heels of another one where he had gone 7 innings and not allowed a run. He is now over his last, it's a little over a month now, 30 1/3 innings. His ERA is 0.89. His whip is 0.84. He's been as dominant a run over this last month as they've had all year.
The reason it didn't feel like they necessarily won the series is because of the offensive embarrassment that we had all the way up until the 2nd inning yesterday. Zeke Duran's solo shot, center fielder Zeke Duran, by the way. He's my favorite Ranger. And I'm going to go ahead and get Ollie a jersey. I think I've decided it would be Zeke Duran. His solo homer in the 2nd was the first home run of the damn series.
I know. It's crazy.
The first home run of the series. It was their first run in their last 34 regulation innings against the Angels. 34 innings outside of the extras on Friday, which they came back with Wyatt and ended up winning. They hadn't scored.
Yeah. Offensive. I mean, and this was, Raymond said yesterday, this was the 2nd time in 25 games they scored more than 5 runs.
Ugh.
Second time in 25 games more than 5.
It went back to July 27th, which is the day K&C Masterpiece started in Oxnard.
Oh.
That was the last time. That was the day after the last time they scored more than 5 runs.
They didn't have a hit through 5 on Saturday. Again, if someone comes up with that stat, the most times being no hit through 4 innings, I guarantee this is the highest Ranger season in the last 20 years.
If the Angels had not scored in the 8th inning when they broke out and had that 3 runs there in the 8th, then they would have gone 6 straight games, the Rangers, with one of the teams scored 0 runs through 9 innings in the last 6 games. The Rangers or their opponent had gone 6 straight games, scoring 0 runs through 9 innings. That's insane. It's been awful offense the last week or so.
They were
we've seen
4 for 36 at one point with runners in scoring position. They got 1 hit on Saturday. That's it. Shutout for the 10th time on the season. Shutout for the 2nd time in the last 4 games. So, look, we talked about a lot of embarrassment and ineptitude and negative run differential over there in Arlington and in the clubhouse and upstairs. They're saying, that's all a bunch of BS. Who cares? We're right there in it. Just get us in.
That unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, that's the way of Major League Baseball. It's gotten to become a sport where it's a lot like the NHL, where there's not a whole lot of predictability among the playoffs, except for the Dodgers. The Dodgers seem to be the pretty predictable one, but the American League is kind of like the NFC for years, where they had a different representative in the Super Bowl for decades.
There are 5 teams in the American League in the green for run differential.
Yeah,
5.
Tampa, New York, Detroit, Boston, and
the White Sox.
Detroit's plus 73 of their 8 games under 500.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have 75 wins right now. They should literally have 75 wins.
And in the National League, every team but one in the National League East is in the green. So they're almost matching you with just one division. You got 3 in the Central, you got 3 in the West.
And that team in the National League East, the Mets, they would have the best run differential in the AL West. They would be number 1 with their minus 40.
Cody Freeman, first career triple, drove in Hoppy. Skip said it after the game. Props to the 7-8-9. The bottom of your lineup really got things going in this game. You had a big second inning. Diaz hit a sac fly earlier. That made it 3-0. Keep right now Peyton Gray away from hitters, because 3 of the last 4 appearances he's given up a home run, and things were a little bit dicey for Latz there in the 9th, as they had 2 on with Ballesteros, and then he ended it with the check swing strikeout.
And that's like the risk of the modern way of the game, is that you just 6 innings and you go to the bullpen. Well, you need those guys to be on, and
Latz has become a little more shaky in the second half of the season.
Yeah, it's like you wonder, are his innings up? Probably not, but
his fielding independent pitching, even in the first half, there was a discrepancy that said he shouldn't have been as good as he was in the first half. The ERA shouldn't have been as low, but he's been a little shaky.
But you get to it's Latz, you got a 2-run lead, it's good. But I mean, he has to be on. And what if he's not on? If he's off that day, and he wasn't on yesterday, he wasn't necessarily off, but he certainly wasn't on.
The latest Cowboys performance that has fans putting stock in preseason. Your star up, star down for the absolute dominance on Saturday night. We do it on your home of America's team with the entire squad back together again with Sean, RJ, and Bobby right here on 105.3 The Fan.
By the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Milton under pressure, scampers out to the left, throws on the run, caught at the 5. Malik Davis dances into the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys. A good improvisation by Milton and a great job by Malik Davis of staying alive and getting to where his quarterback could find him. That in soccer they call that making yourself available.
Brad Sham with the call here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. 34-13, putting Cowboy Tolos in a giddy mood over the course of the weekend. Good morning, Metroplex and 6 a.m. Club. Best audience of the entire show. We got the entire squad back together again with RJ Choppy back from Michigan. Sean Shreve, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And Bob, not much to complain about.
No, this is 2 games in a row where you feel pretty good about everything. Now, the only question is, you've never seen them do this in the preseason, like not recently. They don't play this well typically. But then you got to just ask yourself, like, how much does it mean? We haven't seen it, and they haven't won a Super Bowl. So when we see them perform like this, does that equal up to anything else? But this is there are a couple things that I think you can be really excited about on both sides of the ball, and things you can extrapolate, even if you can't say that this somehow means they're going to make the playoffs.
Let's begin. Star up for Choppy's Tennessee Volunteer, Joe Milton. I think we're all sitting here this morning saying that the job competition should be over and that Joe Milton should be your 2. First half, 9 of 13, 179, 13.8 a throw, 2 touchdowns for a 151.4 rating for Big Joe.
It looked like he kind of figured out touch. Mm-hmm. You know, that was he had 2 issues, right? It was just there was 0 and there was 100 and there was no in between. And then the other one was, you know, he may have been a little bit slower to pick up reading defenses.
Yeah, like some of the pre-snap stuff, some of the things you got to do at the line of scrimmage, it takes a while for a lot of guys to pick up.
And his feel within the pocket, I mean, on that touchdown call right there to Malik, that was a 3rd and 6 scramble, the improvisation. Yeah. You know, knowing when to get rid of it, just having a feel. He had a dime that was actually dropped by Kuntz on 2nd and 13. He responded with the 53-yard dime to Mingo to make it 4-0. He had the 70-yarder to Camden Brown. That was on 3rd down that eventually led
across his body.
The scramble.
And eventually led to a draw on a rushing touchdown. So he did it in a variety of ways.
And like the pass to Mingo, I mean, he did have to step up in the pocket a little bit, and you have to have a little bit of pocket mobility and pocket awareness, and that's something that he had just kind of lacked. And then the touch is what stood out to me, because that was what his bugaboo was in Cowboys. Everything was high. Everything was high last year. Maybe it's Schottenheimer, maybe it's Clayton, maybe it's just him figuring things out.
Just weird to see development around here. Todd Haley would tell me my first year in Kansas City, and his dad was a pro personnel guy for Pittsburgh. He goes, you all need to learn this out here. Like the National Football League, much of this is about development. We do have to make these players better. We do have to make these players grow. And once we get them here in this building, you have to account for the offseason of whether they're going to get better or whether they're going to get worse. And I'm just so used to your Trey Lances of the world, or the projects that start off bad who don't necessarily improve. So it's just kind of weird to go to Oxnard and say, wow, Joe Milton's been working on something. Joe Milton has been developing. Now, maybe none of this translates at all to the regular season, knock on wood, and hopefully we don't have to see him. But props to Joe, props to the developmental people for him improving.
Yeah, because this is the whole lottery ticket purchase that they do with quarterbacks or other positions where you're like, well, let's just see. Maybe, or, they get a first rounder who's busted somewhere else, or a second rounder like Jonathan Mingo. You go out, you acquire somebody who's had problems and say, let's see if we can go ahead and develop them a little bit. And very rarely do they develop, but occasionally those 5 numbers that pop up will be yours, and then it's okay. This lotto ticket was worth investing, and you hope that's what Joe Milton's finding right now.
Let's hear from Joe after the game with thoughts on the performance.
Tonight was great. was able to go out there and showcase what I got, what we've been working hard towards this whole camp. So it was great. My comfort level was amazing. Way more confident than I was last year.
He also, to me, seems like a little bit more grounded and calm in the interview. Like the interview on TV, I'm expecting goofy backflip Joe Milton, and he's like giving the professional, generic PR answers, even though you know that he's just, I think he said his goal for the season was to have fun. So I'm expecting kind of zany personality Joe Milton. What is the biggest difference from this preseason to last year?
Man, major difference. You get to do a lot more. When I say that, there's a lot more to our offense that we able to do, change as the quarterback position. So you're able to do all that. You're able to make sure that your points is right, making sure the way that you're reading the play is correct. So just being able to go through that process of a whole year being in this offense until now, it's great.
Over?
It should be. I mean, I don't know. There's obviously something you could do. He could have like an awful week of practice. He could pop up and start throwing a bunch of picks, and Sam Howell could look really, really good. But I would say this. I don't think – I mentioned this on the pregame show on Saturday. I don't think there's a way Joe Milton's not on the roster. Like the question of – do they keep 3 quarterbacks or not? I think comes down to where is Joe Milton in the depth chart. If he's second, they keep 2. If he's third, then they keep 3. Because I don't think they want to just cut Joe Milton or move on from Joe Milton. I think they want to continue to invest in his upside. And so, depending on where Howell finishes in that, I think depends on if they keep 3 quarterbacks or not.
Did you give Sam Howell star down?
Yes, I did. So the interception was obviously not a good one while you're driving into the red zone. And when you're talking about all the margins matter. And he was not awful before that. He was whatever. He was, playing it safe. He was doing what he needed to do. But when you then throw an interception after the performance that Joe Milton had and the margins are so thin when it comes to competition, then
it was a bad pick.
Yeah, and it's star up for Joe Milton playing as well as he did. And it's such a good performance that even without the pick, that's probably a star down to Sam Howell.
Did Schottenheimer end things in the postgame right here on The Fan?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think, Joe's put together 2 really, really good halves. Sam really made one mistake, down in the red zone, kind of got fooled on one and turned it over. That can't happen, but, this is long from over. And, going back to Frisco, thankfully, and get a chance to be home and put some more training camp days in. But got to give Joe his credit. He's played really well the last 2 games, but we have a lot of confidence in Sam as well.
I would say thankfully with this heat.
Yeah, they'll be inside. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
Star up here on 105.3 The Fan. Is it over at number 2 running back as well?
Twitter's not going to let you do that. The fan text isn't going to let you do that.
Still fighting for Jaden Blue?
Oh, hell yeah. They're going to be fighting. They could have been fighting for Jaden Blue if he would have had 5 yards yesterday. Or on Saturday. The fact that he had 75 and had 2 hurdles, he hurdled somebody, and as soon as you hurdle somebody, that buys you an extra 3 weeks in their minds. And so he had the hurdles, and he was fine. He slipped on his first run. He had an issue there, but from that point on, 75 yards, showed a little bit of wiggle, showed the, athleticism with the hurdling and things like that. It's fine. It's not enough for me to throw him a star up. It's not enough for me to go, you really put to bed all the concerns about you.
He was fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with what Jaden did.
I still think Malik Davis played better.
He played better. He's got more. I mean, it feels like he's got a lot of burst through the line. Like, I just have more faith in Malik Davis getting me those yards, it's a 3rd and 3. I just have more faith in Malik Davis getting those yards.
He was the 4th running back the final day of practice, Jaden Blue was. I mean, Phil Maffa was out, so he could have been 5th, but he was the 4th running back in practice behind Abanikanda, Javonte Williams, and then Malik Davis.
Maffa had a really nice 15-yard rushing touchdown. Here's Shoddy on the running back room competition now after Javonte.
Yeah, I think he feels the competition. I think he feels the fact that this is a deep room. I mean, I can't step up to a podium and answer a question about the running back room without mentioning Izzy. I mean, and then Phil Maffa has a touchdown, and Malik is what he is, and Jaden, so these guys got to go. I mean, and it's it's been fun for us to watch him, in pass protection. But when you don't practice, it's hard to go in there and perform the way he did. So that's progression for him and something that he should take a lot of pride in.
When you don't practice, it's hard to go in there and perform the way he did. He's talking about Jaden Blue right there. He's also referenced Malik Davis with that blitz pickup. He trucked a defender early on, did have a fumble while returning a kick, but the Cowboys ended up recovering. Star up,
I'm not a fan.
Star down right here. You wouldn't know, Broadus. You were in the ICU. We'll get to that coming up. Well, he probably still was watching as our fan video coordinator showed. We'll get to that later on. Other star ups.
Jayshon Barham was incredible.
He's the fan favorite.
All the discussion about him and the way he performed at practices. Linebacker is similar to running back in the sense that when they get on the field, you still need to see like 80% of it in game action, and he got the chance in game action and he looked really, really good. Like, it was an immediate impact where you felt, all right, there's somebody on the field who's better than other people that are out here.
Nick Eatman was like, this happened years ago where you're in the press box and you're like, it's like the sound of a bat. Diaz, you heard the sound off his bat with the home run, and Nick said that's the way it sounds when Barham hits somebody, and you're like, oh, that's something a little bit different with 55.
Yeah, and he's what was it? It was 3 years ago whenever Overshone made his debut, and I remember they were playing the Jaguars, I think it was, and Tank Bigsby runs in the hole, and DeMarvion Overshone completely stood him up. And that's a 250-pound bowling ball running back, and it was one of those things where everybody's just kind of like, whoa. And I remember somebody from player personnel was standing over in the dining area and walked over and was walking by me. I was like, that's a big effing man that he just stood up in the hole. And then it was the next week, I think he tore his ACL against Seattle in the preseason, and you lost him for the year. But Barham, it's that same sort of feel where you see instantly he's dipping blockers, he's playing with a lot of physicality, he's in the right position, he plays really, really aggressively. That was a different football player on the field than anybody else on Arizona that was trying to stop him.
He smiles when he plays, and he just frowns when he doesn't.
He smiles when there's no camera on him, apparently, is what we've learned. As soon as he sees a camera, then he's got to go back into... there's a little bit of performativeness there, I think. Because he's laughing or chuckling.
When is he going to have to do an interview? When is he going to have to talk?
He's done one, I think. He did one, I
want to go back to his draft day call, Pepe. I want to go back to that. I'll be fascinated to hear it. Were you on that?
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember him being super upbeat. I think he was very
I got to go back and listen to it.
The league rule starts week 1 with you have to talk once a week.
It starts during training camp. It's just a matter of if the pro football writers
complain.
Basically, if they report you for it or not.
We wanted to see if things would translate from Oxnard. It did early on.
Back and looking and standing and throwing left. The receiver fell down. It's intercepted. 25, 20, 15, Rebel. He was looking for former Cowboy Simi Fehoko, who fell down, and Savon Rebel said, I know what to do with this. And there's the first takeaway of the night, and a 22-yard return for Rebel.
And Broadus gave Barham an assist on that play because his feet got tangled up with the Cardinals wideout. Revel flag on the first play, gets a pick on the first drive, and I think there was a little pressure from Malachi Lawrence as he got put back out there to play with Caleb Downs on the sidelines.
You know what? It's the best part of that play was not even the actual interception. That's nice. Receiver fell down, whatever. I got excited watching him move. I was like, oh, Revel's got the ability to change direction now. The knee's not bugging him that much that he didn't look fluid moving with the ball. And that's the most athletic he's looked. Because I think there's a little bit of a thought. People forget he was supposed to be a 4-4 guy coming out of, East Carolina. And when you see him move with the ball in his hands, it's like, oh, that looks like a fluid athlete who's not, worried about the stability of his knee anymore. So actually, the return was something that really stood out to me.
Let's knock out the rest of your star ups, star downs. We got almost 700 Tolos waking up with us on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube to recap the Cowboys beatdown of Arizona. The rest of your star ups, star downs on the Frankel and Frankel fan text after this.
After we get you over to Cal.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
At the 5, Minshew back to throw, looking, Wheat pushing the pocket, and Wheat almost had him, and Wheat goes through the defender, through the tackle, and along with LT Overton, it's a sack, and Overton might have got there first. Overton and Wheat.
Brad Sham with the call. Cowboys 34, Arizona 13. What does it actually mean? We'll discuss that more in depth at 7:20 as we got RJ Choppy back with us from vacation here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt as we continue with Star Up, Star Down. This is your Cowboys report card from the game and the performances. On the Franklin Franco fan text, we need your reviews. 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The Christian Parker defense was really kind of a main takeaway from game one. A little more subdued with the reaction after game two because the offense in the first half was the story of this game, especially with Joe Milton leading the way. What about defensively and other star up, star downs?
Well, I mean, look, people have been talking the last 24 hours, the excitement over this. I went down the hall to get coffee, and they're like, it's a good team. Super Bowl. We go to the Super Bowl.
I can't wait for 7:20.
What's 7:20?
I just teased it.
Oh, okay.
What it means, what actually matters. But yeah, there's hype.
There's hype, man. There's hype. And like after these first 2 preseason games, if you put any stock in their preseason games, which I put 0, you should be excited about that.
You got to start for the tight end,
Zach Kuntz. I'm not sure if that's Rusty's kid or not. He was a Major League Baseball player.
Are you sure you're pronouncing that right?
Pretty sure. Okay. Not going to try the other one.
Good.
I'll tell you that. But look, the tight end room is not. We're not writing home about the tight end room.
Tight end room's fine.
It's fine. It's not like oh my god, electric.
Why is it good after Jake Ferguson?
Brevin Spanford's not a bad player. Like, Brevin Spanford continues to grow. If you want to talk about, like, guys we've seen do, like, when we talk about development last segment, he has been a guy who has, like, consistently shown improvement and gotten better. And so if Schoonmaker's then your third, or
Brevin Spanford has 18 career catches.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like, but if you want to talk about development and who he's been as a player, especially as a blocker and red zone guy, he's been good.
Of the tight end room, we just keep talking about how good he is, but he hasn't ever.
So you feel like if Ferguson misses like 4 games, they'll be okay? 5 games?
Yeah, I think he can replicate Ferguson's production.
Oh, okay.
And so you've got Schoonmaker, and then you've got Trigg behind him as a third or fourth, who's a nice athletic option, who's obviously dealing with his toe injury right now. But no, I think as like 4, like that's an above average tight end room.
Okay. I thought I liked what I saw from him. He's probably not going to matter in the long run, but
3 for 36, had a 25-yarder.
Yep, and that one ball that he dropped. I mean, you could. You said he could have had it. I thought it also could have been a hospital ball thrown by Joe. Into some coverage to get him lit up. But that was a good, nice little game from him. Put some good stuff on tape.
If you want to talk about star up, it's the first time I think I've ever noticed Jay Toia outside of when, Zach Walchuk's asking him to do the haka and then having to be told that's not my people that do the haka, Zach Walchuk. But no, I thought
Zach would have gone up to that crowd there for the offensive lineman and been like,
come on, guys, come on, Navajo Nation, let's do the haka.
Give me the tomahawk chop.
Walch. No, but it's the good performance.
You know Ron Gant? Any guys?
Ron Gant.
I love those TBS, man.
Ron Gant was a good player.
He was a really good player. Interesting batting stance.
No, but
you know Steve Avery?
Jay Toia, I think they actually do. I think Chiafalo's like related to him or something.
What?
There's some weird connection. There's some weird connection he has to a Braves pitcher. No, not Ron Gant.
Not Ron Gant.
No, definitely not Ron Gant.
Sure it's not Mark Lemke?
No, I can't remember who it was. There's some weird
Rocker,
connection.
probably.
No, it's not John Rocker.
Could be Rocker.
I mean, they share the same views, right?
You didn't have to add this.
No, I did.
You didn't have to Bobby the second part. Just let the first part. Let it get its reaction.
So Jay Toia, he was good the other night. That's the first time I've noticed him being disruptive in a practice or a game for that matter. And then star up for me. I mean, I'm
a bat down and then a quarterback hit where, man, he showed some explosion and some physicality. And I think on that same drive, Sam Williams had a sack with Rashawn Gary live with Tommy Yaris as Gary was going crazy. And I'm like, dang, I never heard about this guy to the team leader aspect that I'm hearing and seeing him about here versus Green Bay.
Yeah, in fact, like on his way out, there were people going, malcontent, he's just difficult, he's this or that. Speaking of Sam Williams, got to give him a star up. He had 4 quarterback pressures in this game in 16 pass rush snaps, so he ended up performing well in this one. Overall, I think just in general, the trench game was something that was a star up for me because I thought Malachi Lawrence played well. I thought Sam Williams played well. Jay Toyia played well. Those were all things that made it easier for guys like Jay Sean Barham to be able to flash when they're doing their jobs in front of him.
And Camden Brown was the absolute superstar from game 1. He did have a 70-yard gain, but right there in competition, and I know a lot of Tolos don't want to hear it, and we're doing this whole 5 and 6 wide receiver room battle, but Jonathan Mingo, Brian Schottenheimer told us last week he was having a hell of a camp.
At the 45, and Milton is back. All kinds of time. He airs this out deep. He got a man left. Mingo at the 15-10. Mingo dances in. Bingo, bango, mingo. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Beautiful throw from Joe Milton. Picture perfect. 2 for 62. The 53-yarder. Touchdown, Mingo.
It's a beautiful throw. It was a really nice route from Mingo. Yeah. The little kind of like stutter stop and then take off again. He was a second-round pick for a reason in terms of like his ability. He does have raw ability here. It's just been an issue of like, does he put it together ever? And he hadn't been the first few years. He's looked good during this training camp. The question the Cowboys really have to measure is, has he shown enough in this training camp to change our mind that all of a sudden he's going to start doing this when it matters? And that's the biggest thing they got to figure out.
Shoddy talking about him after.
Yeah, he's playing with so much confidence, Calvin, and each week in and out, beating man-to-man, the double move was awesome. But the confidence is real. And he knows he belongs, and he knows that he can, make plays. But he's back returning kicks. He's making tackles on special teams. Like, he's a football player. And I don't think I could have said that about him when we got him, 2 years ago or whatever it was. But make no mistakes, he is a damn good football player.
So he's stressing him here over the last week.
I know that we're really happy with that room. You can never have too many of those guys that can play. And if you could find a way to make him part of that rotation.
You could just cut Turpin. And then keep both of them.
I mean, sure.
Who's your return guy then?
I don't know, somebody who actually knows what a fair catch is and somebody who will not like spin into a tackler.
Or whatever that spinning run out of bounds thing was.
The Caitlin Clark of kick returns.
Shoot it back in bounds.
Turpin's the Caitlin Clark of kick returns, where he's just going to be overrated as hell.
You must have missed her again yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday was nice. She went 8 for 12 after going like 2 for 20 in the previous 3 games combined.
Tolos, you'd never. That'll be your last L that you don't ever admit to.
You said I was getting a dub on that
early.
But we're not going to undo 3 years for 2 weeks.
Her season.
She has individual games where she pops a little more. Congratulations, she can look nice on a Friday night when she puts on the black dress and stuff. But most of the rest of the week, it's whatever.
What are Tolos saying for star up, star down?
469 Barm is the next Ray Lewis. 214 Malik Davis is clearly RB2. 817 star up to Joe, Malik, and Mingo. Star down to the defensive secondary, and the 516 star up to Pete. Keep him on the roster for pregame speeches.
What a perfect lead-in. Set this up again, Bobby, as we did mess up in training camp not getting this interview.
Shiash Pete, he is the first player from the Navajo Nation to make it to the NFL. We had played clips from him from his OTA interviews, really just mature and wise old 50-year-old soul at 22 years old or whatever he is, but a giant offensive tackle from Kentucky who is competing for a spot here on the roster and got a chance to do the post-game speech when there were like 1,000 people from the Navajo Nation that bought up a section for the Cardinals game and traveled to see him the other night.
And this is the #1 clip of the weekend that I got sent to me. Everywhere. I got tagged in. It was nonstop. People want him on the roster now, no matter the ability. just because of this.
This game, this star, this team will make us brothers.
Hey, man, hey, be quick. One, things to clean up for sure always is, right? Okay? But the play style's right. It's right. I'm proud of you guys for that. But I saw something I've never seen before. 25 years in the NFL. An entire section cheering for one man. And that man's gonna break us down.
Well, that was an incredible win. I am very fortunate to be amongst you and to play in the same field where the same star hold it on our chest. And I'm proud of us. I'm proud of how far we've come. Man, this game, fate brought us here as strangers, but this game, this star, this team will make us brothers.
One, two, three, Cowboys!
And everyone ate that up. Loved it.
You know who is eating it up right now? Just yesterday, Kirk Herbstreit, who quote tweeted it and said, "The teams that get this are dangerous." Awesome message from the big fella and a reminder for all teams at every level about what camp is about and what makes this game so special. Good luck, big man. Rashawn Gary's tweeting the little fist bump emoji to it. Wow. Guys love it. He is a wise old man.
Does he have any chance?
Probably not for the active roster. He's so raw. I mean, he just started playing football, I think, at the end of high school. And
that's crazy.
Big dude, but somebody who, Dane Brugler wrote about it, said he was the 54th offensive tackle in his rankings this past year. And he said that he had talked to a scout and said, nicest, most polite kid that I had there. The Kentucky coaches tried to make him more of a P word with like rhymes with Rick. So he said, tried to make it more of that, and they wanted a little bit more of an edge from him because he's such a polite soul. But he had a couple of reps where he looked really physical. Now he missed the block on the Phil Maffa touchdown where he had to loop back the other way. But guy who obviously at the size that he is, which is just a mountain of a man, it's probably worth something that I would imagine they're going to say, all right, let's try to find a way to get him on the practice squad and develop him.
Star up, star down. We get back to the Cowboys at 7:20 after we recap the rest of your weekend. Klay Thompson has his new team. Enes Kanter ejected last night from the WNBA, and is Deshaun Watson done in Cleveland? The rest of the sports weekend with Choppy back and a Luke Combs ticket giveaway in the 720 Expressway. Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Go finish strong, Klay Thompson. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again on DFW Sports Station. Your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, back inside the Star at 720 in the commercial-free expressway, as almost 800 we're on the Fan Camp, Twitch, and YouTube. We'll get back to Star Up, Star Down, and Brad Champ saying this is starting to feel a little bit different. Is that actually possible after 2 preseason games? And if so, how? And tell us why. But Klay Thompson apparently took about a $10 million pay cut to work the buyout with the Dallas Mavericks, and the worst-kept secret in the NBA was that Klay was going to end up on the Miami Heat, and he has. So congratulations to Klay getting out of here, because Nico Harrison did him dirty.
No congratulations to the Mavericks, though, because I thought their whole thing was they're absolutely not going to buy him out. We're going to trade him if we move him, and you're going to have to pay up something to make it happen. So Star Down for not getting anything in return when allegedly you were going to dig in on that because you knew people wanted him. So don't love that. But yeah, he got sold a certain setup here in Dallas that he barely got to play with. And those games where he played with Luka, I remember Blake had the numbers at the time where the games he played where Luka was on the floor and was able to collapse the defense and kick out and give him some of those looks, Klay was playing like at a ridiculously high efficiency level with Luka on the court.
I got a Luka hater on Twitter. It's like, how did Nico screw him? And I was like, really? You want to come out and play these little games? He was sold a bill of goods about coming here to play on a contender with Luka Doncic getting him open threes, and then Nico shocked the world and ended his own career. That's how. Smart aleck.
Boy, Luka's new look, by the way.
What?
Luka's new look had Kristen all fanning herself.
That hair.
Yeah, he looks like a Disney prince. He really does right now. Have you seen the new hair chop?
I'm not.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, it's flowing.
Look at him right here. He's got literally like the long locks.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's in his Flynn Rider era.
I'm jealous.
I'll take a little sip.
And still skinny.
Wow. And still skinny. Yeah, because he's been in...
He's rowing in Slovenia with the rest of the Lakers. Although Tim McMahon did report other teams, to Bobby's point last week, other teams are monitoring.
They're watching.
Monitoring this owner situation to see how messy it can get, to try to get him up out of there in the middle of his prime.
I'm on record. While you were out last week, I'm on record. He's back here in 2028.
Luka, did y'all do the Dodgers owner thing at all?
Well, we talked about a possible investigation.
Dodgers governor, you mean?
That's right. That's right. It's because that's complicated. Shohei might lose out on his money.
Klay Thompson, 36, was due to make $17.5 million in his final year here. He signs a 2-year, $13 million deal with the Miami Heat, and Klay was fighting that fight over the weekend.
He was. So because he's going to go to Miami, a lot of people were bringing up he's going to play the Ray Allen role. Right? He's going to play the Ray Allen role in Miami.
Or the Klay Thompson role.
Or the Klay Thompson.
How about that?
Go. How about Klay's going to play the Klay role?
How about that?
So they were comparing him, and it all started, and it all starts to go downhill. When they say,
Klay got up in those Reddits like Bassick.
Yes, he did.
I wish you were here for the awful announcing topic.
I saw the screenshot y'all sent with the YouTube.
Yeah.
But for other people were going at Klay, saying it was not against the top defenders on each team. Steph and KD drew those,
and it turned into Klay versus Ray's career.
Right, and
Klay's like, let me remind y'all, I led a postseason in scoring,
and here it is. He goes, you do realize I was the second leading scorer on 2 title teams without KD. You want me to go to a bad team and put up empty stats? That's easy, buddy. All right, that was number 1. And then the next one was, holy bleep, I led the 2016 playoffs in points scored, you casuals.
I agree with you, though, Choppy, in that he's a difficult one to summarize. I can't get I agree with Bobby when we were talking about Westbrook the other week. Klay's a difficult one for me.
Yeah, because he is an all-time great shooter.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer
for sure. He played on an elite team where sometimes he had to be the guy to step up, and other times Steph was doing Steph things.
Yeah.
And KD was doing KD things.
Clay
right?
was never going to be your one. Like, I could rely on Ray Allen, I think, to be my one over Clay. If I had to sit there.
Ray Allen won 60 games, right, as a one.
In Milwaukee?
Maybe it was Seattle.
Okay.
One of the two. But they had a 60-win season.
Are we all taking, for barroom fun discussion, Ray over Clay?
Career, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
No, as a player. Tomorrow, there's an all-time draft.
I'm taking Ray.
No, Clay was a ridiculously good defender, and Clay was what Drazen Petrovic would have been if Drazen would have gotten a chance to actually see his career through. To me, he's that kind of a player. And Ray was a great elite shooter. I don't want to make it sound like Ray was trash. I'd take either one of them.
Yeah,
but
I think the Griffey of basketball shots.
I think Clay was just what Clay could do defensively before he got hurt.
Forgotten.
I think I'd have him.
But, we live in an NBA world where the titles go to one person.
Yeah.
That's just the way right or wrong. The way it is.
I compare Clay in my mind to Reggie. Now, Reggie, if you look at the numbers, right, throughout time, you're like, ugh, I got to put Reggie on my 82-0 team. The numbers are not that impressive, but I feel like in my mind, I can rely on Reggie more as a number one option than Clay, even though both did very little off the dribble. Neither are going to dribble create for you.
Right. They needed a point guard.
Who are you taking?
Man, I think Reggie. I go back. I think Reggie's so overrated. I'd probably take Clay.
Okay. Same for you? Clay over Reggie?
Clay over Reggie is easier for me than Clay over Ray.
But don't you feel like the Pacers, if Clay was in that position, I don't think those Pacers teams are as good as Reggie being the one. Is that a fair statement to make?
Yeah. Oh, God.
I mean, those were Eastern Conference championship contenders.
Yeah, so Mark Jackson and Jalen Rose at the end. Rick Smits.
Well, I'm talking about even the earlier teams. Now, they didn't go that far, but I don't know if they're going as far with Clay in that role.
Clay had as many? I think Clay had as many 20-point seasons as Reggie did.
Yeah,
and Clay was, to me,
and played on
a better defender,
and he was on a superior team.
Yeah, and so I mean,
Reggie's second best player was maybe Mark Jackson. Reggie didn't have superstar help ever.
No, he didn't. The Davises. Let's see,
role guys.
Clay is
one of the persons. Chuck
one
or
of
West.
the persons. Clay's not that hard to figure out. He's the second best shooter of all time. Nickname is Game 6 Clay. He clears Ray Allen easily.
Okay.
Reggie was a go-to number one guy, also first and second team defense his entire career.
Ooh, Reggie was first or second team defense.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. It's interesting.
And Ray was Jesus Shuttlesworth, so you had to pick him.
That's right. Badass movie. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up.
Taking the second and third options. Are you taking Clay and Dre or Parker and Ginobili?
Clay and Dre. Parker and Ginobili win 0 titles if they're not paired with Duncan and Pop. I don't care. You drop them in any other situation, they win 0
and
titles.
Clay and Dre don't win any titles without Steph.
Right, without Steph. But I'm saying if you drop them in any other situation. If you drop them
You've always been higher on those Spurs others.
I think they're thought of as a better two. I think the perception would be that people would take Parker and Ginobili.
I don't think they're anywhere close to as good as Draymond and Klay Thompson.
At all.
Put the 4 in order.
Clay, Dre, Parker, Ginobili.
Clay, Dre, Parker, Ginobili.
Oh, no. Dre's last.
Nope.
Absolutely the end. I'd probably do Clay.
That's because you just don't like defensive players. Draymond could defend anybody. Cool. In his prime, Draymond could take away anybody. Draymond, you take Ginobili or Parker. Draymond's guarding both of them and taking them out of the game completely.
Do you hate on Rodman?
No. I mean, he had a shtick that I liked.
Yeah, you liked it.
I liked the shtick.
So put them in order, the 4.
Clay, Parker, Ginobili, Draymond.
Clay, Parker, Ginobili, Draymond. Okay, so Klay Thompson, congratulations. I'm happy for him. Get up out of here. Nico screwed you. I guess you can have the whole bigger discussion of should the Mavs have just done right by him versus run it as a business and make him wait and hold out for something back from the Heat?
It's not like they've done right by other players. They've just
that was the old regime, Bobby. That was the old regime. All right, the Messiah is here.
Might as well collect something on it, but yeah, I mean,
make it feel better if he was here for like 10 years and you did that for him. But
you already did him wrong in getting rid of somebody, so yeah, I guess doing it twice would have made it difficult.
Enes Kanter, a.k.a. Kanter Freedom, was ejected from a WNBA game last night after Natasha Cloud from the Sky. I don't know. I'm trying to get the city names with the teams.
Clouds generally belong in the Sky.
Too difficult for me. Kanter and this player, Natasha Cloud, getting into it back and forth. And Enes Kanter, who went to the game sitting courtside, remember, he's the one who declared. He's trying to make his statement. He declared for the WNBA draft, saying, okay, you're not going to have rules on men and women.
He's from Panama.
I'm going to play. So he was sitting in a T-shirt that read, woman, noun, adult, human, female. Third quarter. I'm trying to figure out who instigated this. It's reading as she went up to him, started shouting at him. He started standing up with his arms outstretched, took a few steps towards the court, and security got him out of the arena.
Professional lip reader Nicola Hickling has stated that Kanter responded to Cloud's yelling, saying, happy to step in here. Come on here. Step in. I'm comfortable. That's what the lip reader said.
And it's Kanter. Be like, bring it to a woman. It's just insane.
The camera panned to Cloud, who said, Mama's not going to come for you.
Okay, well, that's dumb of her if she's going to, like, what? Hold me back. Yeah. He's going to win. He's going to win in a fight, in a basketball game, whatever else.
If she went up and started on him, I'm like, okay, settle him down. Tell him to sit back in his seat. If he started it, and this is his little shtick now, is going and being, a little lightning rod for the WNBA topics. And I'm like, don't you have anything better to do in your life than show up and be part of the story? But he got his dream and his wish. But maybe she went up and she started things and instigated it with him.
This is what happens when you retire at 30. You have nothing to do with your time. You got to go to WNBA games.
I would pick him first in next year's draft.
I would take him first.
If they're going to let him in, I'm picking him first.
I would take him first.
He's going to put up grinder numbers.
All right. We had an injury scare yesterday. Someone in their fantasy draft took Ashton Genty, and people thought he may have been gone for the years. He went down and was unable to put pressure on his leg at Raiders practice. Ends up being a sprained ankle for Genty.
This is why Peyton refuses to let us have our draft any earlier than like 3 days before the season. Because he wants to make sure we know who's available. I did this one year. Can't remember.
Sprained your ankle?
No, I think it was my second pick was Jordy Nelson, and then he snapped his leg in the second preseason game. It was gone for the year. And I was like, yeah, this is why you don't draft too early.
You took Jordy Nelson in the second round?
Jordy Nelson was like a monster back then. He was putting up ridiculous numbers.
I didn't know. I never remember him being second round worthy, but maybe he was. But there's your injury update for your draft tonight, this week, or if you selected him, it's a sprained ankle as they're breathing a sigh of relief in Vegas for Ashton. We are going to need more time for the Deshaun Watson story, whether he's done in Cleveland. We have two negative NFL stories. One's devastating. The other is irritating for CeeDee Lamb, as his house apparently got broken into with about $400,000 in bags taken while he was in Oxnard.
Yeah, this is the continuing streak of NFL players who, when people know they're out of town, they take advantage of going in there, robbing the home, whatever else. Because Joe Burrow had this happen. I think was Mahomes another one who I think had an issue with this.
The bling ring, man.
Burrow's was when he was here in Dallas a couple years ago. They were traveling for the Cowboys game, and somebody broke into his home while he was there. Same thing happens with CD, and this was, we talked about early on, man, CD having some drops out here at camp. This would have been right around there, so maybe he's a little distracted by stuff, because when we talked to him, that would have been 4 days after his house was broken into, and he had, $300,000 of stuff taken out of there. So my thing is just, even if I had the most money in the world, I don't know if I would ever go, I want to spend $300,000 on 4 bags.
Yeah, right.
I just can't see myself doing that.
It seems like a lot.
You got to walk around with the travel shots on the airplane.
This is so stupid. that they allow these addresses to be public. This is not 1970 where you got a phone book and you can unlist your number. Everything is at a click of a button. You can find out where anybody lives on your cell phone. Like, nobody should know where anybody lives if they don't want you to know where they live. How is this allowed?
I agree.
How is where I live public record? Like, explain how we should not even know that CeeDee Lamb lives in Fairview.
Yeah.
Unless he tells you. Like, why is this even public?
Or you tell people.
Or, yeah. Or I tell. Right? Yeah, there you go.
All right, so unfortunate situation for CD. All right, let's get back to the Cowboys. Star up, star down from the beatdown win over Arizona. Brad Sham says, this just feels different. Do you agree? And how can we say that after 2 preseason games? Back inside the Star, commercial-free in the Expressway with a Luke Combs ticket giveaway all week long after this.
experts.
Milton blitzed, steps up, runs left. Coxon throws on the run wide open. 45-50. Cam Brown, bye-bye. 20-15. Spins at the 5. Dives forward. Fumbles it out of bounds at the 1.
You think he was gone?
I thought he was gone. Sham clearly thought he was gone. He was not. He was stopped at the 1, but he tried to do the outreach. He tried to do the Kevin Dyson.
Cam Brown does it again. We think Joe Milton should be the 2, along with Malik Davis at running back behind Javonte. This is Star Up, Star Down on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again. Commercial-free in the Expressway with a Luke Combs ticket giveaway coming up and best and worst of the weekend.
That Kevin Dyson stop you mentioned, one of the greatest sports moments of my life, because I was sitting there in Knoxville, Tennessee, surrounded by bandwagon Titan fans who just got there a year ago. They just got there. Just started rooting for that team.
You got to show them the AI account.
Yeah, there's an AI account that they use AI to fix sports moments.
Devastating sports moments.
They fixed it to make it look like Kevin Dyson scored.
Oh my God! And just the joy it brought me. And I usually when my friends have a team, my team's out of it. My friends are there. I'll pull for their team, right? Not this. This was man against the world. The joy I took in others' misery that night, so great, so great.
Stopped by Mike Jones. Who? Mike Jones.
This game was 24-6 at half. Joe Milton 9-13, 179 and 2, 75% for the preseason. Sky Steele tweeted, "It's just preseason, but through 2 games last year, the defense gave up 62 points and 6 touchdowns. Through 2 games this year, 20 points and 2 touchdowns. Just 1 TD allowed over the last 7 quarters. Don't know if it's something, but I don't think it's nothing." And Brad Sham lit up the Dallas Cowboys postgame show saying something similar late Saturday night.
They haven't done it since 2007, and in my mind, the 2007 team was the best team they've had since the last Super Bowl team that didn't get where they wanted to go. The best. They were the number 1 seed. They were 13-3. They spit the bit against that same Giants team who went on the road, beat whoever it was the week before, beat Dallas, beat Green Bay, and then went and beat the unbeaten Patriots. I'm not saying they're going to do that. I'm saying I think something's happening. And they haven't looked like this in preseason in 19 years. So do with that what you will.
Which is nothing, because it's preseason.
It's preseason.
Oh, okay. Everyone is sounding like they're starting off in agreement.
Brad is he's very, very right this time on that.
Oh,
not right on a lot of things.
I was dying to hear that fill in the blank.
No. But he spotted the 07 team, by far the best team this franchise has had since they won a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, they
should have gone to the Super Bowl.
Should have gone to the Super Bowl. Like, he hates the word should have gone to the Super Bowl.
Better than anybody else in the NFC that you're by far.
Not even close. Not even close. And I mean, the 06 team, had they gotten by Seattle, they would have beat Chicago. New Orleans may have given them a tough time that year, but yeah, they because the Giants beat Tampa the week before, and then the Green Bay. They should have gone. There's hype here. Yeah, there's no doubt. Like I said, I walked down the hall, and 3 people down there. There's only 4 of them down there. I don't know how. They're more overstaffed than anybody. And Super Bowl. They're going to the Super Bowl this year.
One of them with a lengthy sports career down the hall too.
Well, Scott, absolutely.
Playing what?
Sports,
Ultimate Frisbee?
Sports analysis career, or at least broadcasting career.
Oh, I thought you meant athletic. All right, Bobby, why?
Brunoff with his whole avocado that he's slicing up down the hall.
Slicing up, he's not just twisting it open and eating it.
Why doesn't it matter that much, and why should we not view it as translating?
You can view, there's certain things about it that you can take. Like they play disciplined. They play more disciplined than they can. There's like small incremental things you can take, but if they go 14-3 this year and they play ridiculously well, and they go on to win the Super Bowl or something like that, the preseason was never an indicator of that. Like, you cannot take anything away from it. The core players who are going to be contributing to you winning and losing football games are not out there. So and the other teams don't have those guys out there. Right now, all you're seeing is, hey, maybe your depth is better than you thought, or maybe you're a little more stable 1 through 53 than you thought, but it's no indicator that when the games start, you're going to be winning.
Yeah, because the 9-4-0 break, the preseason is a test of your depth. Right, and the team looks solid with that.
And your fundamentals. It's a bigger test of your coaching a lot of times than it is anybody else, just to see how well are they taking to what you're teaching them.
Well, I would say if the backups are taking to what they're teaching them, I would assume the starters are taking to it,
that's
too.
that's my hope for this.
Yeah.
I agree with you guys. Like, if you boil it down and simplify it, it's like, how can I feel great about Dak, Lamb, and Pickens, and Quinnen Williams, and Savone Revel, and Caleb Downs when I'm seeing all the backups, when I'm seeing their backups play well right now? And my only hope is, all right, like whatever Schottenheimer coaching effect that's taken to these young guys will also take to the vets and the ones.
Right.
That's it.
That's it. That's your hope. That's your hope. Your hope is that these guys are taking to the coaching, that maybe it's...
How can I look at Camden Brown or like Mingo? I could be excited for Camden Brown from a depth standpoint. Maybe he makes a play in the regular season. How can I look at Mingo playing well right now, or Jay Toia being a physical presence, and say, oh, yeah, Kenny Clark's going to ball?
Who's had a good camp? Like, who would we say stands out? Revel's had a good camp. Like the practices. Who do we say like stands out? Revel's been good. Barham's been good. Those have usually, when you get to the games, that doesn't translate. Like, for a handful of them, not like a lot of them carried over, but it's usually not universal. So far, everybody who's had a good camp has translated into playing good games. Camden Brown, Jayshon Barham, Savone Revel, it's all translating. So then, that's one area that you might be able to project a little as, well, Dak has looked really strong at times. George Pickens has looked really strong at times. Tyler Guyton has had a really good training camp. Does that mean, like, if you want to start projecting out from who's had good camp practices and universally they're all taking it into good camp games, then that would be a good indicator potentially that the guys who just haven't gotten an opportunity to play yet, they're going to carry that over.
Brian Schottenheimer, after the game, excited by the depth and that backup talent.
Yeah, we'll start playing those numbers games here in a couple weeks, and but it's a talented room, and it's like I said, I'm proud of the Joneses and Jerry and Steven and Will McClay and the personnel group. I mean, we're a much better football team on paper, but the play style's right, and that's what these guys believe and know, and it's cool when your young guys are the guys that are battling do that. It puts a lot of fun pressure on the vets because they got to step up and do the same thing, which I know they will.
Like what's on TV. Cowboys look impressive so far. So now I'm in a fearful mindset of
a disappointment now from overhype. You go from like low expectations to high expectations.
Yeah,
and
I want to win a championship.
Yeah, because I guarantee you that 60% of this fan text is excited because of the preseason games and thinking that something from this or a lot of this will translate.
Higher than that.
Yeah. 877-881-1053.
What's the game on the schedule? So I remember a few years ago, they'd had that awful year. They went 6-10 under McCarthy. And then 2021, they roll out there and they start winning games, and it was New England. It was when they went on the road to New England and they win that game in overtime, and Diggs has the pick six and Dak hits Lamb for the touchdown. Like, that was when it was like, oh, they might be good. They actually might be really good. What's the game on the schedule?
Dak got hurt in that game, didn't he?
Yeah, there was the calf at the end of the game. Yeah. What's the game on the schedule that you look at and go like, if they win that, people are going to start freaking out?
Good question. It's hard for me to separate these two, but I just look at if they beat Baltimore and Houston back to back,
and they start 4-0,
and if they score 30 on Houston, the thing about Houston, you can beat Houston 16-13 because I think CJ sucks.
That's a noon game too. They just bury the Texans at noon.
Or 13-10. Oh, then you could get hype about. I mean, you can't even get that hype about the defense going up against that offense. But if you kind of handle impressively Baltimore and at Houston, I'm kind of cheating here, not picking one game.
You go to Brazil, you come back, you go to Houston, yeah.
And you start off 4-0 like that, they'll start contacting Laura Miller again around here. Are you going with just that Raven game at Baltimore? Sorry, it's here.
It's Brazil.
Oh, Brazil.
Yeah, I'm going with just the Raven game. If you beat the Ravens, because the Ravens have
start 3-0 though.
Yeah, you start 3-0, and the Ravens have such now. Maybe it's a little different because Harbs is gone, but the Ravens have such a standing in the league, right? They've got people just praise the organization,
and one of those teams that beat you up.
Yeah,
you bully around the scrubs of the NFC East, then a team like San Fran or the Ravens beat you up.
The Ravens are the quintessential team that they're a come to Jesus team.
Baltimore's beat the crap out of Dallas the last 2 times they've played them. Yeah. And Jesse Minter, their head coach there now. Jesse Minter with the Chargers last year had Schottenheimer and the Cowboys offense looking completely confused. And they don't even do a lot. It's not a whole lot of disguising and different things like that with the Chargers defense, but they completely neutralized everything that the Cowboys wanted to do. So yeah, if you slow down Lamar and the Ravens and what they want to do offensively, and then you're able to score the following week against Houston and beat them, I think that just says a lot about both sides of the ball and what you want to do, that people would get out of that and go, all right, they might be legitimate.
Look, I want to believe it. I want to be talked into it. I am open to being talked into this 2-0 start translating. Tell me how on the fan text. Explain to me how. And I think, I think you already kind of encapsulated already in terms of depth and in terms of the way that they're playing. I think it was Eatman who was like, look at the lack of penalties. That's a good start. So hopefully your depth guys, discipline, the way you're playing, lack of penalties, hopefully that type of stuff can carry over.
Lack of penalties, which was not there the first game. The first game they had way too many of them.
Yeah.
But played a little bit more discipline. Look, improvement is also a lot of what they want to see. Just keep stacking good days and keep stacking good performances and show that you can improve, and I think that that's a big part of it too.
All right, Choppy says he's tired of winning. He's done so much winning.
So much winning.
I've done so much winning. I'm sick of winning right now.
We'll get to that after we hook you up all week long in the commercial-free expressway with this.
Let's get some candles burning and some records turning.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Luke Combs at AT&T Stadium in Arlington on Saturday, April 3rd, 2027, courtesy of AEG. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
You want an example of buy-in? On a Monday after the second preseason game on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, we're 8 people away from 1,000 watching on the YouTube.
Oh my God. Crazy.
Preseason.
Beat Baltimore. That would be 2,000.
That would be 2,000. All right, let us know what you got into, who you got into with best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers as they're right there in the mix. This is not just get me to football season. The Rangers are tied for first place in the American League West with the armpit. Choppy will have the Diamond Cavs at 8 after you start off best and worst since you were just on vacation.
I was. We went to Gaylord, Michigan, the Gaylord Golf Mecca, GaylordGolfMecca.com for your stay and play packages. A fantastic trip. We had some. They had upped their Mexican food. I had some of the best seafood paella.
This stopped me down last night for a good 10 minutes with Amanda.
Yeah.
This part of your email.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Now, because I recognize paella is more Spanish.
There you go.
But it was served at a Mexican restaurant.
Oh,
so,
well.
Yeah. So
I read this out loud. I said, RJ sitting here talking about the up into the Mexican game with this paella dish.
Do I say they upped their seafood game if I eat a steak at a seafood place and it tastes good?
Well, it had some shrimp, but it was mostly steak and chicken.
Okay. So they serving, I would question the Mexican restaurant who's serving paella, but I guess if you can pull it off.
I looked at it and I was like, you know what?
Okay.
I don't see this very often on a menu.
All right, probably my wedding.
Your wedding, and I'm a big fan of it. So I ordered it. It was great. This one pizza place we went to had Italian spring rolls It had the wonton, but basically it was a pepperoni pizza inside.
Okay.
It's fantastic. Great idea.
Hot Pocket.
Yeah.
Man, they're just cross-culturaling there in Gaylord.
You never
Let's
know.
put Italian inside this wonton.
Let's
and
go.
Let's get this paella in this Mexican restaurant.
Fusion, baby.
Queso
Fusion.
and paella. Fusion.
It's a fusion.
Yeah.
But the trip was great. The golf was fantastic. It's they got 17 championship courses. I met a Tolo up there on the range. We're on the range the last day, and Bill Bywater is a listener. He goes, "Are you RJ?"
Bill Bywater? That's a terrible name to have in golf.
Oh yeah, Bywater. There you go. He goes, "You RJ?" I'm like, "Yeah." He goes, "You're the reason I'm up here." It's our first time up there. Him and his wife, and it was awesome. It was a great time. The golf is tremendous. We did a e-bike ride up Lake Michigan, like a 25-mile ride. That's on an e-bike, so you're not really pedaling, right?
Man, we went 25 miles.
Yeah, my butt was sore. My butt was
battery
sore.
really lasted long.
How can you do the e-bike and then not get your kid one?
Well, I'm an adult.
Yeah.
I'm an adult, and I'm not an idiot.
I'm just saying, as soon as they flip that back on you.
I know. Well, him and I are. He's mad. Like I say, he's mad at me still. But you're not really pedaling. We did not have any relations on the course this time.
No? Side of the engagement?
They got rid of the gas golf carts, so they're not making noise. The gas cart, you can hear them coming.
E-carts.
I can hear you too.
now they're all electric.
Okay.
And you can't hear them. So it's like we got to be more careful about this. And so that was.
Did y'all go to look to be like, hey, you want to?
We went and looked.
Okay.
Looked.
Don't you have pull there though? Like, don't you think if you got caught, even you would just be like, hey, look, I'm RJ Choppy, and they'd be like, yeah, that's true. Let him do whatever he wants.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that. The worst is absolutely this coming home from vacation. And it wasn't the heat, and it wasn't the flight. And by the way, we had to wait an hour for bags. An hour.
DFW?
Hour.
A DFW?
Yeah.
What are y'all doing over there? What are y'all doing?
I went to the guy, and I was like, guys, what are we doing here? It's been 45 minutes. He goes, well, we had 14 flights land at once. We have like 2 crews. They've only unloaded 5 bags off your flight. They got 91 bags. And I'm like, okay. I mean, let's get some staffing up here.
How do they unload? Like, do they just go to all right, grab that bag, take that off the plane, grab this one, take that? How do they get only 5 of 91 bags off your plane?
Who knows? But the worst is that day when you get home and you've got to, am I going to do all the laundry tonight? Am I going to unpack tonight? That for me is the most stressful.
No, there's no stress to it. You don't do anything that night.
Okay. See, I like to just do it all.
Okay.
But, Sarah and I have this tug of war going on about, the
real answer is she should be doing it.
I've kind of made her do it all now because I just throw all the clothes in the washer. I don't separate lights and darks. She separates lights and darks.
Wow.
She gets upset with me when I don't because she says her white shirts turn like a little grayish color.
Yeah.
They do.
That's the basics of laundry.
Absolutely. And me, I'm comfortable with that.
You're fine with gray shirts.
I'm fine with gray shirts.
Yeah. The basics of laundry is what she's saying should be done.
She's correct.
Separate the color.
Yeah, she's
the pro at this.
I think you're purposely doing it so you're like, fine, you want it done right, do it yourself. Go ahead.
She's correct. She's absolutely correct in this. I just, want to get it done. So that to me is the worst part of vacation.
And then you're talking about what to eat when you get home and everything. Every time we land, you guys somehow have the energy to go to a restaurant on the way home. What are you worried about? You're not going home and cooking anything. You guys always go and stop somewhere.
We did.
So
stop
what's the worry?
Well, we did.
You
stop.
don't have any home cooked meal. I'm the only one who gets a nice home cooked meal when I arrive at home. You guys stop somehow and have energy to go to a restaurant.
We did stop. We didn't. We took out. We got takeout.
Yeah.
We got takeout.
You eat out every time you land.
Yeah. Because
but you don't want to go home and
cook.
Cook?
No, you don't want to go home and cook. So
but my suitcase will probably stay full and packed for like a good 3 days, 3 or 4 days. Yeah, man.
Kristen wants to unpack it instantly when we get home. I'm not. I'm just like, nope, this will sit here until I run out of clothes to wear. And then I'll start opening it and washing it.
And I try to throw my dirty ones in the bottom shoe portion to where I'm like, all right, those are dirty, so I can try to save the unworn ones still and not throw everything in the wash.
Okay, so do you guys don't wash the unworn ones?
No,
I do because I just.
When I smoke a cigar in Indy, I have to.
I'm throwing them all into the bag at the same time when we pack up in the morning.
Yeah.
To where they then mix too much and I don't know what was unworn.
I'm not. I'm keeping the unwashed.
Keeping them. I'll wash them just because the hotels are disgusting. All right.
And Sarah makes you do that. Otherwise you wouldn't care.
Will you walk barefoot in your hotel room?
Oh God! If you could film me doing this, you'd have an expressway.
Kristen usually does not.
It's
so disgusting.
She thinks
messes
it's so
with my
nasty.
head. So I do like leapfrog games. Like I get out of the shower,
You're
I
like
try to lay down
plates.
I try to lay down the towels to the bed, and then I try to like tiptoe one step on the carpet. It's like I have a little bit of wet feet still, and like jump on the bed.
Do you have a bad experience at a hotel or something?
No,
that, like,
it's just the thought of it.
Because you're not hyper. I don't feel
If
like
I
you're
saw-
hyper germaphobe and other things.
No, but I just think like when you step on the carpet out of the shower, how could your mind not screw with you? If I saw one like little curly hair at the end of the bed, I don't know if I'd be able to sleep.
If it's
I purposely tried not to look at the bottom of the bed.
If it's not carpeted, I'll walk barefoot.
Right, but they're all usually
but they're
carpeted.
all mostly carpeted. So I just lift my toes if I have to. If I don't have shoes, if I don't have house shoes or flip flops, I'll just lift my toes.
Do people bring house shoes to hotels?
I do. Well, I call them flip flops.
Oh, okay.
And you just keep them for that room?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah,
you won't walk outside.
No, I mean I walked outside. I walked outside with the flip flops.
All right, come on, let's hear about the winning.
All right, I'm doing so much winning. This car, it's a slaughter, guys. The umps, they're called Mercy Rule. Cops are coming to the house. There's a bloodbath. They don't even know what's going on.
This is the car RJ had to go to Oxnard, California to finish the execution of purchase for the wife's new SUV.
Yeah, and she wanted. And we went and looked at a bunch of cars, and she wanted this specific car, but this specific color and interior. And the only one we could find that was not on like a 6-month back order, and she had to get rid of her car because it was failing inspection.
She didn't have to get color. She didn't have to get rid of it when she did. She caused you to either rent one or give her truck. She could have kept driving the car until she got the new car, then sold the car.
Well,
she sold it prematurely.
She did sell it prematurely. But we thought that it would be here quicker.
Yeah.
So the car gets to our house.
This was supposed to be the Friday you left.
Yeah, it got to our house the next day. So my mom had to go and
be there for it, sign for it.
and take delivery of the vehicle. So she sends a picture of the car. It's in the garage. And I look at it. I said, there's no license plate on this thing. How are we going to drive it? So I make a phone call and I call up the Lexus place in Oxnard, and I said, there's no license plate on this. They said, yeah, we know. We didn't put one on because you guys didn't register it in California. Well, I said, no, I don't live in California. We live in Texas. They said, well, you bought it off the boat, basically. You would have had to pay California taxes, which is 9% versus Texas is 6%. So we didn't put any tags on it for you. I said, well, why didn't you just charge me the Texas taxes like everybody else would? Because and I talked to several people who work at dealerships here in Texas, and they said, if you buy a car out of state, we'll charge you your state taxes and put your tag on it. That's what they do. That's customary. And California's like, well, we don't do that. All right, now let's start going. So I call up Platinum CDRJ Gary Gray, and he's like, this is what you got to do. You got to do a couple of things here. And I call up my insurance agent to get this thing insured. And he says, you probably should talk to somebody at Lexus. I says, okay. He goes, I'm going to set you up with a guy who I know who works at Lexus. So David Kielson has been helping me out with this. He called up Lexus for me. And they said, well, you've got to get the title of the vehicle. All right, let's get the title of the vehicle here. Call up Denton County. Denton County is, where we live. They said we need an original copy of the title. Not a copy, an original. The original title. I said, they're never going to give me the original title. I said, I'd get you that in 60 months. Right? When the payment plan's up. But I can't get an original title right now. They're insane to throw me an original title. I would just turn around and just keep the car, never pay them a dime. They're insane. They're insane to give me the title of that thing. So I call up. We call back up over to Lexus at Oxnard, and they said,
and just to be clear, this was for a color. This is for a color. Okay,
and an interior.
This is why she separated the laundry. Colors are very important.
Notice who's making all the calls.
And the interior. Yeah, me and David are making all the calls.
He's making the call. Platinum's making the call.
Well, it's in my name now. Okay, so it's my car. I went out there and sign for it. It's in my name. And this whole time she is like, this is a disaster. I was so wrong on this. And I'm like, I know I'm winning.
Yeah.
It's the bloodbath.
It's almost kind of worth it.
It's so worth it.
With the holding it over the head.
It's so worth it. So,
of course, women never remember like a month from now that they were so wrong about it.
They're like the Twitter users Broadus talks about. They're never going to remember I was right.
Yeah.
Never going to remember.
Yeah, that'll get flushed real quick.
So we call back Oxnard. They're like, well, we already set the title. And Lexus doesn't have it. So I asked them, I said, how? I had to call back again. I said, how do we get this thing registered? And they said, you need to have the county send us a written confirmation, a written request, and we're going to send it to them. And I said, well, how long is this going to take? And they said anywhere from about 4 days to 7 weeks. 7 weeks. This is the most expensive house ornament. I should have just gotten a chandelier for the garage and stuck it in there. Thankfully, we're using the garage now.
For the car.
So we have nothing to drive. So Gary Gray over at Platinum CDRJ and Terrell said, here, we got an extra car here. You can drive this thing.
Oh, wow.
So we got a loaner from them. But, man, it's been a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. And I feel
victorious.
I owe so many.
Are you more victorious or beaten down? What's the percentage? What's the ratio?
I'm beaten down by this because I just want this thing. I want this thing to be driven because I actually want to drive the car too. We want to get this thing washed. Can't drive it anywhere. It's got no plates. And California, that state sucks. Okay, that place. Every other state in the country would have done what you should have done, which is just charge your state's taxes.
817 says this is what you get for giving Texas money to Californians.
Yeah, you're probably right on that one. But I owe so many dinners
to all the car people,
for people who are helping me out. I owe Gary, I owe David. I mean, I owe so many dinners around town.
You can give them the Barstool money. Pay for that. Pay with that. Best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Okay, so first off, I got to reply to the 469 here. Man, can y'all get to sports? No. If you listen to this 7:40 every Monday, 469 is best and worst of the weekend. Yeah. So, no.
Right back to 8 Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers.
Legitimately just spent an hour and a half talking about sports, and we'll talk sports for another 2 hours behind it. This is the segment we do this every single week. I hate the trend. This is becoming a trend that I really hate, and I ran into it over the weekend. Kristen and I went and got coffee yesterday. And as we're going through this drive-thru at this coffee place, I won't say where, but I think people, if they know this trend, they'll understand where it was. But I hate let's encourage our workers to be overly social. So we go to this coffee place, we go through the drive-thru, I order it. I'm waiting a little while for this drink to be made, and as I'm sitting there, normally you'll just sit there, you'll look at your phone and wait for your stuff for a minute, and it's fine. You listen to some music, you chat with somebody, whatever else. No, they don't want to leave you alone now. So this lady walks up to the window and she leans forward and she goes, "What are y'all doing today?" I go, "What are y'all running errands today? What are you doing?" Yeah, I don't know. Just running some errands, getting some drink. Y'all live around here?
Oh, man.
Yeah, live over here. I lived in Garland for a long time. I just moved out here. I like it a lot better.
Oh my gosh.
God, please stop. Don't make me do this. So we go through this drive-thru, and then instead of just being able to sit there and relax, they wanna chat you up. And this is definitely an instruction. Like, hey, this is how we do stuff here, because there's some people who like social conversation. I get that. But, man, I feel like this should just be open to you. If you initiate or if they give you a response after the first one, fine. But don't keep
How do you feel it should go in
your lure.
How do you feel it should go in the ride share?
So here's the thing. When you do whatever, they've got Uber X, and then what's the second one? Uber Select or something, whatever the one where you can set your Uber Comfort, I think is what it is.
Uber Women.
No, it's not that one. When you go to Comfort, I will always set the air conditioner. I can't set the conversation setting.
What do you mean you can't?
Because I want to say none.
Yeah.
But that feels just so rude.
Right. So like no preference.
Yeah, just like I just say no preference and hope they don't want to chat the whole time.
Because I feel like every rideshare driver, and
it's not
80% of them could be on talk radio.
Yeah.
They could host a show.
Yeah. The lady we got in New Orleans who made us stop so she could pick up $1 in the middle of the street, she'd be great on talk radio.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say
they can talk.
I don't want to say no, because I don't want just somebody to think blindly. They just don't want to even speak to me.
And unfortunately, a lot of times no goes for the radio, which I didn't.
Oh, yeah.
There should be a separate third radio setting, because I can't tell you how many. Every time I get in the car, I have to ask for the radio to be turned on, if their radio even works. Well, half the time it doesn't work.
I've never seen a vehicle where the radio doesn't work.
I know.
Until you get into an Uber.
I know.
My favorite was we were, again, in New Orleans that same night, I think, and Sean, is trying to casually say from the backseat, he's like, "Hey, chap, turn that music up."
Yeah.
And
I was like, I can't touch a radio.
I can't touch a man's radio.
It's like a grill.
It's like touching a man's wife. You can't do that.
It is.
But no, it was, by the way, the fan text has completely nailed exactly what coffee place I was at.
Really? It's not just love.
No, this is what they are known for. This is one of the things they're known for, is just, I remember I went somewhere and it was a taco place once years ago, and you go in there and you order, and again, they're the same way. It's like, oh, right on. You like that guacamole? Man, I love guac. And it's like, please don't do this.
Yeah.
I don't want to do this. And it's nothing against you. It's all about me and my anxiety of talking to a stranger where I don't know what we're going to talk about. And I want to live in my little bubble. So I would like that trend to end, please, of these restaurants that encourage their employees, basically force them to talk to you for a good minute while they wait for their food.
So what was best?
Best was I got cereal in the middle of the afternoon yesterday.
All right.
Oh,
hell yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
Boy, mid-afternoon is great.
Mid-afternoon, while they were like, hey, I'll watch that TV show. Just Mom's going to take a nap real quick.
Pepe and I guess we'll save ours for 8:20. I do throw in a quick worst of... I woke up this morning, I wanted to troll Bobby with Caitlin Clark having another great game. I go to his Instagram to try to troll him, and it says user not found. I was in one room of the house where I'm like, not always
Wi-Fi,
Wi-Fi, not the best reception.
So big that the house doesn't get Wi-Fi in certain corners.
I go to another room in the house. Now user not found.
Oh wow!
And I was like, what did this idiot do? I know I'm not blocked. Maybe this is a prank, some fun. I text the group. I said, Bobby blocked me. He goes, no, I deactivated my Instagram. Why?
Doom scrolling. It keeps me up too late, so I'm just trying to get... I deactivated it for a week. I'm basically just trying to have better habits going to bed and falling asleep. Which worked last night. I fell asleep at 10:15 or whatever last night.
Because in my mind, I'm like, we're about to start football season. We're going to Tarleton on Friday. Bobby will be all over videos and hyping and all that stuff, and he decides to shut down. I was like, he really is Rodman.
I still have the Sean and RJ Instagram on.
Last Dance, Rodman just taking off to Vegas. Everything's going well. We're crushing. You got other people in the building mad at all the advertisers wanting to sign up with us.
Oh, darn.
Bonuses left and right. Football's about to begin, and Rodman just has to say, you know what? I feel like taking off.
Yeah.
I feel like leaving.
Go to Vegas.
Come and get me in a week and a half.
It's a temporary deactivation.
Has to, I guess, is good.
You need my mental health right, don't you? You need my head right? Or like
you went on vacation like 2 weeks ago. That should have been your reset.
The whole time I thought I was dying. So I slept even less then.
Best and worst of... I thought it was some stunt. Your wife is changing her Facebook name. I'm like, this house.
Oh, yeah. I can tell you that story, but that's going to be off the air.
My gosh. So there you go. At least you're uniting in the afternoon over something. The Texas Rangers, they're not out of it. Oh, no. They're tied with the armpit. Choppy has Diamond Calves to unleash on your home of Rangers baseball next.
After we get you over to Base Power Company.
football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
1 ball, 2 strikes the count. Kikuchi kicks and fires, and this pitch is hit high and deep out into left field. Campero going back. This has a shot. It is gone. Ezekiel Duran, with his 14th home run of the season, has given Texas a 1-0 lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about being back in first place?
Sure, 7.5.
There you go. Just the vibes.
They're immaculate.
Just saying back in first place makes you feel good. 5-3. They beat the Angels. They take 2 of 3. They go 4-2 on this homestand. It was not. We had a 16-game stretch that we talked about a couple of weeks ago, where we thought they needed to go 10-6 in that stretch. Well, they were not 10-6 in that stretch. They were 8-8, so a little bit worse than what we were hoping for, but they're still found a way to pick up ground, and now they're in first place again, tied with the Astros, tied for also the last wild card, along with Houston and Cleveland. So they're still in a position to make the postseason, but that's after they took 2 of 3 from Angels over the weekend.
And DeGrom came back while you were out, thinking maybe he was gone for the year, and turned in that historic night for him with that sterling performance. But it's been Cal Quantrill.
Cal Quantrill, baby.
Who would have guessed?
Absolutely.
Chris Young would have guessed.
I love letting him, face the order the third time through. They talked about that yesterday. A lot of guys don't even get the opportunity. You got to kind of earn it. And he has. He's earned it. He's earned the opportunity. Because that top of the Angels order, it is Neto and Trout. that's, those are decent players. They're not, I know the Angels stink.
Neto, I think, is the 8th highest OPS in from a Rangers opponent in history.
Yeah.
He destroys them.
And Mike Trout is the number one. He beats the Rangers' butts all the time.
Did you think they were going to lose in the 9th?
I thought, man, they were going to. This is going to end. This would be one of the worst gut punch losses of the year, because just before that, in the 6th inning or so, they get some tack-on run. Buck Showalter, when he was here, used to talk about tack-on runs. Everybody else called them insurance runs, but Buck called them tack-on runs, and they're already up 3-0. They had a pair, and Raymond was like, if they get to 6 runs, it'd be the first time since or second time since July 27th they get to more than 5 runs, which, by the way, they're 10-14 in that stretch. Now 11-14.
Is that a coincidence?
Maybe not really. But the offense was fine. Nothing wrong with the offense. Quantrill was really, really good. He's been really, really good. And they got some decisions to make, if they make the playoffs. Because if they make the playoffs, they're not going to be one of the first 2 seeds, right? They're not going to get a bye.
No.
So they're going to play.
They're on a run. Come on.
Because even if they win the division, they're not going to get a bye. So they're going to have to play in that wild card round, which is a best of 3. So assuming health with Evaldi, and I know CY was like, all right, he's coming along. But assuming health, you're going to have DeGrom and Nate at the top. Then who's your 3? Rocker is very inconsistent.
Pitches tonight.
A game 3 is a winner-take-all. Do you want a guy with the most upside, which Rocker can give you, I think, the best start, the most dominant. But he can also give you the worst.
And we're assuming Nate is good?
Let's just say Nate's good.
And Gore's the 3.
Okay, you put Gore in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another one, too.
Yeah, they would make Gore the 3, and then the 4 would be
Quantrill. Right now.
I think I'd make it Quantrill regardless, because there is just a lot. Rocker to me would be bullpen guy.
Yeah.
And if you need to, they had a little. I'm trying to remember who they were doing this with Derek years ago, where it was in 2010 it was Derek and maybe Tommy Hunter, who they were trying to figure out, and they were staggering them as could be starter or could be bullpen depending on how they felt that day about the matchup.
I'm fine with that. I'm Bradford. I know he hasn't thrown a ton. I do feel like I have more faith in him.
It just doesn't feel like they won the series because of their offense.
Yeah, the offense was pitiful the first two games. In the first two games, they combined for 2 runs, but none in regulation.
They were getting no hit through 5 on Saturday, and then the Zeke home run was the first home run of the series between either team. And, of course, I guess now that you get rid of Mike Maddox, the right move was made in Los Angeles or Anaheim because, no Mike Maddox shuts the Rangers down.
This is wild. The Angels fired their entire pitching staff. They went all in on the nerds, on the analytics.
So what does that mean? What does that mean we're going all in on the analytics?
So...
Because I know Mike, probably thought it to be a little bit more old school.
Oh, man, something got deleted.
Yeah, he's not giving us modern analysis.
No. Somebody deleted that picture I saved. Dang it.
But the numbers are...
So they got a 1.64 ERA since. That was going into yesterday. A 1.64 ERA, best in the sport.
Dang.
Since they let go of Mike Maddox. And
while facing the
they basically they put in guys who had never... Bassick brought this up on the broadcast.
When? Like 2 months ago when he was on?
Yes, literally, the Angels series.
What a vacation package.
Yeah.
I thought Chicolin had one here. Bassick said, no, watch this.
It was the Angels series out there where it was the day after they fired Maddox. And
the announcing was right.
He's like, he's like, yeah, this is like they don't know what to do. They don't have anybody warming up. They've never been pitching coach before. Mike Maddox would have had somebody warming up, so it was like it was kind of a tug of war. But it's worked. It's for whatever reason it's worked over the last couple of weeks. They have lost.
Well, the reason is because Kansas City, Houston, and us.
Yeah, they played the Rangers and Kansas City, and
we're your get right games.
They've lost 8 of 12 in that same time frame, which is striking.
So what does that mean though? Like, screw it, we're going all analytics, like off the top of your head.
Well, I would say my assumption is like they would limit what pitches they would use. They were like, all right, you're only using some teams will tell a pitcher this pitch is no longer in your repertoire.
Wow.
It does not meet our standard spin rate or velocity or whatever for you to use it in a major league game. And they'll tell you down to the minor leagues. They'll say you can't use this in this organization, you can't use this pitch. Well, but sir, it worked in this organization. Like, I'm not saying this is the case, but if Skubal, when he went to the Dodgers very well could have told him this pitch is not to be used anymore. Our analytics do not jive with this pitch. We're not going to use that here anymore. Now, they might be different for a 2-time Cy Young Award winner than they are for, pick your rookie. For Rocker, for example. Not a rookie, but they might be different for him. But that could be what they're talking about when they say they've gone full send on the analytics. But, this was, again, they went 8-8 over this 16-game stretch. You would have liked to have gone 5-1 in this 6-game stretch against the Nats and the Angels. But there you are, and you're sitting there in first place with, 6 weeks to go in the season.
And I thought another crippling development was going to be Berger's wrist on Saturday with the left wrist contusion, no fracture. Then I saw him yesterday in the pregame with the awesome autism event that they had, and I was like, all right, Jake's good to go. He's wearing the glove, so he's not going to be missing. No. You can't lose him.
No, you can't. I mean, he's come up with some big hits. He's come up with some really big hits.
He's their biggest crunch time hitter this year, him and Higashioka.
So we mentioned the nerds a minute ago, but I was looking at the standings. This was on Saturday. I was on the flight home, and I'm looking at the standings, and I know the Rangers at the time were 1 game out of first, okay? They were leading the 3rd wild card, but they had a 40% chance to make the playoffs. Houston was a game up.
Sounds like Kalshi.
Right? There you go. Houston was a game up, and their playoff odds were at 60%. And I was like, surely that can't be right, just because they have the tiebreaker. Well, how things have changed. In the one day, Houston went from a 60% chance to a 46%, and the Rangers went from 40 to 44. So basically, they got an even percent chance of making the postseason. I could not believe. I need a math lesson on that one. Just don't understand how that's possible.
Well, they think Houston's better?
I don't know how the percentages view that, right? Like they're looking at records and games played?
Probably, yeah. I would guess it's some sort of calculation with
The Rangers
remaining
have-
schedule and Pythagorean expectations and all that.
Because Rangers have no offense.
None.
Evaldi's out, and I don't know when you looked at it, but
it was Saturday.
DeGrom. Okay, so
Yeah.
DeGrom had pitched.
He had pitched. You know, he had
But still,
thrown
it's DeGrom, Quantrill, Gore, and Rocker.
right. And Bradford and yeah.
That's not nothing scares you.
No, it's not the Dodgers rotation. You know, that's for sure. So, do you want changing how we view the Hall of Fame, Ketel Marte, or the Dodgers?
Bob.
Ketel Marte.
Man, this situation's kind of getting wild.
Yeah.
What a week.
It's been wild.
So, backstory is they were in Boston and he does not show up for the game. They find, Torey Lovullo is the coach, is the manager there, and Bandy is the bench coach. Did not respond to my text this time either.
Yeah, maybe if Banny was not filming bunk bed commercials, he could have kept an eye on Ketel Marte.
Wow. So Marte just goes AWOL. Nobody knows where he is.
If he wasn't sitting in the tat chair again for 7
There you
hours,
go.
he could have found one of their better players.
Lovullo is noticeably emotional in the postgame. I mean, he's in tears. Like, he is crying because he's like, this could be a mental health situation. What? They find out that he was getting an MRI and he's back in Arizona or whatever. They're in the pennant race. And a couple of days after going AWOL, there's a photo of him at the casino in Scottsdale.
I don't gamble.
While a home game is going on. Now, he's on the injured list or whatever. He's done his treatment, and the manager's like, hey, look, he can as long as he gets his treatment done, he's allowed to go home with his family, so this is not like anything wrong. But the optics of a Major League Baseball team that is a game out of the wild card is playing a home game, and you're 20 miles away at a casino, doesn't look great.
Right.
Hasn't he had some just, like, isn't he kind of like all over the place? His thought, like the thought on him is he can be a little, like, emotionally unstable at times. He can be, he's had a lot of issues in general, I think, over the past several years. He was the one who, you remember he had the breakdown issue when that fan, he alleged that fan had said something about his mother who had died.
Yes.
And he had, like, broke down and, like, couldn't keep going in the game.
So is it injury?
I mean, there's a knee, so he had an MRI, but they also, like, she didn't show up for the game. And they were kind of in tears. So they thought it was like a mental health situation, and it may have been at that moment because maybe he was broken down over his knee hurting, but he was in the casino.
Diamond Cavs on your home for Rangers baseball, back at it tonight against the White Sox, tied for first in the American League West. We go from mental health to physical health. Why was Brian Broaddus in the hospital during the Cowboys game? And is Brad Sham trying to referee Bobby Belt and Zach Wolchuk? Next on your home of America's team after this.
After we get...
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Milton on a quarterback draw, bangs it up the middle. Schottenheimer said no one can stop Joe Milton. And by golly, he was right.
Offside.
Touchdown.
Brad Sham with the call, 34-13 dominance. This thing was over at halftime, and Cowboy fans were feeling fantastic about Joe Milton being the number 2 quarterback heading into the season. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Cowboy Monday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy back from vacay. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Bell along with Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Star up, star down at 840 and below the belt. That is your version of a Dallas Cowboys report card. But we all, I think, are feeling pretty good about saying Milton and Malik should be the number 2s.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, if you wanted to say that Sam gives you a better opportunity to win one game, or sustain some sort of consistency because he's got maybe a higher floor.
Does it feel safer?
Safer. That's fine. I understand that.
My thinking that Sam Howell is going to be the 2 was, first off, I would assume short-term fill-in for a Dak injury, knock on wood, and that I think the Cowboys reviewing it like, all right, who's less likely to lose the game for us?
There you go.
That's it.
When they play the Titans, the only way you can lose that game is if you get 3 interceptions, a couple fumbles. You know what I mean? You got to play a bad game.
Right.
You got to play a bad game. And, that's my same thought with Rocker in a deciding game 3. What I want Kamar Rocker out there who could shut you down if his slotter's working, but he also could walk 6.
Right.
And that game is a winner-take-all game, and that thing is over by the 3rd inning.
Right.
And we've all seen it, right? And in sports, we go back as many years as you want. Like you can tell in baseball, that game 7, your starting pitcher blows up, you're done. You're screwed.
And Sam Howell does have 21 games of experience.
So I totally understand in a one-game scenario, give me the safety. You know, he may not win the game for you. He ain't going to lose it.
I also did not foresee this much improvement from Milton just from last year.
Yeah.
But he looks like he's made it. So props to him. Give him the job.
Different comfort level, different ability. Like all of the stuff that was concerning about him last year looks tighter. I don't want to say it's fixed because it's obviously just the preseason, but
who's their quarterback coach? We should get that name out there.
Steve Shimko.
Right now, Steve Shimko looks like you're doing a really good job.
So it's something where he looks like he's much more comfortable. He talked about last year. He was putting in the work. It wasn't translating. He was talking about like basically sitting there with different items and having his girlfriend test him on protections and different things like that. And so he was working. It had not translated yet.
Here's Joe on the difference.
Man, major difference. You get to do a lot more. When I say that, there's a lot more to our offense that we able to do, change as the quarterback position. So you're able to do all that. You're able to make sure that your points is right, making sure the way that you're reading the play is correct. So just being able to go through that process of a whole year being in this offense until now, it's great.
Star up, star down for the entire game at 8:40 in below the belt. But you had your cast of usuals on the Saturday game presentation here on the Dallas Cowboys Radio Network, minus Brian Broaddus. What happened?
Brian Broaddus was not here. He was not on the show Friday, which I was not clear why. And I asked the guys, I was like, hey, is there some reason? Yeah, maybe it was some bad tuna. Apparently Broaddus he was having some tummy issues, was not feeling great in the abdominal region. And so as it was told to me, Michelle said, it's time to get to the ER, sir. And so he went through, they were giving him a good dose of morphine, as they reported on G-Bag. And he ended up having to stay overnight. And they were like, yeah, you probably should miss the pregame show, pre and post. I think you should probably rest a little bit. So I would assume he's going to force his way back today. But Friday he missed, and then he missed the pre and postgame show for, I would guess, first time since he took it over, I would bet. I can't think of a time where he would have ever missed it and been willing to miss it. That's a man who works holidays, works through whatever. And apparently they were saying that, yeah, he had spent all week, his stomach had been hurting and just said nothing to anybody about it. Just toughing it out.
Did they say what it was?
No. They know they were running a bunch of different things trying to find it out, but no, I don't know that they ever found an answer for what it was.
Like an ulcer? Worse?
Could be. Who knows?
Are those I've heard? I don't even know what an ulcer is. I've heard people get them.
An ulcer is like a I
feel like it's like a cut in my mouth.
It's like
canker sore.
It's like it's like, I can't remember the exact. It's basically an opening or a tear or an irritation of some sort in your stomach. I can't remember. It's like basically like if you get a canker sore, it's like that in your stomach.
He also seems to be doing like his Broaddus tough guy thing on social media when people are asking him how he is. Are you okay? Like, yeah, good.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So he says goodbye.
Watching tape.
Good.
Watching tape.
Grinding film.
He's trying to now go back the other way on Sonny Styles now. I noticed after, there's been 2 Broaddus topics where all the heat has come on him. And last week you missed it as he was saying, I don't love this Von Miller pickup that much. Like, James Houston's better.
Oh, that's generous. That's a kind way to put the way Broaddus talked.
He really didn't like it.
Oh, Broaddus was like, he's bad. It's a bad deal. It's a bad contract.
But the Styles one during the draft, and I respect it. He's like, I have him 3 spots below my first round grades.
I don't give a damn where you think I have him.
And people freaked out. We played that audio, and now people are freaking out over Styles in Washington. My 5-minute YouTube tape study has been, it looks brilliant right now. And Broaddus is like, I don't understand what all the fuss is about. Like, Styles, he'll get better. He'll be fine. I think he's trying to make up for some of the draft criticism when Sonny was coming out. But he's just sitting there on social media answering all the concern from the Tolos of watch the tape. Good. Fine. So we'll see how many words he says about it today. Brad Sham, refereeing or starting a fight between you and Wolchuk?
Yeah, I mean, this is something where it's hard to tell if he was stirring us up, if he was wanting to pit us against each other, if he was causing dissension, like apparently I've been tipped off about has occurred on Westwood 1 over the weekend as well towards Fred Davis. But Brad Sham tweeting at us yesterday had said, I had tweeted in the afternoon, I said, Drew Shelton was not good yesterday. Drew Shelton is a big star down. He was bad.
Drew Shelton playing at left tackle.
And it was not good. Zach had tweeted early in that game, I think it was like 3 snaps in or something, had said something like, Drew Shelton looks much more comfortable at left tackle or something like that. Looks more comfortable out there today. Looks good. Brad Sham tweets at me, at Bobby Belt CX, Shelton was putrid, which is the exact phrase I used. At Zach Wolchuk, Shelton was much better. You boys go get in the corner and don't come out till you get your story straight. And so he's saying, I guess we got to be aligned. We got to have the same take.
Now, Pepe, were you like me and you responded first, and I thought Bobby was going to snap. I thought Bobby was going to go off, but I guess because the voice of America's team, he decided to keep it in check.
Yeah, I thought Bobby was going to get the Twitter fingers rolling, and start replying.
And weren't the Instagram ones after he deactivated?
No, don't worry. Just like how Sandler bullied me out of my therapy, you bullied me out of my mental health check for Instagram. I've reactivated the account. Said my mental health be damned.
Yeah.
Here's
a mental health tip for you. Have some damn self-control. And don't go on the app. How about that?
Yeah,
man up.
That's a same
oh
thing.
My God, man. What a Gen Z thing. I need to be in mental health because I'm doom scrolling
That's
so
what
much
I gotta
on
say.
Instagram. I have to. My finger is like something is making me go at the app.
Look, my finger does some damage, all right? And
Yesterday
it'll do it there. Hey, there's Corey Majors is here. Corey Majors, what do you got going on?
Oh, hey guys, how's it going?
What's up, man?
I went from the garage to here, and I saw that Dana Brown and the Astros have mutually parted ways. I didn't know if y'all had discussed this. It's breaking right now.
Really?
Yeah, his contract was set to expire at the end of the 26th season.
Who fires their GM in the middle of the season?
The Astros.
Didn't they have a GM incident before?
They did. Yes, they did. Well, Luna was there for years, and he got the whole.
He's not cheating enough, Dana Brown. They needed to fire him,
and they brought somebody else in, and they did the same. They disposed of him.
Wow.
Yeah. So
thank you, Corey.
Thanks, Corey. Just always breaking news.
Breaking news from Corey Majors. Yeah, that's why you get all those ad reads right there. It's because of that. It's because of that energy right there. Brad had come in. I was fine. I felt like that was more targeted at Zach than it was at me. And so I was more I went into defense mode for Zach. And I said,
why was it more targeted at Zach?
Because I don't think there was anybody saying Drew Shelton played well, except for that one tweet from Zach early where, like I said, I said, I think he was just saying early in the game, doesn't look so bad. I don't think Zach would say he played well after the game was over. And Zach quote tweeted it and said, that is correct. So there will be no dissension. Okay. There will be no stirring it up other than, like I said, I did get a text now, and this is rather aggressive. Somebody texted in and said, you need to go see Westwood taking shots at Fred yesterday. Look at this. This guy, Josh Graham, named his podcast file Fair or Foul after apparently getting into it with a listener the other day about it. So the Fair or Foul Fred Davis thing continues to be an issue with our Westwood 1 weekend people.
Pepe, Dallas Cowboys game playing into your best and worst of the weekend?
Yeah, my absolute worst. And they do this almost every year, it seems like. But who at the NFL, I don't know if it's Roger Goodell or someone else, but why are the Cowboys playing a 9 o'clock Central Time preseason game? If you want to do it during the season, Monday night, get the late night listeners, West Coast, go ahead, sure. But a preseason game, it's mind-blowing. And I wanted to just pull my eyes out as postgame went on until 2 a.m. up here. 2 a.m. Saturday night.
Yeah.
Sunday morning, the donut shops are open whenever I get home.
Did you crack open your liquor while you were in there?
I did not. Shout out Don Harbor for the liquor. Yes, but the tequila, very nice. I'll have to use that. Should have used it when I got home. But
and I think even worse of the weekend for you is, and I did this when I was being cheap with my water. Peyton is being cheap now with the drought that we're in, with, I guess, yesterday setting a record at 109, and it may end up hurting him big time in the wallet.
And RJ, maybe you can chime in on this, but the foundation, I got that separation.
He's not watering.
That separation.
It's not watering at all.
I assumed the sprinklers get to it. They're right there by the sides of the yard.
Well, they have to be turned on to get to it, Peyton.
And I refuse to water my lawn more than twice a week. Refuse to.
For how long?
15 minutes each zone.
Okay, I mean 15
How
minutes.
many times do you go around? One time, one zone, one.
There's five or six zones.
Whoa.
But yeah, one time all the way around.
Yeah.
Is what I do. But yeah, so I went out there Saturday morning, watered it, went all around the yard, front and backyard, side yards, watered it. It looks fine, but I was kicking the dirt over, trying to get it together right there by the house.
That part won't work.
It was a little one, little crack though. Saw it a little bit, but hopefully that fixes it.
You're so your house is going to have a drip along the foundation, right? So the newest houses will have a drip line along your foundation. So it constantly, every time the sprinklers go on, it's like the same kind of drip system you would have in your flower bed or in the parkway in front, right? They would have that kind of a drip line. But you could put one in. You could get your own drip hose.
My bathroom has a hairline crack in this brand new tile already, and I'm writing the company on it. I know I'm out of warranty, but y'all got to fix this. This is ridiculous. I know my foundation is good. Trust me, my water bill's up there, but I got a couple hairline cracks in this brand new tile. I'm like, come replace it, please.
And it's just in that one room.
Yeah, there might be a ceiling here and there, but best of the weekend, Peyton.
The best was I went to Mackenzie's parents' house this weekend, obviously with Mackenzie, but her dad was like, yeah, come over, come swim. It's hot outside.
He was willing to drink a beer with you?
Did you bring him Coors?
Had a couple beers. And then, let's see, what else did we do? Oh, he smoked wings. He smoked wings out there. Has a smoker. So he's been cooking wings, burgers for us, everything. He's like, you want free food? Come over. And I'm all about free food,
My
Sean.
best and worst of the weekend. Best was I went to Peyton's Hood on Saturday.
Whoa.
I did the early kids swim. I was like, 10 a.m., let's get in the pool, and then we'll go out to dinner. So we went to Rockwall at a Mexican restaurant that the mayor had recommended. Had our own little room in the back. And then my worst is also a maintenance issue. A lot of car talk and maintenance issues this morning. Friday, I get home. Awesome turnout in Cleburne. Awesome. But it was a beating. That type of... I'm not doing this anymore. I'm telling Spittle. No more in the contract. 2 hour. After this Thursday, Friday...
the proclamation.
After this Thursday, Friday... I ain't traveling 2 hours at 3 in the morning anymore for the show. Period.
Was it a 2 hour drive?
It was an hour 20. But then coming back an hour 20. And then Thursday we're going to Denton Thursday night. But when I got home, Amanda's like, my service engine light is on. I'm like,
oh no.
Here we go. This is a 2024 car.
Yeah.
I take it to my guy, Tolo Ben, up the street. He's like, well, let's check, under the hood. The coolant is bubbling, and he's like, it's supposed to be swirling, but it's hot. Take it back home. You may be able to get home. I think you can get home. And I'm like, I'm normally going to drive this for another week,
Was it flashing, or was it just steady?
No, it was just steady. The tire pressure, I did all that stuff. And then I got home, I let it chill out for a while, and... the coolant was probably a quarter filled. Mm-hmm. Next day, it doesn't come on. So now I'm sitting here making this 11 a.m. Justin Rudd today in Terrell. Yep. They were like, all right, we can have an appointment. So now I got the gun to the head. I just asked Amanda this morning, is it on or off? It's off. And I need to, do I take it in and go through the hassle, get a replacement car, kid's got to be picked up at 2:33, but the light's off. Do I wait for it to come back on to then go through this again, or can the heat just be causing this? I have no idea. So that's my worst of the week, dealing with the daggone service engine light as soon as I get home, and now of course it's off, and they look at me like an idiot as soon as I take it in there.
When I dealt with the same thing with all my coolant leaking out because of the oil change place forgot to put it on, the cap on. It can destroy your engine, all the heads.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I would just get it looked at. It'd save you peace of mind.
And no meeting. So there you go.
There you go.
For me. You guys have fun. Star up.
Got a doctor's appointment.
Star up, star down from Cowboys Cardinals. Give us your Cowboy report card and below the belt after this.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here is a handoff to Maffa. Starts right, nothing there. Coming left, trying to get his foot to the ground. He turns the corner. 5 in the pylon. Touchdown. There's a nifty run by Maffa. And I don't care who's playing. That's just a good play.
The great Bobby Belt.
Shoddy and Bobby just talking ball.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
You can be as mean as you want as long as you play linebacker like that. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation and D&M Leasing. Was the this preseason game, once it was clear Jayshon Barham was going to play, because we didn't really get to see him at all while we were out there in Oxnard, was that the number one line item going into it for you of just like, I finally get to see Jayshon Barham actually play football and see if everybody was overselling this to me? How quickly into the game were you like, okay, they were right. He's pretty good.
Pretty fast.
Like seconds now. The fact that I've never seen this before. Had you ever seen a dedicated camera on one defensive player like they were doing on the local broadcast for a couple snaps? They would have on the left-hand side the regular shot, and then they had like a Jayshon Barham cam that they had just focused on him pre-snap moving around. They didn't even do that for downs, but it's like the one where they just, that's clearly the guy who has everybody right now really excited on the defensive side of the ball. Jayshon Barham, who we mentioned last week. Malachi played well, from what I saw. I mean, we'll do more of the. We'll have some post hut tomorrow and be
pressure
able to
on
be
the
closer.
Pressure on the Rebel pick.
Some pressure, and he also had a good run stop in this one. Kept the edge pretty well. So I'm gonna have a feeling like once we look at that, Lawrence is gonna have played well, and he played well in the first game. So hopefully maybe a little bit of a gamer, figuring things out a little bit. But Jayshon Barham was kind of the story in this game, it felt like, at least on the defensive side of the ball. There was a lot of talk about afterwards the way Joe Milton was playing and the comfort level that he has now and the ability to improvise a little bit and still stay within himself and make good throws with good touch. Because, Chop, you've known this. You saw Joe Milton at Tennessee.
Yes, I did.
Is that as comfortable as Joe Milton's ever looked, even at the college level? Just a guy who looks like I'm not rushing anything. Touch on my passes is good. I feel in control right now.
The 2 games he played in 2022 after the Hooker injury, where he played against Vandy and the bowl game against Clemson, he looked fantastic there. This is as good as I've seen other than those 2 games. He looked like he owned the pocket. He looked like he had control of the line of scrimmage. Could read a defense, progressions, all that crap. Touch. The touch was the most impressive to me because this is a guy who has made a career out of throwing majestic incompletions. Mm-hmm. Some of the prettiest incompletions you've ever seen.
Fantext is already thrilled and elated with where we're at. It doesn't. This has been a good offseason.
Super Bowl, man.
You want to talk about winning the offseason? The Cowboys have won the offseason with their fan base in a way that they don't typically.
I thought everyone says that this always happens.
Which is a little funny. The whole, every year Cowboys fans say it's like they have become much more pessimistic than that. I don't know which Cowboys fans you're talking about. They don't usually talk like that.
Drake Toll.
Old Drake Toll, which you missed. Fantastic interview from Sean Sharif on the Drake Toll show. I mean, when Drake Toll calls, you can't say no to that.
Can't say no.
But no, we already had this morning Jayshon Barham as Ray Lewis, and it seemed kind of unironic, the text. We just got a couple more. Best starting squad in Cowboys history. Give us the trophy now, says 214. And 901, could be right here, but 901 says already he wants to put the green dot on Jayshon Barham. Says, I called it back in Oxnard. He'd be the green dot guy, more upside, less injury prone. Look, I'll give Jayshon Barham this. The instincts, that's the biggest thing to me with linebackers. Do you have a feel for what you're looking at? It's as much feel as it is reading things. And it looked like he looked like a guy who was just that half step ahead of just like, all right, here comes the blocker. I know exactly where his hands are going to strike. I'm dipping around him. I'm going to make a play here. He was fantastic. He was a big star up in this one. Some of the other ones that I had on this, Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo both get star ups because they both continue to play really, really well. If it comes down to it, and it's like they only have one spot for one guy, Do you think they're going to pick Brown, or do you think they're going to go? We did spend a fourth, and he's kind of earned it finally.
I think Mingo would win out.
I think they would.
Schottenheimer is like glazing him up a little bit.
Yeah. Which
fans would flip out. Fans would be furious.
Which, to be fair,
they kept Mingo over him.
Yes.
Which, to be fair, 2024, McCarthy refused to give him a shot. It was one of the last things they fought about internally, McCarthy and the Joneses.
Tolo's upset if Hal was the 2 or Mingo over Camden.
Man, Mingo.
I think receiver.
Yeah, Mingo, because the number 2 doesn't matter unless catastrophe hits.
Right.
Yeah.
Or should I have included Jaden versus Malik? But I don't even feel like giving Longhorn fans that much power of complaining about the backup running
Man,
back.
there's some people, they will complain about Jaden, though. Like, they do not let that go. They complained about him all last year.
Who?
Longhorns fans, Cowboys fans in general. There's a lot of people who have, eaten up the Jaden Blue hype. And I think it's more just because Jaden Blue has speed that they don't really see typically with the Cowboys.
Man, the Barham Defensive Rookie of the Year. Most impressive thing so far is coaching.
I have defensive.
Milton turns me on more than my wife.
I have defensive Rookie of the Year from a couple of weeks ago. You want to know who the favorite was? A guy that I haven't heard about at all in the preseason until I saw his highlight the other day.
David Bailey.
No, but I haven't heard a word about David Bailey either. He's 2.
Arvell Reese.
He's 4. Apparently, he talks as much as Barham.
Sonny Styles.
Nope.
I have no idea.
He was a Cowboy.
Not Caleb Downs, I would assume.
He was a Cowboy topic. Caleb Downs is 3rd.
Oh.
Big Cowboy topic.
Then
Ruben Bain?
Ruben Bain. 5-1 from Vegas Bet Online, Defensive Rookie of the Year. Then Bailey, Downs, Reese, Delane, Styles, Mesidor, Jacob Rodriguez, C.J. Allen, Malachi at 18-1.
Another thought here on the text that I think is a good one. 214 talking about Jayshon Barham. Hopefully he doesn't get the instincts coached out of him. And I know some people naturally go, "What are you talking about?" But as 214 says, that happens sometimes. Instincts are good, but coaching gets them second guessing. That can happen. Like when coaches start really drilling down on a certain topic, then you can cause guys to start overthinking things, and they start, all right, let me make sure I really see it. And Christian Parker is not that way. Christian Parker, Savone Revel talked about this, that Parker really reiterated to him, you need to trust what you see and react and play off of that. I think they want to, with Christian Parker's system, it is a thinking system. You do have to have fast mental processing, but I think a lot of it, they want you to play fast and, see what you see and react to it and go. They just want to help guys identify faster more than just have them overthink and be certain of what they're seeing.
It seems like the defensive players, at least the ones we've seen in the preseason games, it seems like this coaching staff, for whatever, explains things in a way that players understand.
Which is a problem. It has been a problem in the past.
It's a problem with a lot of teams in a lot of different sports. I know in baseball, some teams can explain why these numbers are important. Some teams can't. And the teams that can explain it the best to get the players to buy in to why, hey, you got to look at this. This is more important than that, are the ones that seem to do better. Because a lot of the time the margins in talent is so slim that it's just about how it's explained to you and how you process what the information you're given.
Fan text is pretty strong on here that if it comes down to Mingo or Brown, they're going to be upset that Kevontae Turpin kept a spot. Right now, I've seen that pop up here already 4 times from people going, Turpin's the guy that should be out. So I guess there's some shift on Mingo, at least a little.
Turpin's going to need 2 return touchdowns to get everyone off his back.
Yeah, honestly, yeah. Yeah, 1 for each fair catch that he faked last year. 505 looked like Von Miller was coaching up the rookies on the sidelines.
He was
looks
with
like a good leader and teammate. Glad we have him. That's a big thing for him, too.
He looks like he's at Disney. He sat down with Tommy and Spagnola and them. He just jumped in the set on the chair in the set. He's like, who are we waiting for? What are we doing? Taking selfies with everyone. Did a great sideline interview. By the way, star up to Tommy, too.
Tommy did a great job.
He crushed it.
Tommy was
very
Tommy was
short,
really good.
concise questions. Very good.
I don't think I got in his head like I was trying to. I'd sent him memes the day before, and I was like, just know that when you're like on the air, you're going to think about this because I just told you would.
Jackass.
I know I was trying really hard. He didn't do it, but that's why Tommy's a pro. Tommy's a 50-year-old man. He's Shiage Pete. He's the 50-year-old man in the 23-year-old body or however old Tommy is at this point.
We may as well just go ahead and play that, I guess, because this is the number one viral moment of the weekend. National outlets picking up on... Reset a story, Bobby, real quick.
First player from the Navajo Nation to make the NFL, has played football for just a couple years, but a mountain of a man and a wise young man.
And fans showed up.
Yeah, they said like 1,000 members of the Navajo Nation had showed up, bought tickets, and were in attendance for the game.
And Shoddy let him break things down after the win.
Hey, man, hey, be quick. One, things to clean up for sure always is, right? Okay? But the play style's right. It's right. I'm proud of you guys for that. But I saw something I've never seen before. 25 years in the NFL. An entire section cheering for one man. And that man's going to break us
down. Well, that was an incredible win. I am very fortunate to be amongst you and to play in the same field where the same star hold it on our chest. And I'm proud of us. I'm proud of how far we've come. Man, this game, fate brought us here as strangers, but this game, this star, this team will make us brothers.
Cowboys are 3! 1, 2, 3, Cowboys!
The Joneses loved that. The star will make us brothers.
Is Deshaun Watson done today? And Choppy goes off on the Cleveland Brown heading back to college. Final hour, Monday edition, continues after this.
105.3 The Fan.
Dolo, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with the entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Alec Medford getting in the hallway. We got Aiden and Pepe running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and you for a big-time Monday edition. Alec Medford first on the scene with the breaking news. Yeah. Then it was Khaki Kev, then you. Stop, Bobby.
I was excited we're all back together.
Stop. Alec Medford with the breaking news. I'm pretty surprised that Shedeur Sanders is the backup. The Browns are naming Deshaun Watson as their starting quarterback after all the chaos of the weekend.
You know when I think he was done, Shedeur, as bad as things were with Deshaun Watson? I saw the clip during one of the breaks. Did you see the Shedeur clip from over the weekend when he was named captain?
When he didn't go out for the coin toss?
And when he gets asked about it, he goes, I was captain of the team. I didn't know I was captain of the coin toss. It's like, gosh, every time you get a chance, you just say something dumb and step in it.
He's this 50-50 mix of like fun and refreshing and kid-like, but he's too kid-like. Like he's like ditzy. He sounds like a 13-year-old.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know if I can trust that to be my guy. I was never a big believer in the talent to begin with, but I agreed with whoever was on TV saying, I'm flipping my mind about this QB battle, and I think that Watson just could be done in Cleveland, period. So he goes out, he plays in the Browns preseason game. He doesn't do well. He's not playing well, and there are boos out there, and this is Deshaun Watson at the podium afterwards, fixing his $200,000 earrings while calling out the fan base.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. You know, I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all.
And as Kevin Walker just texted, a happy ending to camp for Watson. Well done, Khaki Kev.
Very nice, very nice.
This went viral. This went everywhere, and Deshaun Watson was getting destroyed.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying this hyperbolically. He might be the most tone-deaf person in the world. It's very simple.
Most tone-deaf quarterback group for sure.
For sure.
In the world.
Like, if you've been around sports, they're not booing the person. They're booing the performance. We have seen many of the player come back from things and be loved.
They might initially boo the person.
Initially. But ask Tiger Woods, ask Michael Vick, ask Ray Lewis.
Deshaun Watson,
Kobe Bryant.
If he's out there throwing 400 yards and 4 touchdowns, nobody's booing.
Nobody's booing him.
Not one person.
Not a single. But you might have like the one or two, but they're drowned out by all the cheers.
Now, it could be the case of, I always go back to Nate Bargatze's got this bit where he says that, you know, he's talking about how poor his wedding went, and he says, you know, my DJ was there. He goes, he only had one leg. And he goes, which isn't a problem. That's fine. He goes, until he starts messing up songs. And then you start going, why does he have one leg? And it's with Deshaun Watson, it's when he starts playing poorly, they're like, yeah, he's kind of an awful person too. So we're going to boo it. There's maybe that level of connection, but it only is started because you played poorly.
Right. It's kind of like the Enos Cantor thing with me. I want to know what happened first. Did Watson go out there to start the second half and immediate boos? or was it in the midst of or after 5 of 12 for 35 yards and a pick? They lost 31-7, so the fans were probably pretty ticked off anyway against Buffalo. The seats were half full, so some of the boos were more pronounced. But I guess I'm reading he took the field at the beginning of the second half, and he struggled. So I don't know whether it was right out the gate, or I don't know whether it was in the midst of the performance. But, man, you're dumb. You really where's your PR? Just shut up and own it until you ball out. Just be quiet. And then I took out the part where he was basically like, "I'm waiting for God to turn the page."
Right.
So that had
I don't regret anything in my life.
That had Mike Florio and others saying, "How are they going to put him back out on the field?" Well, it's the breaking news. Deshaun Watson is the starter. And I look at the schedule.
$30 million or whatever a year.
I don't care. I don't care about that. I had a Tolo hit me back and go, he's got all the money guaranteed. You going to go ahead and sit him on the bench? Yeah. Yes, you could. He's gone after this year anyway.
Right.
Period. See what you have in Shedeur. Now, I don't dismiss that Shedeur is like
Pro Bowler.
So much worse than Watson. Like, if you asked me at the beginning of camp who was going to win the job, even though Deshaun Watson has an all-time drop off a cliff in his career, I'd still like he's still got to be a better quarterback than Shedeur. That's just my own personal belief. Just because Deshaun's making all that money doesn't mean anything to me. You're going to be bad anyway. Go with the better. I want to know from the Browns players behind the scenes. I need an athletic Cleveland Brown report of anonymous voting within the locker room who was the better quarterback, because they all know, right? Like they all know who the better quarterback was, and they had to name it today. But how are they going to put him out there? Cleveland starts the first 2 games on the road.
That's good.
I think that plays into this a little bit. You go to Jacksonville, then you go to Tampa.
Also 0-2.
Then you come back home for Carolina and Pittsburgh. So
0-4.
If Deshaun is disastrous out the gate with 0-2, do you start Shedeur back at home? But I'm surprised after what just happened that Watson got named the starter, or that they just did an outright cut bait.
Yeah, when
it's going to get ugly there.
We'll have, like, high school coaches will say, like, if your kid's not getting playing time, it's like, well, you don't see the practices. Right, we don't see what's going on. Like, if a player is dominating practice and then he plays poorly in the game, they're still going to use the practice tape.
And that's why I'm starting to love the personality this year so far. My must-listen personality, and I had this with Mike McDaniel a couple years ago. I'm starting to really like the personality of Todd Monken, new Browns head coach. He was asked about Watson getting booed.
Hey, how's it feel to get booed? I mean, it's a pretty easy question. It sucks. I don't want to get booed. It comes with the territory. You don't want to get booed? Let's play good football. Let's play good at quarterback. Let's play good on offense. Let's play good as a team. And then you don't have to worry about all that, because it can turn just like that. Win, play good football, and everybody will be fine. That's just part of it. I mean, so I told him, you good? We're good. Part of what we do.
Oh, we get some Delsum, some Robitussin, some what do you call them? A lozenger?
Yeah, lozenger.
A lozenger. You get my man a cough drop.
I like it. Hey, play well. Suck it up. Play well. They'll start cheering you. Period.
See, just obviously we know he ran into everything he ran into in Houston, or did everything he did in Houston. So I'm not saying that he's was saddled with anything, but is it just a case of, was he never as good as everybody thought he was, or he was broken by all this?
It's one of my all-time mysteries, man.
I gotta think he was broken by it. He never looked this bad. He never looked this bad at Clemson or in Houston, ever. And now he just looks like a guy who does not know how to play football anymore.
Yeah.
It's bad.
It's crazy. Did you think they'd been named Shedeur today? Shedeur must have been...
I thought they would.
He must have been so bad in practice.
Yes. He must have been so much worse.
He must not be able to pick up any kind of because Todd's an offensive guy.
Yeah.
Right? He must have just not been able to pick up whatever it was they were throwing at him.
Or it's like people have said on the internet, the world is against Shedeur Sanders, and even though he's better for the team, they're very intentionally just not doing it and screwing him because they just hate him.
Yeah.
That's what the internet tells me.
Mel Kiper going to go off whining and crying about this today. RJ Choppy may go off because, as we talked about late last week, especially with Coach Joey McGuire, who joined us, Pepe also booking Mike Elko.
Yep, that's right. Next Wednesday. Tacky Kev, you can't do that, can you?
Can book everybody except the school you claim you cheer for.
Well, I'm not putting that on Peyton. Not putting that on Peyton yet. Todd Monken apparently had a missed call from Lane Kiffin. Why? Because Lane Kiffin called up the ladder to find out about Daquan Wright going back down the ladder to leave the NFL to play college.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I wondered why Lane Kiffin reached out a week ago. Now I know. I mean, I didn't know. Now I know. I didn't call him back. Now I guess I should have.
I am just...
This is what Deshaun Watson should do. Deshaun Watson should go back to college.
So he was at Ole Miss. He's going to go back. He's going to go join LSU and Lane, or if when he's released and able to come back. This is such garbage. It really is. I mean, we got guys at NFL camps. It's bad enough that at the JUCO level, you have guys that are cut in December of your fall baseball season, and they go down to JUCO and knock the spot off that you just signed up to be on. Bad enough you got that. It's bad enough you got guys like who are getting 5th years, 6th years, 7th years. But you got guys coming back from the NFL where you can make more money. If you look at the top 5 paid quarterbacks in college football, 4 of the 5 are college players. Top 5 quarterbacks in football. 4 of the 5 are college players that are rookies. If you're a college player versus the rookie class, only Fernando is making more than the top 5 college football players, quarterbacks. All the other NFL quarterbacks are making less. So why would you not go? Why would you go to the NFL? I get it from this kid's perspective. If you're going to do that, why is it allowed?
Exactly.
Why can I be in an NFL training camp and then go back and play college football?
Between this and Sorsby, college football has an easy silver medal of off-season embarrassment to the WNBA. WNBA has the gold for what they've done recently. College football's off-season between this and the Sorsby, you're clearly in second place of the PR disaster.
And my school's best linebacker suspended for 2 games for taking a flight to the combine.
So Joey McGuire was talking to us about on Friday. He was like, you got the Tennessee kid. He's like, he's not allowed to play. But you have people who could literally come out of NFL training camp and get back to college.
Has no one explained to it, Judge? Like, can we have someone that talks about like development and anatomy of an NFL rookie going back to college?
Gets
to
both
play?
of them in trouble. WNBA and college. The anatomy stuff.
Go look.
Enos Cantor, we need him to testify for college football now too.
Go look at the picture of Will Anderson. Have you seen this, Bobby, floating around? It's a picture of Will Anderson now versus what he was at 18 years old when he got to Bama. And the guy is so massive. And he's young. He's the age of some college football players. Like that's the difference. Like, you're getting grown men playing against 18-year-olds. It's not the sport.
Do you think he'll end up playing a game? Do you think any of these guys will end up playing a game?
Yes, I do. Because the only school that loses to the NCAA is mine. We're the only ones that have lost court cases in terms of eligibility to the NCAA. Everybody else is undefeated, except for us. We're winless.
877-881-1053. By the way, John Machota put out 1-year anniversary picture of Micah on the table.
Yeah.
Terrence has responded basically, thank God he got the F out of there. And Terrence Parsons is getting roasted by Cowboy Tolos.
He still follows all the Cowboys reporters. It feels like he's missing, he feels like he's missing something.
Best thing Micah ever did to get the blank out of there, and now he's getting jumped on X with 183 people going at him so far. Nick Eatman says, ring the bell. It's over. After the beatdown of the Cardinals. Nick joins us from DallasCowboys.com after this.
Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Milton under pressure, scampers out to the left, throws on the run, caught at the 5. Malik Davis dances into the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys. A good improvisation by Milton and a great job by Malik Davis of staying alive and getting to where his quarterback could find him. In soccer, they call that making yourself available.
Brad Sham with the call. We are your official home for Dallas Cowboys football, where you enjoyed a 34-13 beatdown of the Arizona Cardinals. Let's recap it with Nick Eatman in the Red Zone, brought to you by Just Love Coffee. Nick joining us from DallasCowboys.com, and I heard him say it at halftime, and he wrote about it on the website, the two position battles that should be over. Joe Milton and Malik Davis are your number twos, Nick?
They are for me, definitely Joe Milton. Now that was I was kind of working on that before Jaden Blue started to do some of his things, but I still feel like the guy that you trust a little bit more to go out and do more things is Malik Davis. So I think that they are your two best options there, quarterback and running back.
What would be their hesitation in having Joe be the two?
There isn't any for me. I mean, I think it was just if Sam Howell is better. He's played more games. He doesn't wow you as much, but he's played more, and maybe he gives you a little bit more of the sound Cooper Rush type of guy. But
yeah,
I think Joe gives you more. And you know, I heard you guys this morning talking a little bit about it, and about how he has progressed as a quarterback, not just a guy that could go, you know, win the big panda at the state fair with his strong arm. He can actually, you know, do the, you know, touch passes. As great as the throw to Mingo was, the one to Camden Brown on the move was even better. What a touch pass he threw out there, floated it perfectly, rolling to his left. So he's just progressed so much, and that is before the takeoff and run. You know it's there. You know he can do it. He hasn't had to show it yet. It's preseason, but that kind of combination, I think, makes him the perfect choice there.
So Bobby had said earlier, if Milton's the two, they probably just keep two. But if Howell's the two, they probably keep three. Do you think that they're just going to keep the two?
I agree with that, and I think that sounds like another reason to do it. You know, another reason that it kind of makes sense, because it does save you a roster spot. And you guys have gone through, I mean, everyone does it. They go through all the positions, and you want to keep this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. And so unless the NFL is going to change it, you're not going to keep 62 guys on the roster. So you're going to have to make tough calls. I think that's a good one to make. I think Sam Howell, it could be a situation you put him on the practice squad and he's there. That would be a perfect scenario. And then, if they need to elevate him at times, they can do that.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Why Malik Davis at 2?
I think that he is everything that you want these other backs to be. I mean, this is what I wrote. I mean, Blue's the fastest. Maffa's the biggest. Abanaconda might run the hardest. But the three of them are all kind of doing things, and Malik Davis is kind of a combination of them all. And I think he's a better special teams guy. I just think he's changed his body a little bit. He seems a little more slippery. before any. But he runs hard as well. If you go back and watch that play I just talked about with Milton rolling to his left and throwing to Camden Brown, Malik Davis does a great job of pass protection in there as well. Not afraid to stick his nose in there. I just think he does everything. If you check boxes on what a running back should be, I think he gets higher grades across the line of all the aspects, not just the one who's the fastest in the 40 time and all that. I think he just does a little bit of everything. That's what you want that number 2 back to be.
Nick Eatman with us from DallasCowboys.com here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, how excited were you to get a look at Jayshon Barham in live action? And then after that, how exciting was it to see him play at the level he did?
Yeah, he looks. I mean, he just looks like a stud. And I know that you guys are getting the comparisons and the fan texts and all that stuff of what he can be and all that. I'm going to still throw it out there, not as crazy as the Hall of Famer and all that stuff, but I look at like the 3rd round pick, and I've said it all along. If he could be Fred Warner, this could be really, really special. Now, you say that about all players, you know what I mean? But I feel like they've got a steal there. I feel like they could have one in Rebel, picking him in the 3rd round. But the way Barham played, the way he kind of just, was getting around the blockers and under them, and his awareness was really good. He plays like he talks to the media. You know what I mean? He's mad. You know what I mean? He's just mad. I mean, you saw the video. Y'all see the clip? Tommy Yars tried to get a little video of him. I mean, he's mad about that.
Yeah.
So he plays that way. And but his awareness, not just in the game, but I've seen it in practice too. Because if Christian Parker really is going to say, we're going to play multiple, all right, we're going to play 3-4, we're going to play 4-3. Well, what position has to be the most flexible? It's really the linebackers to me. And he has picked that up. I've seen him in practice stand up here, and then he moves over here because the tight end went in motion. He just seems like he's 2 steps ahead of everything, not just physically, but also mentally, man. It's exciting. I know it's only a handful of snaps, but I'm ready to see more. We probably won't until the Giants game.
Week 1, if they're going to be looking at 2 linebacker sets with, nickel base and everything else, when you see that, what do you think the linebacker rotation snaps are going to look like when everyone's healthy with D. Winters, Jayshon Barham, and DeMarvin Overshown? Is this still Winters and Overshown as the veterans, or do you think they'd say, no, Barham's been good enough, we got to have him right up front?
That's a great question. And I bet you, and it sounds like the last couple of weeks you talk to some people and they say, who's been pretty good? It's this D. Winters last couple of weeks. I'm like, I'm sure. It's contract year for him, right?
And San Fran just traded for a linebacker, so it looks like they may be missing him already.
Oh, they are. They have to be. And so, but I, to answer the question, I'm not sure how they're going to do that. I think between those 2 starters and your nickel backers and stuff like that, they all can get down there. Shamar James isn't going anywhere either. He's going to, try to get some spots too. I think he'd be great in nickel packages. So great problem to have. I can't tell you I know how they're doing it because, we see what we see. There could be some busts that Barham had the other night that, we didn't necessarily see, but it didn't look like it. I mean, it looked like he was, one of the running backs back there. He was in the backfield for Arizona a lot.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com with us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, who is currently in the lead for that wide receiver 5 spot, and have Camden Brown and Jonathan Mingo done enough together to say you've got to keep 6?
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I love listening to you guys when I'm driving in, so I kind of get an understanding where it's going. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, I was just thinking that the 5 or the 6, and I to me. And Turpin isn't even – he's a receiver too. It's not like he's just your – I was thinking of the C.J. Goodwin, just the special teams guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's kind of what Turpin is because he is your special teams guy, even though he does offense, and he has a good camp too. But what I'm saying is that I'm going with 6. I'm not cutting Camden Brown. I don't care. I don't care. Mingo, as great as he's been, that's the 6. If they keep him, they want to keep him for 6. But I am absolutely, without a doubt, not cutting Camden Brown. There's no way because I think he can be every in 3 years. he'll be doing, to me, what Ryan Flanoy's doing now, it's not better. I just think he's got everything that you want. He's not the fastest in the world. He's still fast enough to go, 70 yards. Like, I'm good with that. So you got to keep him. I think you keep Mingo, honestly.
Nick, Brad Sham in the Post said, I don't know what's going to happen, but something feels different. This feels a little different. And we had the big 720 discussion about what could actually translate over. Like, Cowboy fans right now on the fan text are doing backflips and saying, 2-0, it will carry over. There's things that translate. What's your response to that? That it's feeling different right now, and what will matter? Why will any of it matter for the regular season?
Well, I think that we've had those talks of it just feels different since we got to Oxnard. And there's been a lot of people, what does that mean? How does it feel different? Well, here's another example to me. And I asked Shadi this after the game in the post-game press conference. I said, we've seen this before. The last game before you leave to come home, it's usually a train wreck. I mean, it's not good. Everyone's thinking last day of school mentality, and it's not a very good product on the field. And that was the opposite of what we saw. Now, are these players the ones that are going to be playing in the games? For some, yes, but not for the most part, no. But still, the mindset from the coaches, the mindset to go up there, take care of business, to have the players on the field ready for that was a change that we haven't seen. You go back and look at some of these week 2 preseason games, especially the last one before they come home. It hasn't been good. Not only a loss, but an ugly loss. It's just like, let's just get home, get on the truck, let's go. No, this team came out ready to go. So that's one of the things. And that same coaches are the ones preparing the starters, preparing you for each game. So the preparation has been good every single time, every step of the way. And I think that's only going to get better when the better players are prepared.
Does it seem like, you mentioned the coach and the preparation, that they're explaining what they want out of the players in a better way than they have in years past?
Yeah, I think it goes back to what Christian Parker said way back in his first press conference, that not just get them to do the right thing, but to understand why they're doing it, to understand the why in each thing that they're asked to do. And so I think that only helps their awareness even better, gets them faster to the football. So I just think they are more prepared because of how they're being taught. And not a knock on anything else, but we knew it was going to be different. And so far it has been. The players love this guy, Christian Parker. I'm just talking about the defense. The offense has been great too. I mean, the offense is kind of like 1 year ahead of what the defense is. They brought all these new guys together, said, hey, you've never worked with each other, so let's make it work on offense. And it did. And now they're doing it on defense. So far they have, for the stuff that we've seen.
Nick, is Luke Schoonmaker being in that game the other day a concern for his roster spot, or is that just an injury situation where they needed bodies?
Yeah, they needed bodies. I mean, 1.5 is what Shadi said, how many tight ends they had, because he called Schoonmaker really half because he only gave him 6 snaps. So I think that, yes, he had to play in the game, but the fact that they said you can only play 6 snaps, it's not a Sam Williams thing. Sam Williams was making plays in the fourth quarter. So, I think it was more to protect him as well. I think his spot is safe, especially now with Trick getting banged up. And I see the 3 tight ends being those 3 now. Maybe him not second anymore because span 4, but I see Schoonmaker as the 3.
Great stuff, brother. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, see you guys.
Nick Eatman with your Cowboys recap, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Why are you lying on here to the bosses?
I'm not.
Yeah, I'll call Bobby's lie.
I'm not.
Next, when I'm not. The voice just cracked and everything.
I'm not.
We crosstalk with the KNC masterpiece after this.
the #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
1-2 the count to Diaz. Here comes Kikuchi, and the pitch is hit high and deep to left center field. Back goes Campero. He's at the wall. That ball is history. Off the facade of the second deck for Elias Diaz. His 4th home run, his 4th as a Ranger, and he makes it 4-0 Texas in the 5th.
Corey Majors contributing to the show today with the breaking news that the Astros have fired their general manager. Jim Crane will take over baseball responsibilities in the interim period.
Isn't he the owner?
Yep. Browns' responsibilities will be assumed by Charles Cook and a bunch of others, senior advisor Jeff Bagwell. Then it says Jim Crane will oversee baseball operations. Why would they fire their general manager right now today?
Houston, we have liftoff! Because they have a sub-500 record, and I think it would be a funny bit if on the CY show, you're like, hey, the Astros are tied for first with y'all, and they have a losing record, and they fired their GM today. What do you think?
Why should you keep your job?
About your job.
Wouldn't he then say the last time that happened in Texas, the next year the Rangers won the World Series?
Ooh, follow-up question then. Would you fire yourself right now if it meant the Rangers would win the World Series?
Wait, you want me to give up my job that I like right now?
How bad do you want to win?
That's right.
I want to win. I don't want them to win.
Exactly. So we got to fire yourself.
Crazy news.
So that was destined to happen. Like, that was for Dana Brown. He was going to be gone. But I guess we'll go ahead and start looking at, or hope we can revitalize something here at the end of the year. I don't know.
Adam Schefter also says the Browns have officially waived tight end Daquan Wright, who is on the verge of becoming the first player to go from an NFL roster back to college football, an agreement with LSU if he goes unclaimed on waivers.
Unbelievable. I'm
what world
still
is
at a
this,
loss.
Dude? What world are we in right now? This is a
wild time. A world created by the NCAA and exclusively by the NCAA,
which shouldn't exist anyway.
It is 100% their fault that we have this. This is their fault.
We got NFL players playing college football. We got NBA players and G League players playing college basketball. We're going to have, how long before
if college baseball coach is coaching the Giants?
Yeah, college baseball coach is coaching the Giants. If a minor league, if a rookie ball player, you decide, you know what? I kind of stunk it up in instructional league. I'm going back to LSU next year.
Maybe that'll be part of the labor negotiations. Let us go back to college.
Do you think it's too harsh, though, that just declaring should disqualify you?
Yes,
versus like playing an NFL game, attending a practice,
declaring for the draft, and going undrafted. I don't have a problem with you going back to school.
Yeah, you have bad information or something happened. Yeah,
the moment you go and you sign an undrafted free agent contract or a rookie contract with a team, you're done. You're done. Like,
feels reasonable,
right? Meet me in the middle somewhere here.
Yeah,
and give Arian Carter his 2 games back.
Corey, what's coming up on the show?
Guys, right out of the gate, we answer the question of why Barham has made you decide the Cowboys are winning the Super Bowl. 877-881-1053.
And why it's pronounced Barham.
Yeah, exactly. Is it Barham?
I don't know. That's what everybody keeps saying, so I assume that's right.
What did he tell you?
It looks like he didn't tell us anything. He grunted at us. Yeah,
I play football. You say Graham instead of Graham?
I say Graham.
I say Graham.
Yeah.
Would you guys want that interview?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you want that interview today?
Sure.
If the Cowboys said, we will give you either Barham or Camden Brown, who would you take?
So Cooper Flagg is not an option.
He's not.
What about like a weekly
the
with
Cowboys
Cooper Flagg,
offer us that?
Yeah. I would probably take Camden.
I would probably take Camden. He looks lively. But Barham's going to be like, he's going to be a player for you for a while, dude.
But what if he literally just says yes and no?
Yeah, that's tough. You got to figure out a way to, play with that a little bit. You know what? I like the challenge.
Are we in trouble now?
You're in a interesting mood today.
Man, that is true. I had to get I had to get some jokes out that were not FCC compliant.
Yeah.
So no, that's fair. What do you think about the Browns letting Deshaun Watson just call all of their fan base pieces of ass, and they're like, "That's fine. You're the starter."
It must tell me
he's right.
It must tell me how bad Shador is.
And did they, it's crazy. And how bad does that make Dylan Gabriel, who was drafted 2 rounds before Shador?
Right.
And it feels like, is he even on the team? I know he is.
Being traded to that team from the Rams.
Oh, God.
Being like, what?
Or Jared Verse. You remember how Jared Verse had to cope, and he goes, what I like about here is there's rain and deer. Like, that was how he was coping with being traded.
Man, I've never once thought, I can't wait to go to Cleveland for all the deer.
That's fair.
Let me get to Bobby lying to the bosses.
Oh! No. Yeah, let's dive into it. Let's dive into all the HIPAA violations.
Yeah, sure. I will expose you and put you behind
bars. You just assume I'm not going to the doctor.
At 9:22 today, after I explained, I may have to go to Platinum Chevy for. I'm calling between here. I don't know what to do about the service engine on off. I don't know what to do. I don't want to do it.
I get you,
but. Got the wife with the kids in the car.
Hold on, does that mean if you didn't have the wife and the kids, you'd be like, screw it?
Yeah, I'd be driving it with the engine light on.
No!
Oh, how many times have you gone with the engine light on?
Never.
And for how long?
Oh,
never.
Weeks.
Never?
Nope,
Weeks?
As soon as it pops on, I take it in.
Your wife takes it in.
No, she doesn't. This isn't she's taking in laundry. She's taking in a car.
I will immediately get it plugged
You wouldn't clean the liquid out of your cup holders until she did it.
The liquid's not at the engine. It's different.
I would do what you did. I would immediately take it into somebody to put the code reader in and find out what the code is.
Yeah.
If it's, something like...
Like now the light's back off, so I'm like, I should just drive it until the light goes back on.
Well, I think the code's still stored, so it's still in there. So if it was like my catalytic converter, I might just drive the thing forever, right? Because I don't really care about the environment. But if it was like the coolant, that's a problem.
So Bobby then at 9:22 writes, I've got a physical.
Which I mentioned on the air when you mentioned your car.
I've got a physical, and I didn't believe you then. I got a physical at 10:30 today, so I have to leave after the show.
Okay.
Gotta get my Adderall script.
Who believes that Bobby has a physical versus just trying to get out of the post-show meeting?
I believe him.
I go to the meeting every week. Why wouldn't I go this week?
I think he is an honest person to a fault sometimes.
I think he's going to the meeting. He's just trying to do a little bit. Although it's just weird that he put spittle on the text to say
because
that
I have to go to the doctor.
You believe when's the last time he's been to the doctor?
Oh, for a non.
He says he
sickness?
doesn't want to go to the doctor because he doesn't want his blood pressure taken.
Well, all the more reason to go to the doctor if you haven't been to the doctor.
He is going to
get. And if street prices have gotten too high.
Let me see the confirmation of it.
I don't have a confirmation of it. It's a phone call. It's a phone call.
You don't have anything.
No, they don't send you confirmation. When was the last time you got a doctor's confirmation in an email?
I have an email of every doctor's appointment.
They call.
Dude, your doctor.
Why are you getting mad?
No, you're getting worked up about it.
Why are you getting mad about it?
I'm not getting mad about it. No, you're not gonna Bobby me.
Yes.
You're not gonna Bobby me.
No, because you're in for if
you're gonna do a physical over the phone. Be like,
you look
fine.
And then they call and confirm the appointment.
You don't have an app. You don't have the app.
No, I don't.
If you're
the My
really
Chart or whatever,
the hospital has the app.
I don't do the My Chart.
You just do all the app stuff.
No.
If you're really going to the doctor, this is going to be the most stressful 5 days of your life.
Why?
Waiting on that blood work to come back. Your blood work, they're going to send this off to
Since when does that take 5 days? That takes a day.
No, it's like 3 to 5 days.
No.
3 to 5 days.
Quest is a day.
They are going to send your blood work to doctors, medical schools to get a look at. They want to research this.
You get a physical once a year?
Your numbers are going to
No, I get a physical once every 4 years.
Why are you going now?
Because street prices of Adderall have gotten too high.
Oh, no.
There we go. Finally.
And the doctor will just write a script?
No.
Never mind. Answer that off.
No.
Doctor just writes a script for you if you ask for it, if you're like, I need it. And how does that work?
That's my doctor. She's the one who prescribed it for me
initially. And then you've been buying off the streets for
damn Corey
6 or 7 years.
I mean, you gotta get your fix.
And then the doctor will be like,
tell the doctor that?
Yeah, the doctor knows.
Your doctor's Dr. Nick, isn't it, from The Simpsons?
No, her name's
everybody.
Stacy, actually.
Dr. Stacy?
Yeah.
Finally.
Well, I mean, Stacy's her first name.
What are you more worried about? Your
And she's technically a
cholesterol
physician's assistant.
level,
Hold
your
on.
blood pressure, or your A1Cs? What are you more paranoid about?
I'm not worried
What
about
is that
any
last
of those.
one?
A1Cs, dude.
A1Cs?
Yeah.
It's like diabetes.
Oh no. Okay.
That's what I'm worried. That's what I'm always worried about.
Diabetes?
A1Cs, yeah.
So,
Because you're afraid Wilford Brimley's going to come yell at you.
Yeah, I know. The oatmeal man.
I have diabetes.
I'm just happy we got to the bottom of it.
There's
Finally.
a reason that's why it says that.
Well, if it's a physical,
Patient's top choice.
doesn't they have to get to the bottom of Bobby, too, at some point?
Oh.
I guess technically
I
it's
would
not
think.
a physical. It's just a going into.
I just wanted to hear the
but
real
I assume they're
reason
giving me a physical.
versus, I just wanted to make sure I was good from head to toe.
Yeah, whoever thought whoever thinks I'm going in there just to like make sure I'm healthy.
Right.
That's not it.
That's
But that's what you have to go get to be able to get this.
So they give you the prescription for that off a physical?
No, they
Instead of
want no.
something
The
else?
next time I went in, I needed to get a physical, so they're not going to let me go in without a physical.
Ruptured his testicles.
It'd been a while since I'd been to the dentist.
Man, look at all these great
Just
offers
wasn't
on the Fantex for me
Wasn't
now.
my thing. And then I went in and I was like, I think I'm going to make sure I do this every year. I'm going to make sure I come back and do all the cleanings and all the things.
Do once a year?
Well, yeah.
Physical. I do physical once a year. And
Look at that.
And the dentist goes, "Oh, you're going to start being an adult
confirmation.
now." And I was like, "Son
Whoa!
of a!"
They did a dance too.
Oh, you're going to be an adult now.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Because it's not once a year.
Is that
To the
twice a
dentist.
year?
Should be twice, right?
Yeah.
Two
I go
cleanings?
twice a year.
Okay, then maybe I'm just bad at keeping a calendar.
And you should have been like, wow, like, sorry I didn't pick a profession where I just want to stare at teeth all day and smell breath.
Both of our check engine lights
Man,
came on.
I didn't know you
Mine
had
for my
animus
body,
towards
Sean's first
dentists.
car.
Well, I don't have it towards Dennis, but
he was
that
a smart
one
ass.
getting smart at Corey.
Okay.
Calling him a
You'd be an
kid.
adult now.
Calling him a little child. What'd you say, Bobby?
I said both of our check engine lights came on. Yours just came on for the car. Mine came on for my body.
I want to hear a full play-by-play pictures from the physician's office. Now, there's a
Finger size, everything.
There's a
What?
decent chance now that he will just take advantage of the Fantex and cancel the physical, which
Then
I
you
would
think he
imagine
should
would
be at the meeting.
Fantex has some very strong offers right now.
I mean, if I don't hear back from the car place confirming I have a loaner vehicle, I'm going to the meeting.
See, that's why you wait for the email confirmation. You should get the phone confirmation, Sean.
I mean, I've never had a doctor's appointment without a text or an email confirmation.
What do you know about doctor's offices? It's not like you grew up around one.
You know what? You can go now. You can get the hell out of here right now.
Oh, my
You can
gosh.
go. You can leave early and peace out.
I can't. It's 10:30.
There you
I
go.
got to kill time.
Go ahead. See you later. Choppy, welcome back. Good
to be back.
Enjoy the show. And this started off first thing this morning when I found out he deactivated Instagram. So I couldn't.
Yeah, and then he was like, "Get your mental health back off the rails. I need you on Instagram."
Oh God! Yeah, you know what?
What?
Here you go. If you have to deactivate Instagram for your mental health too, you should go to a psychiatric appointment next
That's
to
where I'm
Bobby's.
going.
So there you go.
That's where I'm going.
Psychiatric?
Yeah, gotta get the psych eval.
Holy moly!
Hit the button.
Thank The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through The Fan, the favorite show of one Peyton Russell. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053, Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Kevin, I know we usually use this moment to D around a lot, and people are like, we'll get lots of texts that are like, hey, Sports, please. There's so many people that text that in.
And I feel like there's a lot of texters like, hey, more screwing around.
And you know what? We can screw around sometime, but not right now because we have a Cowboys game to discuss.
Oh, baby.
From Saturday night, very, very late. Football should not be played that late, quite honestly. But if you got a chance to get your eyeballs on that game, you got to see some very promising things. I think some promising things from some people that you're like, what can they be?
Right.
Revel being one, Barham being one, Joe Milton being one as well. And hey, hell, Jaden Blue gave you something to be excited about too. So I think Kevin, I saw some stuff this weekend that I'm excited about.
Now, to your point, I know it's more than just the one person, but you know how like maybe the first preseason game felt like the Camden Brown game?
Yeah.
This felt like the Joe Milton game
and the Jonathan Mingo game.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and knock both of those out at once. Give me cut number 3, please.
At the 45, and Milton is back. All kinds of time. He airs this out deep. He got a man left. Mingo at the 15-10. Mingo dances in. Bingo, bango, mingo. Touchdown, Cowboys.
How long has he been waiting to do that?
Oh, my gosh. Well, considering this was the first touchdown of Jonathan Mingo's NFL career, preseason or regular season, a really long time, and that is
Was that his breakout game?
Can you count? Does a preseason game count as a breakout game?
Whoever it is that texts that in every year, every week actually.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. Does that count?
And just for the record, he had more yards on that one catch than people would say would be his breakout game combined. But at a time when, indeed, at a time where we are really talking about players who are on the bubble, are looking to make the roster, I don't know if Joe Milton was going to be out the door necessarily, but it does seem like he is taking control of the backup quarterback spot, and I stand firm. I now believe Jonathan Mingo is going to make this team, and I think he's shown a lot of spark throughout camp, not throughout the offseason, because leading into training camp, it just looked like we were just wasting time with him out there. But, man, he has had a resurgence, looked good in that game, and I believe now that he will make the team. But to your point, this did feel like a pretty positive across-the-board preseason, except for the run defense.
And the team kind of looks like it knows what it's doing, right? Do you kind of feel like most everything I'm walking away from here looks organized? Nick Eatman said it best, Kevin, and now I'm saying it. And that is, most of the time when you get to the second game, people are just like, who cares about it? Let's get back to Texas, right? Like this game, we're leaving Oxnard, we're distracted by all this stuff. There were dudes out there that looked like, and I know it's Arizona. Listen, let's go ahead and reboot all this. It's not saying it's the Super Bowl yet, guys. Don't hang the banner yet.
Feels like Arizona is our Super Bowl because we always lose.
But and I told you what was going to happen. I said we were going to win. We're going to win the preseason game. But it just feels like there's a little more clarity on what their responsibilities are, and dudes didn't look lost. And I know that sounds like you should at least be able to do that. But we saw last year he couldn't do it a lot of times, so that felt a lot better. With Joe Milton, Kevin, after 2 days of practice, I was like, Sam Howell's got this thing locked up, dude. And then Joe Milton stepping into actual football game, and he's had a pretty good camp too, but he steps into the football games and looks like he's comfortable in this offense more so than he was last year. Last year, he looked like, man, I can't even hang in the pocket. I just got to go, put my head down and run. And what you saw him on this game was, and you've seen it a couple times now, staying in the pocket to make a throw, which we talked about with Mickey.
Can we stop on that for just a second? Because I know there's more, but I do like not to say you can't run, because you saw obviously a run up the middle for a touchdown that worked quite well. It's not that you can't run, but you shouldn't have happy feet, and you should be willing to stay in the pocket just a little, that half a second longer.
We talk about this, Kevin, all the time. A quarterback's job is they're paid as much as they are because of all of the things that they have to see pre-snap and do and their responsibilities. That's what they're paid for, is to see the responsibilities and see the 1 or 2 spots, windows that they can get the ball into. Or maybe even create a window out of what they see in a defensive alignment. That's what their responsibilities are. And if you don't hang in the pocket, you might miss the timing of that. And that's one of the things. The other thing is, we talk with all the best coaches say, hey man, running is great, but at some point you're going to have to deliver a big time throw. That's just going to have to happen. And if you can't do it, then you can't be the quarterback for that person's team. So the fact that he's hanging in there and doing that, big deal. But then you talk about the running part. He didn't just put his head down and run. He put his head up, kept looking downfield, and delivered a pass.
Right.
These are positive things to see from Joe Milton, who at one point we were like, we don't even know if he sees it, man. He looks like he absolutely feels more comfortable with this offense and understands his responsibilities a lot more.
Yeah, and I actually think he said something very similar to that in terms of his comfortability, which is great because you've seen that from Pickens. I know Caleb Downs has kind of mentioned stuff like that. But this is something I wanted to go over in the aftermath of the game. And we could talk more about the game as we go along, obviously, but updated roster projection from the Dallas Morning News. And what's interesting is this has shifted over from Joseph Hoyt to Calvin Watkins. And I think you'll see some differences because of that. On Calvin Watkins' roster projection, Sam Howell, out. Phil Maffa, out. Trigg, out. Leafau and Sam Williams, out. Kalen Carson and Reddy Stewart, out. The reason being is he's going very heavy on offensive line, hitting it up at 11 as opposed to maybe 9 or 10. And so, I just wanted to kind of pose that thought or philosophical question to you. I know you never want to get rid of good players, but are there some players that you're like, no, I like this player, but man, I don't know what I really have at offensive line, so I'm going to go heavy on that, sacrificing a player that I know is better because I don't know how I feel about this position.
I hate that idea. I hate it. Hate it. And honestly wouldn't do it.
Ooh, okay.
I would prefer to go get better offensive linemen rather than hold on to a bunch of dudes that I just don't know.
Right.
It's funny, was it Brad Sham was yelling at Bobby and Wolchuk about what they thought Shelton looked like. They said
not great.
Yeah, I would rather go say, all right, then we got to go sign a veteran than hold on to an extra one and lose some probably other really good players that can help us in other places. That being said, your offensive line, you gotta figure that out, dude. You can't have all swing tackles and guards everywhere.
Right.
But you really do have to figure that out. I just would tell the GM, hey, can we spare something here? Can we make an investment? There's probably still a dude out there. We are still waiting, Kevin, for first cuts.
Right.
Those things are happening too. So I'd rather upgrade the offensive line than just keep a bunch of quantity around.
All right. So let me go back through this list of 7 players. Just these 7 specifically. You tell me who you were like, I need to keep that person, or I want to keep that person. Howell?
I don't want to keep a third. So.
Maffa?
I hope he makes it through waivers again.
Okay. Trigg?
He was undrafted. I had high hopes for him, but he hasn't separated himself. And quite honestly, Schoonmaker and Brevin Spanford are going to be just fine.
Leafau?
I think I already had he didn't get a good slate for me the whole time.
Sam Williams?
I would like to keep Sam Williams.
Okay.
Even though he hasn't done anything.
Sure. Kalen Carson?
Getting a bad rap pretty much the entire time here, dude. Sorry.
And Reddy Stewart.
You know how I feel about Reddy Stewart.
Do.
He can play on my team anytime.
All right, so
no matter what dumb mistakes he makes.
There is math right there that can work strictly from, and I realize, look, just prepare yourself. We've talked about this in the past. In a few weeks ago, what that initial 53 looks like is not what it's actually going to look like, because there's going to be some nonsense and shenanigans happening right there. But Sam Williams and Reddy Stewart stay on the team at the
maybe expense of 2 offensive linemen. And I think you could probably spare 2 offensive linemen. You can spare at least one if you are willing to go down that path to say, hey, we believe there's somebody who, I'm not saying they're going to start or anything like that, but you feel like a little bit of cash could mean an upgrade at offensive line position 7, 8, 9, whatever the case might be. And then maybe you'd feel more comfortable carrying only 9. And then maybe you could find a way to put Stewart or Williams back on the team.
Yeah.
All right, Alec, quick question for you then. Howell, Maffa, Trigg, Leafau, Williams, Carson, and Stewart. Are there any of those that you're like, I really want / need to keep them on the roster?
I'm with Corey, honestly, on Sam Williams and Stewart.
Okay.
Just because the upside of Sam Williams, I know that it hasn't been perfect to start off his career here, but I've said this with a lot of edge rushers on this team. I feel like this system is going to benefit him and put him in a better place to succeed. And then I think the 1-2 from Stewart and the coachability, I think that alone is enough reason to keep him because you need depth in your secondary.
Yeah, I agree with that. And look, and this is the time. I know the Cowboys will deny this until the end. I know every team in the NFL will deny this till the end, but you will have a player or two who has a quote-unquote injury that if it was a real deal, we got to go for the playoffs right now, and they had a higher status, they could absolutely go. But you're like, yeah, you're right. My toe has kind of been bothering me. Well, I guess we gotta put you on the injured reserve, and you're like, well, that is a shame, but you still stay on the in the NFL sphere for the Cowboys. So that's absolutely going to happen with some of these guys. And for the record, every team does this. Mm-hmm. We see this every single time. So be prepared. You're going to see some mechanics in place to set the 53. Then all of a sudden, like a day later, 2 days later, I guess you're like, hold on, we just switched out 3 people, and you're like, that's right. That's how we're going to keep those 3 people in the organization.
Part of the roster manipulation that they have learned how to master at this point.
Absolutely. Now, unrelated to the game, then we'll bounce back into the game. Did you see that CeeDee Lamb was a victim of burglary to his home in Fairview on July 30th per police records, while obviously he was not there. He was in Oxnard. Property noted per the police report worth in excess of $300,000 was stolen from his home.
That seems like too much.
That is true. I know a lot of times, I don't think I've seen clarification on this, but I know a lot of times it is cash and jewelry that is usually the crux of this. But
this has become too much of a thing, and all NFL players now need to hire security for their home whenever they leave.
Yeah,
because wasn't somebody at Joe Burrow's house whenever his place got broken into? And I'm just feeling like you have a security system in your home, probably, but. And this just happened. They know when you're gone,
right?
You have a schedule that is public, and everybody knows when you're gone. So this is wild, man. Sorry, CD.
Yeah, you're right.
I hope we find the guy.
No, you're right about this. Yes, you're right about the security thing, but it's just like that's a shame. That's what it's come to. Mm-hmm. Is you're like, well, these people know I'm going to be gone, so we need to make sure somebody is at the house. And you're like, somebody who lives there? No, just somebody. Make sure they're at the house.
The police are on their way, mofos.
Exactly. Mike Bassick knows. He really does. Now, we talked about Milton quite a bit. What did you think about... Actually, you know what? This is a good cut that fits with that. Go ahead and give me cut number 2, will you? What did you think about the entirety of the running backs?
Milton under pressure, scampers out to the left, throws on the run, caught at the 5. Malik Davis dances into the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys.
I think Malik Davis is still my guy.
Yeah, well, because in addition to that, he looked good in pass protection.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, he did.
And so, look, it does not feel like we have a unified vision about that. There are some people who are like, pass protection is the absolute most important thing. Then there's others who are like, hey, he's really fast. I can live with some downgrade in pass protection for whoever their backup or third-tier running back is. But it felt like Davis, Blue, Maffa, Abanikanda, all had like their own little opportunity to shine in this, did they not?
I mean, Maffa ran for 15 yards a carry, Kevin.
It is true that was just the one carry, right?
He had one carry and ran for 15 yards and a touchdown. So, like, that was the most efficient rushing I've ever seen in my life.
Mm-hmm.
One 15-yard carry for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
How much more can you ask out of the guy?
I mean, I would keep him on the team at even half that yards per carry.
Malik Davis,
greatest running back that ever lived.
Malik Davis does what he does, and he does it well. You know, his numbers stand out. He's the most well-rounded one aside from Javonte, in my opinion. I don't think anybody's going to argue that. I know what Jaden Blue has in front of him. I also know that he kind of had to work hard again in order to get some of the yards that he got in this game. Thanks to we have to have 700 offensive linemen because we don't know which one we want to keep.
Right.
I think, but Jaden Blue still, you see what he's capable of. I'd love to see him behind the first team offensive line. Behind a not even in the top 100 Tyler Smith. I would love to see him behind this the first team offensive line. I think, Kevin, that's going to be more prevalent. It's going to be, I think Maffa's more likely out. Malik Davis is in, but Malik Davis might be your third, and Blue will get those second team carries, like those second series carries for a little bit, and see if they can't get an explosive play out of him. And that's how they're going to find out. Look, we didn't give him a chance with the first team offensive line, but now let's see what he is there, and they'll find a little more out before this midway through the season.
By the way,
he just can't fumble.
Yes.
He just can't fumble.
Somebody said this from the 940, and I went and looked it up. The 4-Star Telegram did indeed say that the police report says 4 luxury bags were stolen, valued at more than $300,000.
Bags?
Man, that is a luxury bag.
What was in those bags?
I think they
What
were
do you
just
think it was?
fancy bags.
What do you think was in those duffel bags?
I don't think anything. I don't think they were duffel bags.
What do you think was in them? Alec, what do you think?
Salad Master.
Salad Master was probably in there. I mean, that's worth what, $150,000 a piece. You know?
That is way too high. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Goodbye Angels, Hello White Sox, revisiting the first place Texas Rangers weekend that was. I guess next right here on The Fan.
Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Zeke, a strikeout his only previous meeting with this right-hander. First pitch is hit hard to third. Diving Guzman has it on a hop. He throws to second, but he throws it away. Out into right field. Langford scores, and the Rangers walk it off. 2-1 in 10 innings.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where it was either a text to Corey or on social media that Bobby is, in fact, at the doctor.
I don't know about that.
What?
Bobby has filmed himself walking into a doctor's office and sitting in the waiting room. That we don't see him, but we also don't see him, like, he's just in a waiting room. Those other people, they didn't ask to be filmed.
All right.
Well, we still need a video from inside the doctor's office.
We are going to talk about the Rangers, I promise. I just want to float this question. Maybe we'll discuss it towards the end of the segment.
Somebody's like, hold on, so you can't D around whenever you're talking Cowboys? When Rangers, you can D around with them?
That is a fair point. But at some point, does the amount of work put into the scam, if that's what you think, negate the time saved that you're like, that's fine? Like, you missed the meeting, but you're having to go through so much work to do this other thing. And I'm not saying that. I believe Bobby is a truth teller, but I'm just, if that is what you think. All right,
I'm texting him.
Okay.
Anybody can walk into a doctor's office and take a video in the lobby.
For the Texas Rangers, man, there is a lot of good and a lot of bad this weekend.
They turned it around, baby. They turned it all around.
Is debatable, but I will bring a positive spin to start. The Texas Rangers have won.
I don't know what else you can say, dude. They're in first place.
They are. The other team that they're also in first place with just fired their general manager. So,
you think that that's going to, like, fire the Astros up? And they're like, we can't wait to be with this new guy.
Not really. By the way, so you won 2 straight series.
Right.
Now, it is true. The 2 teams you won those 2 straight series against have a combined record of 113 and 150.
But you couldn't beat them.
Yeah, it's true. And you just got worked by the Angels in the last series. You have also won, for the Rangers, 3 of their last 4. So positive there. However, as this is like the biggest compliment sandwich you've ever seen, before Sunday's game, the Rangers had lost on Saturday 3-0. And they got 1 hit. And as Evan Grant astutely pointed out, that meant it had been 4 straight games against the Angels. 4 in which you did not score in the first 9 innings.
Dude, and for whatever reason,
and they are not good.
They cannot hit Ryan Johnson. Like that, and I don't know if it's his funky delivery or what it is about him, but they cannot touch this dude. And it's irritating. I mean, maybe it's because he's DBU, Dallas Baptist. They were like, "Hey, we can't hit off that guy." I mean, this is a hometown hero.
So, and it is weird for him specifically because Ryan Johnson has a 1.69 ERA this month. In large part because of facing the Texas Rangers 2 of those times, because the month before his ERA was 7.89. But yes, that was the 4th straight game in which the Rangers could not score a run in the first 9 innings against the Angels. If you were thinking, well, maybe the Angels are just really good at that. The Angels have given up the 10th most runs in baseball this season, so not really. Let's go back to Friday night's game. We played how it all ended, but in the 9th inning, you get a leadoff double. I think it was Ezekiel Duran, leadoff double. So, man on second, no outs, can't score, can't win the game. You might think it doesn't matter because they did win the game, but those are the kind of things that I think drive Skip, fans, and just general people around this organization a little crazy.
That's what I'm going to ask Skip this on Wednesday, because we have him every Wednesday at 12:20, mostly. Because there have been some weird schedules this year. But I'm going to ask him on Wednesday. I think as a fan, the most frustrating thing about this is we haven't been able to get a good read on this team. Does anybody have a clue what this team is?
Yeah.
And maybe he does. And maybe he's like, that's exactly how I wanted it to be. I can't believe it. I would be like, what? Or maybe he's like, no, I actually am having a hard time too, but, this is why we fight together and win these games and become brothers and all that stuff. But like, that's the most frustrating thing is you just can't get a good judge of whether this team is about to run or what, and if they're back to being good offensively or if they're a blanked team.
Right.
And then you're like, okay, but the pitching, and you're like, crap. So you just don't know. But hey, man, you got a shot. That's all that we're riding on right now.
And that's the thing. It is fascinating to see more and more national writers coming around and being like, "Hold on, what's happening in that division?" I believe they have.
But Ezekiel Duran he's still your guy?
Oh, yeah.
Like that dude's been one of the one positives that we could say has been there all year.
Yeah, I mean, and look, one of the other positives, Josh Young obviously has fallen to the wayside when it comes to injuries. Jacob Latz continues to be just absolutely unfreaking believable. But you're looking at a division in which you are tied for first place. Nobody has a record of even 500, let alone better than 500. And the run differential, I believe, is minus 408. So this is clearly the worst division in baseball. I would have to take a look some more, but it feels like one of the worst divisions in the history of baseball. But
was it the other day when all three of the teams were minus 46?
That is correct.
Awesome.
So, you've seen some movement there. Not with the Rangers, they're still minus 46. But the Mariners continue to just be the most disappointing team in all of baseball. And if you look at the history of this Texas Rangers team, I know we've raised expectations with the back-to-back World Series trips in 10 and 11, with the back-to-back divisional titles and playoff appearances in 15 and 16, and then with winning the World Series in 2023. But just everything in between that, from 2017 to now, that's your playoff appearance, is winning the World Series. That's your above 500 record, is winning the World Series. So, good. I'm glad this division sucks because I'm here for it. The trade deadline already passed. You can't restock your farm system now. So, might as well just keep on freaking going for it. And thank you to the AL West for helping facilitate that.
It'll be okay. I think it's going to be all right. Look here, Kevin, from the 940. Next 2 weeks, the White Sox, the Brewers, and the Rays, and then we go to Seattle. Everything's going to be just fine.
Yeah, and I don't really totally understand that text either.
Yeah, the White Sox are first in their division.
True.
The Rays are first in their division.
They have won 3 of their last 10 games.
The Brewers are first in their division.
The Brewers are really good.
And then the Seattle Mariners, we're really good in Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, we've been better against Seattle this year, but I didn't really understand that text because the White Sox are not particularly too much better than you. The Brewers are awesome. That is big facts. The A's, they're awful. The Rays, they have been playing awful as of late. Seattle, you've done better against them this year than you have in several years. So I do not think that the schedule looks particularly daunting whatsoever. But then again, that's when the Rangers like to throw you off. Every time you think they're done for, they excel. And when they excel, they're really done for.
Well, Kevin, the run differential between the White Sox and the Rangers is that a 4? Is that 103?
Sure, but I don't know how much that's really relevant because it just matters about winning the games. And the Chicago White Sox have a slightly better record than you, but I can't say they're playing particularly better than you. So I'm not really concerned about the White Sox themselves. I'm concerned about the Rangers on a day-to-day basis and how I don't know if they'll get more than one hit or if they'll shut somebody out.
Yeah.
It goes all over the place. Yesterday's game, though, that was clearly the most encouraging of the series. A lot of really good stuff happening in that game. First of all, the squad was showing love to the Berger Family Foundation. They had their second annual Down Syndrome Awareness Day. And then you find out that Jake Berger said he dodged a bullet
because
he didn't have a broken wrist.
Yes, and it looked like, especially since that's where he had issues in the past, even after x-rays showed no fracture, it seemed unlikely he would avoid the injured list because it was right kind of where that scar was last year. Not only did he not go on the injured list, he was back out there and playing yesterday. You know what? If we're mentioning people who have had unbelievable impacts this season, Cal Quantrill, again, his ERA is down to 2.9. He has 5 straight starts of 5+ innings, allowing 1 or 0 earned runs, which unfortunately at times with this offense, that feels like the only way that you're going to win. Yesterday was not one of those days, but Cal Quantrill has been infinitely better than I thought.
It is kind of a weird place to be because would you consider him in a rotation in the playoffs if you had DeGrom and Evaldi healthy? And when you're looking at Mackenzie Gore, who you've not been able to rely on but is a lefty.
Right.
Bradford, who is a lefty also, but just now kind of getting his feet under him. Quantrill's done everything that you've asked of him all season. I think the one thing you would know is if you had to send him back to the bullpen, he'd say okay and he'd go deliver there too. But getting starts like this for him, this is awesome.
There was a time, especially when Bradford came back and when Montgomery came back, and I realized Bradford has been pitching, but Cal Quantrill was going to be the guy they were going with. And I was like, that is an interesting decision. I really thought Montgomery was going to get a shot, but now that looks like a foolish thought to even have because Cal Quantrill has been just freaking unbelievable. Now let's talk about the pitching staff as a whole. Texas starters have given up 3 or fewer runs now in a season-high 13 straight games, going back to August 10th. And then there's Skip to kind of contextualize it for everybody. It's been really good. That's why it's frustrating to have our offense go cold when these guys have picked it up and we've really needed it. Because you're right, first place. But how many of those games do you look at and you're like, man, we really should have been able to win that game based on what our starting pitcher was able to do.
Or we should have been able to blow them out.
Fair.
Yeah, let's be like Ben Johnson and be like, hey, let's not... 3 runs isn't good enough, guys. Let's blow them out of the water here today.
Man, you know what? I'm going to go do a study. I'm going to see what the all-time record is for most runs scored in a season.
1,000.
And look at where the Rangers are and see how many runs they would have to score per game.
For the rest of the way?
In these last 31 games?
100 runs a game.
Probably, actually, at this point. So it ends up being a net positive for the Rangers as they move into the tie for first place. But once again, we said this was the largest compliment sandwich in the world. Josh Young. Josh Young
back. Oh no.
He started jogging again.
Here we go.
Did not participate in on-field activities on Friday, and Schumacher said he was probably still a couple of weeks away.
Okay.
And when you hear that, you're like, but by a couple of weeks, do you mean like
we got to get to the playoffs, guys?
Yeah, actually a little bit.
And maybe that'll... So he's not going to be there on Monday for me.
Definitely not.
All right.
And it looks like we're going to get more from Jack Leiter. He had a tough rehab start that we talked about last week. Skip Schumacher said he described it as grindy. And he had a bullpen session this weekend, and then they're going to go from there.
You're not particularly hoping your dude is grinding at the minor league level.
No.
You want him to go out there and make some clean work and be like, all right, get me back up to the bigs real fast.
Yes, that is exactly correct. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets where, hey, did you see what the Astros decided to do? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next...
Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count. Kikuchi kicks and fires, and this pitch is hit high and deep out into left field. Campero going back. This has a shot. It is gone. Ezekiel Duran with his 14th home run of the season has given Texas a 1-0 lead.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, where we crunch the numbers in the break. And the Texas Rangers would need to average approximately 15.75 runs per game for the rest of the season to break the modern record for most runs scored in a baseball season.
It's actually less runs than I thought it would be.
Yeah, when you gave us the one from,
1894,
you would have had to score more than 21 runs per game.
They scored 1,199 runs that year.
Jeez. Just for the record.
Those off the likes of Babe Ruth.
Just for the record, if the baseball season was only at its midway point right now, the Rangers would still not be on pace to break that record.
I think that was 160 games, too.
That was 154.
It was 154. They scored that many runs in that many less games? Why'd they only add like 8 games? This is dumb.
That's a good question.
That's a dumb thing.
I don't know. We'll have to go in the Wayback Machine.
Or add 50 more.
Oh,
what are we doing
goodness gracious. All right now, we can ponder thoughts such as that, as it's time for some baseball nuggets. Hey!
I told you I'm giving up the doot-doo-doo for the num.
We're going to talk about the Astros in just a second, but if you thought that was going to be your only reference to 1890s baseball today, you thought wrong.
You know what? I would never think something like that with this show.
Good. Let's take you to the Mariners. Remember how we talked about how the Mariners are the worst? Mariners starter Bryce Miller did something not seen in Major League Baseball in 136 years. He was the starting pitcher for Seattle's 19-2 loss. Remember, he was also the starting pitcher when they lost 22-0, which means that Bryce Miller became the first pitcher since George Van Haltren in 1890 with the Brooklyn Wonders.
Good for him.
To lose consecutive starts by at least 17 runs.
Dang, dude. And how many runs has he given up in all those?
Ooh.
6, 5, 5, 4, and 2 in his last 5 games.
Yeah.
So it's not like he was out there just giving the booty up,
I absolutely.
But he was the starter.
Agree with that. Now, George Van Haltren, if you want to picture him in your mind, yes, he does have the exact mustache that you're thinking. And yes, he is wearing a cap that makes it look like he's about to fight on the wrong side in the Civil War.
Yeah, all he needs is a cape, and then he's going to go kill a vampire. Or he is a vampire.
Man, and it is Van Haltren, so I get what you're saying. He had a .316 lifetime batting average.
Slightly adjusted so that the vampires wouldn't know who he is. They're like,
sure.
But it's not Helsing, it's Haltren.
Exactly.
Man, wow, that's a tough one for him, losing this bit.
Yeah. All right, let's go from that to, in fact, the Houston Astros. What did you think? I know we talked about it in Crosstalk just a bit, but what do you think about them canning their GM when technically they are in first place?
I think this was like, I saw Bob Nightingale reported it. He was like, look, they weren't going to keep him next year and sign him to his extension. His contract was up.
That's right.
So they weren't going to give him an extension. They weren't going to do anything like that. So they're just moving forward, I guess, on this. Like, hey, dude, let's go ahead and get our next guy in here. Although Jim Crane's running it. It's not like they have somebody else that was already in place like the Rangers did whenever they had Chris Young. And they were like, well, he's going to take over, and it's basically a peaceful transition of power.
And why would you have your owner also as your GM? That wouldn't work, right?
Not for about 30 years.
Okay. Thank you for that.
What's your point?
I mean, kind of feel like that was the point.
Somebody said that drop right there is always greatly timed by Alec on Twitter. I like that. I think
it's true.
Look, man, they're not playing well. either. They're just like, maybe we can slip into the playoffs or whatnot. We'll see what happens. Or, Kevin, they might be ready to go ahead and just finish it off and say, let's screw this thing up.
Oh, that would be great.
That could be a possibility for them where they're just like, we don't even think we can really compete here anyway. But do you think?
I hope they do.
I don't know how much Dana Brown had with the going in and motivating this team to win.
Right.
So I don't know how much, if they loved him, this could be a thing where they're like, we want to go, show that this guy was wrong. But I don't know how much of an effect it's going to have.
It's probably worse for him since he actually lost his job. But do you think we'll just check. Do you think
they mutually agreed to part ways, Kevin?
No, they didn't. You got fired. Your team is that's so stupid. Your team is in first place.
Uh-huh.
And now you don't have a job. You did not mutually agree to anything. You got fired, dude.
No, why would the Astros say that? See, here's what I think happens,
Because
Kevin, in
they're
the mutually
liars.
agreed.
That's proven.
You get to that point at the end of your contract, and you're just like, I'm going to get paid no matter what.
Right.
Might as well go ahead and start vacation.
But your
now.
team's still in first place. You can win the World Series.
And then I won't even be here to celebrate it because my contract will be up.
But that's the thing. People say he wouldn't have been back. If all of a sudden that team made it to the World Series, do you really think he wouldn't have been back?
No, I think Jim Crane hated him. That's why he fired him.
I mean, maybe so. So is it worse for him or Casey Mize, who hurt himself falling down the dugout steps? He tripped over a step.
Dude.
Walking into the dugout and came up limping afterwards and then had to leave the field at the end of the second inning. And he suffered an ankle sprain. I don't know if his teammates prayed for him like Ashton Genty when it really looked like he was going to be out for the rest of the year. Not to say that that's a wasted prayer. Prayer is a good prayer.
Dude, hey, maybe during that prayer, God healed his Achilles and said, never mind. Thanks to these guys. It's just an ankle sprain. We'll get to that later on in the show today. But I got a question.
Tell me.
Why do dugouts have steps? Doesn't that seem like an obstacle that you don't need?
Oh, is it set down in there so you're less likely to get hit by the ball?
Probably.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a reason. But that's an obstacle, right? These dudes are in metal spikes.
True.
Going up steps. You ever walk down a set of stairs, carpeted stairs with socks on? That's dangerous right there, right? You slip, you're going all the way. These metal spikes, what is it? Does it have some texture? It's not slick, right? Not really slick stuff.
It shouldn't.
Poor Casey Mize, though, man. That stinks. That's a bad way to go.
He'll be okay. He will live.
He couldn't even make it past the second inning, dude.
No, that is true because he hurt his ankle.
I'm told when you do stuff like that, they got to put you out to pasture.
That is for a horse.
Oh. So not all sports?
Man, that feels like that'd be pretty damn controversial if somebody introduced the horse law where you just start shooting people that have sprained ankles or broken legs.
Why? Because what use is he now?
Yeah, that feels...
He's just going to be more of a cost than he is going to be a help.
Don't do
That's
that!
So bad, dude! So bad!
All right, well, let's take you from something super negative and pretty dark to one of the best catches that you'll see all year. Give me cut number 12, and this is Jacob Young making things happen for the Nationals.
Hernandez skies one out to left center. Young back near the wall. Does he have it? Yes, he did! Woo! Runner around second. Lopez is easily going to be doubled off. Jacob Young in his home state scales the wall and robs Heriberto Hernandez. Catch of the year, baby! They cannot believe it here at Lone Depot Park.
Climb that fence! Oh, play in the backyard, baby!
I love it, dude. I love it.
Yes, the back half of that call is tremendous. Now, the Nationals didn't end up losing anyway, and they have lost 4 straight games. But go out of your way to check out that catch. It is very, very impressive. Now, the Royals and Phillies are on a roll. Salvador Perez stole his first base in 5 years over the weekend, so obviously he was pumped up about that. But probably more importantly, the Royals have now won 8 games in a row, which is only the second longest winning streak in baseball, because going into the 9th inning, the Phillies trailed 4-0 and then scored 6
straight runs to win the game 6-4, and that is now their 9th win in a row, which leads all of baseball.
Okay, so we got a little bit of work to do to catch up to them, is what you're saying.
Yes. Let's start.
We've won one.
That's true.
Right.
Let's continue the winning streak tonight.
15.7 runs
per game. That's right. And then there is Giancarlo Stanton. Yankees said on Saturday that he had sustained a left calf strain while rehabbing from 2 other calf strains in his right leg. He is like the next souped-up version of Josh Young sadness. So he sustained a left calf strain while rehabbing from 2 calf strains in his right leg, and Aaron Boone said it would be, quote-unquote, challenging for Stanton to return this season.
I am sorry that I laughed in that moment, but this is as Mike Stanton as it gets, though. You know, like this is
Giancarlo.
Once
now.
he changed his name, he started getting injured.
Right.
I'm saying, but like this is him. He got injured trying to get better from being injured from 2 other injuries that were the same injury. How does that happen to anybody else but Mike Stanton? Or Giancarlo, because obviously Mike never got hurt. So this is wild. Maybe if his teammates had gathered around him and said a prayer.
Or maybe it was the fact that, remember at the beginning of the year when he's like, I can't even open a bag of chips? That, he probably should have prepared for the worst.
He's got to play that. He's still got 15 years and $700 million on that contract.
There's a lot of thought that the Yankees will be done with him at the end of the season.
So he's going to be a Ranger?
Oh, man, that does feel like a thing that we would do. We're the KNC Masterpiece. Don't put that out there.
Lighter and rocker.
Right here on, good Lord, no, on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
The perfect mix of sports and laughs. DFW's #1. Odyssey Sports Station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas, and Specs. How about them savings from Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys? We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider and winner of the Chicago White Sox Cubs fan battle in the bleachers. It is Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. We could say good morning again,
yeah,
right?
We can.
Yeah, that was really throwing me off.
How does it feel to be back in Texas, Mick?
Well, after spending, a day and a half, 2 days in Phoenix, it feels great.
Yeah, it is nice.
You realize what the temperature was there,
well,
right?
It's a dry heat, Mickey.
114.
Oh, my goodness.
And when I was leaving the press box after the game, the TV on the TVs, the evening news was on, and it was talking about them expecting a heat wave.
Oh.
So something hotter than 114 was on the way.
Holy moly. Wow.
So 107 here, no big deal, right?
So that's a nice cool breeze for you. I like that. All right.
I'm trying to, looking at the positives.
There you go. That's what I always think about with you. Now, we talk about the first game, kind of felt like as I believe we have a little bit of a delay between us. The first game was the Camden Brown game, it felt like. Would you classify this whatsoever as the Joe Milton game?
Yes, absolutely. I thought what he did in the first preseason game was the best I've seen him play football since he got here. And then he trumped that Saturday against the Cardinals. I think that how he conducted the offense, his composure, his ability to hang in the pocket and throw the football, I thought was really, really good. And, I think even Schottenheimer said that's the best half of football they've seen from him since he's got here. It was better than anything he did in practice, too, because I remember the last practice or so, he kept wanting to run the ball instead of hang in the pocket. And every time he'd run the ball, I'd go, well, there's a wasted snap. I know you can run, but can you stay in the pocket with it collapsing and still deliver the football and take a hit? And he did that. He did that on the touchdown pass to Mingo because the left side was collapsing quickly, but he hung in there and threw a perfect spiral, perfect distance, and that was pretty impressive. And then the other two, really nice passes. He used his feet to escape problems, but instead of putting his head down and running, he kept looking down the field, found Malik Davis for the one touchdown, and then got a 20-yard pass to Cam Brown that turned into a 70-yarder. But that's what happens if you use your feet but keep your head up. I thought he had an impressive performance.
Now, something that he said kind of leading into the game and then afterwards is something that I've heard George Pickens say as well. I'm sure there are others in year two with the team that he just feels more comfortable here. Like, what does that mean to you, or what do you feel like that looks like for a player when they just feel more comfortable?
I think from George's standpoint, it's that people understand him, know him, and he could be more himself than guarded. Like when he has these breakout celebrations after a 10-yard catch or whatever in training camp, and he goes nuts and throws the ball around and runs all the way to the end zone. And I think he understands that he can be himself, and everybody understands him a whole lot better. I think the other thing is, and they've been moving him around, and, some of the passes that were going to him in training camp, he was lining up in the slot. So I think just knowing everybody personally, like knowing Dak Prescott, knowing CeeDee Lamb, and the whole offense and the rest of the team, I think that's made him comfortable, and not just only comfortable in the offense as a second year, but comfortable around people. And I think that helps out when you feel like you fit in, because I'm not sure if he ever felt like he fit in Pittsburgh.
I think the other thing, Mickey, is whenever it comes to that comfort, being able to be more creative in what you're doing. Like, you know what's supposed to happen, but sometimes you see something on the fly that you're like, oh, I know I can beat them with this. And so that kind of, adds into the mix of, I know what the offense is, but I also know angles to beat it, to beat the defense as well. How many plays, Mickey, did you need to see from Barham before you decided that this is the dude?
The first one.
That's how I told my wife. I was like, oh my gosh, we got a player.
I had a smile on my face, right? And it was like, okay, that's what we saw in training camp. That's what he said he'd do, he'd do, right? I play football. And boy, that first half, he just lit it up for a guy that hardly practiced. Well, he didn't play against Seattle, right? And then, he kind of got into a few plays in practice, and then he let it all hang out in that first half. He finishes with 5 tackles, 1 for a loss. He was around the football. Even in the passing game, there was that completion, I believe it was to the tight end, and he was right there to knock the snot out of the guy. And I'm going, this is what we needed to see, and we've been seeing that when he was healthy. And you know what? I still think he's challenging for a starting job.
Now, a lot of social media love, and rightfully so, to the man that everyone is calling Petey. What did you think about that moment representing the Navajo Nation and then his speech after the game?
Yeah, it was heartwarming. I knew what was happening before the game because the people from the Navajo Nation, they have their headquarters somewhere there in Arizona, and they had showed up at the hotel to get their passes, parking passes, tickets, things like that. But I thought it was just that little group. I didn't realize all his people from Arizona, New Mexico. There had to be maybe 1,000, 500 in the stands there just for him, right? And when we were, so you guys heard what happened, after he came off the field, got a standing ovation from the folks around the back of the end of the Cowboys bench, and by then the place had cleared out except for the people that came to see him play, right? And so they were all gathered behind the bench hoping to get autographs and things. And then we heard what happened. We were in the interview room, and it was right next to the locker room, and we could hear what happened in there. And then as I was leaving, and we had to walk the length of the field to get from the locker room to where the buses were, and he was walking out at the same time. And the people were still, it was an hour or so after the game, and the folks were still there hoping to get him to take a picture, to sign an autograph. They're cheering him, and he stopped and started, interacting with them all. And as he kept going the 100 yards, they were all along the stands cheering for him. And finally, he was like, "Hey, thank you, but I got to go." Right? and it was you guys. It was just so heartwarming. And I'm sure people think, "Oh, that old man Mickey, he's cold," and it was just so neat to see, right? And it just reminded me, and it was a reminder, I thought, for everybody that, you know what, we all come from somewhere, and the people where he came from really appreciated the fact he played 6 snaps, right? But they thought it was a really cool thing. And so, yeah, it was a neat moment during the game and then after the game.
So he's on this team now, right?
My goodness.
Or do we have some work to do there?
I think practice squad, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And it would be a nice, it'd be a nice deal. They should treat the extra spot on the practice squad roster like they do from somebody that's from a foreign country, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the guy grew up on Navajo Nation, right?
Yeah.
On a reservation. That should count.
I agree with you. Absolutely. I'm with you on that. Now, we're going to petition the NFL. We'll see what we can do on that.
See what you can do.
Thank you. On the cornerback front, what have you thought about Amir Speed? Because I know he got the start. They've used him some, whether in practice or in the game, in the return game. How has he been looking throughout camp, and what do you think about his prospects going forward?
Yeah, I think when he first showed up, it was like, oh, okay, nice, in my mind, right? Nice camp body. And then all of a sudden, he started making plays, okay, but he was with the third team and, whatever. And then he just kept showing up. And then when I saw them and using him in the game like they did, it was like, oh, okay, they're starting to notice him. He may have something. So yeah, I think he's got a chance. Now, it just depends on how the roster breaks down and, how many corners can you keep. But yeah, I think that he has shown. I kind of put him in the same boat when he got here as Triquez Bridges.
Okay.
Which was a sinking boat. Okay.
Oh no.
In my mind. Well, I mean, he got a chance last year, and it wasn't very good.
Right.
Now, he's improved, too, but I thought, okay, Speed, Bridges, kind of the same thing. But I think he's shown a little. And so, yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to see just how they evaluate him, when it comes down to, making the cuts and saying, well, can I keep this guy? Can I keep that guy? But, he's in a third year, so he's not like just a young dude that just showed up. So, yeah, it's good that you guys recognize that.
The other guy that, I think he just keeps popping is Revel. And watching his development mix since he got here last year, and then when he got on the field to what he looks like right now, can you talk about how the difference between the player then and now?
He looks like the guy that, over the first 3 games at East Carolina, his last year there, that was going to be a first-round pick, right? And then he suffers the ACL. And, the Cowboys trainers, Britt Brown, they didn't get their hands around him till after the draft. So, he's rehabbing, but, I'm not going to disparage rehab in college or whatever he was doing before the draft, but he had a long ways to go when they drafted him, and that's why he was in the 3rd round. And then they don't get their hands around him, at full time till the middle of May. So it took a while. And they were trying to kind of slow play it, just so that they knew he had not played football in quite some time. And then he got in at the end of the year, last 7 games. I believe he started 5. And he was okay, but he wasn't what he could have been. And I think having the whole off season to play football, not have to be rehabbing the whole time, training, and then go through the off-season program and get in the training camp that he didn't have last year, I think you're starting to see the guy the Cowboys had kind of portrayed could be when they drafted him with the 3rd round. And he works so hard. He's a likable guy. Not that should have anything to do with making the roster or not.
Does it usually?
And he's coachable. That's the key thing. He wants to be coached, and Christian Parker has pointed that out, that he speeds to coaching. Like, he'll listen, do everything they ask him to do.
Have you noticed in the past that maybe somebody being likable is a tiebreaker in some roster instances?
I don't know, because as one scout once said, we don't need a bunch of choir boys on this team, right? So I don't know if that makes a difference or not, but being coachable sure does. and I can't remember if I told you this story Friday, maybe, on the cornerback the Cowboys drafted a long time ago from Oregon.
Yes.
And stop me if I did. I told you that, right?
Yeah.
They were coaching him up, and he told the coach, "Hey, this is the way I like to do it."
Oh, okay.
I'm going, "Oh, okay, this ain't going to last very long."
Well,
but he's just the direct opposite. He wants to be coached, and his whole story's neat. How he, and he talked about it one day in training camp on how when he was in high school, he didn't think grades were important. He didn't think, and then he didn't qualify for a 4-year school and had to go junior college and, was working at like the equivalent of Sam's or Costco or something like that. And, had to go to East Carolina to get a tryout, and they left home at midnight to get there in time for the tryout, and they offered him a scholarship off the tryout, and here he is now. So he worked pretty hard to get where he's at right now.
Excellent stuff as always. We will catch you tomorrow.
Okay, good to be back, and good to be back here with you. A little bit closer anyway, right?
In good morningville.
Yeah, that's right. Good morningville. Thanks, Mick.
All right, guys. Thanks.
There you go. Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. All right. I know we got a boogie. I'm hoping you guys will indulge me right here. Can you play cut number 17 just so we've talked about Petey, just so we can hear that speech that Mickey was referencing?
An entire section cheering for one man. And that man's going to bring us down.
Well, that was an incredible win. I am very fortunate to be amongst you and to play in the same field where the same star hold it on our chest. And I'm proud of us. I'm proud of how far we've come. Oh, man. This game, fate brought us here as strangers, but this game, this star, this team will make us brothers. Yes.
That part, dude, the teammates afterwards.
I love
That's
it.
my favorite part.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus what in the world is happening with all these world records? Next on The Fan.
If your boss says you're laughing too hard,
105.3. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Remember, in the noon o'clock hour, we will have another 4-pack of tickets to give away for the Rangers Rays on September 6th. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medford Plex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. You can answer today's question of the day. Plus, another athletic world record was shattered yesterday. What the heck is going on? And for Kevin's fun, I've got the math to try to break down how insane this record actually is. We'll get to that here in just a little bit.
109 degrees.
That's what it's going to be outside today, huh?
That was the record yesterday, Kevin. Broke the previous record of 107.
Dude, I texted somebody over the weekend. I was like, I just got out of the car, and it felt like I got physically assaulted when I opened my door.
See, this is what we got punished for light heat and too much rain earlier in the summer. I was like, oh, this summer's not so bad.
Yeah.
It should be a punishment. What are we being punished for going, oh, this is fantastic. We love it.
I know. They were like, you get to live in the best state, but... this you have to pay for it.
You give and you take.
Exactly.
The question of the day today, it is National Waffle Day. It's National Waffle Day.
Ooh.
So the question of the day is, what's the food and or drink that you can't live without? Because for the past, 2 years now, maybe even longer, my breakfast is the same almost every single day, and it includes the protein waffles. That I have to have them every
Kodiak?
single. It used to be,
okay,
and then I mix it up. If I have time, which I don't on weekdays, but I do on the weekends, I'll make them myself to try to get the flavor profile the exact way I want it. But I've moved to the Eggo ones because they have the more like waffle-like consistency.
I was just about to ask you if they taste like or feel like real waffles.
Yes, so like they taste more like the toaster waffles that you would get as a kid than the Kodiak ones. I love Kodiak, and especially their oatmeal is freaking amazing.
But it tastes like protein powder.
Yes, which is not bad. I'm used to it, and I'm a fan of it. But the Eggo ones, if you get the chocolate, the double chocolate, they taste like regular waffles. They don't taste like protein, like whey protein powder whatsoever.
So you're a chocolate guy.
Yeah.
Not blueberry?
I knew that.
Yeah, I did too, because I'm me. But yes, unfortunately, I have to agree with this. Yeah. I hate this. Anyways, yes, that is literally my breakfast every morning. It's a part of it, obviously. It's not just that, but that's the way I start my morning every single morning at 6 a.m. is popping 2 of those waffles in the toaster because that's an easy 12 grams of protein. I was going to eat waffles anyways. I like waffles. May as well get some nutritional value out of it. So what is the food and or beverage you cannot live without?
I do see the astute people who are saying, well, you can't live without water. I think he means...
yeah, I would die.
More...
That's true.
Yeah,
so
I don't think he means literally.
I mean,
literally,
just imagine if we had electrolytes for the plants.
They would die.
I don't know about that.
I saw something.
It's a documentary of the future.
First you started, but to get your dinner, but you need electrolytes. It's amazing how... not too far off. It feels like that.
Some accuracies, for predictions.
Yeah,
I think eggs.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Eggs are important.
If you can only have eggs one way, forever.
Scrambled.
That's right.
Okay, I think I might pick hard boiled. Maybe they're just easy and convenient.
Yeah,
dude, I do like to get a piece of sourdough and toast it and slice a hard boiled egg and put that on there. Maybe some bacon.
Oh, fascinating.
Maybe cheese. I don't know how exactly I'm going to doctor it up, but there is something to be said for the hard-boiled egg sandwich.
I do not know if I've ever had a hard-boiled egg sandwich.
Good luck in the future.
Sounds good.
Your future endeavors.
Yeah.
But I think eggs, they've been it's a vitamin. It's nature's greatest vitamin.
That's right.
Is what the egg people say. The chickens. They're always like, best vitamin out there.
Could you live without
people.
crustaceans? They are shrimply the best. That's from the 817. They sent that in, and I thought that was pretty good.
Coming up next.
Better than those.
KNC Masterpiece.
Okay, would you rather hear that joke or the jokes I told you this morning before the show started?
Do you want to get fired?
Yeah. I want to keep my job.
Yeah.
That's what
that
I
would
want.
take me down for sure.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go eggs. That being said, the Coke Zero has really...
Oh, yes!
It's become a very... it's a staple now at this point.
I consume one a day because I do enjoy Coca-Cola, but I don't like sugary drinks anymore. I just don't. I've grown out of it.
Okay, so over the years, how good have they gotten at making it taste-ish to Coca-Cola?
Coke Zero's very accurate.
Yes, it's right
very
there.
Accurate.
It's not 100%, but it's knocking on the door.
I don't know how they done it.
That's tremendous.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
And it's amazing whenever you taste Coke Zero and then you have a regular Coke after, and you're just like, oh my God, it feels like my teeth are rotting away.
Like whenever you would drink a Diet Coke and you just throw it across the room.
Yes.
It's so
What
terrible.
is this?
Yeah, you're just like, this doesn't taste anything like regular Coke. And they're like, yeah, because it's diet. It's not going to taste the same. And you're just like, but it doesn't have to taste like that.
I am going to say it's pizza.
That's a good one.
Because it's just, and I know it's bad for me, but it's like even mediocre pizza, you're like, that's better than a lot of stuff. So, yeah, I'm going to go pizza.
I like that thought process. It's not great, but it's better than a lot of other things.
Yeah.
And this is this is the deserted island thing. You get pizza forever, all right? That does... Do you know how many toppings you can put on pizza?
And
you can put a hamburger on it.
And you could trick up all the different, crusts and feel like you're getting a totally different meal, from lasagna, as somebody, maybe Bobby would say, to you're like, look how thin this crust is. So yeah, pizza.
Yeah, you can stuff crust it. Stuff it with cheese, stuff it with cheese and pepperoni, stuff it with garlic, stuff it with hot dogs.
Pan?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm surprised we don't have hot dog.
Oh, you're talking about
crust
pan
pizza.
I bet we do. I bet somebody has created the hot dog crust pizza.
Okay.
Googling it.
If we haven't, I'm patenting it right now.
I think you have to still go to the office and stuff.
Oh my gosh, it exists.
Oh, I do remember that. So Pizza Hut, back in the day, I think it was Pizza Hut. I do remember this. They made the crust like all these little hot dog bites.
Yes.
Kind of like even a smaller version of a kolache, kind of.
It looks amazing.
Look at this. Two geniuses, me and Pizza Hut.
Why did that go away?
The genius thing?
And does anybody remember when Jack in the Box used to have those toasted cheese raviolis? It's been a while.
That's the second time you've brought that up in the last calendar year, and I'm amazed.
Nobody said yes.
I can't find somewhere that has an equivalent to this. And Jess was like, oh, we could bake them. And I'm like, no, it's not the same.
This is your food equivalent of sleepaway camp.
Yes. For the long time, it used to be Crystal Pepsi, too. I thought Crystal Pepsi was awesome.
That was awesome. It was. Why is it clear?
Yeah.
We already had Sprite.
But it tasted different than Sprite.
Yes.
Dude, I got one of those, have you ever seen the ice drinks? They're tall and they're sugar-free, fruity drinks. Anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Aiden knows. He's a kid. The kids drink them. I had one while I was replacing the water pump on the swimming pool, and I left it out in the backyard, just sitting on the something out there. And then I went out there 2 weeks later. The pink was now clear and yellow. And now I'm concerned. I'm like, hold on, what happened?
Oh, no.
It was unopened, untouched, not messed with at all. And now it's a completely different color. And can somebody explain the science behind that?
That's a great lesson for your kids, though. See what happens when you stay out in the sun too long?
Yeah, kids.
This is what's going to happen to your skin.
It'll melt or whatever. Whatever happened, I have no clue. Crystal methsy.
That's good, 817. Let's see. I did see. This was a great text. Where is it from? The 817. Coke Zero, Coke without the aftertaste. That's exactly what it is.
It's good, dude.
That is exactly what it is.
And it doesn't have all the sugar in it that's going to, sit with you for a while.
512, you're clever, but I'm not reading that out loud. That is a Bobby Belt text if I've ever seen one, trying to get me in trouble. But let's see. From the 903, Mexican food. I like that. Just any variation of it because it is very versatile. Very versatile.
I just saw
You just saw the 512?
That is funny, though.
And somebody said, I cannot believe none of y'all have mentioned bacon from the 903. Bacon.
Oh, yeah, because when we went to Knife, we got the bacon tasting platter thing.
Dude,
that was awesome.
I showed a picture to my dad, and I've never seen him more mad in his life that he didn't get to try that, and I did. Like, he's not a jealous type of person. That was pure jealousy and hatred in that moment.
Oh, no.
Where he was like, there is no way you tried the fanciest bacon on earth without me. And I'm like, it's for charity, Dad. And you know
That's a good point.
And you know what Sean
It was
says.
for charity.
You know what Sean says about charity.
For charity.
And Knife
That's
does it right, dude. Knife does, like I had about 9 ounces of steak left, and Carter got done with his football game, and I was like, you can have the rest of the steak, and he was like, okay. And he ate that steak and goes, Dad, you know how much I love your steaks. This could be one of the best steaks I've ever had. And he was like, I'm just telling you it's that good, so thanks, Knife.
Shout out to Knife.
Taking my title away from me.
Quick question.
Answer.
When my wife leaves school, she will frequently say, do you need anything on the way home? Do you think I could convince her to say yes? Will you go to Hideaway Pizza in McKinney where they have delicious looking fried cheese ravioli for the low price of $9.49 because the A17 told me about it, and so I looked it up and
Well, I'm going to tell you about something that's going to blow your mind more than that.
Oh,
Kevin,
blow my mind.
Because you love math, Kevin. So I'm going to break this down into some more American sports terms for you. Ethiopian long-distance runner Yomif Kejlicha broke the half-marathon world record yesterday in Argentina. He absolutely obliterated the previous record by 29 seconds.
What?
Yes. He crossed the finish line with a time of 56:51. 56 minutes and 51 seconds in the half marathon. So that's 13.1 miles. I want to break this down to you in some simpler terms. If you wanted to think about it in NFL terms, he was running a 5.9 40-yard dash. A 5.9 second 40-yard dash for the entirety of the half marathon. So he ran a 5.9 second 40-yard dash 577 consecutive times.
So he ran as fast as Tom Brady could run at the combine consecutively 577 times.
Yes,
I bet he eats strawberries.
For over 56 minutes. Yes, he does. And there, just the splits, his average mile, 4 minutes and 20 seconds. For 56 minutes.
That's crazy.
Yeah, shattering the world record by almost half a minute.
Who wants to do that?
I mean, probably the runners. Do they have some like new fancy shoe? Like, remember when they got the amphibious swimming suits and every record got annihilated? Is there some cool shoe that's helping out?
Didn't he have the fiberglass or whatever in his the sole or whatever?
Usually it's a carbon fiber plate.
There it is.
Usually what it is, and it looks like he is wearing the Adidas. I think that might be the Fuel Cell that does have the carbon plates. But still, you have to be wickedly fast.
He has a fuel cell on his foot, dude. That seems like it's
Dawson's
cheating.
bike. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where I thought we were going to talk about just NFL, the college football, but then the 49ers owner is like, hey, check this out. So we'll see what direction the next segment goes in next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag
In the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Again, the Canes bring pressure. Chambliss delivers. Touchdown, Ole Miss. Daquan Wright. The Rebels back on top.
K&C Masterpiece right here on a 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
Let's start with Daquan Wright. He was waived by the Browns to, it feels like everyone thinks, facilitate his return to college football, most specifically LSU. That would make him officially the first player to go from an NFL roster back to college. Feels like we set the precedence with this, with, well, all the nonsense that the NCAA has been up to. But this has already happened in the NFL. Todd Monken said, "This S is crazy," and I wondered why Lane Kiffin called me last week, and then added, "I probably should have answered my phone." And the Oregon head coach, Dan Lanning, is really mad. He said, once you go to the NFL, you're in the NFL. You don't get the opportunity to come back. It's unfair to the sport. It's unfair to the players on current teams.
This is a coach that hasn't taken advantage of this already.
Never!
That's why he's upset about it.
Sure.
He's like, dang it, why don't I have NFL players that have come back? I do agree, like, once you go to the NFL, you're in a different, like, weightlifting program. You're in just a different world. But why do you want to go back to college? Because, like, I just don't understand why you want to. I guess there's a lot of money in college football.
Right.
So that's a big deal there.
The thought would be the NIL money and then essentially getting a redo, and maybe you can reshuffle your draft stock and get drafted better, which is interesting.
But, like, when you go off to college, you don't go back to your high school and hang out at the parties, right?
You know that people do.
You go off to high school, you don't go back to middle school and play on the soccer field, you know?
I'm sure people do that as well.
Why?
I'm not saying they should. I'm just saying they do.
Grow up, people.
Whoa! But are you prepared for this to happen more? And I know some people were like, well, this is unique with the high school graduating class of 2022. I was like, yeah, it's unique for now, but it feels like we just kind of roll with the rules and alter them to whatever suits whoever's the most powerful at the time.
You just got to put an asterisk next to it.
Well, that's probably going to happen a whole lot.
Keep throwing asterisks on it, dude.
Now let's talk about Jed York.
What a wild story this is turning into.
The 49ers owner, who was arrested and has pleaded no contest to misdemeanor charges of suspicion of engaging in prostitution. Now, Jed York, in case you're curious, worth about $8.5 billion.
You say billion?
Billion.
All right.
He was sentenced to one day in jail for each charge, with 1 day already considered being served. He has been the majority owner since 2024 and the team's chief executive officer since 2008. What will the NFL say his suspension should be?
Probably nothing. Like, oh, he can't go to a game. What is no contest, by the way? It means the defendant accepts the court's punishment,
but does not admit guilt, which is just a fancy way of saying, yeah, but I don't want it as guilty on my record.
Okay. All right, because then people will say that's what you are.
Sure.
And they're like, no, I mean, there's proof right there.
And that has become the nonsense way that most people use it. I think originally it was designed for people who were maybe worried about not having the best attorney or being able to get legal help, specifically for a while being like, well, I'll just do that then.
Yeah, I just, I really don't think the NFL. What was Robert Kraft's punishment?
I don't remember.
By the NFL. I don't remember either.
Don't.
I just feel like there was a lot of embarrassment, and that was punishment enough.
Right.
But maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe he couldn't show. I think he wasn't able to show up to like 2 games. They were like, you can't be in the suite, buddy. And he was like, Jerry just can't be in the suite during the soccer games then. So yeah, maybe that's what it's going to be, but no real punishment, right?
I mean, probably not. And even if there is, I'm sure he'll find a way to work his way around it. We'll talk about Deshaun Watson a little bit later, probably an overreaction reality. Now, let's go to Joey Porter Jr. Mike McCarthy said the Steelers and him are, quote, at an impasse. Mike McCarthy said, I learned this in my early years as a head coach. You have to separate business and football. Sometimes it's easier than others. This is a challenge for both Joey and us because we're first-year staff. We've seen them compete against Joey, and he just went on and said, we're at an impasse right here. You got to respect that. Every one of us has a contract, the organization, they have beliefs and so forth. But yeah, that's just kind of where we are. He's in the last year of his rookie deal, and obviously he would like to get paid more than $3.924 million.
So, third-round pick or...
Oh, is he worth that?
I don't know. Fourth-round pick?
Okay.
Sixth-round pick?
On the flip...
Pick the phone up.
Just check.
Not the Cowboys. Cowboys are fine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Cowboys got great cornerbacks. They're going to be good.
Now, Christian Gonzalez is back on the practice field for the New England Patriots, but Mike Vrabel is going to keep being Mike Vrabel. And he was asked, oh, yeah, hey, can he play in week one? He said, I am going to focus on today. I'm not ready to talk about week one. All right.
Take it one day at a time, Kevin.
Sure.
Whenever you're going through, those situations.
What do you mean? What kind of situation?
The ones where you have to take it one day at a time.
Okay.
Things where you can't do anything until today.
Okay.
Can't do anything tomorrow.
That makes sense
to me.
You
got to focus on today.
Let's talk about Harrison Butker. Give me cut number 11, not kick number 11. Give me cut number 11.
He's a kicker.
Yeah. His field goal attempt in the preseason, mind you, from 69 yards.
He hammers this one. He got it. Harrison Butker from 69 yards. The whole team's coming over.
Are you kidding me?
Wow. That's awesome.
That is incredible. I thought 59 last week was incredible. And let's just watch it. There's your little draw that you liked about
I like that draw, Trent. And I like 69 yards. That's
and it was in the
amazing.
net.
Yeah.
In the net. Could have been good from 75 yards. Of course, will not go down as a record because it happened in the preseason. For Bud Clark, the second-round pick for the Seattle Seahawks, he broke his ankle during last night's game against the Titans. He is now expected to be sidelined, quote, multiple months per their head coach, Mike McDonald. Then we did get confirmation that Tyler Biadasz will go on season-ending injured reserve. I know we all kind of thought that would be the way that it played out, but that is official. For the Browns, they lost Alex Wright with a ruptured Achilles in Thursday's joint practice. He will also miss the rest of the season. Two more notes for you. Michael Penix Jr., he is back and cleared to go through 11-on-11 competition. So let's see if that makes a particular difference in their quarterback competition. And then Nick Chubb announced his retirement. I know it's been a minute since he was particularly relevant, but there was like a 4-year span where he was just a frickin' monster.
Yeah, and I love hey man, can't believe what this game's given to me.
Right.
I did everything I could. I gave it all I had, and that's all I got left. I absolutely loved watching Nick Chubb play this game, dude. I really did.
Absolutely. He was very, very good. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about some wankers and winners of the weekend? Who is the best or the worst this weekend? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And let's do a little bit of winners and wankers of the weekend. 877-881-1053. Who was the best or the worst this weekend? Would you like to start with the winners or the wankers?
Wankers!
Oh, man, there are a lot of those. Let's go to soccer, where it was not good for FC Dallas this week.
Why not?
They lost to the Vancouver Whitecaps 5-0.
One match.
But 5-0 is, and Vancouver is good. That is an ass kicking.
What happened in that situation, Kevin, was they realized that 2-0 is the death score. So they were like, once they doubled it, they were like, we have to score a fifth, because that would be 2 times they would come back on.
Right.
So I understand what happened there, Kevin. But it's not a good start for FC Dallas here.
So perhaps what you said is what happened to Tottenham. Surely a tough weekend for Jared, even though the Rangers have now surged back in. Surged the right word? To a tie for first place. Tottenham lost 3-0, and their head coach said that they were undercooked and lacked fight when they lost 3-0 to Brentford. And then he added, for many reasons, I think we are not a team yet. We're not in the right physical condition.
You know, that's interesting, because didn't Shoddy say that to start the Cowboys training camp? Like the first day, he was like, they're not in shape.
Right.
This is bad.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, there they are running laps together at the end of things. So, Kevin, all you need is good leadership.
Okay.
And the conditioning will take care of itself.
All right. Well, speaking of probably not good leadership, how much in the last month and a half has the stock fallen from Lionel Messi? I know he's still the GOAT, but man, people started to turn on him and his team in the World Cup, and now he was fined by the MLS for slapping a player on the back of the neck after the two exchanged words on Wednesday night. Now, he did come back and score a goal and have an assist in the first game back since the death of his father, but it just feels like things have been kind of piling up a little bit for him.
All right, so when you watched Argentina play and you watched how he played, that looked like 2 different games by them.
Right.
He didn't run around. Well, he did step on that one dude's ankle, but that's typical. You know, that's typical of him. But like it did look like, but maybe that's the way you get away with it too. People are so focused on Messi, and they're like, we'll let these guys thug it up out here as long as Messi, scores his goal. But if he doesn't score his goal and win, then we won't. Then we got to say something about it. Slapping people on the back of the neck, Kevin. That's just what happens whenever you're the great one. You gotta. Sometimes you just gotta let people know this is how you become great. You gotta pay your dues and then get there.
Okay. I mean, Okay.
But, winning changes everything, Kevin.
Sure.
4 out of 5, not good. Go out and win some, you're going to be just fine.
Now, Rashad Bateman, it's already turned into kind of a he said, she said, and Bateman and his attorney have vehemently denied these accusations, but he is being accused of family violence in Georgia after he allegedly smashed the windows of his baby mama's car while his 3-month-old was inside.
Oh, no.
Again, accusations, and his lawyer said it is unfortunate that a personal family situation has been taken completely out of context for sensational reasons. We will let the court play out and the facts will come out at that time. Spokesperson for the Ravens said, we're aware, blah, 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 no further comment.
Don't you just feel like, Kevin, we're a day or 2 away, maybe 3 days away from a video surfacing?
Yeah.
That you're just like, okay, here's the more. And isn't that, I guess, as the lawyers, you're always kind of defending against that. You're like, hey, look, this is, these are allegations. And this is tough if real.
Do you ever wonder, I'm not saying that it makes it okay at all, if he knew this, like, let's say he knows this video exists, or he knows he did what the accusation is. You just step out, sit down in person, have like a little press conference or record a video and say, it's true. I don't know what is wrong with me. I don't know why I've been making these decisions. I need to take some time, re-examine, or like whatever the proper thing to say is, or if you actually think you should go, into anger management or whatever the case is. Do you think that would help at all, as opposed to him being like lies and then the video comes out and you're like, oh.
After all the evidence is put forth and the case is closed, then yes, you can come out and say all that stuff.
Okay.
But would your lawyer ever say, please admit to guilt to the public? Like for the court of public opinion, it's probably, they want to forgive you quicker, actually, most often. They're like, okay, you're human, we get it. A lot of times. They're going to make jokes about you. But for your finances, Kevin, you cannot do that because of court.
Right.
So, yes, I totally understand what you're saying, but no lawyer would ever say, please go out there and publicly admit wrongdoing.
And you're right about that.
Never apologize.
You're right about that. It's just like the attorney works for you. So if you decided that is what you wanted to do, I'm sure they would heavily advise against it, but you could. Now, the New York Times. Are they one of the wankers of the weekend? I actually didn't get to mention this on Friday, so we're extending the weekend just a little bit. An Alabama jury awarded Kai Spears $9.25 million in damages against the New York Times after they put out a report. And in 2023, they said, citing a person familiar with the investigation, that Kai Spears was a passenger in a car involved in the shooting.
Oh, no.
And, as you could probably guess, that was eventually turned out not to be true. He sued. The New York Times had put out an apology. They wrote an editor's note about the error. They apologized to him personally, but I could see how you're accused of being in a car that shot somebody that you'd be like, no, that's probably not good enough. So they have been fined or awarded damages in the amount of $9.25 million. Do you think this feels closer to the right thing, or does it set a dangerous precedent for sometimes you make mistakes, or if you make a mistake that implicates somebody in a potential murder, this is probably the outcome if you're wrong?
I think the second one, Kevin, it's a lot of money.
It is.
Especially at this point, like newspapers are barely holding on anyway. And this is why a lot of this happens, Kevin, is because those newspapers that are barely holding on can't afford the right editors and the right legal team and all that stuff. And they're like, get that story up now. So that stinks too. But that's one of the things that's happened over time. It is part of the defamation laws that exist in our society for these purposes. You can't just go around saying things without having the facts behind it.
All right, we need some pick-me-ups. This is a lot of sad stories.
All right, let's get some winners. We have any winners?
Okay. The Columbia High School football team in Alabama. They defeated Greensboro High 41-14 on Saturday. You might be like, I don't really care. Here's why you should. They had lost 101 straight games going into that game.
That's it?
That's it.
In 1 year?
No, over the span of like a decade.
Oh, okay.
They had lost 101 straight games. They had just 28 players on the roster by the time last year concluded.
Why not just stop at 100 and just be like, we're not playing anymore? We're defunct as an organization.
That does, you know what? That maybe we won't go full relegation. But if you ever lose 100 straight games, that's it. Your franchise is dissolved.
Start over.
You retain no ownership. There is no product or anything like that. But what does that say about Greensboro High? That not only did you lose, you lost by 27 points to the team that had lost 101 games in a row.
That they really didn't expect them to show up that day. They were like, these guys, they constantly lose. What more could they do? That's what I'm thinking, Kevin. That's a wake-up call for you.
And at one point...
Or maybe you're not good.
At one point, they were losing, Columbia was losing 14-0. Do you think they were like 102, here we come? And then they scored 41 straight points to win the game.
So they just gave up after they scored 14 points. They were just like, we got this in the bag, guys. And on the other side, there's a defensive coordinator. He's like, I don't want them to gain another yard. And then they were like, this will be the night that they remember the team that lost 101 games.
I think I see the logic.
They got inspired.
If you were ahead 14-0 on a team that had lost 101 straight games, I would also probably think that the game was over.
You cracked their soul. They're done.
And then it was not.
Wow. You think they're going to go on a 101-game win streak now?
I do not, but we'll see.
You don't know what their schedule is.
You know what? To be fair, I could intricately know their schedule, and I probably still wouldn't think that. Is one of the winners of the weekend Ashton Genty. Reports started floating around that he has blown out his ACL. He couldn't get up off the ground, walk himself, had to leave the field. His other teammates prayed for him. Now it looks like he has a sprained ankle.
That's a lot better.
It is.
That is so much better than any type of knee ankle injury that could have been worse.
Yes.
That is, that's what, 4 weeks?
Yeah.
I think I saw mild as 3 to 6 weeks. So we'll say 4.
Right.
And then I saw like major, it's like 3 months.
Does it ever trip you out when they say somebody got a low ankle sprain, considering how much we almost always hear high ankle sprain?
Yeah, and that, just tape it up. You know?
Right.
Just tape this sucker up. You're fine for the year. Once you got what? You maybe don't start week 1.
Yeah.
And you're good to go for the rest of the season. I would not avoid drafting him this year in the fantasy draft.
Did you make that decision as you've learned this information?
I was definitely not drafting him whenever I thought the Achilles was gone over the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, whenever I heard that, I was like, oh, well, this is problematic. But then I heard they prayed over him. We know the power of prayer, so I was like, we'll wait and see. And here we are.
Do you think any of those people were like, come on, dude?
What?
I thought you were done for the season. You sprained your ankle.
He's laying there just rolling around.
I'm just asking.
Let go and let God.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a great point.
This is
Bobby.
great. I do. So there are, like, I was planning on taking him pretty high in this year's draft.
All right.
I really was. It does change some things. But I guarantee you he's going to be picked up in the second round by somebody, if not the first. And he's going to have a pretty good season still because the Kubiaks know how to run the ball.
Okay, now.
As long as he can stay, standing.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead and give me cut number 14 because my bold proclamation is going to be that the Dallas Mavericks and Klay Thompson were one of the winners of the weekend.
Leonard Miller with the putback there a moment ago. And now Klay for number 200 and on the money.
Now, this might feel counterintuitive because I initially was agitated that we couldn't get anything from for Klay Thompson as he wanted to go to Miami all along. But apparently he told the Mavericks he wanted to play for a contender, did not think that the Mavericks would be a contender, so they bought him out, which was kind of annoying until I found out that Klay Thompson gave back roughly $9.8 million in his buyout agreement with the Dallas Mavericks. So
that's almost $10 million.
That is true. And you're not just eating the $17.5 million. You got more than half of it back. That was my biggest thing is I wanted to get that salary off the books. I was hoping you could get another asset to go along with it. The rest of the league's like, I saw how he played. And so they said, no, thank you. But I still think the Mavericks are a winner for getting money back in that arrangement. And then he's going to sign with the Heat for $11.5 million over 2 years. So he gets what he wants. The Heat can realize he's not that good, and the Mavericks can get some of that money back.
Well, this is actually one of the most positive things coming out of this. It was fun. It was a fun idea when we convinced Klay to sign here.
Right.
And I remember the day before, Mike was like, don't mess with people, Corey. It's never going to happen. And I was like, I don't know, dude, it could.
And it did.
And then it did, and we were like, holy crap, has everything changed? Luka's become the guy that people want to play with. And then I don't want to revisit it.
Well, that part changed a lot.
Traded Luka.
Yeah, that part.
Yeah, Nico had made all the right calls, done all the right things, and then he gambled it all, on one hand of blackjack.
Yeah.
We really have to move on.
Okay.
Oh,
you know what?
But it didn't also feel like he lost that hand of blackjack when he had 20 and he said, "Hit me."
Mm-hmm.
And everyone's like, "What?"
Yeah. No, he actually had 21, and he was like, "Yeah, go ahead and add to it." They were like, "But you've already won." He was like, "I just want to see."
Yeah.
Let's just like imagine a world where it happened, and they're like, "What happens?" And he's like,
"It could be the Joker card. I could say it's a 0. It could be the rule card. I can also say that that's a 0. Then I win." And you're like, "But wait,
you've already won." But imagine a world.
Yeah. So I'll say that's a win.
All right, good for the Mavericks then. What are they going to do with that $10 million?
He knows. That's a good question because I still have questions about how this roster works. Because I have my own independent thoughts about the Mavericks, regardless of whatever else. So,
interesting.
We'll see.
They don't tell you what to say.
No, I am very much looking forward to getting that Mavericks season started, though.
Me too, man.
Talking a lot about the Mavs right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality plus the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Oh, crap.
And a ticket giveaway that we might have to stretch next right here on The Fan.
Hey, we're real.
powered by the On-Time Experts.
Milton on a quarterback draw, bangs it up the middle. Schottenheimer said no one can stop Joe Milton. And by golly, he was right.
Offside.
Touchdown.
Oh, we should have cut that last part off with the offsides. Don't worry. It still counted. We're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality in just a minute. But I wanted to show you how different roster projections can be, especially for this Cowboys team. I told you what the Dallas Morning News said. Now we go to Todd Archer for his predictions, and they are wildly different. He has the Dallas Cowboys carrying 3 quarterbacks. Phil Maffa still does not make the team. Mingo and Camden Brown still do make the team. But on this one, Maris Leofau and James Houston make the team. I believe James Houston is pretty safe. But Maris Leofau is in. Sam Williams is not.
Okay.
For cornerbacks,
has Sam Williams just run his course or just not done enough?
I think it's
at this point.
I think it's probably that and the acquisition of Von Miller, like that combination just didn't work for him particularly. For cornerbacks, he says Deron Bland, Kobe Durant, Savon Revel, Devin Moore, and veteran not on the roster is who it will end up being.
Interesting.
Reddy Stewart.
So somebody that could be on somebody else's team right now and one of the cuts happens.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
Reddy Stewart does not make the team either, and Todd Archer also doesn't have Elijah Clark or Julius Wood on the team. But some of the players that did make the team is because he's going 9 offensive line. Remember, we talked about this with the Morning News. 11 is really heavy on the offensive line. I could see them going 10. I would be surprised about 11. Archer's got it down at 9, which allows you to keep your Leofaus, your third quarterbacks. I am not really particularly interested in carrying a third quarterback, but, you know.
Look, man, I think we're in the same boat on that.
Yeah.
When it comes to carrying a third quarterback, I could use that spot for anything else, like a specialty kicker. Or Quinum. So I would much prefer to do that.
Yeah, so we shall see. But you have to have your roster cut down by Sunday evening. So again, when we come in here on Monday, I think you'll see some things that might not be the way that they are going to stick. All right, now NFL overreaction or reality, and we start with this. Overreaction or reality. You believe in Joe Milton enough to make him QB2 and release Sam Howell?
I do. He right now, and in two games, he looks like a completely different quarterback that understands it, sees it, visualizes it, and can make the throws. I already know he can throw it 100 miles an hour and a ton. He can throw it over the mountains. But I needed to see a couple of other things that go, oh, okay, so he understands the quarterback position. And so and quite honestly, Sam Howell hasn't done anything to lose my faith or anything else. He just hasn't looked great either. He hasn't come out and put his stamp on it. So, but Joe Milton kind of took that opportunity on Saturday night. In the first game, he did enough to go, hey, I'm here, guys.
Right.
And then in the second game, he said, I can do it consistently now. So, yeah, I'll believe it now. Again, this is against second-tier guys. But
it's the touch on some of the passes, like you said, that feels more convincing.
It's instead of dropping his head down and taking off running, I'm going to extend the play out and make a touchdown pass. It's I'm going to hang in that pocket 1/2 second longer because the window's there. I just need the receiver to be in the window or near the window so I can go ahead and let this ball go. Those are the things, Kevin, that I think that we saw this time around. Now, what was interesting was, did Mickey say we haven't seen that in practice? Or we have seen more of that in practice?
Well, he thought in a game specifically it was the best he had played.
Somebody said he has looked better. Sam Howell's the better option, and I can't say that at this point. He was brought in to compete against Joe Milton,
right?
And competing is something that we haven't seen truly out of him. Now, maybe he changes this in the last game.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You believe in Joe Milton enough to make him QB2 and release Sam Howell?
Reality.
Ooh.
And in a perfect world, what I would love is for Howell to clear waivers, and then he ends up being on the practice squad, so then you can be the third quarterback, right? The emergency third on game day. So then you have the best of both worlds in case you need it, but in a perfect world, you're not going to need it. Sam Howell, I look at as a guy, he can win you a game. If you're missing your quarterback for an extended amount of time, I think Joe Milton ends up giving you the best opportunity to say week over week, he keeps piling on. And that's, at this point, that's what I'm looking for.
Now, normally we don't use audio to set up some of these questions, but go ahead and give me cut number 18. And let's hear from Deshaun Watson real quick.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life. You know, I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all.
Now, all of that is a bold statement.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
If you say I might have done things a little differently, do you think that's regret?
Yes.
Okay, then I think that he would admit to maybe I would have done things differently.
Yeah,
and that would be regret.
I have never understood the concept of I have no regrets. And then people are like, well, it's got me to where I am now. And I was like, sure. And I hope you are happy now. But if you screwed people over or worse on your way to becoming that person, you probably could have tweaked that some and still ended up in more or less the right spot. I would say having to give out all kinds of different cash settlements would probably be a reason that you would regret and do some things differently. And in that game in particular, he was out there for 4 second-half drives, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
He went 5 for 12 for 36 yards. That is a robust 3 yards per pass, and 1 interception. And they lost to Buffalo 31-7. Now, I know the outcome doesn't matter as much, but he was not playing well. I understand his point about when he got injured, and I'm sure he is right. I bet a lot of those people are booing him regardless. But he was not playing well either.
Yeah, no, he wasn't playing well before he got injured. The team's not good. It's a bad fan. They're just bad, not bad fan base. It's a bad organization, and the fan base had to suffer through it. Hell, they had their team taken from them.
Right.
And they got another one. They're like, we still stink.
Right.
I don't know how motivated I would ever be to go out and play for a fan base that booed against me.
Right.
I might use it as fuel to be like, all right, I'll show you. But I don't know if it would be something that I would be like, I can't wait to make all these people happy because we've been happy together with all this.
So, with all that in mind, he is now the starter. And the head coach said, this is not a week-by-week thing. All right? So, overreaction or reality?
8 weeks. It's not a week-by-week thing, but he's just trying to clear himself for at least 4 weeks.
I'm going to try something even different. And I know what the cap implications are. Overreaction or reality? Deshaun Watson will not even be on the Browns the entire season.
Oh, yeah, I think I think that's a reality. Somebody did ask us to touch on the idea that maybe Shedeur could be traded to Minnesota for JJ. And I was like, that's a weird thought.
Would the Browns make that trade?
I don't know.
They would need more, right? Which
maybe.
Is odd. But, people keep talking about the salary cap implications. if you let Deshaun Watson go. He has a dead cap hit of $127 million. Oh, my God, that's so much. Next year, when his contract's over, his salary cap hit is $86 million in dead cap money. So, I don't know why we're pretending like if you just power through this season, then you're free and clear. You're not. You're stuck with a huge bill. And if he's going to openly chastise the fan base for a lot of the things that he himself is responsible for, I am shocked that they named him the starter. I know the head coach is like, that has no impact on the decision, and maybe it should have no impact on the decision. But I'm kind of surprised, and so that's why I'm throwing it out there. Alec, we go to you. I know it would be crazy for financial reasons. Overreaction or reality? Deshaun Watson will not be on the Browns the whole season.
Overreaction. He will be, because there's a GM that's trying to save his job. That's the reason he's starting.
Yeah.
That's why Todd Monken is telling the truth when he says the podium comments, the personality.
And I believe him.
Yeah, that's why he's saying that has no impact, because the GM is making the call, saying I have to justify having this guy on the team, for one, at all, but two, paying him all of that money. I have to show ownership that we are committed to seeing this through the end of the year, when he will no longer be here next year. Kind of like the Astros kind of did the opposite with Dana Brown, their GM, today, where they said, we're not going to extend him.
Right.
We're not going to pay him. I think this is just the GM saying, look, I have to show that we saw it through and we exhausted every option.
Bonus question.
Can you imagine, though, being the Texans right now and being like, we got out of that whole booty right there?
It is amazing. I was so excited and loved all things Deshaun Watson, because what was it, Hurricane Harvey? Sorry if I'm getting the hurricane wrong.
Yeah.
But he donated his entire first game check to these 3 people who work there because their lives were ruined.
In the kitchen.
Yeah, it was amazing. And he was like, the guy who's doing incredible things in college football, and you're like, I cannot wait. And then just to see that tremendous fall is astonishing, because he was really good too. Really good. All right. This bonus question is for you then, Alec.
Arvidas bonus.
You were not included in this because you said...
I can still say the bonus stuff.
Okay, that's true. Overreaction or reality bonus for you, Alec. Deshaun Watson will actually play for the Browns beyond 2026. Now, this is where the money comes into play, because you have a massive amount of money due to him either way. And I wonder if he would be like, good enough. Let's bring him back and see if we can flatten this out.
That's an overreaction, too.
Okay.
I think that they bail on it, and that's when they bail on the GM, too. And they bring in new brain trust. And sorry, Todd Monken, you might be a one and done. You might be a David Culley situation to bring that name back for whatever reason. I could see where they say, this is our reset moment. This is our pivot.
Okay. All right, and a quarterback-heavy draft. All right, and by the way, in case you were curious, it's even money now. The Deshaun is the first quarterback benched. He has overtaken Tua and Geno Smith as the betting favorites for first quarterback benched. Overreaction or reality? Even with the crazy money, the Ravens probably should have just re-signed Tyler Linderbaum. He got 3 years, $81 million, $60 million guaranteed, a massive jump up for the center position. And now the person that they were kind of hoping could maybe be their center, he suffered a knee injury last week, and he'll miss a bunch of time.
But they couldn't get Max Crosby.
That is kind of funny. I mean, they could.
And they don't have Max Crosby.
I mean, they could have gotten Max Crosby. So, overreaction or reality? Even with crazy money, the Ravens, they probably should have just re-signed Tyler Linderbaum.
Probably so. He's a really good center.
It is.
That being said, he couldn't keep Ashton Genty's ankle from being sprained.
Well, hold on. I don't know the specifics of how that played out in training camps.
If he was that good, he would have picked him up and carried him.
Freaking bum.
Yeah.
All right, Alec.
I don't know why I love that so much.
Overreaction or reality? The Ravens, they probably just should have gone ahead and re-signed Tyler Linderbaum anyway.
Reality, nothing that their front office has done in any recent memory has made any sense. Zay Flowers getting $1 billion, it feels like, to be kind of
Oh, that's true.
And then not paying Lamar Jackson anytime he's due for a contract just because they like the drama instead. You're not the Cowboys. Just pay the man. Like, everything that they do is overly dramatic and overthought, and I don't like it.
What are they here?
Bonus answer.
Oh.
to Alex's answer.
Domantas Sabonis.
All right.
He said nothing their front office has done has made any sense. They also hired Jesse Minter this offseason.
Oh, that's your guy. In your face to yourself, Alec.
Hey, he coached in the NFL for 1 year and he got a head coaching job. Some people might have hated on that at some point.
You want to do one more?
Sure.
Overreaction or reality? You feel significantly better about the Cowboys running back room and RB2.
With the same people?
That's right.
Like, it's the same people.
No, you're right.
What? Significantly better than what?
Than you did before.
Like last year?
No, like going into training camp.
Okay. Going into training camp. We had a lot of question marks on Blue. I think everybody, I don't know, I hope that everybody understood from this show at least, we felt like Malik Davis was like, we know what we got.
Yeah.
And we have that backup plan as our backup plan. Hopefully he doesn't get mad that we're trying to look for just a little bit better backup plan.
Right.
And Jaden Blue are hoping that is it. But yes, I think I know where Maffa is on a lot of things, and it is going to be what it is there. I think Blue still has a chance to do some special things. I really do. But yeah, I as long as I'm giving Malik Davis my opportunities whenever he's needed, I feel pretty good. Javonte's going to be just fine.
Alec, overreaction or reality, you feel significantly better about the Cowboys running back room and RB2.
Reality,
You seem pained when you say that.
Yes, because I really wanted one of Maffa or Blue to step out and be the standout guy where it's like, okay, they made the progression to where there's not really a choice, or you look at them and Malik Davis side by side and you say, this is a really tough decision. Malik Davis had a cup of coffee in the preseason game. I was like, yep, he's clearing away running back 2, and I feel good about that, but I didn't want to. It's nothing against him. I just saw, I said it last week, I wanted it to be Maffa so bad.
Right.
I think he is a second coming of Javonte Williams if he gets the opportunity. He just didn't earn the opportunity the way I thought he would.
He's big, dude. Like, he is bigger than I expected whenever I saw him.
True. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and now it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that introduction. And as we do here on the KNC Masterpiece on Mondays, we are back to hits and misses of the weekend. Would you like to start with the hits or the misses? Let's start with the hits. Great idea, Kevin. I say that because I have a story that is number one on the misses.
Oh.
That is going to be story. Okay?
Okay.
Honorable mention for hits and misses over the weekend. The Dink.
The movie?
A movie that Kevin told me to watch. Actually, he didn't tell me to watch it. He said, have you heard of The Dink? It's better than I thought. I think was your...
I think you would like it.
And I think you would like it. And so I said, okay. Because I kept seeing it on my TV thing. You know, I don't even know, is it on Prime or
Apple?
So I kept seeing it pop up, and then I think I saw Jake Johnson. Is that his name? Nick?
I mean, I know who you're talking about.
Nick from New Girl. I saw him do an interview about it, and I was like, okay, I got to check this out. I'm going to check it out now. Dude, it's funny. It had Happy Gilmore vibes to it for me. Like, there was something about the underdog, overdog coming back and, doing his thing. There's something about that. Is it an underdog story?
Kind of.
And Andy Roddick's in it. Anytime Andy Roddick gets to act,
it happens.
It happens, yeah. Aaron Chin is his sidekick. And Aaron Chin absolutely steals the show with a story about falling in love with the SS Meadow, and I think
he is the best part of that movie.
He's fantastic, dude. Like the way his blind belief in his friend, it's so good. So check it out. Also, honorable mention: Tires season 3.
Oh, that should be higher. That show's great.
It's great, Kevin. I think you're going to be upset that you said that.
Oh,
really? It should be higher.
That show's great.
It should be higher than a Cowboys player, is what you're saying.
Depends on which player.
Tires season 1 was basically a collection of short stories.
Man, that is a good way to put it.
Season 2 had kind of a direction. Season 3, they didn't really reveal the direction. but you knew it was there. They did a good job with this season. The jokes got funnier. It's a funny show.
Some of those characters are tremendous.
Tremendous. Number 3 on the hits of the weekend, Kevin. I will be very honest, Alec. All of these are Cowboys. So.
Oh, okay.
Number 3, Jonathan Mingo and Cam Brown.
Oh, baby. They're both going to make it, right?
I think so. And so that's going to come down to some decision making. But these are 2 big, strong receivers who are not just blockers, Kevin. I don't know if you know this or not.
Mm-hmm.
But Mingo is no longer just the greatest blocking receiver of all time.
Right.
He is now the greatest blocking receiver of all time and a preseason darling.
Wouldn't have guessed it going in.
Nobody would have thought that going into this camp. We were like, this dude's quit. And now he's out there playing and looking like he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Cam Brown is just like, hey, guys, what else can I do at this point?
And he heard Shoddy being like, camp ain't over.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was that's the mindset of do it once, but you need to do it 2 times. You need to do it, consistently. In the NFL, isn't that what we used to say with Junebug, the hitter, the Rangers batter that we got from the Dodgers, and he just never could quite get it together. And we were like, dude,
Willie Calhoun?
Willie Calhoun, Junebug was his Twitter handle. Willie June Calhoun. He would show up on a night and you'd be like, awesome, there it is. And then he'd be like, that was good enough. And you'd be like, where did you go? And that can't happen. So good job, Cam Brown, doing it again. Number 2, Joe Milton. Kevin, you asked about him earlier. He has now made it into the hits and misses list. He is a hit.
Yes.
Joe Milton, we loved the idea of the trade, the athleticism, all the things that come along with it, the backflips. Have you ever seen him do a backflip?
I did. I don't care about that part as much.
What do you mean? Can you do a backflip?
No. I just can't see a scenario in which you'd have enough time, let alone it would make logistical sense to do a backflip in a game. Although, if Myles Garrett was trying to cut him off at the waist and he somehow backflipped out of that, obviously it would be the coolest thing I've ever seen in an NFL game.
The coolest thing I think I've seen right now is the Saquon Barkley jump backwards thing.
That was pretty awesome.
Still oh my gosh. So imagine if Milton spun and then did a backflip out of it.
No, I'm with you. If he does a backflip in a logical way in an NFL game,
into the end zone.
Well, then, hell yeah.
But it's 2 feet in the end zone. His ball never crosses the pylon, so he's still a yard short.
Then no. Then I'd be like, that was stupid. Why did you do that?
But he completed the flip.
I don't care. It was 4th and goal.
I mean, oh, dang, I didn't think about that.
I just decided I could add on. This is like a very improv situation. And you're like, and I decided it was 4th and goal.
That was a real shocker for me. I didn't expect that. Good twist. But Joe Milton, congratulations. Good job. And then number 1, it took me 3 plays, Kevin. It took 3 plays for me to say I've seen all I need to see from Ja'Shawn Barham.
It only took Mickey 1.
It took Mickey 1 because Mickey's been out there for every practice.
True.
We were out there for 2 practices, and they were very light. But
true.
What we saw, I saw him go. His feet look good. He's moving side to side. He's tracking well. His instincts are good. He goes and makes a turn around a guard to come in to stop the running back on a great play to get a stuff. He's playing in the mix, man, and he's playing physical. He's strong. He is strong up top too. So that's another good thing. What's up?
I have not heard this audio yet, but I guess apparently Deshaun Watson came out with a statement today and apologized for slamming the fan, saying the emotions got the best of him.
Oh, he's like, now that I'm the starter, I can't act like that?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
I haven't heard the audio yet.
All right, here we go.
The misses.
The misses of the weekend.
So is this going to irritate me or?
We'll see. The number 1 will. Oh no, I've been signed out. I have to sign back in.
Oh no.
What's happening right now?
This is the number 1.
Oh, I got it. We're good.
We're good.
Oh,
okay.
Honorable mention, Kevin.
Okay.
Cattell Marte. Evidently was found at a local casino. What's happening, dude? Was that on the list somewhere? Did we already do that?
No, that's size at him.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
I don't know what's going on there, man. But
come on,
like
brother.
maybe this could be part of the bad thing that's happening with him too.
Oh,
you know?
man. You know what I just thought since I said brother? Shouldn't the number one winner of the weekend have been Babe Laufenberg for telling that guy to go eat ass?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, man. Essentially, somebody on Twitter said, get over the fact that your son died.
You kidding me, dude?
No. And
see, that's why Twitter's the worst.
It is.
People think they're entitled to say stuff like that.
And then he was like, I've had bad stuff happen in my life. And I was like, and so Babe gave a very strong response. And then at the end, he's like, 3 things. And he goes, if you have time today, please go F yourself. It was amazing.
Love you, babe.
Me too.
I can't tell who is the miss on this, Kevin. Is it the Albany police or this old man?
Oh, no.
The Albany Police Department would like the public's assistance with identifying this suspect in this photo. They show a photo, Kevin. An individual dropped $30 on the ground while shopping. The individual picked up the money and did not turn it into the employees. Somebody dropped $30.
I got it.
Old man picks up $30, doesn't turn in the money, and now the Albany police are after him for $30.
What? I mean, look, I do think you should turn in the money, but
it's my cash.
Man, is that
finders keepers?
I do not believe that he is rich. Play in a court of law,
Okay.
but yeah, I don't feel like that the police have to get involved for that.
Also, number 3 on the list, Kevin, on misses. The starters for the Broncos. Sean Payton was so furious after the game that he said, I might make the starters play longer next week because we lost this football game. They lost at a preseason game, and he's furious about it.
All right, so I go back and forth on this.
No, you don't want to.
Oh,
Trust me.
I was just going to say, is he super competitive, or are you like, where's your team supposed to go if this is your level into preseason?
Oh, man, yeah, you got to, elevation, dude. Ben Johnson, even more scores. Number 2, Sonny Styles or the internet. I can't decide yet. I've watched Sonny Styles play. I'm confused on where he's trying to run to.
Oh, man.
Golly. I also saw Broadus and Wolchuk going, hey, give the guy a chance. And I was like, all right. But I did watch 2 highlight videos so far of him not knowing where he was going to go. But Broadus said, hey, he's a downhill player. When he gets a little more experience, he's going to be better. So that being said, Barham was number 1. Sonny Styles is number 2 on the misses. All right, Kevin, I went to Walgreens on Sunday to get a Ghost energy drink, thanks to the nootropics inside of it. And I walked up behind a guy and his kid, and they're getting ready to pay out. I have one drink, and they said, hey, do y'all have any Pokemon cards? And I was like, all right. She said, we got to go to the back and get them. All right, so I'm still waiting in line to get this one drink. They bring out 3 boxes of Pokemon cards, and this guy starts looking through them.
Oh, my God.
Takes about 5 minutes to look through the boxes. And then I'm like, all right, I'm going to buy some Pokemon cards now that I'm here. Carter would like some. And then he says, I will take all 3 boxes of these Pokemon cards. At which this is a point where I know Kevin hates this because you hate people that buy all the cards.
Yeah, those people are the effing worst. Also, Walgreens is the worst. You do that on the side. Let Corey get his Ghost drink and go.
All right, so now I've paid for my Ghost drink. Get to my vehicle. I'm driving through the parking lot, and this dude almost backs over me. I honked at him, and he almost backed into me, and I was like, okay, get on the street. I notice he's behind me. And then I'm driving. I turn left. He turns left. I turn into the parking lot at the donut shop. He turns left into the parking lot at the donut shop. And I'm like, oh, crap. This guy wants to confront me about honking at him.
Awesome.
We walk into the donut shop. And I'm standing there, and he doesn't say a word to me. But I do hear his kid say, I want that donut with the pink lollipop in it. At which point I said, Lucy is getting a donut with a pink lollipop in it today. Am I a jackass for taking that last donut?
Oh, my gosh.
And making that decision based on the fact that was the last one with the pink lollipop in it. And I knew I was taking the happiness out of his child's soul.
Yeah. I really thought that you were going to be like, so I got some of those Pokemon cards and traded them
That
for
would
that,
have been awesome.
for that donut. Damn, Corey! That poor kid shouldn't have to pay. Well, I guess.
I did hit the guy with the thumbs down, too. Yeah, I did. I was just like, thumbs down.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I got who
the
wins?
sins of your father, I guess, is where that comes from.
Who wins? The guy that got all the Pokemon cards, and who knows what's going to happen there?
I still think that guy probably wins, but that is an amazing dunk. I feel bad for that kid who probably just wanted 2 packs of cards, unless that kid was like, buy them all. Then screw him.
I did hear the kid say, we talked to the person yesterday, and they said the truck would be here today.
Oh, then never mind.
So I feel like
you did the right thing.
Yeah.
That level of petty is inspiring. From the 430, you were not the jackass. That guy shouldn't have gotten all the cards. Wow, I'm torn. That is rough. Teaching that kid a lesson at a young age. Well played, sir. Man.
I got home and told Adrian, she goes, I love that for you.
Yeah, if they've been scouting out this wall, that's not cool.
And I told Carter, because Carter came in and was like, what are y'all laughing about? And I told him the story, and I got through half of the part where I told about the Pokemon cards, and he goes, oh, they do, yeah, they're called scalpers, Dad.
Yes.
And he was so
They
mad,
suck.
and you should have seen his face light up whenever he heard the end of that story. So he was like, "Good job, Dad."
Oh man.
And he tried to take that pink lollipop from Lucy, and I was like, "No, it's hers."
For the 214. I hope he was a Tolo and he's listening right now and realized the error of his ways. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next is Kamara.
Let's get something away!
Oh my gosh, 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now. 4-pack of tickets to go see Rangers Rays on Sunday, September 6th, courtesy of Rangers.com. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next is Kamar Rocker, on the cusp of already being a bust. Next on The Fan.
Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We've decided that Kamar Rucker gets one more start. We will determine if he is on the cusp of being a bust tomorrow. All right, so good luck tonight in a game you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan. In the meantime, I want to go to Bill Barnwell. He predicted the NFL teams most likely to improve in 2026. He has a list of 5.
Yep.
Somebody went after him on social media, though, and said what?
At Jeff535068832.
It's fake.
Said, this dude is never right. At which point, Bill Barnwell went and screen captured part of his story. Since 2017, this annual column has gone 35-8. That's an 8-13 winning percentage in picking teams to improve on the previous season's record. The average team has gotten 3.5 games better after adjusting for the 17-game schedule. And if we include our picks for the teams that will decline, the back-to-back columns are combined 69, nice, and 17, that's an 802 in accuracy, while going 50-36, 58% against the preseason over-under totals preserved on ProFootballReference.com.
So basically, in your effing face, dude. But also, he didn't do that research then, right? He did preemptive research because he was prepared for some jacknuts stepping out and being like, hey, you always get it wrong. Right?
Yeah. No, Kevin, somebody also said, I swear to Jesus. Actually, they said, I swear to God. The Giants are on this list every year. And he said the Giants were on the improved list in 25 and 26, on the decline list in 23 and 24.
Well, they are indeed on the improved list this year. Here are the 5. Well, I mean, the Giants, because we just heard that, but also...
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine. I don't know about this one. The Giants, I can wrap my head around it. They were 4-13 last year, 1-6 in games decided by 7 or fewer points, which is a big player in this. But then there's the Jets, who were 3-14 last year. But interestingly enough, they were 3-5 in games decided by 7 or fewer points, which means they lost 9 games by 8 points or more. That does not sound like a candidate for improving. And that one I will most certainly disagree with. The Giants, I can wrap my head around that one as well. The other teams that he selected, the Detroit Lions, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the Baltimore Ravens. So those are the other 3. The Ravens last year, they were 8-9. Obviously, we have discussed what a disappointing season the Chiefs ended up having, and the Lions at 6-11, and the Lions were 9-8. So I want to focus in on those 3, unless you really want to talk about the Jets. Baltimore, Detroit, and Kansas City. Do you see them all as viable candidates for improvement, maybe even market improvement?
The Chiefs, I do. A lot of it does definitely depend on the injury, but I think they're going to be a better team. And I think that's just because I think they have that in them to be a better team. They looked like they were going through the motions last year.
I could see that.
And I think Mahomes, who had to go through the rehabilitation process this offseason, is probably going to be even more motivated. So I'll say I can see the Chiefs. The Lions, I don't know how much better they can be. And didn't they just replace coordinator again? Like, that's another thing there. So that's concerning to me.
Okay.
They lose Montgomery, and so I know Jahmyr Gibbs is that good. I know that he's good. But now he's going to take on more. So is that going to be they come hot out of the gate?
Do you think he will take on more, or do you think they're just going to reassign that elsewhere?
I think it's going to be, rather than more of a 50-50, I think it's going to be more 75-85% of the snaps.
All right.
Because look, man, I like Isaiah Pacheco, but not that much. He's not Jahmyr Gibbs.
I gotcha.
So that's just kind of how I feel there. St. Brown healthy again for a full season, hopefully. A lot of usage out of him, though, the last few years. So there's a lot going on there. And quite honestly, I know that Jared Goff, I know what I'd have in him.
Yeah.
But I'm not asking him to do anything outside of what I have that offense built for. And the second that offensive line starts to look a little leaky, you got problems with him there. Ravens, I'm with Alec. I think Jesse Minter's going to have that defense playing a lot better. It's just whether or not Harbaugh was that good at just keeping the ship steady, and whether or not Minter can keep that steady as well. But I think their front office does a pretty good job of making sure talent's on the team. They just were miserable defensively last year.
And then not in a football update, but in a football update, Diego Maradona's Hand of God soccer ball, some people estimated it would go for upwards of $10 million. It did not, but it did still sell for $3.35 million at auction. So that's behind the shirt from that game that he had, which sold for about $9.3 million. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan.
When it comes to Rangers news, you're in the right place. Your North Texas baseball.
This is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Page pull up 15. You can't stop her. She's got 29 points in the ball game.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where we will hear from Shoddy in just a minute. But in the meantime, yesterday, the Dallas Wings defeated the Seattle Storm 92-70. Paige Beckers scored 18 of her eventual 32 points in the very first quarter. Now,
she only played in 3 quarters, right?
Yeah, because we were whooping their ass.
Scored 32 in 3 quarters?
Yeah.
She could have scored 90.
You don't know about that? Okay. But she did score 18 in the first quarter. Now consider this. This is the first time since July 12th and July 19th the Wings have had back-to-back victories.
Okay.
That was at the end of their 6-game winning streak. Prior to these 2 wins, they had only won 3 of their previous 11 games. So this is a team that has really, really been struggling. And so the win against Indiana was huge. I know Seattle is the worst team in the league.
You got to win.
Exactly. Because you have 6 games left before the playoffs start. Now 4 of them are at home. Your next 4 games are at home. So hopefully they can continue to pile up the wins, but definitely a couple of good ones. Your first back-to-back wins in a month.
And you got to figure out how to do this thing now without Fudd. The defense and the 3-point shooting that she's been able to have this season. So there's a lot more to build on this team now.
No, you are absolutely right about that. Now we move on to Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson says that he has regretted his comments from the weekend. He said, I thought I was going to get a little bit of different response in terms of how the fan base interacted with him. And he goes, but I think my emotions got the best of me. My comments weren't intending to go at any of the fans around in the city because there's been a lot of great fans that have been supporting me. And I know the frustration. This organization has put a lot of investment in coming to get me back in 2022, and things haven't been going in the right direction we thought it was.
This is a guy who's never had regrets. It sounds like he regretted what he said.
Sure.
I think somebody, he probably also found out he was starting, and he was like, well, crap. I better go make good with some people out there.
So do you think walking out of that was his closing statement? He was like, let me just let you all know.
Yeah,
now that I'm not going to be the starter, F you guys.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they were like, hey, you are. And he was like, crap. And somebody said, here's a statement you should probably read. And he was like, he was, we've all had those moments where after we've said some things emotionally, we
100%.
say we need to correct what we said here.
Agreed.
I don't regret anything in my life.
Oh, well.
That's what he said, Kevin.
I just don't know how that's going to sit with a lot of people, or I guess it didn't sit well with a lot of people. My side question to all of this is it just possible Shedeur Sanders is not that good? Now, remember when he slid down to the 5th round, people talk conspiracy here and there, and I get that, but now you have a franchise that desperately wanted him to take the starting spot. Your starting quarterback trashed the fan base yesterday, and even still, Monken is like, hey, we're focusing on the field. Mm-hmm. Is it possible that in terms of NFL capabilities, Shedeur Sanders is just not that good?
Yeah, I think it is possible for sure. And I think one of the other things is there's still a lot of money invested in Deshaun Watson. Kevin, you brought up the amount of money, the dead money existing anyway.
Staggering. Even after this year, $86 million.
And somebody's got to be in a room going, we got to figure out how to get something out of that money that we're paying. We can't just let this dude skate like this. So maybe that's part of it too. But I would go out on a limb and say, yeah, if he was good enough to win it, the coach would have given him the job instead of saying we have to do something else here, for sure.
And in the meantime, Dylan Gabriel still exists with the team. I don't know how much you care or that matters, but for now, he is still with the team. All right. Shotty has decided to be late for this one.
Oh,
so
no.
What say we pivot a little bit and go back to some NFL overreaction or reality? Are you prepared for that? We got cut a little bit short earlier, so you have that option.
Shador's 15 of 22 for 153 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception in the preseason.
All right, so
that's meh.
Yeah,
it's not. That doesn't ensure a lot of faith.
I have to admit, I've not been tracking Dylan Gabriel in the preseason, so I don't know what he's doing. I'm assuming he's not particularly lighting it up either. But yeah, look, they decided let's just get lots of quarterbacks, not necessarily the best quarterbacks, but let's just go ahead and get lots of quarterbacks.
Kevin, it says here Dylan Gabriel has 0 passing yards, 0 touchdowns, and 0 interceptions, and 0 completions out of 1 pass attempt in the preseason.
Okay, I thought for sure,
according to ESPN,
you were going to say on no passing attempts, but
he's got the 1.
Yeah, he does.
And they were like, never throw the football again.
Okay, well, all right. So we can phrase this as an overreaction or reality if you want, or I can just ask you this question. Do you believe that at least 4 quarterbacks will be selected in the first round of the next NFL draft? The reason why I bring this up is Sports Illustrated put out a new mock draft as we get closer and closer to college football, and it includes 6 quarterbacks in the first round. You've got Arch Manning going number 1, Dante Moore going number 2, so Arch Manning from Texas, Dante Moore from Oregon going number 2, Darian Mensah from Miami going 3, CJ Carr from Notre Dame going 4, Jaden Maivia from USC going number 5, and Drew Mestamaker from Oklahoma State, formerly UNT, going number 22. So that is 6 quarterbacks in the first round. By the way, 4 of the top 8 players in the Sports Illustrated mock draft are from Texas.
That's pretty impressive right there, dude.
So I know we're going to do Tuesday Tailgate tomorrow, but when we talk about expectation, and I realize a mock draft at this point will be all kinds of off base, but that is a crazy amount of talent. Coach is ready before we get that answer next on The Fan.
News. After watching the tape, obviously, and talking to your staff, your thoughts on that second preseason game?
Yeah, I probably stick with the theme, Calvin, from after the game. I love the play style. I really felt that we went into the game wanting to play hard no matter who was out there. First team, second team, first quarter, second quarter, fourth quarter. I was really pleased. I thought everyone in a white jersey was flying to the ball, playing physical, good juice, good energy. Certainly things we need to clean up. We did better with the penalties. I think no penalties on offense was great. Couple pre-snap penalties on defense. I thought the special teams had a much better night. That was important for us. A couple tackles inside the 30 on kickoff coverage. We didn't punt, which is always a good way of helping out your special teams. And then, all in all, I thought that some guys took the next step that we hoped. They were more comfortable playing in this game than they were the last game, or the first game, I should say.
How much can some of those bubble guys help the cause with these 2 practices and the game on Friday?
Yeah, we're a long way from done. I told the guys this morning when we talked to them, we're still in training camp mode, and these we look forward to these next 2 days practicing in front of fans and here at the Star, and there's a lot of tight battles, if you will, for certain spots, and you guys get it. It's a very competitive roster and 53 guys and the practice squad, so they need to maximize, and they will, these opportunities along with the game on Friday night.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys, and I don't know how much stock you put in these things, but sometimes a couple of guys stood out. Barham.
Oh,
yeah. That's one of the nicknames that's going around.
I like it.
This anticipation of him playing and then to watch him play, just your thoughts on that, and can he get in the mix for the starting line?
Yeah. Well, one, we haven't done the play time yet, Clarence, but I will say, when he performed very well. The physical nature that he plays the game is real. You feel it. They felt it. He did run out of steam a little bit. He was hurting a little bit from a conditioning standpoint. That just comes from not playing. But we haven't penciled in the starting lineup yet at really most spots, and we're still a lot of competition. But he's the guy that maximizes opportunity, and he's earned more opportunities, and he plays the game the right way. And that play style that we were talking about, it was very cool for him in his very first game to see him do that.
More Mike than weak side.
Yeah, he can play both. He's got the versatility to get on the edge as well. So, we cross-train those guys. But what I love about him is the versatility, because really he was off the ball some at Michigan, on the ball some at Michigan. He's actually a really good pass rusher as well from off and on the ball. So he was a guy that was trending up, and then he had the setback with the injury. And I would say he's trending up again now.
Brian Todd Archer with ESPN. What do you make of the viral reaction to the Shiaz Pete post-game speech that he gave to players? And what do you make of your players' reaction to what it was like in there?
Yeah, one, I think, it's amazing that our social media team, the media in general, captured it, because it was what this team and really the game of football is all about. Like, it's a storyline where you have a guy who's fighting his butt off trying to make the team, but when you give him an opportunity, deservedly so, to address the group, it was very raw and it was very authentic. And I'm thrilled for him. I literally was driving to the airport, I'd say probably a week after rookie minicamp, and my usual driver that takes me had driven Pete Shiaz, and he said, "Man, I drove one of your players, and he was the most incredible human being I've ever been." And he was talking about Pete, and it was really cool. And the players, they love one another, but I mean, he captured the moment. He has a better track record than I do of speeches after wins, and his language is much cleaner, which is good too. But I thought it was awesome, deservedly so.
And then with guys on the roster, figuring out what's going on. Tight ends are kind of light. I don't know if Trig, Rogers, their availability this week, and do you need to add a tight end?
Yeah, we're looking at that. I thought, talk about, Zach Kuntz. I mean, he played really well. I was a little nervous, getting in there at first. Got popped one time, and that kind of helped settle him down a little bit. He had the fourth down drop, but he played really well. I think 40-something plays, and so I'm really pleased with him and proud of him. He deserves credit. Had a big, explosive 25-yard play between him and Sam. But both those other tight ends are working back. Whether they make it back in time for the game, we'll see. But I would expect us to add a tight end, and we had to play a little bit of 11 jumbo, as we call it, and some 10 personnel, and it was a quick adjustments on the flight to Arizona.
John Machado with The Athletic. When you went back and watched the film, what impressed you most about Joe Milton?
Probably the touch that he was throwing the ball with. I think I'm going to talk about both games because, just the poise and, when you're playing quarterback and you have a play caller that's the head coach, there's a rhythm that you want to try to get into. And last year at times, this time of year with Joe, it was a little bit difficult to call plays for Joe because I wasn't sure exactly, what's going to happen here and there. And, just the poise that he's playing with right now. But you asked about one thing that jumped out. I think the touch on the double move to Mingo was a beautiful, beautiful throw. The touch on the scramble play to Camden Brown was a beautiful deal. Honestly, last year, this time, on the touchdown to Malik, it's probably from me to you, and he probably would have blistered it at Malik, and probably would have put a dent in Malik's chest because he's capable of doing that. But, he just kind of softened his elbow and just kind of flicked it and made it really easy for Malik. So, really, two really, really good performances. And I think, quite honestly, if you would just take the training camp competition, it's probably neck and neck, and Sam maybe a little bit ahead. That's why we actually started Sam in the first game, against Seattle. But Joe's put together two really good performances, and this will be another fun week for them to keep battling.
How much do you think you guys signing Sam might have pissed Joe off and maybe motivated him?
I remember my conversation with Joe, and his comments to me were one of very confident, Coach, it doesn't matter who you bring in here. I believe in myself, and I think it probably got his attention. But, to be fair to Joe, this is not the easiest system to learn. We ask a lot of our players, certainly the quarterback position. We are a volume-type offense. We have a lot of offense that we use, and that's one of the benefits that, Dak and CD and the guys that have been around the system, with me and going back to Mike, helps. But he's in a much different place right now, of course, talking about Joe, in terms of his understanding of what we do.
Nick Harris, Four Star Telegram. Do you feel like at this point in training camp in the preseason that you have two capable QB2s?
I do. Yeah, I really do. And I think it's a great competition. And that's why I kind of brought up, Nick, the training camp. Like I said, Joe's performed beautifully in both games, and you can't look at the numbers and not know that. But just watch him play, watch him step up and trust the protection on the double move, because Keegan comes out. Drew Shelton's got a little leakage off on the big one, too. Mingo, and there's a little bit of color off the defensive end off of Drew, and Keegan comes and kind of cleans it up from inside out, and Joe doesn't even flinch. He just stands in there and lofts it down there beautifully. But Sam's made a lot of plays too, and Sam did a beautiful 2-minute drive against Seattle, and like I said, we don't have to, and we're not ready to make any decisions yet.
How do you feel like the backup offensive line performed, and specifically the tackles?
Yeah, again, I think, I'll talk about Drew first. Had some good sets, had some oversets. That's all part of playing. I do think that he settled in a little bit as the game went. What we asked them to do was done for a purpose, but it was also not an easy task. You've been playing right tackle if you're Drew Shelton for, 3 weeks, and then you move over for a couple days, and then you have to go play left tackle in an NFL preseason game. Same thing with Nate. Both incredibly talented, but they need to continue to grow, and some of it's fundamental. Both of them think the game very, very well, but there's fundamental things that we're talking about. With Clayton and Connor Riley, that both guys can improve on, and some of it's hand usage and replacing your hands and things like that, and how you set versus a wide technique and a tight technique, very technical things that both those guys are still learning.
Tommy Arsh, DallasCowboys.com. You said in your first answer that you saw some guys kind of take the next step from week 1 to week 2. Who were some of them, and what did you see?
Well, even if it wasn't, from a step, it was like guys that maybe performed better in this game that maybe they did. Like I thought, Keegan played, much better in this game. Nick Leverett is a guy who played really well. I'm doing the offensive line, of course. I thought Jaden played well. You go back, you look at the film, Jaden Blue ran really well, ran hard. I thought that was, good to see. Mingo's put a couple really good days on there. On defense, LT Overton I think has a chance to be a really excellent addition to us. Certainly as a pass rush guy, but he plays the game the right way. I thought Jay played well. Toya, he played good. We talked about Barham, the safeties. I thought they all played pretty well, and it was good to see Vaughn. Vaughn got his first interception. Mingo got his first touchdown, and so that was cool for those guys. It's preseason, but to them it matters, and it was celebrated today in the team meeting.
And then you touched on Jaden, but the running back room as a whole, what did you make from those guys?
Just they're making it hard on us. They just all keep doing a good job with the tasks that they're given, the roles that they're given, and Seems like everyone that goes in there just does their job. I will speak to this. I thought Malik Davis was incredible from a pass protection standpoint. Very first play of the game, they fire the free safety in the backside B gap, and he steps up and just strikes him. And then there was a nickel blitz off the edge, and he's playing with a lot of confidence.
Skyler Dixon with the AP. I know you'd never say you weren't optimistic at this point last year, but how would you sort of describe your general sense of things coming home this year versus a year ago when you brought some drama home and you were on the verge of a pretty massive trade?
Yeah. I think I'm very pleased with the way the Oxnard portion of training camp went. I think it was a physical camp, which we wanted. We're still in training camp mode, so it's not over yet. I thought we've shed some light on some really cool position battles, but I think the biggest thing for me, Skyler, when you look at it is if you take our roster from last year and you laid it down next to our roster from this year, there's no question that the depth and the overall talent is higher. And some of that is from us developing some younger players that now are, in a different classification, but also the addition of a number of pieces, and that's a credit to, Jerry, Steven, Will McClay, his staff, and the coaches. Their hand in that. But, this is a good football team, and we got a lot of confidence, and, we just got to make the right decisions as we get to cut-down day, which we will.
Back to Joe briefly, and you touched on this. Is this a real thing, with having a year with you in the system, et cetera, et cetera? I mean, does that show up the way we see it, where he looks a lot more efficient, comfortable, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, I think, part of it, I talked about, Joe in terms of me calling plays and being like, man, sometimes I couldn't get a feel for Joe. I mean, hearing the cadence of a play caller is very real too. Like, whether you call it fast, you call it slow, whether you repeat it, whether you talk the whole time, and they're like, shut the hell up, I got it. Like, here's a guy that, really his entire career, going back to high school to college, he's been no huddle, he's been there. And so the things that we asked him to do last year were very new to him. And, he didn't have a great pure or clear understanding of the entire system last year. I think this year he does. And I think that allows him to go out and play free and play confident. Change some things, move some things around against Seattle that he didn't blink at. Hey, move him over here, do this. Hey, I want to add this. And so I think the more he's used to this system and hearing my voice and things like that, I think all those things factor into a quarterback going, okay, I can play free because I understand what to expect.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Also in Joe Milton, you talked about the ability to kind of have the touch throws and throttle down. I feel like that's something that not every young quarterback eventually gets to. How did you guys get him there?
Quite honestly, if you look at Joe's career over the last 4 or 5 years, I mean, I first remember hearing about Joe Milton when he was at University of Michigan, and everyone applauded him for how hard and how far he could throw the ball. Cool. That's awesome. Go be in a carnival somewhere. Like, that's not what playing NFL quarterback is. It's not, I can throw the ball 85 yards. You're throwing through small windows. You're throwing over people. You're changing arm slots. So, to me, arm strength is cool, but, go to the fair and win a teddy bear. But you got to play quarterback, and that's what I think you see Joe learning is he's playing quarterback. He's playing quarterback at a high level. He's checking the ball down. He's making blitz adjustments. He's solving problems. He's reading from his first, second to third and even fourth progression at times. And it takes time. I mean, you don't stop. I mean, you don't stop learning as a quarterback, and the only way to do it is to play. And I'm really, really proud of him.
You talked about Barham's edge versatility, what he showed at Michigan. It looked like some of those run fits, he was able to beat interior offensive linemen with some moves. How much did his edge experience also help him from an inside linebacker standpoint?
Yeah, a lot. I think you see him get skinny. You see him, lessen the surface area for a blocker to have, and then be able to still create so much power. And the guy's an extremely powerful person. But I think you just see the experience of that versatility showing up on understanding angles, and then again, like I said, changing his body, contorting in different ways to beat a blocker. the worst thing you want to do to the guy is try to take him on down the middle because he's so damn strong. But he has the ability to beat you that way, but he also showed us the ability to maneuver around blocks but still have the strike to knock people back.
Shane.
Following up on the Von Miller thing, Coach, Gene Slater, NFL Network, what went into the scouting, the pitching, and ultimately the signing of Von? Can you walk me through some of that process? I'm sure you've covered a little bit of it, camp, but when you think back, how did the name initially come up? Because his name's been tossed around here the last 4 off seasons, but why now?
I'll be honest with you, Jane. I think the first time I heard it was Von, Von had a picture on with a Cowboys shirt or hat or something, I don't know. And so everybody thought we were making this big move to get him. And then, we've always known who he is. Christian Parker, has been with him. BT Jordan, of course, is a trusted friend. I've always been a big fan of Von's. And then, as we got into training camp and, there was conversations about him, and you go back and you look at what he did in Washington last year and you see the production and you see, okay, wow, he's old, but man, that's a lot of sacks, and you think about it. And then you look at our guys, which were very, very talented, but there's some young players there. Donovan Ezra-Rock, who I think the world of, is going to be a great player in this league. I think Malachi Lawrence is showing us now. We're seeing flashes of what he's capable of. But you can add a guy like this who has experience and still talent, but at the same time, he can have an impact with some of those younger players. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about defensive edge pieces. Maybe he can help Tyler Guyton. Maybe he can help Nate Thomas. And I think that's what he wants. He's at that point of his career where, he wants to, be a part of something special, be a part of a team that, he grew up cheering for. And so I just think it fit.
There you go. Brian Schottenheimer right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, are the Rangers in sole possession of first?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here is a handoff to Maffa. Starts right, nothing there. Coming left, trying to get his foot to the ground. He turns the corner. 5 in the pylon. Touchdown. There's a nifty run by Maffa. And I don't care who's playing. That's just a good play.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. The doings are transpiring with the Patriots. Travion Henderson left practice early today, and then they traded Kayshon Boutte to the Texans for Jalen Reed and a draft pick. I haven't seen the specifics of what that draft pick is just quite yet. So things happening on the Patriots front. Now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Man, we're doing good. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing better.
Happy Cowboys Monday.
Indeed. I'm doing better than Jed York. Do you believe?
I think we all are.
If you were worth $8.5 billion, there's any chance you would go to a, quote, known prostitution website, set up a meeting in a trailer park for $140?
Hell no. No. I mean, maybe a $1,400 lady of the night. Mm-hmm. If I'm worth billions, I'm going, I don't know what the top shelf is running me, but, money's not really that much of an obstacle. Yeah. So what's $10,000 get me, And then you have to have a guy for this.
Yeah, an NDA guy.
Yeah, you have to have a guy running traffic for you, if that's what you want to do. Of course, vetting to make sure that no human trafficking is involved.
Yeah, you got to get a fall guy.
Lot of stuff that goes into this.
I believe if you were worth like $100,000, this would be the equivalent of getting a 2-cent prostitute.
Wow. Jeez.
Back in the day, Kevin.
If you want to put that in perspective.
Tiger Woods laid the groundwork for this, right?
That's true. When he was just running through Waffle House people.
Yeah, that's nothing against the Waffle House people, but he was the first one to kind of do this kind of stuff.
He likes the toothless chicks.
Yeah, toothless aggression. Yeah, I gotcha.
Hey, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
That trade you were talking about, did the Patriots make the trade or Houston make the trade?
Ooh.
Who got the pick?
The pick went to the Patriots.
Thank you. That's all I need to know.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Because they were looking to, that was the buzz this morning, is they were looking to move on from Boutte. And then
Houston needs a receiver.
Yes.
Did James Harden perk up a little bit when he heard there was more Boutte in Houston?
Probably.
I think Jed York did too.
Yeah, he did. That's a good point. He goes, hold on, it costs how much? Out. Now, Lane Kiffin, he gave a very succinct response to people who are outraged and said, because of the rulings, they're going to play for you or somewhere else. We made the decision to recruit him. It's wrong to be critical of these kids. They were granted a 5th year, and a judge said they were wronged. This is, of course, in response to Daquan Wright being recruited by them. Do you guys have strong thoughts about the NFL and NCAA going down the path that the NBA has kind of already set?
I just think it's great for the players. I think college football has been unethical, illegal, and un-American for decades.
Ooh.
And they impose this set of norms of what the public should think is fair. It was totally arbitrary, right?
Sure.
What they were doing is so much worse than what the players, I guess, are doing now. So,
and they would always say student athlete to protect themselves.
Yeah. So, I mean, if you're a student athlete or just a student and you leave college 1 year early because you think you got it, and then the workforce says, no, you don't got it, what do? You go back and finish your degree. Oh. So this is totally more normal to me.
Yeah. What about the rest of y'all?
And I feel like once you've signed a contract in the NFL, it should be done. You can't go back to college. But I do think that this is NCAA's fault. They opened up this 5th year option. 100%. They've opened up the can of worms. Now they got to sit there and they got to eat it
and still act outraged that they don't
they can pretend that they're outraged.
What's happening?
I can't be more happy for LSU getting a quality tight end out of this. If there's any other player that has some of that eligibility left that maybe showed something in the preseason, whether you're a cornerback, maybe a slot receiver, something like that could help us win a national championship, by all means, the Fine Institute there in Baton Rouge would love to have you. Come on board.
Your old outside linebacker might be going back.
I'm just telling you, man, we are going to lead the league in these guys.
Okay.
We are going to lead the league. We are going to take every single player, but we're going to evaluate some pro tape along the way and see how these guys played against the Falcons and the Raiders.
How they
and
looking?
and maybe if they had a good practice against the Rams, we're going to evaluate that too.
It's a nightmare for the kid who thinks he had a starting job this whole time, literally up until like 7 days before the season starts, and it's like, sorry, bro. You're a scout teamer now.
Cole Hudson's coming back to Texas. What they have?
That would be amazing.
Is it only this class of kids?
For now, and that's what people say.
2022, right?
Yeah, and they're like, well, this is an anomaly. And I'm like, is it? Or do we just kind of seem to change the rules as we go along? It's an anomaly now until it won't be, is my theory about that. What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks so much for asking. We do have the Chris Young Show coming up at 4:20. Woo-hoo. So we're fired up to talk about him, after they pull back into first place.
Yeah. Could you phrase the question where you're like,
yes,
is it cool that you still have your job even though the GM of the team that is tied with you does not have his job today?
Don't do
Probably
that.
not.
You want to call
that.
in and ask that one, Kevin?
Okay, a little bit actually.
He's vice president of baseball operations.
Yeah.
He's not the general manager.
Sure.
He's vice president.
I know
of
we made up a
baseball
new fancy title, and Ross Fenstermaker is our GM.
If you want to fire Ross, go ahead.
I do
but
not.
If you want to fire CA,
Is Ross in danger today? Should we be nervous about Ross?
There's your question, not asking him about his job security. All right, roll home.
That actually might be fun.
Yeah,
He might crack him.
We can make a joke about it. No, guys, he's not.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have the Kansas City Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 1 G-Bag Nation here on a proper Cowboys Monday on 105.3 The Fan on your home of your first place Texas Rangers. We're going to get a lot of Cowboys talk here over the next 4 hours. Rangers pregame coming up at 4 o'clock, and I do want to start with a moment of recognition for how these boys have hung in there for us and gave us something to look forward to for the month of September as they battle the hated Astros for the AL West supremacy. General at your service at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion in his LSU long sleeve, looking sharp as always. He's back, baby.
Thank you, General. Appreciate that.
Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Has a Nolan Ryan bloody lip t-shirt on, representing with his Rangers hat. Okay, here's Eric Chiafalo in just a spectacular Smokey the Bear camo hat, by the way. Salute to you.
Thank you. Salute to Bobby. Bobby bought it, didn't want it. I'm like, I love a good hand-me-down.
Yeah, did he get it with like a free roast beef sandwich at the Shell station?
It's actually hilarious for the reason why he got it. He wanted to leave a snarky comment on a business's page. The only way he was afforded that opportunity is if he purchased something from them. So he bought a hat he didn't want so he could leave the snarky comment, and then I'm cleaning up because of it, man.
It's a good hat.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, looks better on you. Anyway.
Yeah, thank you.
Zach Wolchuk is here as well, buddy. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, it was
Enjoy
glorious.
the Cowboys game?
The Cowboy game was fantastic. About as good of a preseason game as you could ask for.
You got Austin Nix, of course, coordinating your video, and along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What was the best part of the Rangers series victory? Was it the fact that they broke a 34-inning scoreless streak against the Angels?
That felt good.
That was a good start. Yeah,
at least in regulation. They had the extra inning runs late Friday night, lost Saturday. I almost asked the CY when he joined us last week. What's more likely, you guys getting shut out or shutting out the opponent? And both things continuously almost happened over the weekend, but they come out on top yesterday, 5-3. Duran and Diaz hit dongs. Corey Seager, another multi-hit game. He's got like 6 multi-hit games in the last 8 games.
Yeah, he's heating up.
His OPS for the month of August is sitting around 900, but the story might be Cal Quantrill, who went 6 scoreless. Over the last month, he's posted a .89 ERA and a .84 whip in 30 innings of work. So the Rangers are heading in the right direction. The Astros lost 2 in a row. So we have a tie atop the West here, sitting at 65 and 66. And tonight the Rangers are in Chicago with Rocker against Urquidy. Urquidy. Rangers are 29 and 37 on the road after the disaster in California a couple of weeks ago. I mean, I'd love to bull stuff you and say I'm feeling optimistic, and we'll see how CY feels coming up at 420. But like after the offensive ineptitude that we witnessed, I mean, how do you think CY is feeling coming out of that weekend? I would say like, it's cool, we're treading water, but you're a game under 500 and your offense seems more broken than it's been at any point over the last 3 years, which is saying a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think like you're happy that you're still in the race, and to everything you said, you're heading into September and you're fighting to make the postseason. That's not something this team's always been in a position to be doing. So it's exciting from that regard. Like October baseball is a reality, but I think again he'd probably say this team hasn't played their best baseball, and they've been making a lot of mistakes. Whether that's running the bases, whether that's defensively. It's nice that Cody Freeman's back and he's added a little bit of a jolt. I'm glad they called up Logan O'Hoppe and gave him an opportunity. Ezekiel Duran's really just been the one key cog, but yeah. I think that he'd look at health, and unfortunately, they just haven't had their guys hitting at the right time altogether. And then when they have, one guy seems like he's turning a corner, and then boom, he's back on the IL. So I'm sure there's got to be frustration there.
There is, I'm sure. 601 says, yesterday Tim in Carthage called the Josh Graham show on Westwood One, asked him about stealing Fred's fair or foul concept. I happened to be in the truck when that happened, and it was awesome to hear Tim in Carthage as I was driving north. Got a smoking deal on a treadmill on Facebook Marketplace, by the way.
Oh, new clothes hanger.
Congratulations.
Huh? Yeah, new That's amazing. Hanger. You could like spread out your track pants and your coaching tops, and you can you put your whistle on the end of it.
This freaking treadmill.
Maybe hold your water bottle.
MSRP $25.99.
Oh, hell yeah!
Loaded it up in the back of the truck for $300.
Oh, come on!
You kidding me?
Yeah.
Does it look nice?
Go get it,
Feel
Dawson.
nice?
I mean, that's the great thing about
Picture of health. Here we go.
treadmills becoming coat hangers. Now I'm not going to use it. I couldn't use it. My hips, my knees would be. But the family wants to use it, so I said, we'll see what we can do.
You're at a place where too much walking can get away from you.
Yeah,
That sucks, dude. I'm sorry. Does
Well,
it have the ability to go at an incline and
It
stuff?
does.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Yeah,
That's a hell of a device.
it is amazing.
Let me ask you
Let's
this.
go.
Did you hurt your back lifting into the truck?
No.
Did it fit nicely?
In the truck?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. I mean, I had to leave the tailgate open, but I had some straps. I tied that thing down.
You strapped it down.
Yeah, we were good to go. But man, there's so many treadmills sitting out there. When I had the idea, okay, we probably need a treadmill here. I was thinking this is going to cost me minimum $800. It can go up to $2,000 or so. But then I just had the idea that there's so many people have these damn treadmills laying around their house, and they would probably rather have $300 in their pocket than the treadmill in their garage taking up space, and it paid off. I got that thing done within about 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah, that's an absolute steal, dude.
Okay, rate the strapping of the treadmill. How intense?
Full strap rating.
How intense were you on this? Was this, it will be okay if I'll drive 48 miles an hour?
It was closer to that, but I went 60.
Did you?
I only had one strap in the back of my truck.
Here we go.
You've always been a one-strap kind of guy.
So about 10 miles after leaving the house, I realized I hadn't grabbed the other ones, which would have made me a lot more confident. So I stopped twice on the 40-minute drive back home. Just to make sure.
All right.
But coming from
you're
70
big time now.
From 75 to Bush East, there's a little bump as you get towards the bush, and it got off the back of the bed a little bit and came down. So I was like, oh crap, this might not be good. But yeah, I'm getting pretty good with those straps.
Heck yeah, you are.
You know, they're confusing at first, and I still don't understand the technology.
Right.
But damn, they're amazing.
They are, dude.
Okay.
They've evolved so incredibly
There's
well.
videos for these things, you know.
Yeah, and that's what
they could teach you how to use.
That's
a strap.
what educated me.
Yeah.
Okay. Cowboys got the job done.
Oh, yes, they did.
Sure did.
They're 2-0 in preseason for the first time since 2007.
Wow.
There's a lot of things to talk about. Can we start with do you think they have something in Joe Milton?
Yeah.
Is he a good backup? Is he a potential starter?
Can I interest you in trading Joe Milton?
Of course you can. Absolutely you can.
Is this going to be the best value you have for Joe Milton?
Very possible.
If you're thinking Dak Prescott 3 to 4 years, right? Aren't you kind of thinking that right now?
I think Cleveland might give you a little something for Joe Milton right now.
You gave a 4 for him, right? Could you get a 3 for him? Could you get somebody desperate to give you a 2 for Joe Milton? I mean, listen, Joe Milton is reading the field so much better.
Yeah.
Seeing routes, being confident, touch pass, long pass, intermediate stuff. Joe Milton, he's doing a nice job for you. Is this the best value you're ever going to have for Joe Milton?
And you gave a 5th-round pick for him.
5th-round pick. Thank you very much, Eric. All right, we'll take a 4, maybe 3 for this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if they feel good enough about Sam Howell, and I think Sam Howell's a decent backup.
I don't think Sam Howell's been terrible.
No, I think he's been fine.
But
Joe looked really good.
Are you trying to get a pick for him, or are you trying to get a player that can help you now?
This is where I was at. Because you have to determine. There's both ways you could do that, Eric, and I totally agree with you. I thought initially, can we get an offensive lineman? Can we get a corner? I mean, yeah, there's linebacker. I mean,
tight end.
Tight end might be something you might need to look at. That's a serious, but player you'd have to. I think to me, I would love to have the player. I just don't know if you could get the right player for the quarterback. Maybe you get more value if it's the pick.
Just the pick.
Just getting the pick.
Just getting the pick.
If somebody wants to give you a 3 for him, I'd do it in a heartbeat. And I think Joe's looked fantastic. But I don't think Joe Milton's going to be your starting quarterback here ever. I think Dak Prescott's got at least 3 years left in him.
That's what I'm thinking right now, because the best value of Joe Milton is right now.
To me, the best value for Joe Milton is what if Dak gets hurt, or what if you get in some blowouts and you can put him in a regular season game and get more than a 3.
In the immortal words of Tom Moore, We don't work on F.
Yeah, I mean, a 3 would probably get the deal done today. But I like what Chief said.
Go
like,
for the players.
Can we get a veteran offensive lineman on a team that has some extras that's quarterback needy? I don't know how many teams out there right now are looking at quarterback.
Well,
I just don't think
Deshaun Watson's starting today in Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland definitely.
If you watched
could.
him play this summer, you're like going, man, Cleveland. I think Joe Milton right now in Cleveland would be the best quarterback.
I agree. Minnesota, another team that could be looking for one. Vegas.
What about Kyler Murray? I haven't seen Kyler play much. Has he been not good?
He's been their starting quarterback. I mean, he can't really see over the offensive line all the time.
Joe's taller than a lot of the offensive
That's a bit of a
linemen.
problem. And look, Kyler's just on a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a team that could still look for something. I'd love to get an offensive lineman. I just don't think there's any to be had.
But yeah,
I've kind of been looking into
what I'm
it.
saying is if this every other year Dak injury does take place and you need Joe for 4 games and he goes out there and balls, and then like Geno Smith struggles with the Jets or Murray struggles in Minnesota or nothing comes of the situation in Arizona, then I think you could be looking at getting more. You know,
You could be. I guess the rebuttal would be
I
like,
don't need that 3rd-round draft pick right now. We can wait until the end of the year and see if Joe increases his value. But
yes. But what if he decreases it? What if he goes out there and it's like the Giants game in the finale and he's throwing terrible interceptions and he's actually playing against other team starters and it ends up going the other way here? And now you're like, well, damn it, we should have pulled the trigger now.
Well, you tell me, Mr. Evaluator, man, what do we have here? You know, what can you bank?
Yeah, you got a quarterback that's made tremendous strides right now, and I like him as a backup, but I don't know 100% that he's going to go in there and ball out in a regular season game for sure. I'd like to think he'd give you a chance.
Well,
I think
you
it's
were
going to be
quick on that move, weren't you? You were quick.
I would jump on this now.
You agree with me that the value is the absolute best right now?
Yeah, I think there's a very high risk that it could go the other way.
Okay.
And I would try and manage that risk.
He might just be scratching the surface. You know, Shoddy at his presser last hour said he just figured out how to play quarterback. Yeah. You know, it's not a
I don't mean to be
guy
stirred up the guy, but if you want to think about team building.
Oh, and you're trying to win right now.
But if you feel good about how, that's the whole thing. You got to feel good about how to be able to make this happen. You know, that's the real key. But like I say, I kind of with you, Wolchuk. I don't think that Joe Milton's ever going to be quarterback here unless something happens to Dak. And let's all hope
he's still a young man, isn't he? What is he, 24?
Yeah, but
25?
No. I think he's a little bit.
He was a little bit older.
I think he's a little bit older.
26.
26. So 3 years, Dak. That's 29, right? If you wait around that long.
We're assuming Dak health here.
Clearly.
I'm trying.
Yes,
I'm trying to will it. I'm trying to will it.
But you are right about this is kind of the trend since 2020. This would be the year for whatever reason. It's kind of an every other year with the health. So if you think Joe Milton's the guy that, hey, he can keep this thing afloat and maybe humming without Dak, then he's more valuable to you then.
My whole deal with that injury that Dak had so many years ago now is it throws your body a little cattywampus. You know, it's just a little off. It's unbalanced, and as a result, soft tissue injuries can happen, and I believe they have. And I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, Dak is the guy with the hard work. But, I mean, if you're a half decade removed from something like that and it's still popping up on you, then I would put Dak on like an earlier end for his career than somebody that hadn't been hurt at this point. And I would love the idea of, you know, keeping Joe Milton as a quality backup who's waiting in the wings. Cowboys will also look to add another tight end per Shoddy.
Yeah.
They've had injuries to DJ Rogers and Michael Trigg recently. They're TCU and Baylor UDFAs.
Those guys I don't think make the football team.
Are they that hurt?
I don't think they. I like I say. I think this is Luke Schoonmaker, third tight end. I don't think even those guys. I mean, it didn't help that they got hurt, but I just don't think Luke Schoonmaker is going to get kicked to the curb now after these young tight ends not doing anything.
Okay, we got other stuff from Shoddy to get to throughout the show. A massive
Shouldn't
day.
say anything. Trigg did have the one game in Seattle where he made some catches, but
he seems like a prime stash guy now.
Is there enough to make you say, okay, well, let's just kick Schoonmaker to the curb, which a lot of people would love to do, but we'll see. I think Schoonmaker's probably still here to stay.
So on my way home with that treadmill, the news broke out of Las Vegas that Genty was down.
Mm-hmm. Oh God,
the host Josh Graham, I don't know, is he a jobber? He kept calling him Janty, which was driving me crazy.
Yeah, he's a jobber then.
That's a tough look.
but they were kind of like on breaking news watch for the worst, but the worst never materialized. As apparently it's just a sprained ankle.
Yeah.
I thought it was a knee.
They were prayer circling that
they
thing.
said lower body.
Initial reports, it was like ACL out for the year. Now, ankle.
Well, the prayers
Hell
work,
yes.
man. Little ankle action, no problem.
Dallas,
especially with the other guy. Who's the guy they got?
Mike Washington.
Mike Washington's been playing some ball.
He's
dude.
a good player.
I think he's averaging 11 yards an attempt in preseason.
Nice.
Could have taken him over Shelton.
Dallas Wings dominated. You can say that twice and mean it. Paige Becker's a perfect 6 of 6 from 3 and scored a game-high 32 on 12 of 16
Shelton.
shooting.
He's not very good, Brian.
6 games left in the regular season. The Wings have already matched the most wins in franchise history since moving to North Texas in 2016. So congratulations to them. Scotty Scheffler revealing Sunday he struggled during the competition at the 2026 BMW Championship, suffering from hand, foot, and mouth.
Oh, gosh, that's awful. I thought only babies got that.
Had blisters in his throat and his hands.
Oh, throat blisters? That's a thing?
He's got a baby.
Throat blisters?
He probably got it from the kiddo.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could get it from them. I thought it was just a kid thing.
No, because Eliza had this recently, a year ago, and the doctor did say you do have to sterilize, make sure you're clean and everything, because you could pass on. It could end up being contagious.
That'd be horrible.
That sounds awful.
Sounds very painful, but an absolute dog to fight through that pain and try to get the championship there. We got the top 10 on the other side, and of course, Lucius will play you the G-Bag of the Day. Champ, Chuck, where are we going today?
Dude, let's talk some breakfast food, shall we? The top 10 most popular breakfast foods right now in 2026 in America, because it's National Waffle Day. That's next in the nation.
Welcome back, Nation. We're a few minutes from Wolchuk's Top 10. We'll get the G-Bag of the Day champ here in just a minute. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Man, a lot of Tolos checking in with their hand, foot, and mouth stories. That sounds incredibly painful and uncomfortable. Let's go to the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Fly to the sky and you die. Going for two today at 5:30. Is this homegoing ceremony right here? God bless this individual. Yeah, it's a homegoing ceremony. All his loved ones and everything are out there, and somebody decided to have a bagpipe guy play his bagpipe.
Yeah.
For the homegoing ceremony, you know? Yeah. And I'm pretty sure this guy wish he could take this one back. Listen to the ending of this, too.
Here it is.
God bless him.
Yeah, trying.
Peter out. So good at the end. Man, it's like a fart, man. Quite a tribute.
At that point, he had given up on this being a good performance, and he was just more ready to get out of there than the opinions of everyone around him.
I mean, sometimes he could be overcome with emotion, you know, and thought, I can do this. And then you get up there and you're doing it, and it's just too sad. You got to bail. You don't have good breath control if you're getting emotional, you know?
Yeah, you got to get that thing from an outsider who's got no emotional connection to the guy so that he can just stand tall and deliver. I'm a performer. This is what I do. I'm not going to start crying on the pipes.
Yeah, just totally dialed into the mission. I also think, sometimes booze gets flowing.
That's the other thing.
Yeah.
That's the other one, you know.
Just wonder. Well, 100% put some booze on you, dog.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes, you know.
Put some booze on you.
You start drinking.
They're either incompetent or they're hammered. Those are the only two options.
There's no way this could have actually been greenlit, you know?
Yeah, they definitely didn't do a rehearsal for this one.
There was no vetting. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10.
All right, happy National Waffle Day. We're getting into breakfast talk. The Cowboys did sign a tight end. Fresh after Shoddy talked about they'd like to add another one. They've had to waive Gilliam, the defensive tackle from Virginia Tech.
Virginia Tech.
So Kuntz is still here.
Kuntz is still here.
Yeah.
They got to keep him.
They need it for the game.
They need the body.
You had 1.5 tight ends available on Saturday, as Shotty said.
Is that the same Kuntz that you guys were scouting up a couple years ago?
It is, the Old Dominion cat.
And Brian was a big fan of?
Yeah. I tell you what.
Was it another Kuntz you liked?
There were a couple of
It was
them.
Rusty. It was one of your favorites.
This one needed to catch that ball down the middle of the seam.
Yeah.
He got whacked.
And he got beat up by the football Old Dominion, too, a little bit.
Yeah, and
Bit
I
of a
was
double
surprised
catch guy.
because I was like going, man, he's usually not a body catcher guy, but he tried to like that seam route he ran.
That damn 4th and 1.
Yeah, the 4th.
Catch that football,
I
sir.
think Joe threw the ball
It was a little hot. It was a little hot. They tried that little mesh combination over the middle. Nobody else was open.
I think he gets hit a yard short.
Well, that's the other thing. When you need a yard,
just
sneak it.
Don't go inches. No, I get the sneak thing in a real football game, but I think they're trying to do things. But when you need a yard and a half for first down, don't run a half-yard route.
Yeah.
Get to the sticks. Get to the sticks, and then at least give yourself a chance.
So it's Mitch Van Vuren who's being signed. He was with New England. He's a former track star turned NFL tight end, and I don't think he did much of anything.
And he's going to play one game.
Well, he's available right now before cut downs.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy's
just a good athlete.
He's just going to play one game.
Yeah.
That's what's going to happen here.
Just come in and
Can't body.
beat up the Saints.
Yeah.
Maybe he ends up getting in a fight for him. I'd like that. And you know what I'm really looking forward to is Green Bay and Arizona play. And I just saw a cut of Coach LaFleur, and this is the Green Bay coach. Said, if there's an issue, I want you to tag me in, and then Matt will go get tagged in on Arizona. We'll meet at the 50-yard line. We'll throw down. And I think we need this. We need a coach's fight at midfield. Let's make it happen. Drop the mitts, boys. Let the best brother win. And then you can call the game right there. Because do we need to see the rest of the preseason game when nobody's really playing? No, we're good.
No.
This one's the worst one. The third one. I mean, because even your backups aren't really. I mean, it's like your third, fourth team guys. The fringy.
Don't got to convince me it's borderline unwatchable, Wolchuk.
It's not good.
The ratings are great.
They are.
America loves preseason football.
I mean, they're better than NBA Finals ratings.
Yeah.
It's freaking unbelievable what's happening with the preseason games. We do love our football. All right, let's get into breakfast talk. It's a glorious one. I try and save this for at least once a year. Now, this is updated for 2026 right now. What are the hottest breakfast foods in the United States of America? Is there anything that you've really just you got a hankering for currently? You're just diving into with the breakfast food.
Are these? Let me ask you a question. Is this kind of the healthy breakfast, or is this the breakfast that puts stuff on your ribs?
I think most of this would be on your ribs. There's not like avocado toast on here. There's no oatmeal. There's no fruit.
Avocado toast. I love avocado toast.
As a side.
Give me Eric Chiafalo's favorites: biscuits and gravy.
Biscuits and gravy's divine.
Sausage gravy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Got to be the sausage gravy.
Biscuits and gravy's a top 4.
Homemade breakfast sandwich.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
What kind of bread?
Oh, sourdough.
Brioche. The Pepperidge Farms brioche. Big fan.
Hit that sourdough, dog.
Dawson, is that with a fried egg? That breakfast sandwich?
No.
Scrambled?
Scrambling it, but kind of leaving it omelet. So
flip it.
Nice.
So it's
Flip
flat.
it. Yeah.
Not falling out.
Yeah, okay, I got you. Man, if you just said that's like the fried egg thing, I'm sorry.
I know you don't
I'm
like it. You
so
don't like
out on that.
It's the rubbery white yolky
It's
part.
the rubbery white part that I can't stand.
Okay, it's not the.
Okay, so it's not
the runny middle.
It's not the yolk.
No, the yolk is not the problem.
Okay.
The friggin' rubbery part is the problem.
Gotcha.
The white part is a problem. Pause.
Well said.
Lucius, breakfast foods.
Yo, all day breakfast burritos, baby. All day breakfast
is so
burritos.
damn delicious.
On the
Does it make
weekends,
it even better if it's from a gas station?
You know what I really like is the ones that you like somebody randomly makes when you go out camping or something like that.
Okay,
they
there
make it
you
on
go.
the flat grill outside.
Yeah, oh, there you go.
Those right there just hit so lovely in the morning, like after you've been drinking all night.
Yeah.
What, did somebody say something kind of weird?
No, the fuel stop
What's
places.
going on
That's
with
what
you,
I'm talking
man?
about.
No,
the fuel stop.
Gavin's
station
face was just hilarious. As soon as he goes, does it make a difference if it's from a gas station? And I don't know what you were thinking, but you're like, what kind of a question is that? That's the face that you gave off. Like, well, why would it matter if it's from a gas station?
From a gas station, I don't want it.
These fuel places.
Well, there's some nice and low spots now.
There's some fuel stop places. I swear to you, those ladies in there make those things with love.
Oh, we're talking about the Mexican food spot in the gas station.
Yes,
those are
yes,
good. I thought you were talking about like a quick trip breakfast burrito.
No, not that.
7-Eleven.
The tortilla really can make all the difference.
There's some ladies that have a little hidden next to where you're going to like pay for stuff. I mean, Lucius is right. Like 3, 4 in the morning, go rolling into one of those. That's where you got it.
I feel like a couple of things. Number one, you need a fried tortilla. And then the potato in there has to be, perfect.
That's what I was going to say. I do not like the potato in there.
You know what? I usually would
sausage,
go,
egg, and cheese.
Sausage, egg, cheese.
And
give me
bacon.
extra cheese. Give
I
me
like
some
bacon. I like
bacon.
both,
Give me
yeah.
some onions. Give me all that other stuff. Don't like the potato. I don't want all that filler.
Yeah, I want sausage and the
Understandable.
bacon. I'm with you, man. Barbacoa breakfast
Gotta be
burrito is the
perfect.
bomb.
I'm with you, Dawson, on this, though. Put the potato in there and make sure that bad boy's crisped up. That's what I'm saying. A little crunch. Give me a little crunch. That's all I ask.
Egg in a whole sandwich is elite from the 817.
Okay, I've seen him make this before. You take the bread, you make it in toast, you cut the middle out, and you put the fried egg
Looks
in the
good.
middle of that thing. Egg in a hole? I think I did that right.
Chick-fil-A's new spicy chicken and waffle sandwich is fire from the $4.69, and it's out. You can go get it now. It's your Chick-fil-A plus the s'mores shake. They both look good. Sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin from the 903. Chicken fried steak and eggs over easy from the 817.
That steak and eggs is a good deal there, too.
That sausage, egg, and cheese McMuffin. McDonald's, bro, like, you really got something with your breakfast.
Yeah.
You got something.
They figured it out.
10 is cinnamon rolls of the top 10 breakfast foods in the U.S. right now.
I haven't heard Dawson talk about a cinnamon roll in months.
I smell cinnamon rolls.
Man, I'm cleaning up my diet quite a bit. Did have one of the pumpkin spice Pillsbury's. I guess that was Friday or Saturday.
You gotta get the freaking blueberry crumble cookies.
I know.
Pillsbury,
I know.
dude.
I've been meaning to ask you though. Aren't those like super unhealthy? Don't they have all the ingredients you warn us against?
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, in those moments, you're just saying, bleep it all. I'm eating a great cookie right now.
Dawson, is that
It's all
thing
about the
like
flavor.
Pillsbury, like you pop the thing and it comes.
Those are really good
Pillsbury
cinnamon
does it
rolls.
right, man. Their products are fantastic.
I do love the sentence coming out of Dawson's mouth of "I've been cleaning up my diet lately" with
Taco Casa.
Taco Casa cup to his left.
Only had two. Only had two tacos.
Okay.
Yeah, baby.
Just drop the quantity.
Yes.
I love it.
I went from 6 to 2.
Portion
okay?
sizes, that's important.
Thank you.
With how backed up you get, you're ripping all that cheese off of there, aren't you? Because that's like 2 inches of cheese depth on those tacos.
I do take some of the cheese off.
Yeah.
Do you really?
Yeah. It's a lot of cheese.
I mean, it's a mound.
Yeah.
It is a freaking mound of cheese. 9 is the muffins. Muffins and blueberry muffins. You got banana nut muffins.
Oh, muffins. Are
chocolate chip muffins.
What are the
Bagged muffins.
what are the bagged ones? They're just like
Otis Spunkmeyer.
Otis Spunkmeyers are better than any homemade.
Very
Like I will
moist.
take those over any homemade. The double chocolate ones.
Yeah.
Ridiculous,
yes.
dude.
Those are damn good. Corned beef or pastrami hash.
I'll tell you
is
what,
number
whoever.
8.
Nobody texts that in, right?
No, that's number 8.
That's on the 8. Corned beef hash is one of my favorite with 2 eggs scrambled on that.
Oh, get a good mix in
Let's
there.
go. Yep. Corned beef hash is really good.
You got your Eggs Benedict coming in at 7.
Take some work to get that done right.
And people are getting really creative with the Eggs Benedict.
I'm learning how to try and make it where you have to swirl the water to make the egg sit in the water
Is that
so it doesn't
poached?
break in half.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so you swirl, you make the water like a tornado. And then you set that egg in there, and it cooks as it's going around, but it keeps it together so it doesn't. So when you poach it and take it out, it's not all over the place.
Sounds fun.
Yeah.
6 is French toast
I
on the
watch
top
too
10
much
breakfast
TV.
foods.
You can tell.
Toast is amazing.
French toast is so good.
What kind? Does it have to be plain old French toast, or you
Doesn't
doll that thing
specify.
up?
I usually like it dolled up a little bit. I like a little stuffed French toast action. And of course, the challah bread is pristine.
Is French toast, Lucius, and sausage links a good combination?
Yes.
Some eggs, bro.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mad
That's
syrup.
what I'm talking about.
Get some
Roll
syrup
that,
on that sausage.
roll that
Yes.
sausage
Yeah,
link up in
baby.
that French
I
toast.
want
and go-
everything on that plate on the fork when I bite it too.
Yeah.
Everything on there.
Man ain't lying.
5 is bagels. Bagels are making a big rush right now.
Man, I'll tell you what, the
They're
way
amazing.
the tribe eats them is a good way to eat them.
Damn right.
It's a great vessel for the breakfast sandwich.
It is. Yeah, you can do a lot of things with bagels. Like if you just want a good bagel and cream cheese, you can do that. If you want just a plain bagel, they've got the cinnamon raisin that you can do. You've got chocolate chip bagels. The flavors are good. The breakfast sandwich with the bagel is delicious.
I'll tell you what, people, they've done it now with those peppers. They've done them now with those specials like the New Mexico, the chilies and
Hatch
stuff.
chili.
Like Hatch chili.
Yeah.
A Hatch chili bagel with like some breakfast sausage and stuff on it, or bacon.
That sounds good.
Yeah, that's
Undeniable.
Put a good schmear.
That's getting it done.
We've got biscuits and gravy at 4. Top 10 breakfast foods right now in
Eric, good
2026.
job on that, man.
Amen.
Waffles at 3.
Sure.
No,
National
not
Waffle
better than
Day.
French toast.
There's no way
not
that
even
waffles
close.
are better than French toast.
I definitely order French toast over waffles.
They're so plain.
myself.
They're so plain.
It's kind of hard to find good ones.
Yeah.
Not a lot of places will do good waffles.
Is chicken
Man,
and
the
waffles?
ones at the hotels are fire. The ones you make yourself.
I wouldn't know.
Butter and
Drown
syrup
with
can
butter and
change
syrup.
everything.
Listen,
Better than
my
French
man,
toast, though?
Wolchuk is terrified of that device.
I won't do
he
it.
walks up to it and I'm like, hey, you gonna make some waffles? He's
Hell
like,
no.
no.
You doing it for me? I'm not doing it.
No.
No, I'm not touching it. I'm not going to be the one that breaks this.
Chicken and waffles overrated?
No, I don't think they're overrated at all. Chicken and waffles is always.
Should we normalize chicken and French toast?
Hell yes.
Is that what we should normalize?
Chicken and pancakes. Put chicken with anything you want. It's going to be good.
I do like 682, the blueberry pancake wrapped around the sausage on a stick.
Oh, that sounds damn good.
Yeah, there you
Dipping
go.
that
Sounds
thing
really
in the
good.
syrup. Yeah.
Breakfast burritos at 2, Lucius, but number 1, the top breakfast food of 2026, and again, I think it's because of all the different flavors they're doing now, is pancakes, specifically blueberry pancakes. America's loving blueberry pancakes.
I like
right
a good peanut butter pancake,
Yeah.
banana
That's
pancakes.
good. No.
There's a lot of different ways to do the
got it.
pancakes.
You got it
There it
covered.
is. Thank you, Wolchuk. The breakfast.
The breakfast.
Did you see what Shoddy said about running back and safety? This is some really great roster insight, and it's fresh, and we'll get it to you next here on The Fan.
But first, you're losing your hair, and you need a simple solution that works. You want the best modern tech.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got stuff we learned from Shoddy press conference last hour. Spoke about Malik Davis's pass protection, said it was really good against Arizona. And I would take that as a pretty clear sign. Malik Davis running back 2 for this football team.
I would as well.
The pass protection is good. Yep. The running is good. I mean, hell, everybody ate against Arizona and their pathetic defense. I think every back had like 4.9 yards per attempt or greater. Jaden Blue had 15 for 75. Abanikanda was pretty good. Phil Maffa had the biggest run of the night, 1 for 15 yards and that touchdown. I don't know if a first-team defense lets him get out of the backfield.
No chance.
Or run away from their entire defense with 4.6.5 speed, but he did that. So, I think, though, for the Cowboys, and it's been that way going back a long time, especially with Zeke and Pollard, and it was one of the more frustrating things because Zeke was getting like 65% of the snaps, and it should have been the other way. But if you can pass protect, it can buy you a lot of stuff. And then you just throw in the fact that Malik Davis has looked better as the overall runner. Mm-hmm. He did have a little ball security issue on Saturday, but it appears if you're reading the tea leaves and reading the box scores, we're heading in a Malik Davis backup running back situation. And I'm happy with that. I don't think they need to address it or be aggressive on cut downs or trade market or anything, right? We're good at running back?
I was really impressed with the way that Jaden Blue ran. I still think, going back and watching the All-22, there's some vision stuff there for the second week in a row. It's like, should you cut back here a little bit? But he ran tough, man. I mean, in between the tackles, moving the pile, keeping his legs churning, and really the ball security. Because you mentioned Malik Davis, the fumble on the kick return there. Blue with 15 carries, 75 yards, did not put the ball on the ground, and also hung tough in pass protection. Phil Maffa making the most of his one carry with that. I'm going right. I'm going to cut all the way back, reverse field. The running backs looked really good.
Blue had a fumble, but they said he was down by contact.
Yes.
Yeah. He was
you could tell
he was definitely down.
They were ripping at that ball, though. God, those guys are ripping at that ball.
Yeah, I know.
Get it away from him.
It's a scouting report. I mean, that's going to be an issue for him until he proves that, nope, I can go a season without it.
It is nice to see him run between the tackles the way he did, though. Because we think of him as a guy that wants to get to the edge, and I do think that's his best skill. But seeing him get some dirty yards and push the pile a little bit, obviously showing the athleticism with the hurdles and stuff, it was a good outing.
Are we holding the fumble even though it didn't count against him?
I wasn't.
I would.
Because I think he was clearly down by contact.
Yeah, but it's like are you hanging on to it? Yeah. Are you focused? You don't know that you're clearly going to be down by contact. So I don't know. I would look at that as even though it didn't hurt us, it still is a little bit concerning. Shoddy brought up Marquise Bell unprompted. Quote, Marquise Bell is one of our most trusted players on special teams. He's a really good football player. He's a good defender, but I think he's a great special teams player. Is that a sign?
Okay, then he's going to take over the C.J. Goodwin role. I mean, and we were trying to figure out, I know Vach and I were trying to figure out this morning, why did Marquise Bell not play for the game?
I immediately started texting around and was told that he's probably safe because of special teams.
So he's going to take over the C.J. Goodwin role. So it's going to be 3 special teamers, a snapper, a snapper, a punter, kicker, and I bet you that Bell is going to be counted on the roster as like the C.J. Goodwin player. So where you'll put him, he's probably going to be as a safety guy, but that's kind of where it's at now for him. He's not. Just listen to Shoddy talk. He's going to be that role and take over that position, and it means it's probably going to carry. I don't know if they're going to carry. They're probably going to carry 5 safeties. Maybe he would be the 6th safety.
Who's out as a result of Bell being in?
Probably either Clark or Wood.
Yep, I would agree. And here's the thing, that's fine with Marquise Bell. I think he is a solid special teams guy, but he had the 2nd most penalties among anybody in football last year that's a non-kicker on special teams. Yeah. So he's got to clean that up. You can't be a designated special teams guy and then be getting flagged as much as he did.
Okay, you can text into the show at 877-881-1053. Sorry, I was distracted because the 214 following up on your breakfast conversation said pancakes with Cinnamon Toast Crunch mix into the batter.
That sounds delicious.
That is crazy good.
That's good use of that right there.
Okay, you know what? A thought that I had over the weekend that I wanted to get your guys' thoughts on. All of this optimism and positivity, like it's flowing, it's everywhere. The fan base, the media. Is there any chance that this could be like a distraction to the players? You know, I feel like
the positivity.
They're
better coached.
Okay,
they're a better coached team. You could clearly see when guys like Jay Toia, and we had June conversations even before we left for Oxnard. We were having conversations about defensive tackle room and who are the backups. And all of a sudden, you're seeing guys step up and just start making plays. And people say, well, damn, Brian, it's the Seahawks backup offensive lineman. It's the Arizona backup offensive line. Well, hell, these are your seconds and thirds.
Mm-hmm.
If you're beating up on their seconds and thirds, I'm looking at this group, and I didn't know. Listen, I can honestly say DJ Withers. Tell me something about DJ Withers, Broadus. Well,
he's a defensive tackle, right?
Defensive tackle, yeah. But all of a sudden, DJ Withers, this is going to be. And people hate this because I hate it. I hate it when coaches tell me, well, this is going to be a really hard cut. This is going to be a hard cut. This is going to be very hard. This team's 2-0 in the preseason, likely to be 3-0 in the preseason. And teams are looking at this bunch differently now because they've got players that have some talent that are getting coached.
Their defensive line, for sure. When you got guys like Adedeo, Adeleye, who was that? That's out there flashing in the fourth quarter, making plays, getting pressure on the quarterback. We weren't able to always say that.
We were sitting there talking about Jonathan Bullard.
Yeah.
We were talking about Jonathan Bullard and well, gosh, you're going to use Jonathan Bullard. He's going to be, listen, Jonathan Bullard has not peed a drop since he's been here. That's a stink Mark Slera thing. I think I said that right.
He's not worth a scared urine.
Yeah, okay, but that's kind of where we're at. Jonathan Bullard has done nothing. And now, we're not even thinking about Jonathan Bullard right now. But what we are thinking about is, and Zach, you did a lot of film work. Dawson, you did film work too. Chief, you enjoyed what we were trying to do. When you looked at LT Overton,
yep.
Did you see a pass rusher at Alabama?
Nope.
Hell no. No.
Is he getting after it? You think he's going to get
had himself a nice sack? Yeah. He's much better suited for this.
Disengage,
team.
Bully people, play with power, get up the field,
working his hands constantly.
If you saw that at Alabama, you would have said, "Man, look at this guy. Oh, that's an Alabama defensive tackle." We were talking about him coming in well, this guy's going to be good against the run. He's going to play as a 4-eye. He's going to play that 5 technique. Powerful guy. Probably maybe take it a little early. He's playing like a guy. These coaches are unlocking some things with these guys.
Nice.
They are unlocking with like some players that who in the league would have taken Barham? Who would have taken Barham and said, let's play him at linebacker?
The Eagles.
Maybe they had a chance. Maybe there's a few teams but teams misevaluated. They didn't know what he could play.
Yeah.
They didn't know. And Dallas had a plan for him. Dallas has a plan for him as a Mike linebacker. And so when we're and we always talk about Christian Parker, it's like, well, how's he going to play the run? Wants to play it with 5 guys. Wants to play it with 5. Well, you better have a badass Mike linebacker, and you might have one. You might have a strong point of attack, mean SOB playing Mike linebacker for you to play the run. And now Christian Parker's scheme opens up, where he could take those secondary guys and do things with it because he knows he could play the run. The coaching has made a difference. This team is a better coached defensive team. They got better talent on their defense. We'll see it in games, but it at least they've got guys. I'm sorry, Dawson, I'm rambling here.
You're
Simon Krusty's
You're killing it. You're not
I know
rambling.
I got 1 minute. But you were sitting there watching Lawrence. Well, Lawrence gets up the field, man. Lawrence pass rush. Lawrence, point of attack, take on people, stack, shed.
Can't play
tackle.
the run, they said.
Can't play the run.
Looking pretty damn good through 2 games against the run.
Somebody is working with these guys to get them to do things that they haven't done before.
Well, I totally get it that they're finding players that can fit their system better. They're developing guys. I do wonder, I don't think any other team would have to be subjected to this overwhelming feeling of positivity right now. Right now, everybody is singing the Cowboys' praises. They haven't won anything yet.
I know, it was so bad on defense. It was so bad. But when you got guys like a Jay Toia, like playing late into a fourth quarter of a game, and he's making play. He jumped off sides at one time and had a TFL.
Yeah.
But he was so quick getting off the ball, I thought, God, he got the snap. He hit the snap.
Yeah.
I might have been a little early there. But you're getting these guys, Simone Ravel, these guys playing at a better level than they, that's just, to me, there's something about this that it feels different. I'm not trying to be kumbaya.
It does.
Oh, Shotty's got the culture thing working. They are a better coach team on defense. They really are.
It goes back to, I know we're up against it here, but what you said in the postgame a week ago, and then I think Nick Eatman talked about that again today. When you're breaking camp in Oxnard and you're heading into week 2 of the preseason,
they usually play like garbage.
Yeah, it's almost like a get out of school's over, summer break feeling, right? Okay, we're heading back home. We made it. Yay. It's hard to necessarily keep that focus and maintain that energy. They were focused, and they played their ass off on Saturday night against Arizona. I don't know if previous Cowboy teams were coming out and playing and looking like that.
We got 1 down, 3 to go. The Chris Young Show coming up at 4:20. Krusty's Corner at 3:40. What's next, Wolchuk?
All right, let's do a little football fix, the Browns quarterback problem, and the teams most likely to improve in 2026. Who's yours? That's next in the nation.
goes. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 2 of the Nation. Here we go. C-Note's coming up in 20 minutes. We'll get you more Cowboys content. I think Wolchuk has some right here. It's time for the fix.
Let's go ahead and do it. Let's hit the fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side. I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man. What a moment it was for the Navajo Nation. Heck, it had our own Christy Scales getting a little choked up there on the sideline as she got emotional. It was an awesome moment. The first ever member of the Navajo Nation to suit up in the NFL and wear the Dallas Cowboys uniform, as an entire section was there in Arizona to cheer on Shiaz Pete, the first Navajo to sign an NFL contract, and he even got to go back out there after the game, signing some autographs. It was a really, really sweet moment. And post-game, he got to break down the team, and he delivered this bar right here.
This game, this star, this team will make us brothers.
Hey, man, hey, be quick. One, things to clean up for sure always is, right? Okay? But the play style's right. It's right. I'm proud of you guys for that. But I saw something I've never seen before. 25 years in the NFL. An entire section cheering for one man. And that man's going to break us down.
Well, that was an incredible win. I am very fortunate to be amongst you and to play in the same field where the same star hold it on our chest. And I'm proud of us. I'm proud of how far we've come. Man, this game, fate brought us here as strangers, but this game, this star, this team will make us brothers. Yes, sir.
One, two, three, Cowboys! This star, this team will make us brothers. Pretty freaking sick. It's still amazing to me, a guy at 6'9" that's playing guard and is able to bend and sink his hips the way he does.
Yeah.
I don't think he's making the roster, prime candidate for the practice squad, but just all around tremendous human being and a sweet, sweet story that should be celebrated.
You can run for public office.
Absolutely.
With with the Navajo Nation, stuff like that.
Pretty cool, man.
He's that well-spoken guy. Looks funny playing guard at 6'9", but never one time did you see him back down from trying to do the job. He's naturally a offensive tackle, and that's what he's done. When we evaluate him, that's where he was playing. But guard looks funny to him, but he's going to give you everything he has. He's just, it's too much for him when he comes to him having to sink those knees and then be able to kind of play with leverage the way he needs to play inside. At tackle, you could get away with that a little bit more, but at guard, and I wonder why they were playing him at guard. So
I don't know either. I'd say tackle's such an alarming problem right now. Yeah.
But yeah.
But hey, they hit it with Johnny Cornelius. I didn't get that move, and he's looked amazing.
I think
2 games.
In Krusty's corner, I think I found offensive linemen 7, 8, and 9.
Okay.
So I'll get into that a little bit. I was searching for that, and I think I found those guys.
Yeah, I think, just takeaways, and I can't wait to hear that. I thought Keegan he was pancaking some guys, real physical, and I think Cornelius is playing well. But, yeah, tackle continues to be a problem. I did think Shelton just initially, he did look a little bit more comfortable on the left than the right side, but goodness gracious, that guy's a problem.
Is it real he got a 0.0 PFF grade for that game?
I have no idea. Yeah, I don't really care much about their grading system, but it wouldn't shock me. It wouldn't shock me. Week 1 was terrible. At least they kind of said, you know what, we're not going to go ahead and chip every play here. But it didn't matter. It was speed. It was power.
He's a better left tackle than he is a right tackle.
It's more natural for him.
It's more natural for him. The biggest problems he has, if you watch Penn State play, it was get rid of the ball quick. And so he never really had to extend all that much as a pass protector. So quick ball getting out, Drew Allard, those guys, whoever was playing quarterback at Penn State, it was quick offense, quick throws, all these things. So when you watch him set, the biggest problem he has is when his feet stop. Because when he moves, this guy, he's got a little of this, and this is going to kill people. he's got a little steel to him. And I say Steele is a run blocker.
Yeah.
But Steele could scoop and reach and get second level and push and get underneath somebody. He could do those things. He just doesn't have that where once his feet stop, he just can't sit down on somebody and hold him there because then they go by him. Yes. And then he tries to. But his feet are really good as a run blocker, which is kind of weird.
He's a good athlete.
It's weird to watch him play that way.
It is. I mean, he's a little bit late. The hands and the feet aren't always married together. And I do think the sustain 100%, I'm with you, but also just he needs to add upper body strength. He really does.
Well, we said that for 6 years on Steele.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's not a bad comp right there.
And he comes from a program at Penn State that has like an airplane hangar for a weight room. So it's not.
He needs to get on that Wolverine stack, is what I'm hearing.
I just something.
He's probably going to be like Terrence Steele in the future. That's probably what his game is going to mirror as he goes forward.
I'm seeing grade 28.9 overall out of 100.
It's better than 0.
It was a 3 for his pass blocking grade.
Yeah.
A 3.0 out of 100 as a pass blocker, 47.9 as a run blocker.
Well, I know Brad wanted Bobby and I to get on the same page with Shelton, which, I mean, why does it matter? If we disagree, it's okay. But we see eye to eye. I mean, I think for Brad in the post-game show, he'll always tell us I got to look at the tape with these offensive linemen. He took something that I said 3 plays into a game and then put it with Bobby, who said he was putrid after he had his post-Hut clarity there. I'm like, Brad, calm down.
Post-Hut clarity? I like that.
That's
Post-Hut clarity.
They do it on Tuesdays.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Their tees right
He'll
now.
hit that for sure. And Sham got after us, or me, pretty good in the pregame.
For 2 guys, 1 booth.
Looking forward to that.
Well, I mean, he post-game with the running back thing.
I'm
like,
sorry I've subjected you to that.
No, it was great. I loved it.
It's all right, Brian. It's all right.
Gosh, I just
Deshaun Watson.
kill my teammates.
What the hell's going on here? This was Deshaun after he goes 5 of 12 with an interception in their previous preseason game. Now, today he gets named Browns quarterback 1. Very interesting time to make this decision if you're Todd Monken in Cleveland. But here was Watson post-game on Saturday.
Man, I didn't have no reaction. I think the biggest thing is, I think you guys know too, and I think the whole world knows, it has nothing to do about the performance. It's a little bit personal than that. So I think that's it's a disrespectful thing. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to keep whatever I feel with me and my family internally on how I feel about that. And yeah, just move on.
But don't you think, Deshaun, that winning and playing better would eliminate some of that booing?
Last time I played on this field, I tore my Achilles. And that same fan base, they cheered when I got hurt. So does that have to do with, what does that have to do with anything about performance? When a person get hurt, especially for your own city, and they cheer.
Does any of that make you regret coming here?
No, I don't regret anything in my life.
Anything?
You know, I think the Lord put me through situations for a reason, so I don't regret anything at all.
So they're booing Deshaun Watson there. They hate him. They can't stand him. Now,
I think he hates them too.
Deshaun, come on. You're telling me it's nothing to do with your play on the field? I think we've seen a lot of terrible people go out there, and if you're playing well for their football team, they're going to look the other way. Some of this is absolutely because you have sucked in a Browns uniform. You've been terrible. They gave you a fully guaranteed contract. They traded a lot to go and get you, and you've done absolutely nothing but get hurt and then go party, re-injure your ankle, foot, whatever the hell it's been. Achilles. And, yeah, your history. Like, have a little bit of personal accountability here, Deshaun Watson. I'm never for cheering a player's injury. I think that crosses a line. That's disrespectful. I can side with him there. But come on, Deshaun, are you that much of an idiot that you can't see the truth here? It is definitely performance-based, along with all the other baggage that came with you when you came to Cleveland. And I was absolutely stunned to hear that they announced Deshaun Watson as their starting quarterback today. It's got to be an upper management deal with how they're paying him right now. And I get it. Shador has his own questions. And has he played great? No. But I think Shador's played better than Deshaun Watson right now, and supposedly it has nothing to do with anything that's happened over the weekend. They took the full body of work in, and the fact that they're playing on the road to start the season for 2 weeks. And the hope is Deshaun Watson will play well, and when he comes back home to Cleveland in week 3,
They will embrace him.
They're going to embrace him because they're going to be 2-0. No, they're going to freaking boo the hell out of him.
Yeah, the internet's alleging that he's had all the talent tugged right out of his body. Woo! And I can't confirm or deny that, but it does seem like there is some pretty clear evidence of it. And just the timing of them on the heels of this, even if internally you're like, he's our starter, maybe we wait until next week when everything and all the rosters or everything's settling and depth charts are becoming more finalized, at least let this breathe a little bit. Yeah. Because for this was the story of the football weekend, of him dismantling your fan base, clearly hating them. They're at war, no self-awareness. And like you said, he just hasn't played good enough to get the baggage that he brought in to be a little bit more forgotten. The whole thing's been a disaster, and he's just standing up there wondering, why is it personal? I don't know, Deshaun. I don't know why it would be personal.
Look in the mirror, dude. What the hell?
It was incredible how good he was and how bad he's been.
It is.
Like, it was bordering on MVP level play for about 3 years in Houston.
Top 5 quarterback, 100%.
He hit the ground running as a rookie. I could definitely understand being offended and hating the Cleveland fan base if they're cheering for me while I have a torn Achilles. I just don't think you can vocalize any of that.
No, you do not say that. You do not say it on a microphone and go ahead and fight your own home fan base. You can't do it. And he apologized today, but it's too little too late. It's not going to change anything. And yes, the decision to announce this today was also baffling.
And I love apologies that never have the words "I'm sorry" in them.
It's just ridiculous.
And that's another addition.
Just terrible individual there. He's just not a likable player. Now, you do have another Browns tight end, Daquan Wright. We mentioned this during Crosstalk with KNC. He's going to LSU. He's going to go be a fighting Tiger.
Sure
but here
is.
was Todd Monken, who's asked about this. I guess Lane Kiffin's calling him. He's like, hey, we need I'm trying to find out some
it's like
information.
2 weeks ago he's calling
on
about
this tight end, on your roster right now. I'm trying to see, hey, can I get this guy from your team to play for my team? And one thing about Todd Monken, I think he's going to be one and done. I think this is going to be a disaster. And all things in Cleveland usually tend to be right now. But he has been a pretty good quote this offseason. Funny guy. Here was Todd.
I mean, I don't know what to say. I mean, I wondered why Lane Kiffin reached out a week ago. Now I know. I mean, I didn't know. Now I know. I didn't call him back. Now I guess I should have.
Now he's the first active NFL player to go from NFL to the NCAA transfer portal, and he is going from Ole Miss to LSU. And congratulations. He had 113 catches, over 1,600 yards during his time at Va Tech and Ole Miss last year. Over 1,000 yards the previous 2 seasons combined, so maybe this works out well. All SEC player. Good for the Tigers and Lane Kiffin, man. Get yourself a good tight end. It's still baffling to me. These players going from the NFL back to the transfer portal, and now we're playing college.
Dawson, when you and I used to argue about this 4 or 5 years ago about paying players and all that, did you ever think it was going to be this?
No, I didn't think it would get this good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you were thinking like, okay, pay the players, great, but you didn't think all this other stuff was going to happen, right? All the things, the multiple transfers.
No. These continue to be a surprise because, I didn't realize, like, once you start paying the players and admitting that it is a job, how that opens up the courts for them to pursue their interests.
Yeah.
I just couldn't project this, and it's taken people who understand that legal situation much better than I.
I thought there was going to be a way to pay the players, but I didn't think it was just going to be multiple jumps. And I didn't think it was going to be like $4 and $5 million a player.
Well, I mean, essentially what it is, it's another professional league. So, if you can't make it in the MLS, you go to the USL.
Sure.
If you can't make it in the Premier League, you go to the MLS.
Yeah.
That's the way I just see it.
Yeah.
Man, what a interesting trade we had here. I'm sure the 49ers are missing D. Winters right now. They just had to trade for former Falcons linebacker Deion Jones. He's now going back to reunite with Raheem Morris, where he did statistically have a very good year there in Atlanta. But in return, the Saints get depth at running back. They're getting Zamir White. Now, Zamir White, I saw working out for the Cowboys there in Oxnard at the practice field when they signed Deshaun Gibson, who hasn't even played a game right now. I don't know what he's even there for. It's just a camp body, I guess, because he's not getting any reps in preseason. But Zamir White's now going to New Orleans, and you've got Deion Jones going back to San Francisco. The 49ers continue to just be a mash unit. But here's a guy you just signed 2 weeks ago, and now he's involved in a trade. It's just kind of crazy.
Well, they do know how to go find the camp bodies.
They do.
Or maybe it's just bodies around training camp. I did hear a rumor that they're considering changing their name from the 49ers to the 69ers.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you've seen that.
I didn't, but this could be a good move. Nice.
Yeah, I think it would be apropos. You're never gonna escape that. No. I think if you're Jed York, you could look at how the Robert Kraft situation was okay in the end, but like Bob's old and divorced. You got like this family. You've ruined 30 years. You've ruined the next 30 years of your life.
That's just crazy to me.
No question. And I guess he did. They got divorced a couple months ago.
Oh, they did.
Yeah. Okay, so now
he's got that going.
He's going through it.
He'd already screwed it up.
Yeah.
469. Brad was kind of mean when he was talking to Eric about not dedicating the Cowboys show to Broadus. Is that what you guys were just referring to a few minutes ago?
Yeah, we got it in two guys, one booth.
Oh, you got it in two guys, one booth coming
that.
up. Okay, we'll do two guys in a booth coming up at 4 o'clock. I mean, that's interesting.
I'm so sorry, man. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, look, shame on
I
us.
love Brad.
Shame
I mean,
on
I really,
us.
We were
I wish he
talking about Broadus a ton. Pray for
Listen,
him.
I
love him.
got out of the hospital at 4 o'clock, and I was right around the corner. I'm thinking, they're like, no, you need to go home. And I seriously was thinking about driving in. I go, but can I make it till 2 o'clock?
No
can I make it
way.
till 2 in the morning? And
No
I was
way.
like, I don't think I can.
We did fine. We handled it.
It was a pleasure to get to do that for you. But yeah,
By the way,
Brad
if you're calling
jumped
into
on
the
me.
post-game show, keep it short. We just need you to keep it a little shorter if you can, please.
Just tighten up, baby. Tighten up.
Tighten up in the post-game show with those calls.
We got the C-Note coming up next, Cowboys news of the evening, but something big is coming September 2nd. DraftKings Game Day arrives with massive deals, exclusive deals. car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yes, sir. Krusty's Corner's coming up in 15 minutes. Brian is back, baby, and he's better than ever. So keep it locked in. Todd Archer did a cool article on leftover pieces from training camp that are interesting, and he has a story about Dak that led off the piece. says he's gotten into golf in a major way past couple of years, but he has not used TrackMan, which is a device that uses radar and cameras to measure your swing. And when you're out there on the golf course, I guess people are putting their cell phones behind them now to use this TrackMan camera that's going to tell you, what you need to do on your next swing to not be as terrible. But he's using it on the football field. So he is using some computer camera AI-ish type of stuff. A staffer aligns the device behind the huddle so TrackMan can document and digest all the readings from a Prescott pass. It can tell the velocity on throws to his left versus throws to his right, this, that, and the other thing. Here's Dak's quote on it. I can go look back and see the velocity on certain balls. I can see the apex. Something that truly interests me is they're trying to get a lot of go ball throws or post throws or big plays thrown. You want to put air on it, but you also want to make sure you don't underthrow the guy, and just having the data to go back to try and look at my apex. There's a certain apex that I want to accomplish on certain passes, and when they're off, I can go back and I can look. And if it's not, I can easily say that's me versus the receivers not running or doing this, that, or the other thing. So, I think we assume that all these teams are using whatever technology they can get their hands on, but they rarely talk about it. So it was cool to read that. Archer also has a quote from Clayton Adams on Tyler Guyton, who made the competition with Nate Thomas a moot point there after about 4 days of camp. Wasn't that 4 days into camp, Shotty was like, yeah, we're not... Nate Thomas has some things to work on. I'm proud of the work that he's put in and the mental toughness that he's developed, and some of the maturity, the maturation process that he's gone through is off the charts. That might be the best thing I've seen said about Clayton Adams. Off the charts, maturation. How's it looking out there on the field for Tyler Guyton? Are we getting a good left tackle? Is this a sufficient left tackle? What do you think?
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, that the guy's been through a lot. And he's seen a lot, and he was making progress, got hurt last year, and then last year was going through some ups and downs. He just looks like he's playing in far better balance, body position. He's the king of survival blocks. He is. You think that Steele will do some survival blocks? Guyton's like all arms, legs, but man, he's really tightened that up to where the set, the patience, he doesn't look stressed.
Nice.
That's when you get offensive linemen that look stressed, it's hard to block.
Yeah.
And I think he's like, again, it goes back to the coaching aspect of things. So like trusting, being healthy, gaining a little strength. He's always had this ability because he's been a really, really good athlete. But just playing football, I think, has helped him too.
I'm surprised how raw some guys can be, and they get into this league and they look like it's chaos.
Oh, he led the league in chaos.
He is looking so much more controlled, especially with his hands being tighter.
Yeah.
Keeping the hands inside, the feet. I think you nailed it with the health, though.
Yeah, when you watch a player, especially a tackle, that just moves, and he can naturally move, he could bend, but when it's not like he's anxious about, I got to get to him, and he's really been really patient. And you could see when he's working against, whether it's Ezeraku, whether it's working with against Lawrence, Gary, anyone, or when he's had to play. I can't address the Rams scrimmage, but talking to Vach Lombardi, who was there, and Vach was focusing on that, as we well know. I'm like, how is he just moving? He just goes, no, he's just sitting down on people better. And you don't see him reaching and lunging and trying to, like, okay, I gotta get, being panicky with his blocks. Everything is very measured, very taken in. And that's only going to make him a better. The more confident.
He's gotten stronger?
I don't know if he's gotten stronger. I just think he's gotten better at like when it comes to his pass set, being in better body position and not being out of whack.
I don't know if he was doing those pull-ups with the heavy chains on over the course of his career up until this offseason, seeing him do that. They say he's been pretty dedicated to the weight room, so I'd like to think there's some strength element to this as well.
Yeah. He always looked to me like he was long, but maybe wouldn't, impress anybody on a bench press.
Right.
Or be able to work his way around a weight room. And I think that can give you more confidence when you know this guy can't bull rush me, or I can hit him in the chest and maybe stop him if my position isn't perfect. But I think that might be one of the great developments that we've had so far in training camp, and something to look forward to, because last year when this offense got in trouble, it was oftentimes both tackles breaking down, and then you had Hoffman and Bass in the middle with those injuries, and it was too much at times for Dak to mitigate. If you can keep that to just the right tackle, I think Dak could have an MVP season. The Fairview home of CeeDee Lamb was burglarized while he was at camp, with 4 luxury bags valued at $300,000 stolen. When I saw that dollar figure, I thought that has to be like 50 bags or 100 bags. But apparently, I looked up bags that cost around $75K USD, and there's a lot of them. The Hermes Birkin 25, Matt Alligator or Crocodile. It's
so none of this stuff you're throwing under a plane,
is this in
right?
the men's bag section?
Yeah, this is men's bags. And what is happening is they're premium components, but then there's like a hype component here as well, where they're limited run and they're in such high demand that the price on secondary is getting driven up and up and up, like they're designer somethings. And apparently this is one of his hobbies. The Hermes Kelly Doll Picto, limited edition variations of a whimsical collector piece, can fetch upwards of $75K at high-end auction houses.
Wow.
The Chanel diamond-encrusted Matryoshka bag, highly limited novelty piece featuring intricate detailing and precious gems. Precious gems on this bad boy, around $75K. And the Gucci Bamboo 1947 special editions are created with rare crocodile or ostrich skin alongside signature handmade bamboo handles. Make the price get that high. Bamboo handle sounds nice.
The bamboo handle looks pretty sick.
Yeah.
Dawson, do you kind of envious for a guy that doesn't carry suitcase all the time?
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's like,
I've got a $75,000 bag. Forgot to bring it this time around.
Yeah, that's fine, man. We'll just go to the mall and buy an entire new wardrobe like Allen Iverson used to. Man, he didn't even travel with any luggage at all.
Any luggage, yeah.
Well, hopefully they find out who did it. I guess it was a lone burglar. And
it's kind of sad, though.
Happened on the 30th.
These athletes now are...
Yeah. Happened to Luka.
I hate to say this, though, too, and maybe this is a social media thing. I was seeing pictures of, CeeDee Lamb lives in a modest house.
Oh, yeah, pictures, like $500K. Yeah, that's right.
You see pictures of these dudes' homes, and
now
you're like going...
know. That's a great point.
I'm like going, are we taking pictures of these dudes' homes, and all of a sudden, people are scrolling through their thing and thinking, oh, homeboy's at camp. I might be able to,
Now you kind of know where he lives.
Yeah. I don't know. It's sad. These athletes, it's amazing that these burglars have just figured out how to hit these athletes' homes while they're gone.
It was a massive problem last year in all sports. We were getting stories. It seemed like every week.
A couple years, and maybe they took down one of the main groups that was doing it.
Yeah, that's right.
I think maybe these are copycat guys or a lone criminal. But shoot, if you can get $300,000, like bang for your buck is there.
If somebody's trying to move luggage, does that get detected? Like if somebody's trying to move these bags, he's got $300,000 worth of bags, then all of a sudden it's like
you see your bag on the resale site.
Wait a minute now.
This is up for auction.
Wait, why's my bag up? What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know what you do. I guess if you're going out of town, you could pay security to stay there. You could take all your stuff to a high-end storage closet, but that's a pain in the ass. We got Krusty's Corner coming up next. Let's break a little bit early so you can get all of Broadus's takeaways from night 2 of preseason. Where you taking us, man?
Yeah, exactly where I'm going, Dawson. Let's talk about the Arizona game. We'll do that next.
But first, I got to let you know that America Can Cars for Kids is now...
G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. Chris Young Show coming up at 4:20. 2 guys, 1 booth coming up at 4 o'clock, an audio celebration of Cowboys game day. It's time now for Krusty's Corner, and here's the king, Broadus.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broadus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. I appreciate you playing that. And first off, thanks to everybody out there for the well wishes and stuff, all the things that happened to me on Friday. Had every intention of doing the show and then doing Cowboys pre and post game show on Saturday and all that. So it didn't work out that way. But thanks to Eric and Zach for filling in. That's a long damn day, but it was a good game.
Friend.
It was a good game.
It was a reminder about just how unbelievable your stamina really is.
To do it,
gosh dang, Broadus does this every single week.
Well, it's like I say, it's I enjoyed doing it, and literally I got out of the hospital at 4 o'clock, and I was.
You had an inkling?
Okay, this is another bad thing.
Oh, did you go to the Chinese buffet?
Okay. I okey-doked the guy. Usually you have to have somebody give you a ride. My car was in the parking garage.
Well, you're pretty close.
Parking garage. I literally live 5
Snuck
minutes.
out of there in your little gown?
No.
You ripped the IV out with your cheeks out?
He's like Jack Nicholson.
I just ripped the IV out and just like David Banner
showing
hulked
off
it down
his
the
rear.
I've got a pregame show to do.
I got I told the guy that they were taking me downstairs. So, yeah, my girlfriend, Michelle, she's coming to get me and all that. And he goes, oh, okay. And I said, well, you just leave me right here. Thanks. Appreciate you, man. She'll be right around the corner.
You ball-sacked the doctor, the orderly.
Well, the orderly guy.
Yeah. The orderly.
Very nice guy. He was super nice. And he said, sure, okay, I'll leave you right here. Are you sure you're all right? I'm like, yeah, I'll be great.
I'm good.
As soon as I saw him turn, I got up, walked into the parking garage, got in my car, and drove home.
You're like listening right now, Brian.
Like those people getting
don't, folks, don't do what I do. Seriously, really don't. Like Dawson will tell you, don't walk into a clubhouse of a Major League Baseball team and like you own it.
No.
Like we could, hey, follow me, Dawson. We'll get through here. I know where we're going. Come on, let's go.
Yeah.
Don't do all the things I say to do, because I'm not. I could serve as a really bad example if you want.
The what not to do guy.
Very entitled.
I am very entitled, Dawson. You're absolutely right about that. Very stubborn, but again, appreciate everybody's.
Well, it's good to have you back.
Well wishes. Thank you.
I'm kind of envious of that move though, because there's nothing worse than wanting to get out of a medical facility and you're waiting around for a ride, and you don't know the next time they're going to come around to check on you, so you went for it.
I just had to take the opportunity because seriously, I thought about it. If I was pretty wore out, believe it or not, from all the things they did to me, and. At 4 o'clock, I'm thinking, can I go do this game? Can I stay up till 2 and do this?
No.
I mean, I had my backpack and everything. And then I was like, man, I can't. I'll tell you what I felt bad about. The young guys didn't get any dinner, did they?
No, they didn't. And I apologized to them. I said, I don't make the bucks like Brian does, unfortunately. And there's not going to be any pizza
this is what I was thinking. I was going to call you and send you like the money to buy the young guys dinner.
I did consider ordering, but I just...
If it ever happens again, order it, pay it, and I'll send you the money.
You got it.
Okay. I felt bad that the young guys who do a great job up here pulling all the clips and stuff and working for us, making us sound good. You know, I always like to buy them dinner just to thank them for doing that. All right, what I saw in a football game. Joe Milton's your second quarterback, guys.
Thank you.
Joe. Joe Milton's your second quarterback. I think Williams, Blue, and Davis are your 3 running backs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that Phil Moffa makes this football team.
Practice squad, huh?
I think so. I think Hunter Lipke's probably your 4th guy. Any objections to Williams, Blue, Davis?
No, I think that's it.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, him only getting 1 carry in the game felt a little weird.
Hey, made the most of it, but yeah, I think you can get him on the practice squad.
I would think so. You can't get hurt. You know, it's not his fault all the time.
Nope.
You can't get hurt while you're trying to make a team. And you know, I think Blue showed a little bit more patience.
I agree.
Running in this game. I think one of the biggest problems with Blue is he gets too anxious. We talked about offensive tackles being anxious. I think Blue running the ball, you could have. That's what makes Davis a really decent little back for you. And Davis's ability to help in blitz pickup, great job on his part. Mm-hmm. But his ability to see where the hole is developing, read the block, and then make the cut and finish forward. Blue can learn something from that with the way that that Malik Davis runs the football. So I think Williams, when we get down to the cut, I think Williams, Blue, Davis, Lipke are going to be your 4 backs. Guys, I'm gonna do this to you right now. They're going to keep 5 wide receivers. They're not going to keep 6.
Oh man,
come on!
Who's the one off the roster?
I think you're going to have to go out and find another Camden Brown.
You're going to find another Camden Brown.
I think you're going to have to go find another Camden Brown.
Do Camden Browns grow on trees?
You know what? There's always the possibility of another Camden Brown out there. But I'm thinking right now, this is just me, with the way this roster's kind of shaken out. And I'm going to do a 53. I think we'll have a fun doing a 53-man roster. But right now, I'm only keeping 5 wide receivers.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
Todd Archer on ESPN's keeping 6.
Hell yeah, Todd's keeping 6, Brian. What say you?
Did he keep Camden Brown?
He did.
Yeah. Okay, good for Todd.
How trying to trade Turpin?
How does Brown compare to like your Dennis Houstons and Jalen Brookses and Trayshawn Holdens? Because those are names that we've seen over the last 5 camps.
And you know what he is? He's a guy that makes incredible contorting catches. He could high point the ball. He cannot run out of sight.
Yeah. Getting chased down was not a good look.
He doesn't separate well, and that's why he's able to make the plays that he makes. So if you're going to, and that's a good skill to have, the ability to go get the football, to contort and get the football.
And he's going to look great in a Toronto Argonauts uniform.
The thing that now, like I say, I would see
an NFL damn team's picking him up.
I'm interested. I'm going to ask my gang of 7 this question. I'm like, would you consider claiming Camden Brown from what you know?
No, I wouldn't. I thought the 2 catches for 77 yards actually were a net negative for him because he looked so slow on the big play.
He does.
He's not going to get open against starting NFL defenses.
Well, you know one team that's going to claim him. Your scouting buddy over there. At least if he has his choice, that texted you and was like, hey, you know who Camden Brown is now?
Who you tell me?
Your Minnesota guy.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, that's a good point.
Cat's out of the bag now.
Yeah, that's a good point. My scout buddy in Minnesota did tell me that. He goes, hey, I'm glad to see Camden Brown have some success.
I was trying to keep the team secret there. You kind of put me on the spot. I'm sorry. Hope I didn't leak something.
That'd be interesting. I didn't mean for you to do that, but thank you for out my scouting buddy in Minnesota.
We don't know names. I don't even know his name.
No, he really liked he fought. My guy fought for this guy. He was happy to see Camden Brown.
He's fired up.
We'll see. There might be. You might be right about that.
Might be one team to monitor that likes him.
But right now, Todd's keeping 6. Hope Todd's right. I just don't see explosive football from Camden Brown.
It's fair.
No.
I see a guy that catches the ball really well, though.
Yes.
I do. I see a guy catches the ball well.
I'd rather bet on the development of Smith. You know,
he's got speed for sure, and he was blocking. I thought Anthony Smith. Yeah, he was. I mean, the couple of plays, the Moffa run, he was blocking.
Yeah, I don't think Smith makes this team though. Myself.
No, I agree with you. That's a practice squad guy.
I don't think Luke Schoonmaker got knocked off this roster, boys.
No,
I think they're keeping 3 tight ends.
Well, your guys all got hurt.
Yep. All those guys got hurt at the worst time when they needed to keep playing. They needed to play more games, more practices, more stuff like that. I don't think there's anything. Yes, you had the one game where we had some production from Michael Trigg catching the football, but not enough to knock Luke Schoonmaker out of this job. And that's unfortunate. I mean, if you're a guy that wants to see Michael Trigg, hopefully they get him through.
And that's a mistake to me. That would be a mistake. Trigg is the UDFA that I want to bet on.
Okay, so you would like to keep Trigg.
I would keep him over Scooney.
You IR stash him.
Okay, there you go. I like that.
That's kind of the vibe I was getting. He's got this toe injury.
Yeah.
You put him on IR. Nobody else can get him. He's still in our organization, but he doesn't make the team.
I figured out linemen 7, 8, and 9. And you're going to hate me for number 9. You're going to hate me for number 9. How about New England just beating Philadelphia in the last minute of this football game?
Very sexy.
I didn't see how this thing ended. Would you like to guess who number 6 lineman is TJ Bass?
Yes.
Okay? 5 starters. TJ Bass is number 6.
Right.
Would you like to guess who my number 7 offensive lineman is?
Johnny Cornelius.
That would be very correct on your astute part.
Okay.
Would you like to guess who number 8 offensive lineman is?
Nick Leverett.
Have you seen my list?
No, but I think you and I see eye to eye on this.
He played well the other night.
Nick Leverett. I tell you what, Nick Leverett is a nasty finisher.
He is.
And I'll tell you what, I think what's going to happen, and this is why I'm going to keep lineman number 9, And it's
Gutierrez?
It's Drew Shelton.
It can't be Gutierrez. I
my
felt
gosh.
bad watching
Eric
Gutierrez.
goes, look at this right tackle here. We're watching. He's like, who is this guy? I'm like, oh, Sebastian Gutierrez. They signed him 2 weeks ago. This poor guy in back-to-back plays got his ass.
He got run over that one time, right? On that thing.
Hammered.
It was really.
I'm keeping Shelton and listen, this is
Keegan?
I'm not keeping.
No Keegan?
No Keegan.
Did we say Nate Thomas?
We didn't see. I didn't keep Nate Thomas.
Ooh, baby.
Now the thing might happen is I don't think they would. If they keep 10, I think they keep Nate Thomas. If they just keep 9, I think they just gonna. I think Shelton would be the 9th guy. But what I think is going to happen, if they have to play tackle again, break glass, Tyler Smith kick outside, I think a Johnny Cornelius is going to play guard and tackle for you in an emergency.
So I think he's your swing tackle?
He's your swing tackle is what he is.
And guard.
And guard.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's going to play, and then they're going to try and protect. Shelton will be an inactive guy every single week. But I don't think they want to give up on him. So I don't think they expose him to the waivers. I wrote a question mark for these guys. Withers, Toia, Dunn.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Withers,
between those 3.
Toia, Dunn. All defensive tackles.
They all had good moments.
All of them.
They all really did.
I'm struggling now, boys. I don't know which one of those guys. I think I'm going to have to. When you talk about Obanya's here, you know they just got rid of Gilliam. Dunn has made plays. Jonathan Bullard, I don't know what you do with Jonathan Bullard.
I mean, Dunn, I think just size-wise, physically, if you wanted to move on from Bullard, you keep Dunn.
Yeah, I think so. I'm interested.
You know,
in this. I'm totally interested in what you're saying there, but I have a question mark. I think they're going to have a tough time at this defensive tackle spot. I really do. I think these guys are well coached now. They're active. You look at what Overton's done.
Overton's been good.
Overton has been really good, and he can play the 3 technique. He played it well the other day. He's throwing guys around. He's going to make the team, but give me where's Withers, Toia, Dunn? Those are 3 guys. 2 of those guys might not be on the team anymore. And I think if you're watching the Cowboys during the preseason and you don't have a backup defensive tackle, I'd sure look at this team because those guys played well all preseason. I'm giving my final goodbyes to Sam Williams.
Mm-hmm.
Here, I had the question about, I said to myself, Bell, question mark, did not dress, DMP. He's going to be your special teams guy, it sounds like. Listen to Nishadi talk. He becomes the C.J. Goodwin guy.
Yeah.
Is what we got there. So, Bell, you don't count him at safety. You count him as a special teams. Instead of 3 special teams guys, you're carrying 4. That's Bell, I think, is going to be your guy. I'm on the board right here, guys, is saying I might release Devin Moore.
He needs to get his head turned around, man. I mean, he has not been great, and he's been banged up. 4th-round picks for them I would just assume would be safe, but I don't know that he's made the roster.
Yeah.
I think that would just be, hey, we drafted him.
Here I'm talking about
him.
Shelton on the offensive thing, but he plays a position. I think at corner they're a little pressed there right now. I know they don't want to give up on him, but because of the length and all that, but there's guys that have played better than him.
I agree.
Sure. One more thing, Dawson, before I leave here, please.
You got it.
I have questions about Woods' cover ability with deep speed.
Yeah, he did have at least one play where he got blown by and the quarterback
If you're
just didn't
going to keep him on the roster, where do you keep him to play downhill? You're playing him to attack. You're playing him to tackle. Those things. But if you're asking him to play single high or play off the hash and have to play coverage behind him, you might want to consider Clark instead of him.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the nation. Chris Young show's coming up in 20 minutes. We got 2 guys, 1 booth, an audio celebration of the Cowboys game day that was coming up next here on The Fan. I want to chat with you about...
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the nation. We're going up till 6 o'clock tonight. Rangers pregame at 6. They're in Chicago to take on the White Sox. Chris Young's coming up here in about 20 minutes. It's time now for Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalos. 2 guys, 1 booth.
Oh, baby, let's do it. It's a Cowboys celebration from a 9-hour game day. Let's get the best audio right after this.
But go ahead and do that, and then we'll.
I'll do this.
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
You want me to do this, or you want me to do this?
You do that, and then we'll do. Then
I'll do this, and then we'll come and do that other.
Shout out to Joshua Price, who is in there right now. I can see him through the looking glass.
Josh!
Hammering home some Whataburger. This is your man who pulled all the wonderful clips for today's program.
Thank
We
you, Joshua.
start in the pregame show. Jerry Jones, what do you have last week? The trickin'?
Yeah.
Tricking can only get you so far.
Tricking can only get you so
Tricking
far.
if you got it.
Truer words never been spoken. Here he is now, of course, talking about your linebacker, Jayshawn Barham.
There's just something about a linebacker that has to smell it. And I mean really has to have intuitive, natural, see it.
Smell it, intuitive.
Sometimes you just got to smell it.
See it.
See it.
And then I think he got out there and started tasting it a little bit.
Oh, you got to taste it.
Barham was a dog.
He was. He was absolutely phenomenal. And I mean, and we talked about this in the postgame. It was the coverage too that really stood out to me.
Agreed.
I mean, you mentioned it with the depth, and I think the depth perception is a problem for a lot of these young linebackers. I think Sonny Styles has dealt with that a little bit.
It's rampant in the league. They just drop a couple yards and stand there and cover nothing.
But the awareness, the ability to just kind of slip through blocks, use his hands, I mean, the anticipation, the timing, he looked as freaking advertised.
Yeah, I mean, knifing in on tackles, fighting off blocks, getting a pressure on the quarterback, making plays in coverage, and showing that awareness. And
You're
then
starting Mike linebacker?
He might be.
Yeah, I mean, you
I think
you've said that for a couple of weeks, and it was like, okay, dang, that's a big jump for a guy who's been banged up, yada, yada, yada. But no, seeing what we saw the other night, it would make perfect sense for him to be a starter.
You feel great about those 3 guys right now.
And Christy was telling us in the pregame, for all the physical attributes that you love, behind the scenes, they love the IQ factor of him, and you could see that on full display as well. And he's getting the green dot. And it's like, yeah,
he was communicating.
I would be surprised though if a linebacker has the green dot. If he's the Mike linebacker, I'm going to say it might be that rookie safety
Downs.
I'm going to say it might be
the
him.
moment he was drafted, it wouldn't have surprised me for him to end up having those duties.
But like I say,
and you got options. I mean, between Winters and Thompson,
would you move Overshown to weak linebacker then, or do you just have him come off the bench and protect him from? Maybe
I just think you got a good rotation there now.
Mm-hmm.
You got versatility.
Give me the starters then. Give me the starters.
It's Winters and Overshown until Barham says, "Hey, I should be the starter." I think you compromise it going in.
Yeah, I could say just kind of deference to the veteran. And then we'll see how long it takes for Barham to just take a stranglehold of it all.
Like the second half of the Giants game?
Second half, he's running out there.
All of a sudden, all right, here we go, Barham, get on out there. Okay, obviously, Brian, we missed you. We're so happy to have you back.
Yeah.
And we were we didn't want to make it too, oh my gosh, what's wrong with Brian? But we were giving you love. We were giving you praise the entire pregame. And then here was Brad. I guess we just didn't quite do enough.
Brad, how are we, sir?
Doing well. Have we formally, Eric, dedicated both the pre and post game show to Brian Broaddus yet tonight?
We have weaved him.
We have not. Listen to this. That means no.
No, we have
not. That means you have not yet formally. You've gone this far without the captain of the ship, and you have not yet formally dedicated the pre and post game show to the impending good health of Brian Broaddus, who we all know is listening.
Well, maybe you take that honor right now.
I just did it.
Okay.
I just did it, Broaddus. Hey, Broaddus, remember who loves you, baby. Just call me Kojak.
He's right. Kelly Savalas.
Kojak ass, I think, is better.
He just did it.
That's good content, man. It was really good.
It was great.
Totally posterized me there. I mean, that was outstanding stuff on behalf of Brad. He caught me off guard. You drive home and you start thinking, how could I have tried to dunk back? How could have I maybe reached up and maybe blocked that shot?
Why don't you take that cookie out of your mouth?
I think
he
sometimes
just crushed me.
It's hard to tell with Brad, but I think it was an attempt to be lighthearted.
Yeah, I think a little bit.
He was trying to have fun with it. Bust your balls a little bit.
I just did it.
Yeah. He's an all-time ball buster.
I might have gone with hey, Brad, I work with the guy every day. I do enough. I carry his ass 5 hours a day. All right, I don't need to be telling him anymore. What I'm saying?
The move would have been like, where was this brotherly love 3 days ago when you were roasting Broadus on Twitter?
Exactly. Yes, I want to.
Did you contribute to his health downfall by adding additional stress to his timeline, Brad?
Yep.
He did tell me. He told me I was clickbaity. That stunned me a little bit. I was like going, "Oh, I didn't even be clickbaity."
Don't come out of that room until you figure it out, boys.
Beatty, yeah.
Incredible. Shout out to Brad.
Thank you, Brad. If you're listening, I do appreciate you.
And he was in his bag throughout the rest of the broadcast,
he was, man.
And he wanted to take a little
He's
shot.
He's excited about good football, I think.
He is.
Definitely is.
I mean, he was telling us post game a little something different about this team.
Well, it wasn't just me. He was. He had a little something for Clarence Hill as well.
I'm going to call out Clarence Hill of DLLS Cowboys, who in Brian Schottenheimer's press conference on Thursday before the last practice said, "You've been very fortunate," and every other reporter and Schottenheimer all said, "Don't say it.
Yeah, don't go there."
And he did anyway and said, "You haven't had many injuries." 9 players visited the doctor's tent during that practice.
Don't poke the injury bear, man.
No, just don't say it. We're all
Not
thinking
with the football guys.
That's like the no-hitter.
Not at all.
Doesn't
You just
matter
don't
how
say
much
it.
seniority you have there in that presser room. You just leave that one alone. Thank God nothing crazy has happened, post that.
No.
But still, that was a rough sequence when it was just blue tent, blue tent, blue tent. That's a veteran. You should know better.
Yeah. Don't say it. Chill. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Chill's been around since 1998.
He's been around a long time.
Got to know that.
All right, let's get to Babe. And, this is one thing that I hate when you're trying to catch a ball and, you get the alligator arms. Like, you got to just short arm this thing. And, Babe, take it away.
I'll be honest with you. He looked like my brother Johnny looking for the wallet. But he's
Little
never actually,
alligator arms when the waiter comes.
They don't quite reach back to that wallet.
John Laufenberg, do better.
Everybody was getting called out on the broadcast, man. That is fantastic stuff. Okay, now here we have a moment where there seems to be some confusion, and Babe asks a very apropos question.
Oh, they had.
The scoreboard's off.
Well, not only the scoreboard, but the chain gang. The guy was showing 3rd and 9.
Yeah. Is marijuana legal in Arizona?
What difference does that make?
Well, chain gang might have had a little.
I say again. What difference does that make? It's so hot. You think anybody cares?
Oh, my God, is it
It's
hot?
111 degrees.
Oh.
Think anybody's checking for bud?
Oh.
Yeah, Brad.
That's solid.
Anybody checking for Bud?
Brad having a Hall of Fame broadcast.
Hell yes. It was one of the best. They were in their bag, man.
Ask me. He's having a Hall of Fame broadcast.
They made this one really strong. Okay, here's more Brad and Babe just going back and forth here. And, shout out to Skills.
He spells his name Damonic. Looks like demonic, but it's Dominic.
Dominic. It's Dominic. It's demonic.
Great observation, Brad. Thank you. Okay, now I guess we got a little bit more, preseason, the energy. We'll see.
I didn't want to come here, to be honest with you, when I got on that bus.
We just were assigned. We're here so we don't get fined.
I come here, to be honest with you.
I think they got shellacked by that heat. You're in Oxnard for a handful of weeks. Living in the 80s.
Hits you right in the face.
Man, it's like 114 degrees.
I've done this one before. This was we played a game against Arizona coming back. We left Oxnard in the morning, and it was literally like 64 degrees. And beautiful. We landed, it was 118, and we had the bright idea, let's do our stand-ups outside the hotel.
Oh, my goodness.
And literally, my shirt was like, it wasn't even a dry spot. I'm like, I'm not changing. Like, bro, you got to get a different shirt. I'm not, because you guys insist on doing this live hit out here when it's 118 degrees.
That's
Screw
crazy.
you.
I'm not, we're not doing it.
It's 108 right now outside here. just for the KRLD report there.
This has been tough, man.
Yeah, this is the worst summer I've ever been
This heat
part of.
dome thing is I think it's only the 7th worst summer we've ever had, though.
Only the 7th.
Yeah.
7th worst? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow,
But
worst.
this heat dome thing is not, it's no joke, man. No joke.
No.
I mean, I'm looking forward to 101 next week.
I know.
That's how bad this
I'll
is.
tell you what, psychologically, if they just get to 99, I'd feel better.
Yeah, we're going to get some of that this weekend.
There's no triple digits. All right, sometimes for Brad, numbers are hard.
60 from Aubrey.
50.
50, sorry. You said 50-50. Yeah, the ball's on the 40. I'm looking at 50 yards. Oh, well, that's...
Well, 60, I would have... Yeah, it's
all right,
50.
50 yards. That's interesting.
That's interesting. Where the hell is the ball? Do we know? Where is
like it was on the 33.
The Bud call came from in the house. I think.
Yeah. I think the paranoia was kicking in for Sham there.
Oh, 50,
They're not
60.
checking for me, are they?
Crap.
All right, now we're heading into halftime, but there's still time for a great moment from the cannon of Joe Milton or the incredible leg of Brandon Aubrey, but that's not what happened.
Cannon.
There's only 1 second left, and Milton will just take a knee. Oh, come on, you guys.
Ooh. I agree, man. I mean, at least let Aubrey kick the long field goal. Or just throw it up in the end zone.
Had one in Tampa that went 69, right?
They did.
Yeah, Butker did
it.
And it would have been great, too, because it was Cardinals miss.
Yes.
And then the next play could have just been turned around, more difficult. Here comes Aubrey with the answer. Like, that would have been a beautiful sequence.
Would have been so cool.
Thinner air, too, in Arizona.
And hotter.
Dang it. Damn. Yeah, that would have been fun. I would have been here for it. All right, let's get back to more Brad here. And, well, let's talk defense, shall we?
Defensive red zone brought to you by Garda-World. If we say it often enough, maybe we will just force into existence the fact that there is something like a defensive red zone. There is no defensive red zone. But Garda-World brings to you what would be the defensive red zone if there was one.
So it's a mistake that you're salvaging there, you know?
It's very consistent. Brad says it every year. He always says there's no defensive red zone.
Yep, very on brand. And they close things down with, how about this? A little bit of politics.
Uh-oh.
Coming back anyway, illegal man downfield for ineligible receiver, I should say, downfield for Arizona, I think.
Please, right now, don't say illegal man.
Ineligible member of the offensive team downfield illegally. 5-yard penalty, first down.
He was illegally downfield.
But he wasn't an illegal man because we'll have that guy in a van being hauled off here if he's an illegal man. You got to be careful now.
If you're an ineligible man downfield, technically, that's an illegality.
It is, but you're not an illegal man. Your act was illegal, which might be enough. It might be enough.
Wow, yeah. That closed you down right there.
I love it. 2 guys, 1 booth. Every Cowboys Monday here in the nation, unless they play Monday Night Football, then we do it on a Tuesday. And yeah, I was here in 2011. I didn't realize that was even hotter than this one.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Okay. Well, God bless America. Can't wait here for next couple of weeks for it to finally cool down.
30 days till fall.
Yeah, it is insane. We got Chris Young joining us next here in the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. But something big is coming. September 2nd, DraftKings game. show here on your home of the Rangers, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. Here he is, the president of baseball operations for your Rangers, Chris Young. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys. I'm well. How are you all?
Oh, we're doing well. You won the series. How much of a concern is the offense, though?
Well, look, every team goes through some lulls offensively over the course of the season, and we certainly have done that over the last week to 10 days. But I do have a lot of confidence in what I saw this weekend in terms of the guys starting to bust out a little bit. I thought Wyatt started to swing the bat better. Corey's been swinging it really well. I thought Nimmo drove the ball decently this weekend. Didn't have any hits to show for it, but I thought there were some improvements there. And Duran had big games. Elias Diaz played well yesterday. So there were some encouraging signs, especially in yesterday's game. And, the hope is now that we can get hot together. These guys got cold together. Can they get hot together? And if they do, I really believe if we can continue pitching the way we pitched, we can have a stretch where we've put together some wins and hopefully 5-6 in a row at some point.
See, why can I convince you in a winner-take-all game to pitch Cal in the winner-take-all game?
Well, I would say that whether he starts or whether he comes in relief in a winner-take-all, that he would certainly play a role in a game like that. He's been unbelievably versatile for us this year, and of recent, he's been tremendous in the rotation. He's been a huge addition as we've lost both Evo and Jack, and that's what you have to make the playoffs, is you have to have surprise seasons from certain guys, and we've gotten that from Cal. I would put Jake Lass in that category as well in terms of the role he's played at the back of the bullpen. None of us expected him to close and be as good as he's been this year. So that's another one that has really had a tremendous impact on our season. But Cal has been terrific, and just a huge game for him this weekend.
What have you thought about Jack and his rehab starts, and how close is he to getting back up?
Yeah, his last start, I laughed because I landed in Chicago and it's 76 degrees here, and Jack's last outing was 108 in Frisco. I think he's gotten accustomed to pitching in 72-degree weather, which is easy to do in Arlington. It's such a great stadium, and we don't have to worry about the elements. His first two innings were really good, and then he fatigued a little bit. The heat, no doubt, played a role in the last two innings. His stuff declined a little bit rusty with the command, but all expected. It was really positive. I believe we're going to give him one more rehab outing and then look to bring him back, but assuming the next one goes well. But he is, he's making progress. It's not perfect yet, but it's in a position where it's likely good enough to compete and help us out, and he'll definitely be a big addition for our group when we get him back.
CY, can I ask you this question? You talk about the heat. You pitched in Kansas City. Do pitchers change their entire uniforms like every 3 innings if you're pitching in heat like that? Or how did you, I know undershirts and stuff like that, but how did you navigate stuff, and how do pitchers in today's baseball do? And I'm sorry it's not a Texas Rangers question right now, but I just want to learn.
Yeah, it's a good question. And yes, you do. You have multiple jerseys available. You have multiple undershirts available, and then your pants can get soggy and wet too, so sometimes you change those as well. But I think the hottest places I pitched in my career were Texas, Kansas City, and St. Louis. Sure. And those three, the challenge of the old stadium was not necessarily the temperature itself, because there are some locations, like I said, that get equally as hot. It's the duration of the heat. And as Texans, we're all accustomed to, summer can go into mid-October sometimes, and it's the duration. Whereas in other locations, you may get 6 weeks, 8 weeks of that type of heat, but it eventually goes away, and you start to have some fall weather. Our fall seems to arrive a little bit later.
Does the hat contain all the sweat off the brow? That's what I wonder doing yard work.
Yeah, the hats get pretty nasty, honestly. That's one that you change your hat sometimes too, but yeah, that can get pretty nasty as well. So the clubhouse guys do a tremendous job. It's amazing what the stains and the dirt that they can get out of uniforms, and certainly the body odor as well.
See why you did grow up here in the Metroplex. You mentioned it as a native Texan. You got to celebrate the 1996 first ever postseason club in Rangers history and in the AL West champs. What were your memories of that squad, and then maybe some stories that stood out to you from over the weekend?
Yeah, thanks for asking about that, because I got to go to the luncheon honoring that team on Friday, and it was really a tremendous event. It was so fun to see those guys back and to hear the stories of that season. You know, as a Ranger fan, my hope was that the Rangers would have a team that would make the playoffs as a kid. I mean, really getting in the playoffs was a victory in and of itself, and that team was the first that did it, and it really is a special team. You could feel the camaraderie. You could feel the leadership that existed within that team and the expectation they had collectively. And I think it was really things that I heard that sum up what winning teams are, in my opinion. And it was just really cool to hear that, because it brought me back to my childhood. And as it did, I'm sure a lot of Ranger fans who remember those teams. And, you had an MVP season in Juan Gonzalez, and you had, Pudge having a tremendous year, and Will Clark came in with his veteran leadership, and then guys like Kevin Elster and Mark McLemore. And, the pitching, I think there were 5 guys on the staff that won, I think 15 games, if I'm not mistaken. Ken Hill and Bobby Witt and Darren Oliver, and just a really, really talented team. And it was unfortunate they ran into the beginning of those Yankee great teams. Otherwise, I think if they'd gotten past that, there's no doubt that they could have been the first team to win a World Series for the Rangers.
CY, what's the status of the catcher room right now? You bring up O'Hoppe and Jansen. Like, how much runway does Jansen have to get going offensively?
Yeah, we need Danny to get going. Part of it is he's missed a lot of time, and it's we rushed his rehab, and so he's gonna take a little time to find the swing. That said, Diaz is swinging it well. O'Hoppe has swung it really well in AAA and made some adjustments, and so it's going to be at this point with every position. It's who's hot. It's who's hot and who's going to help us win. And Skip's got some decisions to make, and the hope is that the competition is a good thing, and that it drives each of these guys to play their very best baseball because they want to be in the lineup. But ultimately, it's a performance-based game, and the performance will dictate who's in the lineup.
CY, in scouting, is Cody Freeman considering a winning baseball player?
100%. We have these conversations all the time because there's certain things that you just can't really quantify in terms of a player and the winning spirit that they bring, the ability to make others around them better. We talk about internally, one of our core values is be a good teammate. And there are 2 aspects to that. It's are you doing everything you can on a daily basis to prepare for success individually? And then the second aspect of that is equally important. It's how do you make the people around you better? How do you elevate the group? How do you enhance the environment? And Cody does that. He's an absolute winning person. He brings an energy and a positivity and a competitiveness that people feed on. And you just feel like when Cody is in the lineup and Cody's on the field, he's going to impact the game in some positive fashion. It may not be hitting the big home run, but it's going to be something over the course of the game that he does that helps you win. And there's no doubt he embodies that winning spirit, as does Alejandro Osuna. He's another guy that really embodies that. So it's those are the types of players that you have to have on winning teams, and they've played big roles on our team thus far.
Since you joined us last week, Corey Seager has had 4 or 5 more multi-hit games. Is he capable now of being the guy that can lead you to a hot finish?
There's no doubt. If Corey gets going, he can really make everybody around him better and help win us some games, almost individually. But he's capable of being. He was a few years ago an MVP candidate. I mean, we know when Corey's at his best how impactful he is, and I'm not trying to put that type of expectation on him. It's hard, given the season he's had, the time he's missed, and the slow start he had. But if we have some positive regression here and Corey performs at the level that he has previously, it's a great thing for the Texas Rangers, and we should be in a really good spot.
You've said multiple times this year on this show you feel like the best baseball is still ahead of you. Do you still feel that way with a month to go?
Yeah, I really do, and I'll tell you why, guys, because I've looked at this from a lot of different ways, and it's been hard for me and us internally to even understand what this team is. And we've had a lot of challenges. There have been, injuries. There's been underperformance, and there have been times where we've performed well. But you look at the standings of where we are, and maybe any different year you would say, we've got no shot. We're a game under 500 with 30 something left to play, and it's the door is closed. it's wide open this year. And for all the reasons that this team maybe is not the team that we hoped it would be, I still believe there are equally as many number of reasons that this team can be the team that we believe it should be. And I really just, it's not that I'm just an optimist. It's that I believe in my heart that this group has the winning spirit in the fight, and they're going to go get it done. That Corey is back, Wyatt's back, we're getting healthy, we're going to get JJ back, we should get Evo back, we're going to get Jack back. We've got Jacob deGrom, we've got Mackenzie Gore going really well. Jake Latz has had a tremendous season in the bullpen. Evan Carter still has his best baseball ahead of him. This is a talented team, and I really believe that. And I think there are a number of reasons that this is going to come together, and I'm going to choose to focus on those and try to find every way possible to help this team win.
CY, I know you're going to give others credit here, but Will Venables has done a tremendous job with the White Sox. And I want to say this in a way of, do you think the time that he spent with you has made him this type of a manager?
You'd have to ask Will that. I certainly am not going to insert myself in his development.
Go ahead.
What I can
go ahead and say that. You helped him.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Will is a winning person as well. He's been a great friend. We went to college together. We got to play together in the big leagues. Then we won a World Series together in 2023. I was so grateful he chose to come to the Rangers. I think his experience here with Bruce Bochy and our staff certainly has helped him developmentally, as has every stop along his way to becoming a major league manager. And I'm just so happy for his success. My hope is that this weekend,
he's not very good. This
he has
weekend.
a little less success. Exactly.
Well, hey, Brian asked you about winning players. What about the solution that is Ezekiel Duran? I mean, the guy's out there playing center field yesterday. It's unbelievable, not only what he's been able to do playing a variety of positions. I don't know that we even appreciate that enough. He's been doing it at a high level as well. What are your thoughts on Zeke so far?
Yeah, it's hard to even, again, quantify what he means to our club and just the elite defense, one, that he's played at so many positions, whether it's been shortstop, second base, third base, even some first base. And then I think it was Saturday night after our game, late, Skip texted me, would you be comfortable with Zeke in center field? And it took me, half a second to write back in all caps, yes, absolutely. I trust him anywhere on the diamond. He's tremendous. He's athletic. And he'll figure it out. He's not afraid of the situation, and you can challenge him with just about anything, and he's going to have a positive attitude and attack it, the way you should as a winning player. And so Zeke sums up those winning attributes as well, and what a season he's had.
How hard is it to get 2,000 strikeouts?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome, and to do it as fast as Jacob has done it. I actually got to sit down low for his 1,000 strikeout the other night. I was in our owner's box with Ray Davis and got to see it up close, and it was just such a cool moment. I hope Ranger fans were able to take that in and really appreciate what Jacob means to the game of baseball, how tremendously talented he is, and watching him the other night was as good as I've seen Jacob in a while, and it was fun to watch, and he really set the tone. We won a close game because of the way he pitched, and man, he went right after it. It was fun.
CY, would you rather watch a game that low or sit up high?
Well, I try to go down there every so often to remind myself how hard the game is. When you sit up high, the higher you sit, the slower it is and the easier it looks. And when I go down there, I remember how fast it is, how athletic these guys are, the speed of the game. Right. The speed of the game is real, and you feel that down low, and it helps me be a little bit better evaluator when I keep that in mind, because it's not as easy as it looks.
Pre-game coming up at 6, Rocker and Urquidy. Give them hell. We'll be pulling for you, Chris.
Guys, let's have a great week, and hopefully we're talking about a first-place club next week.
Shoot, yeah. We'll drink to that. There he goes, the Chris Young Show, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. 65 and 66, first place. Got to play their best baseball down the stretch to get it done. It is interesting. The Astros fired CY's counterpart today. Is it Dana Brown? Astros GM Dana Brown.
Yes.
As they have the exact identical record. I guess their owner is going to be the de facto GM the rest of the way. It's crazy.
It is. It's absolutely nuts.
That's going to happen?
Yeah, in Houston. Yeah.
I mean, they're fighting. They're right there.
He's pulling a Jerry Jones. He's like, I won 3 World Series. I think I got a handle on this.
Wait until after the trade deadline so he doesn't get too away from himself.
Losing to the A's, that's where we're at? Is that kind of where that?
I guess. I don't know
when
what all
like
went
a
into that.
6-run lead.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they were up big yesterday and also just fell apart.
They still have the assistant GM, Charles Cook, there that I think will be running some of this stuff, but it is. Jim Crane's going to probably be handling most of this stuff.
Jim Crane's going to be the GM? Why am I laughing about this? Because I worked for a guy for 14 years that did the same thing. Why am I even questioning this? For 14 years, I worked for a man that said, no, Will McClay, I'm better than you. I don't need you, John. I don't need you, John Snyder. I don't need you. Name anybody else you want to be, but
it's kind of
why am I surprised?
It is glorious. Finally, the Houston dynasty is over, and maybe this is a sign they're cracking. Or
please let them just fail miserably.
I know.
Where are we going next, Chuck?
All right, let's do a little bit of a mixed bag. We can talk some more baseball, some breakout candidates in college football, and we got somebody threatening to just give some dirty secrets to the Texas Longhorns. That's next in the nation.
So new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Football's finest coming up here at the top of the hour. Here's Wolchuk with some other sports.
Let's do it. Let's shake it up. Let's get a mixed bag right now.
You want a chocolate? Mama. Mama.
Leave the gun.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them?
Just put it in the bag. You never know what you're going to get.
All right, it's Kamar Rocker on the bump tonight against Jose Urquidy. Last time Kamar Rocker took on these White Sox, he went 6 innings, allowing 1 hit, no earned runs. All right, let's go ahead and get a follow-up performance. Kamar, we need this. Texas Rangers Insider also giving us some insight on Urquidy. He's been pretty damn good against the Rangers in his career. As a former Houston Astro, he is 5-0 with a 2.82 ERA against the Rangers.
Is that good?
It's pretty damn good. Mm-hmm. Both pitchers might, have the edge tonight against these two teams. So if you're somebody that likes to dabble in maybe it's Prize Picks, DraftKings, whatever it might be, hit the under maybe on total runs tonight. Could be a pitch off.
Kind of feels like a good thing to do with the
hit
Rangers,
the less.
Just in general.
Usually, hit the less.
Hit the less.
Hit the less on the Prize Picks.
Auto bet the under on the Rangers.
Yeah, and look, if anybody's going to be scoring runs right now, it seems like it's Corey Seager. It might be Ezekiel Duran, but look out for our guy Cody Freeman. Since he got called up 6 of 18, a couple RBIs, 3 walks, he's been a nice little spark plug. It'd be nice if Cody Freeman could get going as well. And I love the question you asked, because Cody Freeman is just an energetic type of player to insert into the lineup.
He's just
Boom.
a winning player.
Yes.
Dirty uniform, hustling. Teammates love him.
Kind of like our guy Cam Colley. And Cam Colley selected Pacific Coast League Player of the Week down in the minors. It's a bummer that he's back in the minors, but Cam Colley's still getting it done there. And I'm sure he'll be back up sooner rather than later.
Some dudes
Probably
got some
next
opportunities here, man.
Yeah.
Some dudes got some opportunities.
Absolutely. Speaking of little guys, Deuce Vaughn. He's a Houston Texan.
Saw that.
Did you see
Congratulations to him.
Has he been picked up by anybody else as the first team he's been playing for since Dallas?
Was he in Denver?
Yeah. Denver?
I think Denver.
He'll be catches on there.
Yeah.
He was the scout team quarterback when they were taking on Kyler that week.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Good utilization.
Poor Kyler. Can't see over the line of scrimmage right now.
I'm looking at you like you kept a serious
that was a
face
good
for
joke.
a long time.
I liked what you did there.
It's not a bad move, though.
No, not
Just
at all.
Week to week, whoever's taking on the Vikings this year,
relatively the same size.
Deuce Vaughn get you that scout team.
He can run around back there.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, did you see over the weekend the little person knocked out the Island Boy?
It was awesome.
Yes, and we had some guys' ear getting bit off.
Yeah, that was bad.
Unbelievable.
They blurted out and everything, and it made me sick.
Those Island Boys are such wusses, dude.
Oh yeah,
they suck.
Are they still like millionaire dudes?
I guess. I don't really know why they're even still irrelevant. But Aiden Ross puts them out there on the thing. He's trying to get all these OnlyFans chicks to fight each other, and whatever he can get for an engagement. Bob Menery, who fought Johnny Manziel, was back out there. I think he quit like 2 minutes into the fight.
Did Manziel look pretty good during his fight?
No, he looked horrible.
Okay.
But he did win because he was fighting Bob Menery.
Yeah, he looked like
sucks.
a former professional athlete.
Yeah, fighting a jobber.
Yeah.
Congratulations
so
to
Bob Menery has nothing in his life left.
He's a loser.
He's just,
but he is rich, and I guess he's made money on social media and YouTube and all that stuff. So congratulations.
So we have to
Bob.
admire Bob for this?
You can admire Bob for at least knowing how to make some money.
Make some money.
At one point in his life.
So what did Bob make his money doing?
I think it was YouTube. I think he was part of like the Nelk Boys crew, who were huge, and they've got a big following.
Okay.
Yeah.
Back to you.
Now I don't know what he's doing. I think he just gambles. I think he's literally like gambled and done a bunch of drugs and eat away all that stuff.
American dream.
Yep. Keelan Russell, former Duncanville Panther, named the starting quarterback for the Alabama Crimson Tide over the weekend.
That's good.
Congratulations to him, as Kalen DeBoer thought that Keelan Russell was the better of the two quarterbacks. He wins the job over Austin Mack. I'm excited to watch him. He was so much fun to watch at Duncanville. Hopefully he can continue that Texas tradition of winning championships over there.
And the history books are calling it the first ever coach-quarterback combo, Keelan. We've never seen this in football history.
Oh,
it's going to be a good year.
That is awesome. Another true freshman, Faison Brandon.
We got college football next weekend.
We do. Yeah.
TCU and my guy.
Did you just say his name backwards? Faison Brandon. He's not Brandon Faison?
Faison Brandon. Yeah, I know it's weird. It's a weird name, but that's the Tennessee starting quarterback. I'm sure Chop had a big-time scouting report on him this morning. 6'4" pocket passer from Greensboro, North Carolina, signed with the Vols last December, spent the offseason with them. He was competing with George McIntyre for the starting job. Yeah, Faison Brandon. going to be their guy.
I'll take your word for it, Brandon.
I don't think I could have that guy on my team. I wouldn't have been recruiting him. You got him Faison Brandon? Just doesn't sound like a quarterback.
Well, he's got upside according to Chop.
Yeah, maybe he does.
I think it'd be okay recruiting him once you showed up and saw him out there on the field.
Is he good?
That's the guy we want. No, he's massive.
Physically, he sounds good.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we got a lot of guys that, popcorn muscles. They can look good on a football field. I hope true freshman, you're starting in the SEC.
Wow. You just hit him with the popcorn muscles, dude.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe he goes out there and he dazzles. Maybe he's a dazzler. Or he'll be like, Nico, I'm a-leaving. Get the hell out of there in Knoxville. Now, Texas, we had one of the dads.
Hey, can I say something real quick about Texas?
Mm-hmm.
My son started his 17th year of school today.
Oh, going for that Masters.
Yeah, man.
For Bennett.
He sent me every year he was a kid. We had a picture of him with his backpack first day of school. Oh. So he sent me a picture. He goes, thumbs up, backpack on. He goes, 17th year of school.
Attaboy.
Crushing it.
I saw Arch's 16th
year 17.
Year 17.
Is this the year?
Is this the year he puts it all together?
Yeah, this is the year he puts it all together.
Well, the Longhorns have some drama. I guess one of the quarterbacks, or I guess players' dads, Hayward Howard Sr. is his name. That's a mouthful.
Okay.
He took to social media. He said there's a lot of bull bleep going on at Texas as a parent. I'm very disappointed. I did not play the politic games. My son plays football, and he does it very well. There's a lot of S going on. Y'all don't know. I'm about to expose this bleep.
Sounds like he didn't like the latest depth chart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, his son he thought was number 1 was now number 4.
Yeah, his kiddo is Hayward Howard Jr., first-year DB from New Orleans, Louisiana. He signed with the Horns over Auburn, Colorado, Florida State, LSU, Miami,
We're on
and
the Horn
more.
right now trying to get him at LSU.
He was a 4-star DB. He shined in spring practice, apparently, and initially was pretty high on the depth chart. Yeah. Now, his dad did play football at Ole Miss in the mid-2000s. He was a D lineman in Oxford. Now, I don't know what's going to happen, but I don't know if Sark, there's some questions here, like has he lost the locker room is what Dad's trying to insinuate.
Parents should stay out of this.
The coaches are trying desperately to win every game.
They're trying.
They might be wrong, but it's not due to any BS.
I don't think. Yeah, it's like if your son was that awesome right now, they're going to start your kid.
They would play him.
It's nothing against you.
Yeah,
they think they have somebody better right now.
Yeah,
and he's a true freshman. I'm sure he's going to get playing time. If the guy ahead of him ends up not playing well, they'll play him. It's going to be okay. Last thing here in the mixed bag. Gosh dang it, I hated to see this. Bud Clark, our guy.
What happened?
He broke his right ankle. He's done for the year.
Done for the year.
Man.
Seattle, right?
Yep. Seahawks, former TCU safety, was one of our favorites. He was carted off the field.
Clark. Yeah.
And now his rookie season's gone. I mean, I guess maybe speedy recovery. He's done it early enough. Like, could he possibly come back for their playoff run in January?
I met this Seahawks fan a couple of weeks ago, and I was asking him, how he feels about a repeat. And he's like, yeah, all the players we lost, we drafted somebody better. Lost Kenneth Walker, drafted Jadarian Price. Lost Kobe Bryant, brought in Bud Clark. And I think the plan was to plug and play him. I think they're in trouble up there in Seattle.
Okay, we got a text from Atolo that said they got 2 former students at UT. Both of them are playing DB, and believe me, there's some weird ass going on there. So maybe there's some weird. Maybe Will Muschamp's finagling things. I don't know.
Man, if you
playing favorites,
this is a big business now, folks. It's big business, man. And Dawson's right. The coaches are trying to win.
They have to.
But there's so much money and promise and all this involved to try and get these guys. I mean, LSU went through the other day about that jersey number and all that. That's just a small portion of all the stuff that goes on at these places. So. Just hey, if your kid's there, man, support them. Try and stay out of the coach's way. Hope to get their education and kind of move on. If that's the case. Don't be a pain in the ass to the coaching staff. Nobody likes that guy.
No. Nobody likes the pain in the ass.
Nobody likes the pain in the ass guy.
We got 3 down and 1 to go here in the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. Rangers pregame is coming up at 6 o'clock. It's time for the finest, Chief.
Yes, the K in Kiffin stands for can't be trusted, and we've got milk next in the nation. But first, I got to let
G&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Shoot, yeah, it's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation, our fourth and final hour of tonight's show. Rangers pregame's coming up at 6 o'clock. You did just miss Chris Young. Had a great baseball conversation with him at 4:20. If you have the Odyssey app, you can go back and listen to that right now. Or stay tuned, because it's time for Eric Chiafalo's Football's Finest.
Yes, sir. 5 o'clock in Texas. It's time to football.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Congrats to Cowboys linebacker Jayshon Barham, team's highest graded defender in Week 2. No surprise if you watch the game. 22 snaps, 89.9 grade, and a handful of tackles, some good stops. And
3 run stops.
Yeah, three run stops, getting off blocks.
TFL.
And making plays in the backfield, getting a little pressure on the quarterback, the coverage stuff, all of it just looked really, really nice for him, and that was a wonderful thing to see. And Jonathan Mingo, PFF has him graded 90.5 through 2 preseason games.
Really good.
Second highest graded receiver of the preseason.
It is still amazing that was his first touchdown as a pro. Preseason or regular season.
It's the first time he's found Pater, like never once in Carolina.
Never in Carolina.
Even in the preseason. That is pretty crazy to fathom.
I mean, he wasn't even catching 40% of the balls that were thrown towards him. It just seems like he's matured and developed his skill set in some pretty significant ways.
Yeah, developed, I think, is the key buzzword right now about the Cowboys and this coaching staff, just across the board, whether it's Joe Milton or what you're seeing out of Revel or what you didn't see in college out of LT Overton that you're now seeing here. Like, there's so many different examples of them raising the floor of a ton of these players.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing is that when you mentioned about Overton and guys like that and Mingo, or you could also watch Mingo play special teams, and maybe it's being a veteran guy, and maybe it's like he knows that he's going to have to do these things in order to have a chance. But he's better than Brown on that, and it might be experience. It just might be. But I really like what this coaching staff has done, and I know I highlighted the defensive coaches, the offensive coaches and stuff. When you look at what's going on on the offensive line, I mean, they've got those guys. They've got those 5 guys who played both games. Both like the Seattle game and the Arizona game. And they've been able to kind of move the ball with those guys. And you're thinking like, well, I don't see, here's, former scout guy telling you, I can't see players 7, 8, 9. And next thing you know, they're moving the ball against the Seattle's 2s and 3s. Mm-hmm. And then they're kind of moving the ball and dominating Arizona's 2s and 3s. I didn't get a chance to see what was going on against the Saints, and I didn't get to see what was going on against the Rams. But if you look at the 2 preseason games of your 2s versus other teams' 2s, this offensive line has done a really nice job, and they've given the quarterbacks time. They've given the running lanes, and we're kind of like we were watching the practices going, is this backup offensive line good enough? And you wonder, like, is it the players or is it the coaches? I think the coaches have a lot to do with this. I do want to give them a tip of the cap because I think overall this is a better coached team than the ones we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air. It really is. And speaking of the development,
now, maybe not as special teams, but we'll figure that out.
Yeah, we'll see about the special. The penalties were better this past week.
But your point about Mingo, this is why a veteran. He's clearly at the crossroads.
Yeah, he has got to step it up, and he is.
If all of a sudden he gets cut and someone's like, "Well, do we pick this guy up?" He's no longer just a big guy, and he's been really a non-factor at Carolina. He was a non-factor in Dallas. So he's at that crossroads.
Yeah, Joe Milton is obviously playing some really good football right now. Schottenheimer was talking about like his arm strength. That's what he always heard about Milton, even back when he was in college. And he's like, yeah, arm strength is cool, but he says go to the fair and win a teddy bear with arm strength. But you got to play quarterback, and that's what I think you see Joe learning is he's playing quarterback, and he's playing quarterback at a high level. He's checking the ball down. He's making blitz adjustments. He's solving problems. He's reading from his first, second to third, and even fourth progression at times. He says it takes time. You don't stop learning as a quarterback. The only way to do it is to play. I'm really, really proud of him.
Who said this?
Shoddy on Joe Milton.
Okay, good. Yeah, and that's the clear thing with Joe Milton. Joe Milton was always a drop back. If I don't see it, run.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Milton has shown a lot more patience. The routes have come open for him, too.
Mm-hmm.
So you got to give the guys he's working with a lot of credit. Like the separation Mingo got on the go route gave Joe the ability to put the ball down there. So he's throwing the receivers that are getting open for him, but he's reading or just seeing the field,
and keeping his eyes downfield.
So much better. It's not looking at the rush and like I've got to run. First thing, it's hey, I got to stand here and make a throw. And I tell you what, let's say if. Who's our guy that came from Buffalo? Our coach that got fired. He was
Ken Dorsey.
Ken Dorsey. I mean, she said Joe Brady.
Yeah, the head coach in Buffalo.
Oh, I meant the guy who came from Buffalo.
I know what you meant.
But
I just
yeah,
Joe Brady.
Ken Dorsey has seemed to work with guys like he worked with Josh Allen. Josh Allen's a talented, but Josh Allen throwing. I always say this: throwing to cattle ranchers and pharmacists out in Wyoming. But he comes to the NFL. He's the accuracy, the mechanics, all those things improved. And he became one of the better players in the National Football League. But here you got a guy that's kind of working behind the scenes with these quarterbacks. And if he's taking Joe Milton every day out there on the field and doing stuff with him, man, he's earning his paycheck right now.
By the way, I love your glasses down on your nose like that. Your readers. I'm wondering if Dawson punted on his. Did you give up on those?
Oh, I got them. I just keep losing them.
Yeah.
So
I have
keep
to
track of them.
September 23rd, I get to have my official vision because these are adjustable lenses in my eyes.
Oh,
so I tell them what I can do and what I can't do. Can't see far. I can see really, really good far away. But my close vision is not great right now. So they're going to adjust it where I get close vision and be able to see far away.
No glasses at all?
No glasses at all.
That's
living the dream, dude.
Yeah.
Well, you had two big things in the NFL. Well, three.
That'd have been a shame if you checked out last week, just 3 days from after getting your surgery.
You mean it called it a day?
Yeah.
And had it would, I think I had a good run.
For sure.
I think if you had
premature.
to say if you had to say Bennett wouldn't be too happy.
No, that'd have been horrible.
But I think overall for the things I've done in my life, I've had a pretty good run.
Yeah, you have.
Mission accomplished.
I have, yeah.
I feel like you got at least 25% to go, though.
I hope you're right.
Were those thoughts floating around your morphine brain on that hospital bed?
What if this is
I'll tell you, when something was wrong with my right below my rib cage, and they were talking about pancreas and stuff like that, I started, because they put me on they sent me through some serious tests because they were worried, and then everything came back just fine. So that part of it was a breath of fresh air. But yeah, I'm not going to lie. When you get 62 years old, yeah, you worry about stuff.
Well, three big stories in the NFL today. Deshaun Watson is named the starter. I have some good stats of the day for him.
Didn't mean to bring everybody down.
No, it's all great.
That was me. I did that.
Yeah, that blame Dawson for sure.
Thanks a lot. Let's just take it away.
The owner
was a good
into
point.
the Pimp Cup we go.
The owner of the Niners.
Just tries to carry us.
Jed York, $140 trailer
Transvestite?
What? Trailer park.
Oh,
I don't know.
I thought you said transvestite.
I was I might have made that fumble, but I paused and backed up. It was a trailer park, $140 schmexual situation.
What's the difference?
He got popped for.
Oh, we're seeing his picture right now.
Kayshon Boutte, man. Kayshon Boutte going for a 2025 6th-round no-name safety and a 2028 7th-rounder. That's beautiful.
It's a great move.
In terms of assets for the Texans, who are so desperate right now to not give up much of anything. I mean, that is good living right there for a team who is totally desperate and not having to give up much.
Vrabel made one last booty call.
In the follow-up to the Jed York stuff, was she an undercover cop?
No, I think it was a dude that he ended up going to. It was a dude cop. I'm pretty sure.
He was going for a dude?
No, he wasn't going for a dude. He was getting ball sacked, I think, the entire time.
Yeah.
Thinking he was going to see a lady.
And it was a dude.
And then it ended up, hey, I'm
Chris
officer
Hansen style.
so-and-so. Yeah. And
So he showed up
you're
like in a
screwed now.
Range Rover and
trailer park in a Range Rover. That's right.
He fit right in.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
Now, Deshaun Watson gets the nod to be the Browns starting quarterback, at least for the first snap of the season. We'll see what happens after that. He is the favorite to be the first quarterback benched this year. Okay, so it was like literally, as soon as it was announced that he was the starter, Jimmy Shapiro came tweeting
Jimmy
out and emailing out the odds for who's first to be benched. Of course, Deshaun Watson is that guy. Then it's Tua with Atlanta. I'm wondering if he's even going to make that team with how bad he's been. Geno Smith with the Jets, Kirk Cousins with the Raiders, and then Jacoby Brissett with the Cardinals. Those are your top 5 quarterbacks most likely to be the first benched this season. Now, speaking of Deshaun Watson, a couple of good stats of the day for you here. Doug Clawson notes it's been 2,059 days since Deshaun Watson's last 300-yard passing game. January 3rd of 2021. Tom Brady has 14 300-yard passing games since Watson's last, and Brady's been retired the last 3 seasons. You also have Shale Kapadia. How about this? The disaster of the quarterback room in Cleveland. Over the last 2 years, among 78 qualifying quarterbacks, Shedeur Sanders' 2025 performance ranked 77th in EPA per pass play out of 78. The only performance that was worse statistically is Deshaun Watson, who's ranked 78th.
How's that even happen?
It was just
crazy.
It's just picking from bad options. And how bad is Dylan Gabriel, who's not even getting a sniff right now in what is the single worst quarterback competition we've seen in quite some time?
His second-round pick,
the guy
Joe Milton.
Third-round pick. Yeah, I know you're trying to get rid of Joe.
Cleveland needs to think. No, I'm just team building, man.
I like it. I mean, hey, listen, second-round pick. I think we could talk about
They
that.
got you got Taylor Green. He might end up being the answer.
Okay.
My guy, yeah, you're damn right about that.
We know Clayton Adams wants the hot dog fridge and everything.
Yeah, he wants Wagyu dogs.
We know Jim Harbaugh is a big milk guy. He is apparently installed in the Chargers facility.
A milk machine.
What they're calling a high-quality, state-of-the-art milk machine. Yes.
Okay, so what is high quality and state of the art about this?
I'm not getting any pictures of it. I do know that they have like
Are they milking cows?
Their catering cafeteria is a Wolfgang Puck experience. So their food situation is pretty good, but you got the whole milk, the 2%, the chocolate milk. Like you can mix it up when it comes to like the whole milk dispensary situation. That was like one of his big things. So when Clayton Adams becomes a head coach, he's going to get his hot dog situation going pretty good.
I'm about
Jim Harbaugh went with the high quality milk dispenser. So you're gonna have strong bones at least. And that's something that
milk.
I'm about to.
I think I've had goat milk.
Is it good?
I think I've had goat cheese.
There's a huge line for goat milk.
Cheese is good
at the farmers market.
It's supposed to be pretty healthy for you.
People like the goat milk, I guess.
Now, did you guys see this?
You're kind of a funny family on that milk stuff, right?
What do you mean?
Like you guys like go for the don't you?
I do have a raw milk farm that I get my milk from.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I didn't mean funny in a bad way.
No,
it's just they're raw.
You're right. Yeah, raw milk.
It's like a different taste as the other families.
It is. You guys tried it, didn't you? I know Dawson tried it.
Good.
It was pretty good. The goat milk, it wasn't horrible. Or no, it was just raw cow's
the regular
milk.
raw cow's milk.
The raw cow's milk.
No, I've never had the goat milk.
Dawson was over there buying a treadmill.
He's looking for the elliptical now.
Dawson's pulling one of my things, so I could just check out here and kind of order.
Is Devin Moore going to make the team?
Yeah, it's a great question. A lot of people are asking. The executive director of Ole Miss's NIL Collective said the FBI searched the Rebels football office for recording devices after Lane Kiffin left for LSU following the 2025 regular season. This guy's name is Walker Jones. He co-founded the Grove Collective, and he told the quote-unquote Assorted Crackers podcast that the FBI searched for bugs.
That is an awesome name.
Assorted Crackers podcast.
Why didn't I think of that?
The FBI searched for bugs in the football offices at the Manning Center once Kiffin bolted for LSU. Quote, we actually had the FBI come through and walk the building for bugs and for everything. We knew kind of what was in Baton Rouge, and we knew how they operated. I remember getting on my knees and looking underneath the desk, like checking for, is there some sort of bug in my office? When asked why he was looking under his desk, he said, "Trust me, you don't know this guy, Lane Kiffin, like I do."
Wow. You come off the Belichick coaching tree or something?
Did Kiffin?
No.
Saban.
Yeah,
okay,
Saban.
close enough.
Saban, yeah.
It is
one
close
degree
enough.
of separation.
So how about that, man? They're pulling out all the stops.
Would you be offended if you're Lane? I think I might be.
He probably takes it as like a badge
that's a
of honor.
compliment. Yeah, you better, because they didn't find the one that I really put in there.
Have we become the most hated team in college football?
You and Texas Tech, I think, are kind of neck and neck.
Yeah, people just have always hated Lane, so that just carries on wherever he goes.
I'm just glad he's on my team now.
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
We got to run. We'll hit the expressway, go commercial free to the top. G-Bag of the Day and LA Live coming up at 5:30 and 5:40, respectively. Reset you on the main talking points from Shoddy's presser when we return here to the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's time to hit the Expressway. We're about to go commercial-free to the top. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. Brian Schottenheimer press conference earlier as Cowboys are back in town. It's great, and they have some open practices later on this week. You can go up there to the Star and watch them. Shoddy on the team now, the roster. He says if you take our roster from last year and you lay it down next to our roster this year, there's no question the depth and the overall talent is higher. This is a good football team. We got a lot of confidence. We just got to make the right decisions as we get to cut down day, which we will. What are you guys thinking right now? What's if you were thinking 9 or 10 wins going in, are we saying 11 or 12 wins now? How much of a jump has this training camp and all these positive vibes been worth to you?
Keep things the same. I think the expectations. I think the things that we've learned, and we'll need to see regular season football. But I just think that overall, I keep saying about the coaching aspect. I think they're more talented on defense. I think they're going to get a few more stops. I think on defense, Christian Parker is not going to let somebody just drive the ball on him without trying to do something to get a stop or two. And I think that if you give the Cowboys offense a couple of extra series a game, it's probably 10 points right there for you. Probably a long Aubrey field goal, probably another touchdown. That could be the difference in a lot of these games. So I think they're going to be better. But right now I'm keeping it right at about 9 or 10 wins. And maybe if you catch that all of a sudden when they get on a run and roll off 6, 7 of these in a row, now you can adjust your things. But I think right now I'm just going to keep it right where it's at. But they're happy that they look like they've made progress in a lot of areas they needed to.
I was at 10-7 NFC East champs. I could see 11-6, but I just feel better about the June NFC Championship appearance. Bold prediction. That one feels better and better every day. I just hope they can carry this over into the regular season when the starters are playing.
I feel like they're going to have to be a good road team to have playoff success because with this schedule, with a better division, they're not going to be able to win enough games to have home field advantage. I don't know how I feel about this team going on the road. Maybe this is going to be a situation where this is the year that sets up next year where they're really able to do it. It's hard to predict having a good football team for back-to-back seasons unless you're one of those teams. And the Cowboys have definitely spent quite a bit against the cap to try to make this year great. So, I don't know how sustainable it is, but we do know they're 2-0 in the preseason for the first time since Wade Phillips' first year taking over for Bill Parcells.
07?
Yeah, 07. Is it a coincidence? I don't know. I think what you had in Parcells could be comparable to what you have in Schottenheimer and his staff, in that you have a coaching staff that complements the front office well in finding players and coaching up players. There's more credibility with this coaching staff than Garrett's or McCarthy's, and I hope there's some parallels to be harvested as we push into this season. He said Marquise Bell is a great special teams player.
Yeah.
That's a clue that Marquise Bell is about to make the team.
Yeah, he takes over the C.J. Goodwin role.
He said Malik Davis is really good in pass protection. It's a clear sign Malik Davis is your backup running back.
At this point, yeah. Maybe would they consider going a little short? Would they consider going Williams, Davis, and Lipke? Maybe not have Blue, if it gets down to some number crunching.
Yeah, the one we got to figure out about this Trey Benson injury. That was certainly
Somebody
a name
told
that
me it wasn't a knee, but it was like a leg injury. But it wasn't a knee. I need to check on this. I'm confused. Knee or leg? I don't know which one it is.
Whatever it might be, that one's going to be interesting because I think there was interest there.
They can't waive a hurt player if that's the case. If he is hurting. They can waive him injured and put him on injured reserve and cut him off that, but they can't straight waive a hurt player if that's the case.
Yeah, and he was waived.
The reports have been that it was a flare-up of the same knee that required a meniscus surgery, an arthroscopic procedure. in the middle of last year. But
did Danny say anything about that?
Yeah, because I asked specifically. I was like, Arizona's one of these teams that I was looking at, trying to poach a running back.
Yeah.
And so Trey Benson, she had said, the problem is he just hadn't been playing. He hasn't practiced at all because he'd been hurt. So I would think the Cowboys have done a lot of work on him. I mean, he's a former day 2 pick 3 years ago. I thought he was arguably the best running back in his draft class. If the injury checks out, I think that could be a name to add. If it doesn't, then it's not worth it.
I'm just okay with risking losing Jaden Blue, and I think you can get similar type of players at any given point. Bring them off the street, make a trade for a guy on somebody's depth chart. So, look at the cut downs. I think there's a lot of wisdom in going short at running back if you need a roster spot to accommodate other guys. Noah Brown's been cut by the Raiders, one of the interesting players from Cowboys seasons past. He's had a nice journey since he left, but this might be the end of the line for him. He was a 2016 draft class player. Izzy Mukuamu was cut by Mike McCarthy and the Steelers. I think there's an injury settlement on that one. So a couple of news items involving former Cowboys. They did sign, we had the breaking news earlier, Shoddy told you they were looking at a tight end. They end up going with Mitch Van Voren for the final week of camp and preseason game.
Play in a game and get cut.
Yeah, they only had 2 healthy tight ends in Arizona. He's a former track star at Marquette who played football at D3 Norbert. I don't know if you ever scouted a player from Norbert, Brian, but you're about to here if you take a look at this Mitch Van Voren
Norbert, is that like
tape.
St. Norbert's of Wisconsin? Like that's outside Green Bay.
St. Norbert, yeah.
Okay, that's where that's a college outside Green Bay. So yeah, St. Norbert's. It's where the Cowboys, where the Packers supposedly have training camp, but they really have it at their facility. But they always say St. Norbert's is what they say.
Okay,
it's where the players hang out.
I thought you might have something on St. Norbert's for us.
I was kind of there.
Paid off.
Hey, Norbert.
All righty. It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. I think Norbert is Rasputin's boyfriend. Oh. Norbert and Rasputin. Shout out to them, man. Hope you guys are doing good out there.
Getting it done.
We're getting it done. Hey, G-Bag of the day right here. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30, fueled by East Dallas Motor Cars. EastDallasMotorCars.com. Going for 2 today. All right. This is somber. This is kind of somber. This is a homegoing ceremony. So, yes, a very somber mood. They had a bagpipe guy there to play Amazing Grace. It wasn't amazing, so we're going to give him grace. This is how it ended. Damn. Oh. Yeah, there we go.
Waking up the dead. He just peters out there, man.
Casket flies open. Yeah. Turn that bleep off. Yeah. Trying to rest in peace over here.
Gosh, man.
There were a couple of moments, like he had the first chord or something figured out. Just took him a long time to get there.
It took a second to catch that. Yeah. God, dog, bro. No way. No way. All right, let's see what else we got for you boys. Hey, Cowboys Pro Shop had a content creator that walked in and trolled those guys.
Uh-oh.
Shout out to the guy that works at the Cowboys Pro Shop, because he's really good and quick on his feet. He handled himself.
Y'all doing okay, guys? Yeah, any chance you guys have any Philadelphia Eagles merch?
1 ply or 2 ply?
1 ply, 2 ply, what is that?
Yeah, the toilet paper?
Okay. No. I'm looking for the best jerseys on the NFL, the Eagles ones. They should be trash.
Y'all whole team falling apart, bro.
What happened last year?
That's last year. We did 1-1 with y'all. So.
What happened the year before though?
But you living all that. We did 1-1 with y'all again, bro.
What happened the year before that?
We did 1-1 with.
Nah, I do have.
We did a 2-0 with y'all. So
I have a real question though.
Go on.
When was the last time you won a Super Bowl?
Doesn't matter. We're still ahead of y'all.
Doesn't matter.
For anybody like the Eagles, that's
hey, Hey, but this our year, right? This year our year, right?
Don't y'all say the same thing?
Nope. That's a Cowboy thing.
Y'all trash.
That's a Cowboy thing.
Trash.
Yes, dude.
One ply or two ply. Yeah. Talking about Eagles jersey is some TP paper.
Damn right.
I like that, fam. One ply or two ply.
Hell yes. That's my guy right there.
He didn't even hesitate. No. Let's go to Fox 9, Minnesota. Well, this gentleman named Leon Purvis, reporter. They're preparing for the Minnesota State Fair out there. And he's going to ride this big slide. You know, it's real big, long.
With the burlap?
With the potato sack.
Potato sack, all right.
Yep.
Burlap back.
Yes. It's a real long slide.
You can get airborne. You can get airborne on those.
He gets airborne maybe 4 times.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, he does. You'll hear when he gets airborne every single time, bro.
We're about to slide down it right now. Again, this is my first time. I'm going to see how it is. And we're going to go in 3. Are we ready? We're ready. We're ready. In 3, 2, 1, go! It's my first time at the State Fair, and I just tried that for the very first time, Andy, and apparently this is a Minnesota thing to do.
Yeah, I would say.
My very first time.
Oh, no. Oh, the mic overmodulated each time, so it cracked. That's what that space was in between it.
I was so relieved to get to the bottom of that at the State Fair the one time I ran it. Because walking up the stairs, like, you're on the full left side of it.
I can't do it.
And it's a drop off.
Yeah, it is.
Can't do it,
So
bro.
about halfway up, my fear of heights kicks in.
Absolutely.
And Abby doesn't have it, so she's like marching up there, and she's like 6 years old, so I had to keep going with her.
Oh, no.
But by the time we get to the top, I'm like sitting down and going step by step, slowly up there. Yeah. One and only.
Yeah, you don't do that again.
And they're not structurally the best things ever made, right?
No. You feel like they're rickety.
It's kind of like riding the State Fair deal, the clackety clack, you know.
That's how I felt inside. Yeah.
Hey! Monday, baby. Let's go to Crown Global Media.
Hey, Crown.
Hi, Crown.
Mr. Brian Broaddus.
Oh, no.
And his co-host, Voch Lombardi. You guys were talking about safeties right here, right? I believe so.
We are talking about Julius, yeah.
Oh, God.
Julius
I'm glad
Wood.
you cleared that up.
Yeah. I mean, and then all of a sudden, I love Wood. I love the player Wood. I really do. But I'm telling you, pause, as they would say, right? Why didn't you say it for me? You saw me. I was drowning there.
I didn't think of it till you said it.
I said, I love Wood.
Yeah, he does.
Wow.
He's a big Wood guy.
Yeah, love Wood.
Loves Julius Wood.
Wood and Koontz, right?
Wood and Koontz.
Yeah.
Yep.
Two of your faves.
Two of my faves. Gosh, I
watch a lot of film on
it's
those.
funny when you talk about that player.
Scouring the internet on
when you talk
Koontz
about
and
the
Wood.
player, you're kind of in your mind like, okay, am I going to say this the right way, or do you have to put the first name with it?
I mean, I put out a tweet that said, I love Julius Wood. And I didn't think about some of the replies that I would get.
No, I didn't. I obviously just said it.
Good for you, man.
Yeah.
Takes a lot to know the closet.
Yeah. Leon Purvis would like a word with you, Brian.
Yeah, exactly.
Clearly. Yesterday was a church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Mr. Frederick Douglass Haynes. I was at the pool yesterday, and I met a young lady who goes to the Wild Wild West, Friendship West Baptist Church.
Okay.
Well, I got excited. We got to talking. You know what I'm saying? I was like, you know my guy. That's my guy, girl. That's my guy. Yeah, shout out to her and her family. I think her name is Tiffany. Her husband's a Green Bay Packer fan from Detroit.
Oh, wow. Enemy territory.
Yeah. Made a good choice.
Yeah. This drummer right here, has been waiting. What's up, brother? You gonna say something,
You
bro?
ever meet girls with normal names?
Her name was Tiffany.
Tiffany's normal.
It's always kind of a clubby name, right?
Tiffany. You know, her name was
Tiffany's a
Tiffany.
clubby name,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
But never any like Janes or.
Also decided
Sarah's.
too. Well, speaking of Tiffany's, toenail polish for ladies.
Yeah.
That Tiffany's color.
Tiffany's like the store?
Tiffany's color, yes.
That's the new onesie.
I'm telling you, that's a bad one right there.
Blue? What is
little
it?
Pastel kind of bluish thing.
Yeah. Why do I know these things?
I'm telling you. Yeah, put that together the other day. This drummer right here, we're going to praise and worship service in church. This drummer has been waiting his whole life for this very moment.
When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace.
Great voice. Yeah.
For I am yours, and you
Oh, here we go. We're breaking in.
Turn that volume down.
It's like Hawaii 5-0. Wait a second.
That mix is bad, baby.
Oh, no. Poor gal. She could sing.
She was great. Just let her go.
Look at her.
She stopped.
He turned them drums up, bro.
Just stop.
It's like when Ross Levinsky was on the board. Hey.
All right. Hey, guys. I'm going to sing a little bit because he's going to get back in his bag in just a second.
No.
I just wanted you to hear it before I end it.
Oh, she could
Sounds like a talented guy.
Yeah. Might be a little too talented for this moment.
Yeah. He's like, no.
It's not about you.
I'm not going to be outdone here.
Thinks he's back in the garage.
I'm the best.
All right.
I've heard that song a million times. I've never heard that rendition.
It's never been that necessary to hit the drums that song.
Oh, man.
It's not necessary. Side, bitch. Not necessary.
Is it bagpipe guy at the funeral? Is it Cowboys pro shop manager?
That's a good one, by the way, that pro shop guy.
Fox 9 Minnesota's reporter Leon Purvis. Crown Global Media's Brian Broaddus.
Service is crazy. It is.
Or your church drummer.
All right, guys, I'm going to do it for the first time.
It's my first time. Not his kind of ride.
I'm going with the best Cowboys pro shop manager in the business.
That's a good one. That is a good
Chief.
one.
Give me Broaddus.
Oh.
Tied at one, Lucius.
Purvis, man. Never nervous Purvis.
Nervous Purvis.
We're tied at one, we'll check.
I got to go with the pro shop manager. Screw the Eagles.
Right.
Purvis.
We're tied at two. Jump onto @GBagNation. That's our Twitter account. You can follow us all when you get there. @GBagNation. Our handles are in the bio, including Brian's Crown Global Media. You can check that out. We're going to create an Insta poll. And as always in the G-Bag of the day, when we have a tie, you will cast the deciding votes. So get on there. We'll announce the winner towards the back half of LA Live. And speaking of that, into the Pimp Cup, here's Lucius.
Yeah, Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Right to the great Rick J.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Y'all go to public school crowd? Yeah. They didn't care about us in public school. They gave us chocolate milk with every lunch in public school. They wanted us to get diabetes in public school. And the thing about chocolate milk, it's great, but it doesn't match any meal you can think of. Like we were eating chocolate milk and spaghetti. That doesn't match. He's right. Chocolate milk and tater tots? Come on, public school. You can't even wash your food down with chocolate milk. That's thicker than what you just ate. Your whole meal is sitting in your neck after lunch. Teachers are asking you questions. What was that, Anthony? Now we're cooking with grease, kids. My teacher used to always say that when we got the right answer. Now we're cooking with grease. I'm like, shut your ass up, Miss Young.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to everybody. We're back to school now. We're officially really back to school.
We are.
And they had us drinking that milk with maybe pizza, milk, and corn. Maybe some corn right there. What a hell of a combination. This is LA Live for Monday, August 26th. No, it's 24th. Oh, my God.
24th.
I jumped ahead a little bit right there.
You did.
Spent that.
Couple days.
Yeah, that's all right. August 24th, 2026. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. The vibes here, I'm just going to go over some things I seen or did over the weekend. LA Live is brought to you by Metro Flow Plumbing. What's up, B?
Lucius, is the jazz funeral the best way to go over the bagpipes?
The jazzy funeral?
The jazz funeral, like in New Orleans.
Oh, when
the
they get the dancing, boom,
yeah,
boom,
yeah,
boom,
everybody's following along. Is the jazz funeral the best way to go, maybe?
Yeah, I would rather go that way. Yeah, a little excitement. I want to party at my funeral.
The horns and all that stuff like that.
I want to party at my funeral.
The bagpipes is emotional, but
it pulls on the string.
I'm getting that church drummer, bro.
Yeah,
the church drummer. That guy. I thought it was Hawaii 5-0 he was playing there. Yeah.
Someone said George of the Jungle.
That's a good call.
That's hilarious. Hey, man, I hope everyone had a good weekend. I spent a lot of time in the pool. No Randy this time.
Hey, Lucius.
Yeah. Check out my wife.
You met my girl yet? I can't remember.
Lucius, can I get you a vodka on the rocks?
Yeah.
Have you had another run-in recently?
No, I haven't seen him, but I've been looking for him because he usually pulls up at the pool in his little golf cart. You're always looking for him. He's gonna pop around at the pool at some point.
It's the way to go, man.
Yeah,
Go with the golf cart.
He was on vacation.
Every other day. Yeah, drunk driving on that golf cart too. Because Randy always has his shirt off, and he always has Tito's in his cup.
Yeah.
I'm telling you right now. All right, I got a quick question before I get to things.
I'll be Randy when I grow up.
When you guys buy a big bag of ice for your cooler, how do you break that ice up?
Smack it
on the ground
floor.
first.
Yeah, it's ground.
Before you pop it.
Ground and pound.
Just put it on the ground and throw it around a few times.
Smack it, you know.
Smack it.
Really?
Smash.
Everybody kind of agrees that's how we get it done, right?
Yeah, but you got to be careful because you can break the bag.
You can break the bag.
That you just got to lightly hit it, kind of crack it a couple of times and let it roll.
We were packing the cooler yesterday to go to the pool.
Yeah.
And I had everything laid out in the kitchen, and my old lady was packing it up, had the ice there. And I came in the kitchen, and I just seen her just kicking the ice like she was jumping it. She was stomping on the ice, kicking it like a gang member, bro. It's so violent in there. I was like, who breaks up ice like this? I'm talking about stomping it. What
did that ice do to you, honey?
Channeling against the fridge, just pow, pow, stomp, stomp. God, why didn't know you didn't know how to break up ice? Why am I just now realizing you don't know how to break up ice? It was violent, man.
Letting out some energy.
I told I was going to tell on her. I'm telling everybody how you just broke up that ice.
Yeah, who were you picturing that ice was?
The size 5, the size 5, just slamming that ice
on it, bro. Busted the bag open and everything. Girl, give me this. Give me this. Hey, by the way, Mr. Eric, Quick Trip has 20-pound bags of ice for like $6.
20-pounders?
20-pounders.
That's a hell of a deal.
Hey, dude.
20 pounds.
Thank you for that.
Why did I not start Ready Ice or one of these ice companies? Why did I not do this?
I was thinking about that the other day. There's like these little places where you can get ice and water together, and that's all it is. It's just, you plug your money in there and they go for it, right? There's nobody there. There's no man working there.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do one day. I'm going to buy my own ice machine, like a restaurant ice machine, like Dawson goes and gets a treadmill.
Yeah.
I'm going to go get me a keg machine, and I'm going to get me an ice machine, a restaurant,
kegerator.
an ice machine, and put it out the lake.
Facebook Marketplace, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do it.
Facebook Marketplace.
I swear I'm going to do that.
Saturday night wasn't Rolly Romero's night versus Teofimo Lopez.
Rolly.
It wasn't his night. Honestly, it was a pretty close fight until about the 5th round, and Rolly gave him a nice little left hook that opened up Teofimo. I'm talking about opened up, started gushing out of his head, all the blood and everything.
Can't stop those.
He couldn't see out of that eye, so shout out to that cut man, because he had to really do some work to make that blood stop to finish that fight.
Yeah.
But if Rolly just would have gave him a little bit more pressure, we probably would have seen a draw in that fight. Because Rolly had it done. Like, we probably would have seen a draw. Rolly wanted this fight to be like his coming out party. Like, hey, this is going to get me into the history books. It didn't happen, bro. He was just on his back pedals the whole time.
Missed his chance.
He wasn't really just being aggressive, man. He wasn't getting to that middle of the ring and getting some contact going. So I'm pretty sure he's going to be disappointed about how the fight turned out if he goes back and looks at that film, because he could have had at least a draw about it. But here's how he was after the fight. He was a man of few words.
Rolly, do you think you did enough to win the fight?
I'd like to just thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for everything in my life that I've got to enjoy. I will always be your faithful servant.
Do you think, Rolly, that you did enough to win? All right. Still doesn't want to talk, Todd. We'll go back to you.
He's not going to answer your question.
Rolly. Yep, it didn't turn out too well for Rolly, man. Back to the drawing board for that dude. He was on his way.
Get cut and it hurts.
On his way. Dallas rap artist Big X the Plug was arrested on Friday in Allen, driving while intoxicated. allegedly, possession of marijuana under 2 ounces, and unlawful possession of a firearm. Hopefully he doesn't get hit with those new THC laws, whatever.
Yeah,
where it's just going to be too heavy on him. Because this is not the first time I've reported on Big Ass Club being arrested.
Second or third time, isn't it?
Third time, dog.
Third time, damn.
Third time, bro. Yep, August 2025, he was arrested in Dallas on charges of marijuana possession and unlawful possession of a firearm. Same thing in February, but those were dropped. We got to get that man a driver or somebody.
Yeah, a limo.
Yeah, we got to get that man a driver.
Need a limo.
I mean, he's had so many hits at this point.
Yeah.
It is, I guess it's fun to cruise around, do your own thing. You know, but you'd hate to see a guy have to do serious time for such small charges.
Yeah,
exactly.
And then the weed and guns together. I don't know if that creates another situation, but
you need some good lawyering at that point.
You don't want that, bro. Hey.
Better bring a chick around.
I wonder. Hey, and then it all down. LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Speaking of being under the influence, shout out to my old lady's friend, the first female coach in the NFL for the Cardinals, Dr. Jen Welter.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Dr.
Friend
Jen
of the
Welter.
show, I believe.
Yeah, she jumped on here before. She has jumped on here before. Yes, my old lady used to play football with her for the Dallas Diamonds. They played together. Dr. Jen Welter was on the sidelines of the New England Patriots versus the Philadelphia Eagles preseason game, promoting women's flag football. She got interviewed, and people are calling it her Joe Namath moment.
Okay.
She went Broadway Joe.
I want to kiss you.
Allegedly.
I could care less about the team struggling.
Now, I looked everywhere to try to find better quality audio for this one, but I just can't. NFL, you got to do better at chopping your stuff up, bro. Let's see.
Take me back to what the Arizona Cardinals back in 2015. What was that like?
You know what? Best time of my life with the best crew in the world, with a head coach who said, you know, we got to change things. And he said, football is ready for this, and his offensive philosophy was no risk.
Right there is where it starts sounding a little drunk to me.
Football is ready for this, and his offensive philosophy was no risk it, no biscuit. And personally, I think we risked it and got the biscuit.
There you go.
Oh, no.
There's a lot more, but the audio is just awful. But she sounds pretty slizzer to me. Allegedly. It sounded a little slizzer to me.
I barely had any.
Yeah.
Where's my effing cigarettes?
People are mad at her for that one, though. I don't know. People are upset. Shout out to her, though. Hey, before we get out of here, if you're getting hungry, she got off work, thinking about what I'm going to eat tonight. Who crushed this drive-through order? Which one of these individuals has the biggest back, you think? I got a Whataburger order and a Wendy's order. Which one you guys want to hear first?
We gotta kick it off with the Whataburger.
Gotta kick it off with the Whataburger?
Absolutely.
All right.
This is my hometown Whataburger right here.
This is the Whataburger?
Yeah, this is the Whataburger.
Do they know
where
you by name?
A lot of damage has been done.
Wow. Okay, what would you say is your highest consumption ever at that Whataburger? What's the order?
It would be a triple meat, triple cheese with 2 extra meat patties and a large fry.
What? So you're talking 5 total patties?
5 patties. Yeah.
Whoa!
Or if it's early enough or late enough, you know, with the breakfast situation, I'll get the triple meat, triple cheese with maybe like a double sausage taquito.
My man.
And then get the hash brown sticks. The little hash brown stick action. So this will be perfect now that the men's tea's right here.
Oh man,
you just roll through again.
Forgot about that one. Yeah,
that's a good order.
It's a lot of food, bro.
It is. It's bad. Especially it was after like an overnight shift here at the station.
The late nights.
And then it's 6 a.m. And that's what I'm eating before I crash out for about 5 hours.
And you can't choose breakfast or
just
dinner.
Double up.
What am I going to do
I
here?
was so bloated.
Yeah.
That's a big back order. How about this one? Is this a big back order to you?
You want the Baconator combo?
Yes. Can I get it with the strawberry lemonade?
Yes, of course.
And can I get 4 biggie bags?
Ooh. You went Baconator or 4 biggie bags?
The junior bacon.
Ooh.
Junior bacon.
Can I get 3 chocolate frosties and 1 berry?
Okay. That's his heart monitor.
This is all him.
And can I get 2 large chilies?
Oh my God.
He's going to dip the burgers in the chili. That's got to be it.
Can I get ghost pepper ranch and the rest mix?
And a Tums.
Oh, yes, that'll be all.
So you had 4 junior bacon
and a hospital
cheeseburgers,
bed next to me.
a Baconator. You got 5 total fries. What is that, like 16